Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, In Brightest Day, in Blackest Night. Max Vaughn, an archaeologist, meets a tragic end in an unexpected accident. Expecting either an afterlife or the nothingness of death, he instead awakens among the stars, adrift in space and wielding a power ring, within the Marvel Universe. The FIC will follow Max's adventures as the Green Lantern in the distant past of the Marvel Universe, as he builds his legend among the stars and even creates the core. This story will be a mix of comics and MCU canon, with some adjustments to the timeline for the sake of the narrative. If you notice any inconsistencies in timelines or character ages, it's simply me making changes for the FIC's sake. This is my first Marvel FIC, which is why I'm taking this approach. It was freezing so cold that it seeped into one's bones and made your teeth ache. Today felt colder than yesterday, even though the forecast had promised otherwise. Max Vaughn stood near the edge of the dig site, a satellite phone pressed to his ear, his breath misting in the chill air. "Max, sweetie, why don't you spend Christmas with me again this year?" his mom asked, her voice warm. "Mom, you know how this works, it's Dad's turn this year," Max replied with a soft chuckle, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, boots crunching against the frost-covered gravel. "You're in Norway. It's closer to me than flying to your dad's in Vancouver." "Let's not make this a thing, Mom," he said, his tone still gentle but firmer now. Fine, she sighed. "I just wanted to meet that girl you were dating." "Yeah, about that." Max rubbed the back of his neck, eyes drifting toward the distant mountains. "Things didn't work out. We broke up about a month ago." Another sigh floated through the phone. "I told you, it's your work. You keep traveling all over some jungle, some desert, some frozen wasteland." Max rolled his eyes, he'd heard this speech many times before. Before she could continue, he cut in. "Look, Mom, I have to get back to the dig site, okay? I'll call you when I get back to the cabin. Love you. Bye." He didn't wait for her reply before ending the call. He exhaled, watching the mist of his breath swirl and vanish. Shoving the phone into his heavy jacket, he trudged back toward the dig site. The settlement was ancient, late Bronze Age, maybe older. A recent find, tucked in the valley. Max hadn't originally planned to be here. He was supposed to be in India, investigating rumors of a rediscovered Indus Valley city some locals had stumbled across. But plans changed. They always did. He walked through the site, watching his fellow archaeologists at work, some brushing away soil, others cataloging fragments of pottery and bone. A few interns murmured excitedly over what they thought might be a ceremonial tool. Max nodded to them, though his mind was elsewhere. He wondered what he'd do for dinner. Maybe heat up the last of the venison stew, crack open the dusty bottle of aquavit one of the locals had given him. Maybe he'd finally watch that new Marvel movie that had just hit streaming. His thoughts were cut short by a low, deep rumble that made the ground hum beneath his boots. "Probably just a truck passing," one of the interns said with a nervous laugh. Max frowned. That wasn't a truck. The sound grew louder. He turned, eyes locking onto the mountainside. A plume of white surged down from above, growing wider, faster. "Avalanche!" Max shouted, waving his arms. "Everyone move." Screams erupted as people scattered, equipment abandoned in the snow. Max sprinted toward a young researcher frozen in place, staring up at the approaching wall of snow. He grabbed her by the arm and yanked her toward safety. But in the chaos, his foot caught on something hidden beneath the snow. His balance gave out, and before he could react, he fell into the ditch at the edge of the site. Snow, rock, and wind swallowed him whole. The last thing Max saw was the gray sky disappearing behind a wave of white. It was cold. Very cold. Max felt weightless, floating. He blinked awake slowly, expecting darkness. After all, the last thing he remembered was snow, rocks, and the mountainside collapsing on top of him. He had been buried. There should have been blackness suffocating, icy silence. But that wasn't what he saw. Instead, there were stars, thousands of them. Millions. They stretched endlessly around him, a cosmic sea of stars in every color, brilliant blue, burning red, cool white, vibrant gold. Swirls of nebulae floated in the distance, violet clouds tangled with orange fire, green gases spiraling into nothingness. Max couldn't breathe, not out of panic, but awe. It was beautiful. Beyond beautiful. Like standing inside a living painting. He had only ever seen stars this clearly once years ago, lying on his back in Hawaii, staring up at the midnight sky after a day of diving and drinking cheap rum on the beach, but even that paled in comparison. Am I dead? He wondered. Is this heaven? He drifted silently, simply taking in the sight. It was as if the universe had decided to reveal its true self to him. And then, slowly, realization dawned. He wasn't lying down. He wasn't even falling. He was floating. In space. Max turned awkwardly at first, like swimming through syrup. That's when he saw it. The sun. No, a sun. And then another. Two suns burned far apart in the void, both distant yet unmistakable. One was orange-red, the other golden-white. Caught in their light was a planet green and blue like Earth, but not Earth. The continents were all wrong. What the fuck, he muttered or tried to. His lips moved, but no sound came. It was then he noticed the glow, a green aura surrounding him like a soft shield. He looked down at his hand, and his breath caught. A ring. A glowing green ring. It pulsed gently with light, the symbol on it unmistakable. A power ring. Max stared at it in disbelief. He turned his hand, inspecting it, the glow reflected in his wide eyes. His clothes were gone too, replaced by something he'd seen in comics and animated series many times. No way, he whispered in his mind. No freaking way. 1,000 thoughts crashed into his head at once. Is this like one of those anime? Am I in another universe? Am I in a coma? Am I dead? He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to recall everything he could about the Green Lanterns, OA, the emotional spectrum, willpower, constructs. Wait, didn't the ring have an AI? Hey, ring, he said, even though no sound came out. A voice responded at once, echoing directly into his thoughts, sounding distinctly feminine. Yes, ring bearer. Max grinned. Where am I? Max asked as he floated among the stars. There was a pause longer than he liked before the ring finally replied. Unknown. Max blinked. What do you mean you don't know? Unable to access Owen network. All known galactic positioning systems are offline. OA's location cannot be determined. Oh, Max muttered. He swallowed, pulse ticking up. Okay, fine. Can you fly me back to Earth? Negative. Max stared into the void, jaw tightening. Fuck. He drifted in silence, watching the twin stars burn in the sky. It had all felt epic and surreal until now, but reality was catching up. He needed a plan somewhere solid to stand. Floating in deep space was cool, but he couldn't think like this. He turned toward the planet. Is that planet safe for me to land on? Affirmative. Atmosphere is breathable. Gravity and pressure within tolerable human limits. No immediate threats detected. Max nodded slowly. All right then, can you, tell me how to actually use this thing? The ring is powered by will. It can manifest anything, limited only by the strength of your willpower and imagination. He took a deep breath. Willpower. Imagination. Got it. He focused, nervous but determined, and imagined himself flying. The green aura around him pulsed brighter, stronger. He felt something shift, something respond deep within him. Then, like a switch flipping, he moved. Fast. Max rocketed forward, green light streaking behind him like a comet. He whooped, a soundless shout in the vacuum, arms instinctively outstretched like Superman. He laughed in awe and terror as speed built and the planet swelled in his vision, pulling him in. The thin outer atmosphere shimmered as he punched through it. A shockwave of heat wrapped around him, harmless within the ring's protective field. He could see it all now. The sky was a soft teal, streaked with swirling lavender clouds. The twin suns hung low, bathing the world in overlapping shades of gold and amber. Below lay an endless plain, rolling hills covered in tall, golden-green grass that shimmered faintly. Max slowed, then hovered just above the surface before touching down. His boots pressed into alien soil. One small step for men, he said with a half-laugh, glancing at his glowing boots. The green glow around him dimmed, retreating back into the ring. Wind brushed his face, cool, clean air tasting of rain, wildflowers, and ozone. He scanned the landscape, strange serenity washing over him. In the distance, deer-like creatures with elongated necks and glowing antlers moved through the grass, their bodies casting a soft bioluminescence across the green-gold field. Above them, floating jellyfish drifted a few feet off the ground, pulsing gently like lanterns. Their translucent forms shifted hue as they passed through beams of twin sunlight. To his left, giant flowers the size of umbrellas opened and closed in rhythmic pulses, reacting to the changing light. Is this real? Without hesitation, Max balled his fist and punched himself hard in the shoulder. "OW, damn," he hissed, clutching his arm. "Okay, it's real. Did I get stronger or something?" "Affirmative," the AI replied smoothly. "The ring enhances your physical attributes, strength, durability, intelligence, and reflexes." "Good to know," Max muttered, rubbing his arm. Then, like a pressure drop in his chest, it hit him. He might never see his mom again. Or his dad. His friends. His life was just gone. Earth was gone. He sat down hard. The soft grass whispered beneath him as the sun shifted in the sky. Hours passed, and he didn't move. He stared ahead, overwhelmed, trying to calm himself with logic or jokes, anything, but it wasn't working. He was light years, maybe universes, away from home. The stillness finally broke when the AI's voice returned. "Bearer," it said, the tone almost urgent. "I have detected hostile anomalies on the planet." Max blinked, snapping out of his thoughts. What? Significant energy fluctuations detected to the northeast. Threat classification, potentially hostile. He stood, brushing alien pollen from his legs. His heart rate ticked up. Okay, get yourself together, man, he muttered, giving his cheeks a light slap. "Ring," he called. "Yes, ring bearer." "Call me Max from now on," he said, voice firmer. "And you'll be designated Jade." A pause, then. "Acknowledged. Designation accepted. I am Jade." He smiled. "Cool." His expression sobered. "So what's this about hostile anomalies?" Jade answered with a projection, a green wireframe map of the region, rotating in midair. A pulsing marker blinked to the northeast. "Unstable energy readings," Jade said. "The anomaly is approximately 500 miles from your current position. Energy output is intense, fluctuating, and highly volatile. Probability of danger, 79.3%. Max stared at the display, jaw tight. Instinct said fear of the unknown, of whatever could generate that kind of reading. Then he looked at the ring. He held a power ring, a green lantern ring. Fear was something a lantern shouldn't indulge. "Jade, how much power is left?" he asked, remembering the comics. "Don't I need a battery to recharge this thing?" A brief pause. "Power levels cannot be calculated by conventional means. I theorize this ring draws energy from a stabilized, self-sustaining pocket dimension. It is not dependent on a traditional central power battery." Max's eyes widened. "So you're saying I've got infinite juice?" "In theory, yes." He laughed loud, incredulous, tinged with manic glee. "Oh, man. That's great. Absolutely great." With a deep breath he focused, willing himself airborne. Emerald light flared, the familiar aura lifted him effortlessly, lavender clouds swirling far below. He raised his hand. "Let's try this," he muttered. A flash of green burst from the ring. Energy coalesced into a long, gleaming sword, a broad, curved shield followed, etched with the lantern sigil. He grasped the sword, giving it a few experimental swings, perfectly balanced. "Okay," he said with a smile. "That's cool. Let's see what else I can do." The sword and shield vanished. In their place, twin-barreled cannons unfolded along his arms, glowing with power. He mimed a blast, pulses of emerald energy flared silently into the sky. Next, shoulder-mounted missile pods clicked into place behind him. All right, dialing it back." The weapons dissolved at a thought. He focused again. Under his feet formed a sleek, translucent surfboard of green energy. Max hopped on, knees bending instinctively. The board responded at once, slicing through the air like the Silver Surfer. "Now we're talking," he shouted, wind whipping his hair as he carved across the sky, looping and barrel-rolling through lavender clouds. Then a bigger idea struck. Higher he flew, concentrating hard. Massive, intricate, mechanical shapes assembled around him, legs, torso, arms, the iconic V-fin. The RX-78-2 Gundam took form in glowing segments of emerald light, locking together until he stood at the heart of a full-scale mech. "This is fucking amazing," Max breathed, awe in his voice as he rocketed forward inside the construct. He dove toward the planet and landed hard, his Gundam construct struck like a meteor, sending a deep tremor through the ground. The impact left a vast imprint in the soil, flattening grass in every direction. For a moment he simply stood there, basking in the sensation. Then, with a breath and a thought, Max released the construct. It shimmered and dissolved into particles of emerald light that flowed back into the ring. He stood grinning from ear to ear. "Jade," he called, catching his breath, "where did you say those hostiles were again?" "Northeast," she answered. A holographic map appeared, rotating gently. A single marker pulsed at the indicated location. "Let's go find out what's going on, shall we?" Max flashed a cocky smile and launched himself skyward, the ground cracking beneath him from the force of his takeoff. He pushed faster than before, slicing through the air like a bullet of light. "Caution," Jade said, her voice calm but firmer this time. "Reduce velocity. At your present speed, you will overshoot the target by several thousand miles." "Right," Max replied, eyes wide as he immediately pulled back. The sudden deceleration whipped wind across his face as he steadied himself mid-flight. Then he saw it, the change. The vibrant plains beneath him faded into a hellscape. Golden green grass gave way to scorched black soil. Rivers of lava carved molten veins across the ground. Jagged rocks jutted like broken teeth, craters pockmarked the land, steaming and cracked. The air grew hotter and thinner, scraping his lungs with ash-like particles. The ring formed a shield around him, letting him breathe safely. Something happened here, Max thought, his smile fading. Extreme environmental degradation, Jade reported. Evidence of concentrated kinetic force and high-energy discharges. This region has suffered catastrophic damage. Max scanned the ruin below. In the distance, lightning forked across the clouds in white-violet streaks, thunder rolled again and again. Warning, Jade added. Unidentified energy signatures increasing in strength. Displacement levels far exceed safe thresholds. Then he saw them, creatures crawling, slithering, flying. Beasts of flame and molten stone. Some strode on two legs, their bodies wreathed in fire, others writhed like titanic serpents, scales of obsidian magma. One, far below, resembled a bear the size of a house, trailing smoke as it smashed through burning trees. Max hovered, staring in disbelief. And then he saw him. Amid the chaos stood a lone warrior, wielding a hammer crackling with lightning. Max watched as the men raised the weapon high and brought it down. Lightning split the sky, striking a leaping molten beast and exploding it into ash and fire. Thunder boomed in sync with the blow, shaking the land. Max's jaw dropped. He squinted, edging closer the cape, the armor, the way he handled the hammer. "Is that Thor?" he whispered, scarcely believing it. The sky tore open. A roar, deeper than thunder, louder than an avalanche shattered the heavens. Max looked up and felt the blood drain from his face. Descending from the clouds came a nightmare, a dragon, colossal and incandescent. Its body was forged of molten rock and living flame, wings flaring like solar eruptions across the horizon. Its eyes blazed with searing light, and its roar rippled through the air like a shockwave. "Oh, fuck," Max breathed. Below, the warrior Thor not stood his ground, shouting up at the creature, hammer sparking with power. Something surged through Max, adrenaline, instinct, whatever it was, and he didn't hesitate. One moment he was hovering in midair, the next he was diving headfirst into the fight. He had no plan. He didn't need one. Extending his arm, he poured willpower through the ring. A massive construct formed ahead of him, a roaring locomotive of green energy, its headlights blazing, wheels grinding along invisible rails. "All aboard, motherfucker," he bellowed, launching it forward. The emerald engine rocketed through the sky and slammed into the molten dragon's flank with a deafening crash. The beast screeched in agony, wings flailing as the hit knocked it sideways. Flames burst outward, and the dragon smashed into the scorched ground, shockwaves rippling across the cracked terrain. The warrior, still airborne, hammer in hand, looked up, spotted Max, and threw back his head in a triumphant laugh. "Ha!" Stunned but not defeated, the dragon roared again, wings unfurling as it tried to rise. The warrior was already in motion, spinning his hammer until lightning whirled around him. He shot forward, a living storm, and smashed the hammer into the dragon's face, calling down a blinding cascade of bolts that drove the beast deeper into the dirt. Max refused to be outdone. Missile pods bloomed over his shoulders and arms. With a thought, he unleashed a barrage, emerald streaks arcing into the dragon's torso. The sky erupted in green and orange boom. 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 Chunks of molten armor tore free, and the dragon's deafening cry echoed across the wasteland. Max winced. "Okay, maybe I overdid it." He dropped lower as smoke and dust settled. The warrior stood amid the wreckage, cape billowing, hammer crackling, a wide smile on his face. "That was glorious. You wield strange cedar, friend." The ring acted as a translator between them. Max hovered beside him, returning the smile. "You're not bad yourself, Sparkles." Before either could say more, the air trembled. A low rumble rolled through the earth. From the clouds descended a second dragon, larger, darker, its wings spreading across the horizon like night set ablaze. The warrior hefted his hammer. "Ah. I knew there was more." Max steadied himself. "You hit it with lightning," he said, fists beginning to glow, "and I'll do the same." Their eyes met. Understanding passed without words. The warrior nodded once and raised his hammer high. "For Asgard," he roared. Lightning ripped from the heavens, gathering around him in seething arcs. Max clenched his fists, green energy surged, wrapping his arms and chest in luminous armor. The ring's light flared brighter than ever. "Together," he shouted. The hammer flew, a spiral of lightning following it like a divine spear. Max unleashed twin beams of emerald willpower. Lightning, hammer, and will fused in midair, colliding with the dragon in a titanic flash. There was no time for the creature to scream. It disintegrated, molten fragments vaporizing before they touched the ground. Silence fell over the battlefield. Max hovered just above the scorched earth, catching his breath while the last traces of flame and lightning faded into the air. Below, the men laughed heartily, celebrating the victory with the joy only true warriors seem to understand. "Ah, Seymour," he bellowed, his voice echoing across the ruined plain. "That was a good call." Max drifted down beside him, letting the last of his constructs fizzle away. He finally took a proper look, brown hair, a full beard, eyes like a brewing storm. His armor seemed born of the Viking age, yet unmistakably godly, no other word fit. Placing a hand to his chest, the man declared with pride, "I am Odin Borson, Prince of Asgard." Max's jaw tightened. His eyes widened. Not Thor. Odin. A young Odin. He was done guessing where or when he was. Past, Marvel, DC, Norse myth fan fiction come alive. It no longer mattered. Roll with it, he told himself. Find the answers later. Squaring his shoulders, Max gave a respectful nod. Well met, Odin Borson. He hesitated for a heartbeat about to say Max Vaughn, but the moment's weight shifted something inside him. He stood straighter, voice clear and steady. I am the Green Lantern. I am using MCU ages for the Asgardians. The year on Earth is around 3400 BC. The story will eventually reach modern canon year. Chapter 2, Prince of Asgard. Green Lantern, eh? Never heard of you, Odin said, eyeing Max from head to toe, a curious glint in his eye. Max suddenly found himself scrambling for words, panic flickering across his face. Without thinking, he blurted out, "You haven't really." "I'm the Green Lantern, protector of the universe, Emotional spec. What the fuck are you doing, Max?" "Like what the fuck?" Odin cocked an eyebrow. "The emotional what now?" Max stood there awkwardly, silently cursing himself for blurting things out. He shifted his weight and tried to recover some dignity. "The universe is a big place," he said with a shrug. "You can't know everything, Prince of Asgard." Odin laughed, a booming, genuine sound. "I suppose you are right. I am but 40 cycles old, I still have much to learn." Max let out a slow breath of relief, his shoulders relaxing slightly. 40. He thought, surprised. Is that 40 in human years or Asgardian? Whatever it means, Odin is younger than I imagined. How far back in time am I? Odin's gaze dropped to Max's hand, narrowing in interest at the glowing green ring. "What seed is that, Lantern?" he asked, stepping closer, half curious and half hungry, for knowledge, for power. "Tell me, can others wield it?" Max hesitated. Careful, he reminded himself. This is Odin. Whether Marvel's version or the old myths, he's still dangerous. Friendly now, but that could change if he senses weakness or opportunity. Carefully, he smiled. "It's a secret." Odin threw back his head and laughed heartily. "I hope it is only a temporary one. Perhaps one day you will teach me the seed." "Maybe," Max said, cautious but polite. Changing the subject, Max glanced toward the scorched battlefield. "What were those things we fought? Are they native to this planet?" The cheer drained from Odin's face, replaced by grim anger. His fists clenched at his sides. "Nay," he said, voice heavy. "They are the spawn of Surtur, the fire giant of Muspelheim. He has begun to invade other realms, sending his beasts ahead to sow ruin." A chill crept down Max's spine. "Surtur," he muttered. Odin caught the name on his lips. "Aye. Have you heard of him, Lantern?" Max nodded slowly. "Yes. I've heard of him." Odin's gaze darkened. "Then you know how dangerous he is. Surtur wields the eternal flame, an ancient and terrible force, and is prophesied to bring Ragnarok, the end of Asgard, and perhaps much more." His voice grew heavier, tinged with bitterness. "My father, Bor, is too cowardly to act. He would rather wait for Surtur to attack. So I have left to end the giant myself." So he's just like his son, Max thought as his eyes drifted to the hammer in Odin's hand. It gleamed under the twin suns, runes faintly glowing along its surface. Odin noticed immediately, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Quite a beauty, isn't she, Lantern?" he said, lifting the hammer slightly. Max nodded. "Yeah, an impressive weapon." Odin twirled it effortlessly. "Mjolnir," he said proudly. "Forged by the dwarves of Nidavellir in the heart of a dying star. All you are you, one of the mightiest metals in all the realms." Max couldn't help himself. Can I hold it?" he asked, half joking, half hopeful. He wanted to see if he was worthy. Odin laughed and, without hesitation, tossed the hammer toward Max. Max's brain barely caught up. "Wait, what?" he thought as the weapon flew through the air. He reached out instinctively, and caught it. To his utter shock, he held Mjolnir, the weapon humming faintly in his hands. The enchantment. He realized. The worthiness spell hasn't been placed on it yet. Max smiled. This was insane. He raised the hammer skyward, trying to summon lightning as he had seen Thor do 1,000 times. Nothing happened. He furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth, willing the sky to crack with thunder. Still nothing, no sparks, no rumble, not even a whiff of static. Odin let out another booming laugh. You'll need much practice, lantern, and a deep knowledge of Asgardian cedar to summon the storm. Max chuckled sheepishly and handed Mjolnir back to him. Odin caught the hammer easily, spinning it before resting it in his palm. His face grew serious again, the glint of a warrior returning to his eyes. I seek to march on Muspelheim, Odin said, voice low but burning with determination. To seize the eternal flame, to cut down Surtur before his fire devours the roots of Yggdrasil itself. He stepped closer, eyes locking with Max's. You are mighty, Lantern. Will you aid me? With our combined strength, Surtur will not stand a chance. Max hesitated only a moment. This is Odin, the Prince of Asgard, he thought. He could help him. Besides, what better plan did he have? If he aided Odin, maybe he could earn a place in Asgard, learn more about the universe, perhaps even find a way back to Earth. Jade could study Asgardian magic and map the cosmos from their knowledge. And honestly, fighting alongside Odin against Surtur sounded like the most metal thing imaginable. He stood tall and gave a short bow. Well, Prince Odin, I am the protector of the universe, after all. I shall join your quest to defeat the vile fire giant Surtur. Odin let out a victorious shout and stepped forward, wrapping Max in a crushing hug. Ha! Then call me Odin, my friend. None of this prince nonsense. We are battle brothers now. Max released a strained breath when Odin finally let go, flexing his arms. Damn, he thought, shaking out his shoulders, the Aesir are strong as hell. So, how exactly are we getting to Muspelheim? Odin scratched his beard thoughtfully. I have hunted for Muspelheim for a year. Surtur hides it well, no one truly knows its location. He cloaks it in flame and smoke, veiling it from all but the most persistent seekers. He sighed, resting a hand on Mjolnir's head. I have been traveling the ancient gateways paths between realms following the giant's trail, hoping it would lead me to their fiery stronghold. Max blinked. Wait, ancient gateways. I thought Asgard had the Bifrost, he said without thinking. Odin squinted, puzzled. The what frost? Max froze, he had slipped. He coughed, waving a hand as though it were nothing. Ah, nothing. I mean, the Bifrost, you know, like a bridge, a cosmic path that lets you travel across realms instantly. Odin stroked his beard again, intrigued. A bridge that crosses the stars. Such a craft would be a boon to Asgard indeed. Max smiled awkwardly. Well, he said, clearing his throat, I can fly us to Muspelheim, if you know its exact location. Odin's eyes lit with excitement. How fast can you fly? Before Max could answer, Jade's voice chimed in, crisp and simple. Fast. Odin's eyes widened slightly, then he chuckled, a deep hearty sound full of wonder. You carry an oracle within your cedar ring? Max smiled. Something like that. I know not the precise path to Muspelheim, Odin admitted, frustration edging his tone. As I said, Surtur hides it well. But. A sly smile tugged at his lips. I know someone who surely will. My uncle, Odin said, his voice dropping into a tone of reverence. Mimir the all-knowing. He began to pace, gesturing with Mjolnir as he spoke. My father, Bor, had 2 brothers, Mimir and Njord. Njord rules Vanaheim now. If we are to find Mimir, we must go there first. Max frowned. Why didn't you ask Mimir before? Odin snorted, a humorless sound. We are not on good terms. My father seized the throne after defeating my grandfather, Buri. Many in the family disagreed with how it was done. Mimir has kept his distance since. Great, Max thought. More family drama runs in the bloodline. Well then, he said with a shrug, to Vanaheim it is. With a thought, he summoned the power of his ring. Emerald light flared around his hand, and a massive construct took shape beside them, a grand Viking longship with a dragon-headed prow and billowing sail, all shimmering translucent green. Wonder filled Odin's eyes as he stepped aboard, running a hand over the glowing rail. By the Norns, he murmured. It's nearly identical to the longships of Asgard. You are full of wonders, Grunler. Grunler. Max echoed. Odin grinned. It means, one cloaked in emerald. A fitting name, don't you think? Max returned the smile. I like it. He stepped aboard and focused, the emerald vessel lifted higher into the sky, rising above the scorched wasteland. Odin relayed the destination to Jade, who took a moment to lock onto the planet. Location charted, Jade said calmly. Course plotted to Vanaheim. Max nodded and turned to Odin. Hold on. Odin simply widened his stance, grinning like a boy about to ride a storm. Max willed the ship forward. It answered at once, glowing brighter as it surged ahead. The air thinned, the sky blurred into blue and violet streaks, stars bent like rivers of light. The construct didn't just fly, it punched through reality, leaving a trail of emerald fire in its wake. Odin threw back his head and roared with pure joy, his voice booming over the rush of warped space. Ha! Truly we ride the winds of the cosmos now, Grunler. Max laughed, gripping the rail as they hurtled toward Vanaheim. Chapter 3, Vanaheim. It was during the Great Frost Giant incursion, Odin bellowed, pounding his fist into his palm as he stood proudly at the front of the glowing emerald longship. Max smiled and leaned against the curved rail, listening while stars and nebulae streaked past. They were sailing through space, a blur of vibrant color all around them, yet Odin's booming voice made everything feel more grounded. They breached the outer wall of Asgard under cover of night, thinking themselves clever, fools, Odin went on. I led only 7 Einherjar and drove them back through the gates. Their leader, Ymir Spawn, stood 20 feet tall, made of pure ice, and swung a hammer the size of a drakkar. I took his head with one stroke of Mjolnir. I hit him so hard he simply ceased to exist. He laughed deeply. Ah, that was a battle. Max chuckled and shook his head. You're a great storyteller. Thank you, Odin said with a grin. Then his gaze sharpened. But you, Grunler, protector of the universe, you must have tales of glory as well. What great foes have you bested? Max hesitated. Oh. Yes. I have many. His mind scrambled for something, anything to say. He quickly made something up. Well, he began, clearing his throat, there was the time I fought Brainiac. He was a machine, a man who collected and shrank entire cities, absorbed the knowledge of whole civilizations, and sometimes destroyed them outright. Odin raised a brow, clearly intrigued. He had already destroyed 100 worlds. His ship was the size of a moon. I arrived just as he was about to compress a city into one of his bottle prisons. Gaining confidence, Max wove the tale like a practiced storyteller. He underestimated me, of course. I flew straight through his defenses, bypassed these horrible spider-like automatons, and confronted him in his core. We fought, it was grand, but in the end I overloaded him with my power and destroyed him. I freed the captured cities and scattered his remains across 6 galaxies. Odin stared for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh. Ha! A saga worthy of the Skalds. You are too humble, Grunler. Max rubbed the back of his neck and sighed quietly. Thanks. I'm not really a great storyteller. Trying to change the subject, he looked ahead. So, what should we expect when we reach Vanaheim? Odin's expression darkened. Do not expect a warm welcome. My uncle Njord has no love for me, my father, or Asgard. And Mimir? Max asked. Odin's jaw tightened. Worse. Mimir was the one who most loudly opposed my father Bor's claim to the throne. He even took Gungnir, the weapon of Asgard's kings, and swore that neither my father nor his children had the right to wield it. Max blinked. Wait, you're saying your uncle stole Gungnir? Aye. He fancies himself a hero for doing that, but he is a bitter old man who thinks himself wiser than the rest of us. Regardless, we must try to retrieve the spear if we can, Grunler. Max sighed. So, no diplomacy then. With Njord, perhaps, Odin replied, offering a half-smile. He may yet be persuaded. But with Mimir. He clenched his fist and let the question hang. Max nodded, still turning over Odin's words, when Jade's voice sounded through the ship. Approaching destination. Arrival in 3, 2, 1. Ahead of them, the stars parted and the planet came into view. Green, that was the first thing Max noticed. From orbit Vanaheim looked like a living jewel, an endless expanse of forest, rich and vibrant, pulsing with life. There were no vast oceans or barren wastes, only uninterrupted greenery laced with rivers that caught the light like silver threads. Wow, Max whispered, stepping forward. It's beautiful. Odin squinted at the world below and gave a dismissive grunt. Meh, nothing special. Now Asgard, that is a realm worthy of awe. It is not even a planet, it floats at the center of the cosmos, built on a golden disk and surrounded by seas of stars. My uncle's little forest kingdom cannot compare. Max smiled, his eyes still fixed on the green world. I look forward to visiting someday. You will, Odin declared. After we defeat Surtur, I shall bring you to Asgard, and we will feast in our honor, roasted boar, rivers of mead, and songs of our glory sung for centuries. Max chuckled. I could get used to that. Jade, he called, take us down. Descending to the surface, the AI replied. The ship began its slow descent through the atmosphere, green energy trailing behind as clouds of white and silver streaked past. As they dropped lower, the scale of Vanaheim unfolded before Max in staggering detail. Verdant forests blanketed the land, stretching endlessly in all directions. Rivers snaked through valleys, their curves glinting in the sunlight. Mountain ranges jutted up from the horizon, and clinging to their sides were magnificent cities, temples with golden roofs, gardens hanging from terraces, massive statues woven seamlessly into the cliffs, half overgrown with moss and ivy, as if nature itself had sculpted the realm. The air shimmered with energy, alive, ancient. Max could feel it tingling against his skin, even through the ring's aura. Odin crossed his arms, unimpressed. Asgard still has better towers. Max shook his head, smiling. So where do we go first? Odin opened his mouth to answer, then paused and frowned. From below, distant but rising fast, came the unmistakable clang of steel and a thunderous roar. Shouts followed, then flames, and a flash of orange light. Odin's expression turned grim. Fire giants. They attack here as well. A fiery blast tore through a section of forest, followed by a chorus of screams. Odin didn't hesitate. He stepped to the edge of the ship and bellowed, "Come, Grunler. Let us show them our strength." With Mjolnir spinning in his hand, he leapt from the ship in a blur, flying toward the chaos below with his war cries echoing. Max didn't waste a second. The construct ship dissolved behind him as he launched into the sky, green energy flaring from his ring. On the ground, chaos reigned. The Vanir warriors were holding their own. Cloaked in magic-woven armor and wielding spears, bows, and spells, they fought in tight formations against towering fire giants. Mages stood on cliff ledges, casting streams of water and vines that wrapped around the legs of molten beasts, dragging them down. Archers loosed glowing arrows that pierced even flame-forged flesh. They were strong, disciplined. And they were winning. Max was impressed, right up until the sky above them tore open. More portals. He saw them, circular, smooth-edged, and rimmed with a cool blue light. They shimmered like glass underwater, bending the air around them, and opened with a pulse of energy. Their sudden, sharp presence was clean and precise. They looked eerily familiar. Wait, those look like... But his thoughts were cut off by a thunderous boom. Odin slammed into the battlefield like a meteor. Mjolnir whirled in his hand, then flew into two fire giants at once. The weapon cracked through their chests like thunder-splitting trees, sending both giants crashing in flaming heaps. Odin summoned the hammer back and struck again without pause. Max dove in behind him, already forming constructs. He spread his hands, and from the glowing emerald light emerged titans of his own, giant warriors of green energy, shaped like the fire giants they faced. He raised his fists, and the constructs moved with him. They charged the enemy lines. Max controlled them like extensions of himself, each motion deliberate and fluid. One swung a massive club, another tackled a fire giant into a rocky outcrop, and a third ripped apart a flaming beast's head. The fire giants were confused, and that was when Odin struck again. He led the Vanir in a renewed charge, their swords and spells carving through the disoriented ranks. One by one, the giants fell, overwhelmed by the combined fury of an Aesir, a lantern, and the Vanir. It didn't take long. Max hovered above the trees, scanning the battlefield with his ring until he spotted the last fire giant crawling away, molten blood trailing behind him. Max extended his hand, green light flaring from his ring. A focused beam erupted, fast and precise, striking the giant through the back. The creature crumbled to ash, its death echoing into the silence that followed. Max descended slowly, landing near Odin amid the battlefield. The ground still glowed in patches of smoldering fire and shattered stone. Odin marched toward him, laughing, eyes bright with the joy of the battle they had just fought. He threw his arms around Max in a crushing hug. "Ha! That was a great trick, Grunler. They probably thought they were fighting their own shadows." Max let out a breathless laugh, still catching his breath. But his smile faded as he looked up. Vanir warriors had surrounded them, weapons drawn and faces unreadable. "Ah. Odin," Max said quietly, eyes scanning the semicircle of archers and spellcasters forming around them, "we've got another problem." Odin turned, frowning, and his grip tightened on Mjolnir. "Stand down." Odin boomed to the surrounding Vanir warriors. "Do you not know who I am? I am Odin Borson, Prince of Asgard, nephew to your king." There was a moment of stillness. Then a voice answered from above. "They know who you are, nephew." Max looked up. Descending from the sky was a tall, elegant figure draped in flowing robes of seafoam green and silver, marked with swirling patterns like waves. In his hand, he held a long, ornate spear carved from what looked like ivory and gold. His presence was calm, yet commanding, like a tide that could not be resisted. He landed lightly in front of them, his boots not even disturbing the ash-strewn ground. His gaze settled on Odin with cold familiarity, then slid to Max, his eyes narrowing slightly with curiosity. Uncle, Odin said tightly, lowering his weapon just enough to be respectful. Of course, Njord replied, his voice smooth as still water. I should have known you would arrive uninvited. Odin crossed his arms. Well, we came at the right time, then. Saved your Vanir from. They were capable of defeating the invaders without your help, Odin, Njord cut in sharply. Odin glanced at Max, then back at his uncle, his jaw tightening. Then what do you plan to do about these invasions? You know who is behind them. Surtur has begun his war. He gestured to the scorched battlefield around them. Come with us. Join Grunler and me. Together, with our combined strength, we can strike at Muspelheim. End this before it consumes the realms. Njord shook his head slowly, disappointment in his eyes. Always so quick to leap into fire. You cannot simply march into Muspelheim and expect to survive. Odin stepped forward, anger flaring. So you will be like father, then. Hide away while the realms burn. Njord's voice sharpened, his calm finally cracking. Do not compare me to your father. A tense silence followed. I will deal with this my way. I do not need help from the Aesir, Njord said coldly. He turned to the Vanir warriors. Escort them to the edge of our realm. Odin, Green One, leave. Odin's fists clenched, his knuckles whitening around Mjolnir's handle. His chest rose with slow, simmering breaths, fury barely contained. His gaze locked on Njord, his jaw clenched as if he were on the edge of exploding. Max stepped in quickly, placing a steady hand on his friend's shoulder. Easy, he murmured. Then he turned to Njord, his expression calm but serious. Those portals, Max said, nodding toward where they had opened, they looked like. Njord's eyes snapped toward him with sudden, piercing intensity. What? Max held his gaze. They looked like they were created by an infinity stone. Njord's eyes widened slightly, a ripple of recognition disturbing his calm. His grip on the spear tightened. How do you know of such forbidden knowledge? He asked in a low, wary tone. Max didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, so you do recognize it? Odin turned his head, blinking. Wait, infinity stone. He looked between the two of them. I thought they were myths. Impossible to find. But neither Max nor Njord looked at him. Their eyes remained locked in a silent exchange. Max broke the silence. Well. Njord exhaled through his nose. Yes, he said at last. I recognized the energy when the first attacks began. Max felt a tightness in his chest. So Surtur has the space stone. Odin's face darkened with horror. Then it is even worse than we thought. Uncle, you must lead your armies. You must come with us to invade Muspelheim. This cannot wait. But Njord's expression hardened. I will do no such thing. If Surtur comes to Vanaheim, I will defeat him here. He turned his eyes on Max, cool and unreadable. And you? I do not know what you are. You are Cedar unlike anything I've seen. You know things very few in this universe know. His gaze narrowed slightly. Be careful around the Aesir, especially this one. He nodded toward Odin. And his father. Without another word, Njord turned. With a single gesture of his spear, the Vanir soldiers fell in around him, and together, they disappeared into the forest. Max let out a long breath, breaking the tension. Well, now what? Odin looked at him grimly. We find Mimir. And quickly. If Surtur is plotting with the power of an infinity stone. His eyes narrowed. Then the realms may not survive what comes next. Chapter 4, The All-Knowing. Max and Odin skimmed low over Vanaheim's vast, verdant forests aboard the Emerald Viking ship construct that Max had made. The vessel glided just above the treetops, its sails billowing in the soft wind and casting green light onto the branches below. Near the prow, Odin stood with folded arms, the breeze tugging at his cloak and beard. His expression was unusually serious. He glanced back at Max, who was at the helm and clearly enjoying the view, eyes wide, taking in the endless green and the rivers winding through the foliage. Grunler, Odin called, breaking the silence. Max turned. Yeah. The Infinity Stones, Odin said thoughtfully. I have heard the old tales. My father has yet to speak of them directly, only that there are 6, and they bring unimaginable destruction. What do you know? Max nodded slowly, he couldn't think of a reason to not tell Odin about them. He lifted his ring hand, and 6 glowing constructs formed in the air, each a perfect replica of a stone he had seen in the movies. Before the beginning, he explained, there were 6 singularities. When the universe was born, those singularities condensed into concentrated ingots. These were the Infinity Stones, each one controlling an essential aspect of existence. He pointed to each construct in turn: time, reality, mind, power, soul, and space. He motioned to the one. The space stone the one Surtur is using to invade the realms. Odin studied the constructs, jaw tight and brow furrowed with equal awe and concern. "They're some of the most dangerous artifacts in the universe," Max said. "One alone can destroy a world, together." "I see," Odin murmured. "Thank you, Grunler." "You'd have learned eventually," Max replied. "Perhaps," Odin said with a dry chuckle. "But it could have taken me years before my father told me about it. He is a secretive man, won't reveal anything to anyone, not even to his own son." Guess Odin really took after his father, Max thought, remembering how he kept a lot of secrets from his sons in the future. He was a young Aesir now already so powerful and yet only at the beginning of his path to becoming Allfather. Suddenly Odin tensed, eyes narrowing. "We're close. Mimir's glade lies ahead." Max looked forward and saw it, a vast clearing, almost a hidden sanctuary carved from the wild. Colossal, ancient trees surrounded the space, roots twisting like serpents through the earth. The glade's floor was polished marble and vine-covered stone, weathered but still gleaming in the filtered sunlight. Suspended among the branches were curved wood structures that seemed to have grown from the trees themselves. Odin stepped off the ship as Max dismissed it with a thought. "Mimir waits for us," he said quietly. "Be ready. His mind magic can twist your senses before you notice." Max nodded. "Jade, scan the area. Any life signs?" "Scanning, anomalous presence directly behind you." Max dropped low. A shadow streaked across the marble, too fast to track. Odin spun, Mjolnir already in hand. "Back to back," he growled. They stood shoulder to shoulder, slowly turning to cover every angle. Green energy flared around Max's fists, Mjolnir thrummed in Odin's grip. Odin called out, voice clear. "Mimir. I didn't come to fight but to seek your wisdom." Only the rustling leaves answered, until a booming voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "Leave, Borson. You will not find what you seek here." Odin did not flinch. "The realms are in danger, uncle. Surtur invades them. I must know where Muspelheim lies." "Leave," the voice repeated, louder and angrier. "You trespass on sacred ground." Max frowned. "Jade, pinpoint him." "Location indeterminate," the AI replied. "He is, everywhere." The glade's marble suddenly rippled like disturbed water. From it rose a figure cloaked in twisting magic and shadow. Mimir. He stood tall in robes of deep violet and forest green, his long beard streaked with silver and black. Runes glowed faintly on his skin. One eye shone silver, the other gold, both filled with quiet, overwhelming power. "There," Odin muttered, tense. Mimir's voice filled the air once more, this time coming from his own mouth. "Last chance, Borson. Leave." Odin stepped forward, his voice rising with passion. "Surtur comes for us all. You know this. You have seen Ragnarok. Help me stop it." Mimir's face twisted into a sneer. "He comes for Asgard, boy. Good. Let him burn it. Let Ragnarok come. Your father deserves it." Odin's eyes darkened. "How dare you?" A shaft of golden light formed in Mimir's hand and took shape as an ornate spear, regal in design. Odin drew a sharp breath. Gungnir. The spear of Asgard's kings, the very symbol of the throne. Mimir lifted it with ease, eyes gleaming. "A weapon your father does not deserve, and neither do you." Odin stood firm. "Mimir, I ask once more, tell us where to find Muspelheim." Silence stretched for a moment. Then Mimir's gaze shifted to Max. The sneer faded, replaced by confusion, then anger. "Who is your companion, Borson?" His voice was suddenly cold and precise. Odin half-turned. "Grunler. A friend who aids me." "No. No," muttered Mimir, eyes fixed on Max, "what is he?" Odin's mouth curved in a dry smile. "I thought you were the all-knowing one, uncle. Surely you should know." Mimir's voice fell to a growl. "Why can I not see you clearly? What magic hides your essence from me? Who dares mask himself from Mimir, son of Buri?" Max folded his arms. "Guess you're not as all-knowing as people say." Light flared in Mimir's eyes. "Impudent whelp." He turned back to Odin. "I will tell you where Muspelheim lies, but your companion stays here, with me." Max stiffened. "Oh, no," he thought. "No," Odin snapped, stepping in front of Max. The air went still. Mimir's face twitched with fury, then he raised Gungnir. A beam of golden energy burst from the spear and struck Odin squarely in the chest, hurling him across the clearing into a marble column. "Odin!" Max shouted. He leapt skyward, his ring blazing as twin emerald beams shot toward Mimir. The blasts hammered a hastily raised shield of magic. It cracked like glass but held. "Warning," Jade intoned in Max's mind. "Gungnir is amplifying Mimir's power." Noted, Max growled, weaving through another volley that carved a crater in the stone floor. Mimir's voice echoed around him. You are not of this world, not of this realm. I will learn your secrets. A flash of lightning erupted behind Mimir. Bruised but unbroken, Odin surged back into the fight, Mjolnir spinning in his grasp, his face set in grim fury. You want a battle, uncle, he roared. Then have one. Odin charged straight at his uncle, Mjolnir spinning in his grasp and crackling with lightning. Each swing of the enchanted hammer landed like a bolt from the heavens, thunder shaking the marble beneath their feet. Mimir barely moved. He raised Gungnir with effortless grace, matching every strike with chilling precision. With his free hand he conjured illusions that blurred the battlefield, phantom copies weaving through the trees, deflecting Odin's blows and leaving the prince striking at shadows. Odin roared in frustration, his power meeting nothing but smoke and silence. High above, Max circled with his hands glowing bright green. He hurled construct after construct at Mimir, giant emerald boulders, spinning cars flung like sling stones, even a full-sized passenger jet thrown like a spear. Mimir remained calm at the center, Gungnir cutting graceful arcs that shattered each attack. Waves of magic pulsed from his body, unraveling Max's creations in midair. Max struck harder each time, but Mimir adapted, chanting counterspells in the Aesir tongue that disrupted the construct's very structure. The battle dragged on, and the tide turned against them. Max tried everything. He summoned towering fire giant puppets to overwhelm Mimir's senses, yet a single snap of Mimir's fingers dissolved them in a crimson shock wave. On the ground, Odin now fought with desperate speed, trading raw strength for feints. Max supported him from above, throwing up barriers and distractions, but Mimir kept them both dancing to his tune. A shimmer of light sent Odin swinging at a phantom. A flash of red bent one of Max's beams back on itself. Mimir was not only powerful, he was several moves ahead. He pivoted, aimed Gungnir at Odin, and released a surge of golden magic. It slammed into Odin's chest like a battering ram and hurled him through a pillar into the forest's edge. Damn it! Max shouted, dropping lower and charging another blast. Mimir had already turned. A strange glow gathered in his palm, deep red with black edges. He flicked his fingers. The spell flew faster than Max could track. He raised a shield a fraction too late. The crimson burst struck and seeped into his mind rather than his body. Pain flooded every thought. Warning, Jade said in his head. Hostile energy detected. Mental corruption in progress. Initiating countermeasures. Max heard no more. The world twisted, light fractured, and sound echoed backward. Impossible colors swam across his vision. The green glow of his ring flickered out, and he fell like a puppet with cut strings, crashing onto the tiled floor below. Time seemed to pass, although Max could not be sure. Days blended into a comforting monotony. He sat at the kitchen table, sipping coffee while his parents chatted about a vacation. The television murmured in the background, showing a Norse-themed cartoon where two armored Vikings hurled glowing magic at one another. Max froze, spoon halfway to his lips. The characters looked strangely familiar. One even sounded like Grinler. Snap out of it. The whisper echoed in his mind. He jerked, nearly spilling his coffee. His mother looked up at once. Sweetheart, are you all right? Her face blurred for an instant, then cleared, still smiling and kind. Something felt deeply wrong. Mental control breaking, 70%, a familiar woman's voice warned inside his head. Max stared at his hand. His fingers trembled, and a power ring flickered in and out like a faulty bulb. His mother's concern sharpened. Max, you're scaring me. Henry, we should take him to the hospital. His father stood and moved toward him. No, Max whispered, then louder, no, wait. He jumped to his feet, the chair crashed behind him. Hands clenched, he spoke through gritted teeth. This isn't real. They looked stunned. This isn't real. His gaze landed on the magazine again, the one that proclaimed he had found Atlantis. How absurd the logical part of his mind screamed. Atlantis. Max laughed. Atlantis isn't real. The illusion shimmered and cracked. Max laughed looking at his parents. And the most unbelievable part of all this is you two together. Even in my wildest dreams I don't picture that. His ring pulsed, fully visible now. Max gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and clenched it into a fist. This isn't real, he roared. He glanced at his parents, probably the last time he would ever see them, and anger flared. He screamed, and the world shattered like glass. Max drew a ragged breath and bolted upright. He was back in the glade. Pain throbbed through every limb, but his mind was clear. Ahead, chaos raged. Mimir stood at the center, eyes wild, Gungnir lifted high. Twisting roots bound Odin's arms and legs, dragging him toward the ground. Odin struggled but could not break free. The seer leveled the spear for a killing thrust. Green energy flared as Max raised his arm. The ring blazed, and a colossal emerald fist, swirling with raw willpower, formed above him. Mimir, he shouted. The fist slammed into the seer like a falling star, hurling him across the glade. Roots snapped, marble columns splintered, and dust billowed. Mimir skidded to a stop at the clearing's edge. Odin tore himself free as the roots slackened, shattering the last vines with a burst of lightning. He staggered upright, coughing, and flashed Max a bruised grin. "Welcome back," he rasped. Max did not smile. Green light flared around him as he shot across the glade, trailing energy like fire. He slammed down beside Mimir and opened with a furious barrage of emerald-bright punches that shook the ground. Mimir had invaded his mind, twisted memories of the two people Max loved most, and that insult burned hotter than any wound. The seer raised barriers of violet flame and whipped tendrils of magic, barely holding his ground. In the struggle, Gungnir slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the stones between them. The two traded blow for blow. "You could have just answered, and we would have left," Max growled between strikes. "How naive of you to believe that," Mimir shot back, preparing another spell. "But now I know who you are, Elder." He could not finish his words as he stiffened, eyes wide. A golden spear jutted from his chest. Max looked past him and saw Odin gripping Gungnir, blood running down the blade. "You didn't see that coming, did you?" Odin said, yanking the weapon free. Mimir gasped, the magic fading from his hands. He dropped to his knees, scarlet spreading across his robes. "The child of Bor still takes what he does not earn," he whispered, then pitched forward. Max stood frozen. "Fuck." Odin stared at his fallen uncle, breathing hard, unreadable. "Odin," Max called, edging closer. "Odin." "There was no other way," the prince said at last. "Maybe. But what now?" Before Odin could answer, distant horns and war cries rolled through the trees. The Vanir were coming, the ground itself seemed to tremble. "We have to go," Max urged. Odin hesitated, then to Max's horror raised Gungnir again and, with one clean stroke, severed Mimir's head. Max recoiled. "What the fuck, Odin?" Odin lifted the head by its hair. "His head is more valuable than you think." Max swallowed, formed a green box construct, and motioned for Odin to drop the grisly trophy inside. When it shut, he summoned the Emerald Viking ship overhead. They leapt aboard, and with a surge of will the vessel sped skyward, leaving the shattered glade behind as the Vanir warriors poured into the clearing below. Chapter 5, Muspelheim PT. The emerald ship cut through space, gliding silently through the void. Max sat cross-legged near the stern of the craft, eyes fixed on the box he had fashioned, its surface flickering slightly. Inside lay the severed head of Mimir. Even lifeless, it radiated power. A golden aura shimmered faintly around it, the runes on his face occasionally sparking, dim glows pulsing across the closed eyes and silvery beard. Max frowned not in disgust, but in fascination. Meanwhile, at the prow of the ship, Odin stood proudly, a wide grin plastered across his face. He held Gungnir in one hand and Mjolnir in the other, arms stretched out. "Watch this!" Odin shouted, twirling the spear over his head and bringing Mjolnir down in a dramatic arc, conjuring a miniature bolt of lightning that crackled harmlessly in the vacuum of space. Then he tossed Mjolnir upward, spinning it before perfectly catching the hammer again mid-arc as he swept Gungnir aside. Max rolled his eyes at Odin's antics and turned his attention back to the head. "Jade," Max said aloud, "can you scan Mimir's head?" "Affirmative," Jade replied, the ring glowing as she began the scan. A few moments passed in silence, then her voice returned brighter than usual. "Mimir's cranial structure contains an integrated organic memory lattice, effectively a biocomputer capable of storing insurmountable quantities of information. He has preserved vast records, it is." She paused, and if an AI could sound breathless, she did. "Glorious." Max raised an eyebrow. "Glorious, huh? So can you extract all of it?" "Yes," Jade replied, then added a caveat. "If you remain in continuous contact with the head for 234 Earth Standard days, I estimate a 97.6% success rate in full data extraction. Categorization and integration will require an additional period of indeterminate length." Max blinked. 234 days. Correct. Why the hell so long? Because this is not simple data. The neural lattice is unique. Knowledge is encoded in thought logic matrices that must be carefully unraveled and parsed. The amount of information is staggering. There are constructs within constructs, entire memories encoded like ecosystems. Rushing it would risk corruption. Max sighed, leaning back against the railing of the ship. Great. Just great. He glanced over at Odin, who was now practicing spinning both weapons at once, lightning trailing from one hand and golden arcs from the other. "Okay, Odin," Max called. "What now?" Odin stopped, both weapons humming in his hands, and looked back over his shoulder. Grunler, he said, his voice calm but resolute, there is no other way. We return to the path I was on before you arrived, the old gateways, the hidden roads between realms. If we're fortunate, one will carry us to Muspelheim. Max shook his head and sighed, his gaze flicking between the box that held Mimir's severed head and the Asgardian prince still twirling Gungnir like a child with a new toy. Then he looked Odin squarely in the eyes. Are you going to get in trouble for this? Odin blinked, caught off guard. Trouble, he repeated, forcing a laugh. Why would I? Mimir was an enemy of Asgard. He defied my father, stole Gungnir, and went into hiding like a coward. I did what my father could not, he would reward me. But Max heard the slight break in his voice, the usual confidence was missing. Max folded his arms. If your father really wanted to find him, why did he stop? Bor knew where Mimir was, just as you did. Why didn't he come here and take the spear himself? He paused. There had to be a reason, Odin. Why didn't he do it? Odin's bravado faltered. His grip on Gungnir slackened. I do not know, he admitted quietly, brow furrowing. Max's eyes narrowed in thought. Then something clicked. His head snapped up. The portals. Odin blinked. What? The portals, Odin, Max said, turning toward the prow of the ship. The ones the fire giants used to invade Vanaheim, the ones created with the space stone. They have a specific energy signature. Maybe we can track it back to the source. Odin's eyes lit with cautious hope. Is that possible? Max looked down at his ring. Jade, he said, do you have a record of the portals the fire giants used in Vanaheim? Yes, Jade answered instantly. The portals left behind residual quantum lattice distortions that can be triangulated based on collapse decay. Max nodded. Can you track those distortions, locate where the portals were opened from? Beginning calculation. Max and Odin waited in silence until Jade spoke again. Complete, she announced. I have located the origin point of the portals. Route plotted. Odin's eyes lit up, and he let out a triumphant laugh. Aha. Your oracle is truly a wonder, Grunler. Max gave a faint smile, then narrowed his eyes. All right, let's move. He stepped to the ship's edge, raised his hand, and poured will into the construct. Green light flared across the sails as the ship accelerated. His irises shimmered emerald as he tuned the trajectory to the coordinates Jade had provided. Odin threw his arms wide as the stars blurred. Surtur, he shouted into the cosmos, lightning crackling from Mjolnir's head. We are coming for you. Max willed the ship to a halt, the emerald construct slowing smoothly as the planet loomed into view before them. Muspelheim. Even from orbit, it was terrifying. The world churned with fire, its surface cracked and broken, rivers of molten rock snaking across jagged continents like glowing veins. Great plumes of flame erupted miles into the sky, scorching the very firmament. The planet pulsed like a living furnace, wrapped in an eternal inferno. Max stared, jaw tight. Odin stepped forward beside him, eyes alight with a fire of his own. Raising Mjolnir in one hand and Gungnir in the other, he bellowed into the void, we have arrived. Surtur, your time has come. Lightning crackled from the hammer, golden arcs danced along the spear. Max lifted his ring and concentrated, scanning the surface. Emerald lines and runes spread before his eyes, triangulating the energy signature that matched the space stone. There, Max said, pointing. See that? Even from orbit it was visible, a towering, jagged mountain, black as obsidian and taller than anything Max had ever seen. Fire poured from its peaks like a burning crown. That's where he is the source of the space stone's energy. Odin squinted, then nodded grimly. Expect heavy resistance, Grunler fire giants, beasts of molten stone, cursed ones, it will be a battle unlike any before. Max exhaled. So we're just going to drop in? No plan. No. I do have a plan, Odin interrupted, grinning wide. Max raised an eyebrow. Which is? Odin leapt from the ship, spinning Mjolnir as lightning coiled around him. Attack, he shouted. Surtur. Odin Borson, Prince of Asgard, comes for your head. And just like that, he was gone diving toward the burning world below, a streak of gold and thunder. Max groaned. Of course. He reached into the construct box and secured Mimir's head to a belt he formed. Then he closed his eyes and inhaled, the ring pulsed. With a thought, armor began to form around his body, green light hardening into interlocking plates that wrapped his limbs, chest, and shoulders. A solid helmet encased his head with a sharp, angular visor. The design was a familiar one, the Spartan armor from Halo but forged from the emerald power of will. Construct integrity stable, Jade reported. Your constructs are becoming more durable and more refined. Max took one last look at the planet below, drew a steady breath then jumped. The emerald ship dissolved behind him as he plunged into the inferno, heat licking at his will-forged armor. Curtains of flame rippled across the sky, and thick clouds of ash glowed a sullen orange on the horizon. He hit Muspelheim's atmosphere like a comet, an emerald trail blazing in his wake. Air became fire in the planet's searing heat. Far below, a vast army of fire giants waited. Not far off, Odin descended like a meteor, cape flaring, Mjolnir and Gungnir held high. Then, impact. Odin struck first. Mjolnir slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, lightning-charged shockwaves hurling fire giants like rag dolls and gouging a massive crater in the scorched earth. Max didn't hesitate. Mid-descent, ports opened in the shoulders, forearms, and thighs of his armor. "Let's light it up," he growled. Hundreds of emerald missiles streaked outward, tearing through the sky and exploding among the fire giant ranks. The ground shook under the barrage, molten creatures were ripped apart by sheer willpower. A storm of destruction raged. Max landed beside Odin in a swirl of smoke and dust, green armor gleaming. The cracked earth groaned beneath his boots as he stood back to back with the Prince of Asgard. "All right, fire freaks," Max shouted, "constructs at the ready. Come and get us." Inside his mind, new shapes formed: blades, barriers, artillery, traps, drones, each waiting to be willed into existence. He braced for the charge. None came. Instead, the fire giants hesitated, then broke. Weapons clattered to the ground as they fled toward the burning mountains, bellowing in guttural panic. Max blinked. "Wait, what?" Odin spun, baffled. "Where are you going?" "We're here." "Don't run, cowards." Max raised an eyebrow behind his visor. Maybe our combined power was so terrifying it shattered their spirit. Odin paused, then threw back his head and laughed. "Aha. You are right, Grunler. Tremble before us, fire giant scum." Max allowed himself a small smile and pointed toward the looming structure ahead, a towering citadel of flame carved from the mountain's blackened rock. "Let's see what's waiting for us in there." Max and Odin flew toward the monstrous structure. Calling it a castle felt like an insult. It was colossal, carved from the heart of the mountain itself and shaped by fire. Towers of blackened stone spewed flame into the sky, and jagged spires reached toward the heavens. Odin didn't hesitate as they neared. With a roar, he raised Mjolnir and slammed it into the front wall, shattering volcanic rock like brittle glass. The blast echoed across the mountains as rubble exploded outward. Crackling with lightning, he stepped through the smoking hole. Max followed close behind, green glow pulsing across his armored form. "There must be more inside," Odin muttered, voice low. "Prepare for battle, my friend." They advanced side by side through vast corridors lit by rivers of lava running through channels in the stone floor. Runes pulsed along the walls in deep crimson, casting eerie shadows. But there were no guards. No fire giants. No beasts. Only silence. Max's ring buzzed faintly, scanning for threats. "I feel like we're walking into a trap, Odin." Odin narrowed his eyes. "Yes. I think so as well." Still, they moved forward cautious, weapons ready. The path twisted upward into a wide, spiraling staircase, leading to a grand corridor of black stone and flame-lit arches. At its end stood a massive door at least 50 feet tall, carved with ancient symbols glowing faintly with heat. Odin didn't wait. He crossed Gungnir and Mjolnir, then slammed them into the door with thunderous force. The metal creaked and snapped off its hinges, crashing inward like a collapsing mountain. And then, they saw him. Surtur. He lounged upon a towering throne of obsidian and flame, his immense form leaning slightly, like a king grown tired of waiting. Armor forged from molten metal glowed within like smoldering coals. His face was a mask of living embers, eyes blazing like suns, and a beard of pure fire flowed down his chest. Atop his horned brow sat a blackened crown, its center pulsing with a bright, unmistakable blue light. Max's heart leapt. The space stone. Odin raised his weapons, stepping forward slowly, eyes locked on the fire god. Max said nothing. He simply willed two weapons into existence, twin rifles mounted over each shoulder, aimed and tracking. They advanced in unison, slow and wary, each step echoing through the silent throne room. The only sound was the low, deep rumble of Surtur's breathing. "The space stone," Max muttered, eyes fixed on the glowing blue gem set in the crown atop Surtur's fiery head. "Do you see it?" "I see it," Odin replied grimly, advancing with Mjolnir and Gungnir humming in his hands. From his throne of flame, Surtur let out a low, rumbling laugh. "Welcome, Prince of Asgard. I have been expecting you." Odin did not hesitate. "Surtur, I Odin Borson have come to end your schemes. You will not bring forth Ragnarok." Surtur's laugh swelled, echoing through the molten chamber. "Ragnarok is inevitable, son of Bor, and you know it." His ember-bright eyes shifted to Max. "But this is interesting. You arrive with an elder." Max narrowed his eyes. "What?" Intrigue flickered in the flames of Surtur's beard. Tell me, Elder, what bargain did the Prince of Asgard strike with you? Odin shot Max a puzzled look. What is he talking about? I have no idea, Max answered, shaking his head. Surtur's amusement cooled into irritation. Do not mock me. I know what you are, but it matters little. I have grown far stronger than you, and stronger than your so-called brothers, since last we met. Max was simply growing more confused by Surtur's words, brothers. What was he on about? Surtur rose from his throne. Heat surged violently, flames coiling at his feet. Standing, he eclipsed even the colossal doorway behind them. Fire gathered in his right hand, solidifying into a massive blade. The air screamed around it. Odin's face paled. The twilight sword, he whispered. Indeed, Borson, Surtur said, grinning. The very blade your ancestor Tawaz stole from me now reclaimed. He raised it high, and the space stone pulsed bright, electric blue. Space folded. Odin and Max were yanked forward through a sudden rift. Before they could react, Surtur caught them in molten fists and slammed them into the floor. The stone cracked beneath the impact. Max groaned, pain lancing through his spine, his armor sizzling where it touched the scorching surface. Surtur loomed above, laughing. I want a proper fight, he rumbled. And you two will help me test my limits. Max, flat on his back, grimaced as he tried to breathe. Yeah, he croaked, this is gonna suck. There will be references to Max being older than he appears in some future chapters, including this one, take that as you will. Chapter 6, Muspelheim PT. Odin grabbed Max by the arm and hauled him to his feet, his grip firm. The heat in the throne room was unbearable now, the very air rippled with it. Surtur approached, his massive footsteps sending tremors through the black stone floor, each step punctuated by the deep, rumbling echo of his laughter. Grunler, Odin said quickly, turning to Max with both weapons drawn, take flight. Strike him from above, I will meet him head-on. Max nodded, wincing as his armor reformed in a flash of green light, sealing the cracks and burns from Surtur's previous strike. The halo-like plating clicked into place sleeker now, reinforced by his sheer will. Above them, Surtur let out a deafening roar. The twilight sword ignited fully, engulfed in wild, golden flames, its blade wreathed in the pure essence of the eternal fire. The air around it shimmered, warping with power. Damn it all, Odin muttered under his breath, eyes wide. Surtur raised the sword high, then brought it down on the black stone of the throne room. The impact was like a volcanic eruption. The entire fortress shook, stone cracked, and flame spilled through the seams of the floor. A wave of fire exploded outward, sending ash and molten debris flying. High above, Jade's voice rang in Max's ears. Warning, do not engage at close range. Surtur's current thermal output exceeds 5,000 Kelvin. Max's eyes narrowed behind his visor. Copy that. Below, Odin roared and charged, spinning Mjolnir with one hand and wielding Gungnir with the other. For Asgard. He met Surtur head-on, swinging Gungnir to intercept the sword. The spear struck with a crack of divine metal, parrying the molten blade just enough to avoid being cleaved in half. Odin followed with a blast of lightning from Mjolnir that struck Surtur square in the chest. Surtur barely staggered. The fire giant retaliated with an earth-shaking swing, forcing Odin onto the defensive. He retreated with heavy steps as sparks and flame burst from every clash. He fought ferociously like the warrior he was born to be, but Surtur's sheer strength was monstrous, each strike threatening to crush him outright. Above, Max began his assault. Missile ports opened along his shoulders and back, constructs locked on and launched. Dozens of glowing green projectiles screamed down from the sky, slamming into Surtur in rapid succession. The explosions hammered the dark fortress like fireworks. Surtur only growled in annoyance, his molten eyes turning upward. With a single swing of the twilight sword, he swatted Odin aside like a toy. The Asgardian prince crashed into a pillar and slumped to the ground with a pained grunt. Surtur turned his smoldering gaze toward Max. Come here, Elder, he rumbled. The space stone on his crown flared bright blue. Suddenly, space warped. Max's body jerked violently. He tried to resist, pouring will into his ring, but the pull was too strong, too fast. Gravity and space bent inward, and he was yanked from the air, spiraling helplessly into Surtur's massive, waiting hand. Surtur caught him like a child snatching a toy. Max screamed as the heat hit him. The armor construct around him began to sizzle, bubble, and melt, panels of emerald light peeled away like wax, evaporating in the inferno of Surtur's grip. He raised an arm and tried to fire a point-blank blast, but it fizzled as Surtur's magic overwhelmed the construct. The fire god laughed, a deep, terrible sound. This, he mocked, holding Max close to his ember-lit face. This is the power of a mighty elder of the universe. I have heard your kind are immortal. Let's test that, shall we? Max couldn't answer. He couldn't even hear him, the pain was too much. A thunderous crack echoed through the throne room as Mjolnir streaked through the smoke, slamming into the side of Surtur's face. The fire god stumbled back with a guttural snarl, embers and molten sparks flying as he clutched his flaming jaw. Before he could recover, Gungnir shot forward, striking him square in the chest and knocking him back another step. Max collapsed to the ground, gasping and scorched but alive. His skin ached, his armor was cracked and dim, yet his will was unbroken. Above him, Odin was a blur of fury, repeatedly hurling both Mjolnir and Gungnir in flawless rhythm. Each time one returned, he launched it again. But Surtur quickly adapted. With a grunt, he raised the twilight sword and slashed, a wide, flaming arc through the air. The blade intercepted both weapons mid-flight, sending them spinning off course to crash in two different parts of the throne room. Surtur roared, his body pulsing as he lifted the twilight sword high and channeled the eternal flame through it. The blade ignited with searing power, then swept downward, hurling a massive crescent of molten fire and raw force directly at Odin. Max, still coughing and barely standing, saw it coming. He pushed off the ground, ring flared. In one desperate motion, he raised both hands and cast a vast green barrier, a translucent dome that wrapped around Odin just as the flaming crescent struck. The impact rocked the entire hall. The dome cracked, rippled, and hissed under the weight of the flame, but it held. Max dropped to one knee, panting. Still, here. He gritted his teeth and summoned his strength, pushing past the pain. From behind them, 10 towering fire giant constructs emerged, green-tinted doppelgangers of Surtur's own kin, each one massive and armed with emerald axes and hammers. They swarmed around Surtur's legs and back, climbing, hacking, and dragging at his limbs. At the same time, Max formed drill constructs, immense, spiraling tools aimed at the pressure points in Surtur's body, shoulders, hip joints, knees. They spun violently, boring into him and trying to pierce his molten armor. Surtur stumbled, roaring in rage and swatting at the constructs. The space stone on his crown flashed, and in bursts of blue light he blinked, phasing between positions in rapid succession to evade and counterattack. "Are you all right?" Odin asked. Max pushed himself upright. "I'm fine, but what the hell are we going to do against this monster?" "We're just annoying him right now," he added, watching Surtur crush another construct with a single step. Odin's eyes narrowed. "Then we take the space stone from him, strip him of his advantage." Max nodded. "Exactly what I was thinking. Take it and use it against him." Odin raised Mjolnir. "We bring him low. We take the stone." He met Max's gaze, fierce and resolute. "We fight together." Max's armor flared back to life with a green glow. "Let's do it." Surtur, having finished tearing through the last construct, turned to face them, his blade burning brighter than ever, the space stone pulsing on his crown. Max and Odin moved as one. Their strikes came from every direction, synchronized and relentless. Odin unleashed blow after blow, wielding Mjolnir and Gungnir in perfect rhythm, lightning crashing with each impact. Surtur swung the twilight sword in wide, flaming arcs, blocking and parrying with brute force, yet he was being pushed, cornered for the first time. Hovering above, Max's ring hummed. He fired concentrated energy blasts, forcing Surtur to shift and guard low. Then, with a surge of green light, Max summoned a colossal construct fist 20 feet across, glowing like molten jade, and drove it into Surtur's chest. The fire god stumbled, flames bursting from his mouth as he lost his footing. Max didn't let up. He conjured a crackling tether, a chain of thick emerald links that lashed forward and wrapped around the base of Surtur's crown. The tether snapped tight, yanking toward the space stone embedded at its center. Below, Odin saw the opening and unleashed a vicious combination. Mjolnir arced through the air to hammer Surtur's temple, followed immediately by Gungnir, the spear launching straight at his head and forcing him to guard high. "Now, Grunler!" Odin roared. "The stone, take it." Max narrowed his eyes, pulling hard on the tether and streaking toward Surtur's crown, but Surtur's flames erupted outward. He roared, a sound that shook the ground, and the space stone flared blindingly bright. "Let's take a walk," Surtur growled. In a flash of searing blue light, he seized both Max and Odin, and space folded in on itself. When the flash of blue and the sensation of falling vanished, Max realized that Surtur had dragged him and Odin into another world. They slammed into it, Max striking the roof of a towering skyscraper. As he regained his bearings, he saw an endless alien megacity stretching in every direction, spiraling towers lit by neon, anti-gravity highways crisscrossing the sky, translucent spires piercing the clouds. Sleek airships zipped past like silver insects. Surtur crashed through one of the tallest buildings, laughing wildly. Glass exploded, debris rained, and flames rolled from his body, setting everything ablaze with his mere presence. "No!" Max roared, conjuring a vast, interlocking web of emerald barriers to shield civilians and arrest falling rubble. Shrapnel ricocheted harmlessly from the constructs, but he was too late. Thousands had already died in their catastrophic arrival. Screams echoed terrified, alien cries in an unfamiliar tongue. Green-skinned citizens fled as the skyline burned behind them. Odin hurled Mjolnir through another skyscraper, the hammer threaded between floating transit lanes and burst out the far side, smashing into Surtur's jaw and sending the giant spinning. Max followed with a barrage of missiles that blossomed in emerald fire across Surtur's chest. The fire god only laughed harder. The space stone pulsed again, and he vanished, dragging them once more into the void. The cold hit first. They landed in a frozen wasteland, jagged ice peaks beneath a blood-red sky. Snow whipped around them, wind shrieking through shattered glaciers, yet the chill lasted only moments. Surtur's presence melted the very ground. Ice hissed and cracked, steam billowing as frozen lakes boiled. Before Max or Odin could react, the stone flashed again and space folded once more. They tumbled through a vortex of light, Max, Odin, and Surtur locked in chaotic freefall. The blue glow finally dimmed as they broke through the clouds of a new world. Max blinked, stunned. Below stretched a realm of breathtaking beauty, lush emerald forests, crystalline rivers threading through trees that shimmered like glass, and structures of living light floating in graceful arcs above the canopy. By the Norns, Odin muttered, eyes wide. Alfheim. Surtur burst into raucous laughter, his molten form blazing brighter as they descended. He raised the twilight sword high and slashed downward, unleashing a colossal crescent of flame and raw force. Max reacted instantly. While surging, he threw up a massive green barrier in front of himself and Odin. The fiery arc slammed into the shield, slowed for a heartbeat, then hurled them backward through the air and crashed into the forest below. The explosion was catastrophic. The blast tore through the verdant forest, incinerating entire groves of glowing trees. Buildings of light shattered into beams and ribbons, collapsing to the earth like falling stars. Odin's eyes blazed with fury. "You will pay for that," he bellowed. He hurled Mjolnir, a lightning-charged hammerhead colliding with Surtur midair, throwing sparks and molten fragments as the fire god roared. Surtur slammed into the ground, the impact rippling through the forest. Trees splintered and fell while a fresh burst of flame rolled out from his body, torching everything nearby. Max and Odin dove after him, attacking in perfect sync. Max unleashed focused blasts of willpower and conjured spinning saw-blade constructs to assault Surtur's limbs. Odin struck high, Mjolnir and Gungnir flying in deadly rhythm. For a moment it seemed they were gaining the upper hand. But Surtur's strength had not waned. With a brutal overhead swing, he brought the twilight sword crashing onto Odin, hurling the prince through a glowing archway that detonated in a burst of radiant shards. Snarling, Surtur pivoted and blasted Max with a torrent of flame and force. Max raised a shield, but too late the blast shredded the construct and seared the armor beneath. He cried out, spiraling through the air. "Shield integrity compromised," Jade warned, her voice sharp. "Initiating emergency healing, brace for override. Prioritizing limb function." Before Max could answer, the space stone flared again. A blinding flash of blue swallowed him whole, and the world twisted once more. When Max opened his eyes, he was lying on soft grass, the cool dampness clinging to his back. Cold. That was the first thing he felt, a pleasant, crisp cold. The air was fresh and clean, tinged with the scent of pine, damp earth, and distant smoke. He sat up slowly, groaning as pain lanced through his arm. Glancing down, he saw the spot where Surtur had burned him, the flesh still throbbed, red and angry beneath the cracked remains of his armor. Then he noticed them. A dozen humans stood in a wide circle around him, primitive folk dressed in furs and leathers, their faces painted with streaks of ochre and charcoal. Their hair was tightly braided, their eyes were wide and wary. Spears and stone axes trembled in calloused hands, though none of them stepped forward. Max pushed himself to his feet, and the circle widened. Murmurs rippled low and anxious in a language he didn't understand. Instinctively he looked up, and his breath caught. The moon. It hovered low in the sky, pale and massive against the deepening dusk. His heart pounded. No way. Realization jolted through him. Earth. He was back on Earth. He scanned his surroundings more carefully. A wide, calm fjord stretched to his right, its surface glinting silver in the moonlight. Mountains rose in jagged silhouettes along the horizon, dense forests hugging their slopes and valleys. Northern Europe. He muttered. One of the elders, taller than the rest and wrapped in a fur-lined cloak, took a cautious step forward and spoke in the same unfamiliar tongue. Jade translated calmly in his ear. He asks, "Are you a god?" Max opened his mouth, unsure how to reply. Boom. The sky behind him exploded with light. He spun around, eyes widening. A colossal silhouette loomed in the darkening heavens, Surtur, blazing like a walking inferno, molten body towering over the land. Rivers of flame cascaded from his form like molten waterfalls. And streaking toward him like a comet. Odin. Lightning arced across the sky as Mjolnir crashed into Surtur's chest, splitting the clouds with a blinding flash. Thunder rolled after, beating the earth like a war drum. Fire and lightning clashed overhead, painting the twilight in searing orange and brilliant white. The two titans tore through the heavens above Earth. The villagers screamed and fled, panic surging as they pointed to the warring gods. Max's expression hardened. He raised his hand, and a dome of shimmering emerald light expanded around the people. "You will be safe in there," he said. Then he turned, powered up his ring, and launched into the sky, a green streak trailing behind him toward Odin, toward Surtur. Max shot through the cold evening air like a jade comet, slicing the clouds with speed born of pain, rage, and resolve. Ahead of him the battle burned like a second sun, Odin and Surtur clashing in midair, lightning and fire ripping the heavens apart. "Surtur!" Max roared, his voice echoing across fjord and forest. He summoned everything, every ounce of will he possessed, and the ring answered. Emerald light erupted from his body, rippling outward in jagged waves of pure energy. Armor assembled around him, shoulder plates locked into place with metallic finality, followed by glowing, angular gauntlets and a towering chest plate. The iconic V-fin helmet materialized last, snapping over his head in a flare of green fire. Within seconds he sat at the heart of a 30-foot construct, the RX-78-2 Gundam, forged of will. Encased in the mech's frame, Max angled upward, straight for Surtur. The fire giant barely had time to react before the Gundam's massive fist crashed into his chest, hurling him from the sky like a meteor. Surtur struck the ground hard, carving a trench through the earth and flattening trees in his wake. Max did not relent. He dove, landing with a titanic crash that sent shockwaves racing across the fjord. The Gundam's foot slammed into Surtur's side, flipping the fire god onto his back. "Get up," Max growled, hauling the giant to his feet by the shoulder. Before Surtur could fully rise, Max hammered him with blows that echoed like thunder, driving him backward, deeper into a nearby mountain. Rock shattered, peaks collapsed. Surtur roared and raised a hand. With a burst of flame the twilight sword snapped into his grasp, and he swung it in a wide arc, fire trailing from the blade. Max reacted instantly, willing a green sword into the Gundam's hand. The weapons met with an explosive shockwave that flattened trees for miles. Surtur's strength was monstrous, each strike shattered Max's blade, yet every time it broke, Max conjured another. Will met flame again and again. Mountains crumbled beneath their duel, ridges splitting under the titanic force. Above them Odin spotted his chance. He hurtled downward, lightning streaming in his wake, and arrowed toward Surtur's flaming crown. Mjolnir spun in his hand, and with a war cry he smashed it into the glowing space stone. Surtur screamed as a surge of blue energy erupted from the gem, the stone tore free from his brow in a violent pulse. A shockwave of space-warping force rippled across the battlefield, engulfing Odin, Max, and Surtur. They were swallowed by the light, by the pulsing brilliance of the space stone. The world folded around them. In an instant the fjord, the mountains, and Earth itself vanished. Max blinked, the searing blue glare of the space stone fading from his vision as reality snapped back into focus. They were in Muspelheim again, back in the throne room, or what remained of it. The once mighty fortress was a ruin, columns shattered, molten stone pooled across the cracked obsidian floor, and the sky glared through gaping holes in what was left of the ceiling. The very realm seemed ready to tear itself apart. Max still occupied the glowing green frame of his Gundam construct, though half of it was falling to pieces. Across the chamber Surtur raged in a crater of his own making, bellowing into the smoke-choked air. "You dare steal from me?" His crown was gone. No glowing blue gem remained. The space stone had been taken. Max saw his chance. Clenching his jaw, he forced the battered mech upright. "Time to end this," he muttered. He patched the suit as best he could, then broke into a sprint, the floor cracking beneath the Gundam's massive feet. Missile ports snapped open along its shoulders, unleashing a full salvo. Emerald warheads streaked across the hall and hammered into Surtur with thunderous force. As smoke and flame swallowed the giant, Max conjured a fresh energy sword in the Gundam's right hand and raised it for the killing blow. Surtur stepped through the smoke unfazed. He lunged faster than anything so huge should move and slammed a fist into the mech's torso, denting the armor inward. Boom. Another punch. Boom. And another. Boom. Each strike tore pieces from the construct arms, shoulder plates, chunks of hull shattering what remained of the throne room. Pillars collapsed, walls splintered, the sky yawned wider overhead. Max tried to counter, but he couldn't land a single hit. Surtur's fury was inexhaustible. With a final roar the giant raised his hand, summoning the twilight sword in a burst of flame. The molten blade burned longer and brighter than ever. In one brutal motion he drove it through the Gundam's chest. Max screamed. Rah! The construct shuddered, then disintegrated in a storm of green sparks. He fell, the sword having pierced both armor and flesh. Agony lit every nerve, his body refused to respond. "Warning," Jade whispered in his ear. "Multiple internal injuries detected. Initiating stabilization protocols." Max hit the obsidian floor hard, coughing violently, blood splattering across his forearm. Through the haze he heard it. Grunler. Odin's voice panicked, furious. Max turned his head just enough to see the Asgardian prince soaring into view, a trail of lightning behind him, Mjolnir crackling in one hand and Gungnir glowing in the other. Odin slammed into Surtur, first Mjolnir to the jaw, then Gungnir to the chest, knocking the fire giant backward in a massive eruption of lightning and golden light. Max watched the clash through blurry eyes, the world dimming and brightening by the second. He coughed more blood. His limbs felt heavy, cold. "Fuck," he muttered, trying to push himself up on shaking arms. His body screamed in protest. He collapsed again, knees striking broken stone with a dull crack. Every breath razored his ribs, his fingers clawed at the ground, his legs refused to obey. The ring's glow flickered, pulsing irregularly. Through the blur he saw Odin hurled across the throne room like a rag doll, slamming into a broken pillar and crumpling to the floor. Surtur, blazing with unrestrained fury, stormed toward him. "You ruined everything," the giant bellowed, voice like cracking stone. "Where is it, Aesir? Where is the stone?" Odin tried to rise, bringing Mjolnir to bear, but he was too slow. Surtur loomed over him, raising the twilight sword for the killing blow. Max's fingers dug into the ground. Blood poured from his mouth. One eye was swollen shut, his chest rose in short, painful gasps. He glanced at the ring on his finger, flickering, weak, but still alive. He closed his good eye and breathed the only words that came to him. "In brightest day," he whispered. The ring sparked. In blackest night, he forced out through blood-slick lips. Its glow intensified. "No evil shall escape my sight." His whole body trembled, his legs fought to rise. A faint green aura returned, building, surging from the core of his will. "Let those who worship evil's might." Max growled, louder now, standing slowly, shakily. Light surrounded him again, raw and bright. His ring ignited with new life, and in his hands a sword began to form, long, broad, two-handed, forged of emerald fire, mirroring the twilight sword's shape, but pulsing with pure, defiant will. "Beware my power," he roared, sprinting forward, pain forgotten. Green lantern's light. He streaked across the ruined throne room in a blaze of green. Surtur turned just in time to see Max swing. Slash. The emerald blade sheared through Surtur's wrist. The twilight sword tumbled from his severed hand, skidding across the rubble. Surtur howled, molten blood spraying as he staggered back, clutching the blazing stump. "Die, bitch," Max rasped, and collapsed. His body hit the stone hard, motionless, while the last flickers of green light swirled above him and faded into the smoky air. Max lay on the shattered floor, body unresponsive, blood pooling beneath him. His eyes fluttered open and closed, the world a blur of smoke, fire, and fading green light. Through the haze he saw Odin. The Prince of Asgard stood tall once more, bloodied and burned, but unbroken. In one hand he raised Mjolnir to the sky, in the other he gripped Gungnir, knuckles white. With a cry that split the air, Odin drove the spear into Surtur's chest, lightning trailing behind it like the wrath of the heavens. The impact sent shockwaves through the stone, thunder rolling across Muspelheim like a war drum. As Surtur reeled, howling in rage and disbelief, Mjolnir returned, a crackling comet that smashed into the fire giant's skull with the force of a dying star. Crack. A sound like the snapping of the world. Surtur's molten body shuddered, spasmed. Then, light. Blinding, radiant light burst from within him, leaking from his eyes, mouth, and joints, gushing flame and brilliance in every direction. He gave one final roar, and shattered. Fragments of fire and molten armor rained down across the ruined throne room. Max blinked slowly, a small smile forming on his lips. Moments later Odin's face hovered above him, scratched and smeared with ash but smiling. "We did it, Grinler," he said, voice hoarse yet proud. "We did it." Max tried to speak, but only a soft exhale escaped, barely a breath. Vision blurring, he saw blue light kindle in Odin's hands, the space stone pulsing between his palms. "Stay with me, my battle brother," Odin said gently. "Asgard awaits. You will be well in no time." Max looked up at him and, despite everything, the pain, the exhaustion, smiled. He had fought beside gods. He had lived. With a final exhale, Max let go. Jade's voice whispered that he would be fine. The green light of the ring faded, and darkness claimed him. Next Asgard. Chapter 7, Asgard. Max drifted in a vast, endless void, weightless, thoughtless, formless. There was no sound, no sensation, only darkness, a deep black ocean of nothing that stretched forever in every direction. Yet within that black, he shone. He looked down at his hands, if he could even call them that. They were translucent green, glowing softly. He raised them slowly, fascinated. His entire form was green light, willpower shaped into the silhouette of a man. It took him a while to realize that he was not alone. In the distance, scattered across the void, were other lights. Some were dim, barely flickering, others blazed like miniature suns, yellow, red, blue, indigo, violet, orange. Each hue pulsed like a distant, sleeping giant dreaming across the cosmos. He stared at the yellow for a while as a low hum began to rise in his ear. Then everything turned blindingly bright. Max gasped. Air filled his lungs like fire. His eyes flew open. He was lying in a bed. Soft. Luxurious. Warm silk scented faintly of cedar and herbs cradled his body. Golden light spilled through a wide arched window, painting the dim room in amber. Smooth stone walls, carved with flowing knotwork and symbols reminiscent of Norse runes surrounded him. Furs and metalwork gleamed with a strange, elegant austerity. It looked like Old Norse architecture but not entirely. Some things felt alien. Sleek metal frames held scrolls of light. Max sat up, breathing hard. Everything came rushing back, the dig site, the avalanche, waking up in space, the ring, meeting Odin, the quest to slay Surtur. Then he remembered what Surtur had done, how the twilight sword had run him through. His hand flew to his chest, expecting pain, expecting blood. Nothing, just smooth, healed skin beneath a simple tunic. No scar. No trace of the blade that had pierced him. Fuck. I'm alive. He smiled wide, almost in disbelief. To his right, the power ring still gleamed on his finger, faintly pulsing. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, stood, and walked to the arched window, then froze. The view stole his breath. Stretching before him lay a vast city. Towering halls with steep, peaked rooftops dotted the landscape, their stone and timber etched with knotwork that shimmered in the morning light. The architecture mirrored the room he stood in, distinctly Norse, yet laced with something otherworldly. Curved spires of glowing crystal jutted from rooftops. Floating lanterns drifted along invisible paths between buildings. Runes pulsed like circuitry along archways and doorframes. Past these buildings, in the distance, a mountain range ringed the horizon like the spine of a sleeping god. To his left sprawled a broad body of water, its surface flowing toward what looked like a colossal waterfall that vanished into mist. Asgard, he realized. He was in Asgard. Odin must have brought him here. He had been fascinated by the planetoid ever since he first saw it in the movies. It wasn't even a planet, more like a colossal floating rock in space, the sort of place flat earthers would love to visit, he thought with amusement. He hadn't recognized the realm at first. In his mind Asgard was a city of gleaming gold. But this was ages in the past, and he recalled that it was Odin who would one day remake the land of the Aesir. "Ah, you're awake," he heard a woman say. Max turned sharply at the voice. Standing in the doorway was a striking woman with long red hair braided to one side. She wore a flowing blue garment that shimmered with every movement, the fabric rippling like water. Over one side of her chest, polished metal armor fit snugly, engraved with runes that glowed faintly. She turned her head. "Go. Tell the prince his friend is awake," she called over her shoulder. Footsteps retreated down the corridor. The woman stepped closer with graceful poise, her expression unreadable but intent. "Sit," she said, guiding Max back to the edge of the bed with surprising strength. Max winced but obeyed. "Who are you?" "I saved your life," she answered simply. Before he could respond, Jade's voice chimed from the ring, the first time it had spoken since the battle. "She's telling the truth. This is Air. Without her efforts, you would have died." Air arched an eyebrow and pulled a strange scanning tool from her belt. "Ah, the Oracle speaks again," she murmured, waving the device over Max's chest. Runes lit up along its surface. "You broke 2 of our soul forges and shattered 5 channeling crystals." She muttered under her breath, frowning at the readings. "And you melted 2 rare instruments." Max blinked. "Sorry." Jade replied dryly, "I warned them not to touch the ring, yet they still tried to remove it." Air sighed. "Well, some fault does lie with us." She offered Max a half-smile and continued her examination. "So? Odin?" Max asked. "Is he all right?" Air set the instrument aside. "The prince was not as badly injured as you, he has already recovered." Her voice lowered. "I can't believe you survived killing Surtur, of all beings. You've both saved us from Ragnarok, or so everyone says." Before Max could respond, the door slammed open. "Grunler." Odin's voice thundered through the chamber. He strode in, cloak billowing, a massive grin on his face. In 3 long steps he reached the bed and swept Max into a bear hug, lifting him clear off the mattress. "Finally." Odin boomed with laughter. "You've finished your maiden sleep." Behind him, Max heard Air let out a quiet laugh and shake her head. "Come, my battle brother," Odin said, clapping Max on the back with a laugh that echoed down the hall. "Let me show you the glory of Asgard." Max grinned, still a bit sore, but steady on his feet. "Lead the way, my friend." As they headed for the door, Air called after them. "No more fights, the pair of you." Odin barked a laugh while pushing the door open. "Air, sometimes I think you forget you're an Asgardian." They wound through several corridors until Odin led Max outside. Turning back, Max took in the building they'd just left, a massive, long hall of dark wood and iron-bound roof, its intricately carved beams and towering pillars glittering in the sunlight, the largest structure in sight. Then he looked forward and froze. They stood on a high terrace overlooking a vast city built into craggy cliffs and green valleys. Max whistled. Okay, yeah, this is way better than Vanaheim. Odin flashed a smug grin. I told you my uncle's realm was nothing compared to Asgard. There's no place like it. Max nodded, still stunned. How does this place even exist? It doesn't look like a normal planet. He pointed toward the distant shoreline. Water is literally falling off the edge. Odin smiled as he lifted off with Mjolnir, and Max followed, emerald light trailing in his wake. From high above, the realm's true shape revealed itself, a mostly mountainous disk, rimmed by towns and villages, ringed by an ocean that spilled in glittering cataracts straight into the void. Like I said, my friend, nothing like it in the universe, Odin called, beginning the tale of Asgard's birth. Our ancestors carved this realm from the corpse of Ymir, the great primordial giant. They found his lifeless, headless body adrift in the void and shaped it into a world worthy of our kind. Asgard was born, hewn from his bones and blood. Max blinked. Well, they did a great job. Let's put a pin in that, I want the full story later. For now, what happened after we killed Surtur? Odin said as they descended toward the city. They landed in a broad street, and nearby Asgardians erupted in cheers, hailing him as the slayer of Surtur. You were dying, he went on, voice softening as they walked. I dealt the final blow, but you took the worst of it. Your oracle kept you alive barely. So I used the space stone. He scratched his beard. After a few failed attempts, I brought us home, and the healers did the rest. Thanks, Max said, sincerely. So, when's that grand celebration you promised, the feast, the mead, the singing? Or did I miss it, he asked, changing the subject. For a heartbeat, something dark flickered behind Odin's eyes, sadness, anger, guilt, but then the smile returned. Yes, yes. The feast, the celebration. But first, he said, steering Max toward a sprawling tavern, let me show you my home, introduce you to some of Asgard's finest warriors, and celebrate among the people themselves. Max shrugged and followed. Odin had promised to show Max the glory of Asgard, and he delivered. Their first stop was the mead hall, a colossal building that looked as though it could hold all the Asgardians in the city. It was smoky, warm, and alive with laughter, clashing mugs, and roaring fire pits. Long tables stretched from wall to wall, where warriors feasted on roast meat, fresh bread, and mugs of mead as large as Max's head. Max and Odin claimed a bench near the center. Odin raised his mug with a thunderous cry, to Grunler, my battle brother. The answering cheer shook the rafters. Max grinned and lifted his own drink. He quickly learned that Asgardian mead was not for the faint-hearted, it hit like a hammer to the chest and set his blood aflame. Oh, wow, he coughed after the first gulp. This'll take some getting used to. He and Odin began recounting their adventure to the crowd, the journey through the realms, the battle in Surtur's throne room, and, to add flair, Max used his ring to conjure vivid constructs of each scene. A shimmering image of Surtur loomed over the hall, followed by Max's mecha punching the fire giant through a mountain. The hall erupted in whoops, applause, and the slamming of mugs. Odin roared with laughter and pride, clapping Max on the shoulders. Aha! Grunler, show them when I struck him with Gungnir. Soon several new faces joined them, friends Odin insisted Max meet. This is Sigrun Volthrun's daughter, Odin said, gesturing to a tall, stoic woman with dark braids and a heavy axe slung across her back. Sigrun inclined her head. I hear you command strange seer. Halder Geirson, Odin continued, clapping a broad, barrel-chested warrior whose tattooed arms bulged like tree trunks. He's broken more swords than he's owned. Halder boomed with laughter. An honor to meet the Grunler the prince keeps singing tales about. Vigmund Alvazarson, he doesn't talk much, Odin added with a grin. Vigmund, lean and silent, his eyes like cold iron, merely nodded. And finally, Ursa Hroksdottir. A woman with red war paint across her face and a scar along her jaw stepped forward. Don't challenge her to wrestling, Odin warned. You'll lose. And then the night wore on, and the drinking only grew wilder. They moved from contest to contest, tests of strength, speed, and sheer stubbornness. Odin challenged Max to a drinking bout. Max won 3 rounds in a row, much to the future Allfather's theatrical dismay. At one point, Halder and Ursa staged a literal shouting match across a rooftop while Max hovered above them calling down, I give that roar a 6. Later, Max found himself arm wrestling a dwarf 3 times his width, the bout cheered by half the city. Eventually the revelers collapsed into a quiet corner to recover. I can't believe I drank that much, Max muttered, swaying a little. Ursa smiled and clapped him on the back. I can't believe you're still standing. Your body has undergone considerable metabolic enhancement, Jade chimed from the ring. Alcohol has minimal effect on your current system. Max groaned. Great, takes all the fun out of it. Odin, still remarkably steady, laughed. A cruel curse, my friend. No, no, this cannot be, Vigmund grunted, slinging an arm around Max's shoulders, his first words all night. If you are truly undrinkable, then we have no choice. No choice, Ursa echoed, slapping Max again. We make it a challenge. Max blinked, dazed. Wait, what? Sigrun grinned, eyes gleaming. We're going to get you drunk, Emerald One. That's our vow. Odin raised his mug. A worthy challenge. Let the games begin. Max gave a mock bow. You're on. And so it began. He drank everything, mead from the deep cellars of Valgrand, fire wine brewed by dwarves, sky nectar from Alfheim, even Asgardian mead aged 2,000 years that made his head spin from the aroma alone. They sampled a concoction that frothed like lava and tasted of smoke and berries. Max vomited behind a pillar twice. Halder followed, then Ursa. Hours passed, perhaps days, Max lost track. His body still refused to black out, yet at last he felt it, a genuine, honest-to-God buzz. Jade's voice was a hoarse whisper in his mind. Cognitive clarity reduced by 27%. Congratulations. I'm drunk, he shouted, climbing onto a long table. The hall erupted in applause and cheers. I love this place. Max yelled as the celebration raged on. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in pale gold and lavender, the group tumbled out of the mead hall staggering, disheveled, laughing. They drifted toward the training grounds. Sigrun had challenged Max to a sparring match. Sigrun walked ahead, rolling her shoulders, one hand resting casually on the hilt of her sword. You agreed to the duel, Gurnler, she called over her shoulder. Don't think you can weasel out now. I'm not backing out, Max said, wobbling slightly but still moving with purpose. Just making sure I don't puke on you. Behind him, Odin shook his head, equal parts amused and exasperated. You shouldn't fight, Gurnler. You're no warrior like us. Max shot him a mock-offended look. Excuse me. Who fought Surtur with you? Who took the Twilight Sword through the chest and lived? Yes, yes, Odin said, waving a dismissive hand. You fought with your very strange seer. But don't pretend you're some great swordsman. You're terrible with weapons. Sigrun smiled. All the more reason I want to see the seer for myself. That caught Max's attention. Any special reason? She nodded. My father warned me about you. Max blinked. Wait, what? As they reached the training grounds, Sigrun glanced at Odin. He told me never to meet your green friend, and if I did, not to offend him. I've never seen him so alarmed. Valthrun, Odin muttered with a scoff. He's always been a coward. Max raised an eyebrow. I've never met a Valthrun in my life. He's the reason my father never acted against Surtur, Odin said, voice hardening. He whispered caution while the fire giants grew stronger. And the reason we could not accompany the prince, Vigmund added. Sigrun gave a small shrug. As you can see, Gurnler, my father has few friends outside the king's court. Soon they reached the training grounds. The air was cool, the last traces of night clinging to grass and stone. A handful of warriors were already present, training, meditating, or simply watching the sun crest over Asgard's distant peaks. Max rolled his shoulders as Sigrun stepped into the practice circle with a confident smirk. Try not to embarrass yourself too badly, Gurnler, she teased. Wouldn't dream of it, Max replied, raising his ring as green light flared around him. The energy solidified into a Viking-style sword and a matching shield, the lantern symbol glowing on its face. The bout began. Sigrun was a storm. She moved with the speed and precision of someone trained since childhood, each strike swift and punishing. Max could barely keep up, his construct shield rang with every blow. His own swings were wide, amateurish by comparison, and she exploited every mistake, driving him steadily backward. Getting tired already, she asked, grinning as her blade sparked against his shield. Just, pacing myself, Max panted. Then he focused. A pulse of green light burst from his ring, and 5 duplicate Maxes sprang into being, each wielding a blade. Sigrun blinked, caught off guard as the copies circled her. She felled one, then another, but the rest overwhelmed her, tripping and disarming her until she lay flat on her back. She groaned, winded. That wasn't fair. Max offered a hand. You asked to see my power. She accepted it, laughing as the onlookers cheered. Odin was right, you're terrible with a sword, but that seer of yours is something else. Before anyone could answer, Odin stepped forward with a newcomer, a tall, dark-skinned figure in gleaming gold armor. Heimdall. Odin called, grinning. Look who finally decided to show up. Heimdall gave Max a small nod, his face unreadable. I was in the palace, my prince. Your father will see you and the Green One today. Judgment is to be given. The cheer faded from Odin's face. Judgment. Max blinked, the word tolling in his mind. Judgment. What judgment? He asked aloud, turning to Odin. Odin's jaw clenched. His shoulders stiffened, and he faced Heimdall. Fine, he said through gritted teeth. We will be there. Max felt the air shift. The others' boisterous moments ago fell silent, expressions growing grim. One by one they murmured farewells and drifted off, leaving Max and Odin alone in the training grounds beneath the golden morning sky. Max stepped closer. What's going on? Tell me the truth, Odin. Odin didn't answer at once. He gazed toward the shimmering horizon. Come, he said at last. Let us find a quieter place. I'll explain everything. They rose into the air, flying over Asgard's rooftops until they reached the city's edge, where land met a vast silver-blue sea that encircled the realm. A gentle breeze carried the scent of pine and salt, waves lapped against the rocky shore in a steady rhythm. Max landed beside Odin, taking in the peaceful scene so at odds with the tension between them. Odin's voice came low, almost weary. Mimir. You told me that your father would reward you for his death, Max said. I thought he would truly. But now there are calls for punishment for spilling the blood of kin. Max's eyes narrowed. They hail me as a hero among the common folk, yes. But in my father's court. Odin shook his head bitterly. There are whispers, plots. Njord threatens war over Mimir's death, he's rallying the Vanir. Others Valthrun, Thrain, my father's advisors invoke ancient laws of blood debt and broken oaths. They ignore that I stopped Ragnarok, that I reclaimed Gungnir. My damned uncle wanted the doom of the Aesir, you remember what he said. He turned to Max, hurt and rage blazing in his eyes. My father listens to them, heeds their whispers over my deeds. He scoffed. This, from the men who did nothing while Surtur gathered power, while Mimir shamed us by stealing Gungnir. Max remained silent, letting Odin's fury run its course. The waves rippled gently at their feet as the sun climbed higher over Asgard. What about the space stone? Max asked quietly. Odin's jaw tightened, a storm crossed his face. Oh, that, he said, voice suddenly sharp. Now all of my father's seer masters are falling over themselves, praising me as though I shit stardust. Odin the Stonebearer, they call me, claiming it will raise Asgard to new heights. Well, it is an infinity stone, Max offered cautiously. Odin's eyes flared. Yes. Yet others say I endangered the realm by bringing it here, that I was reckless, that I acted without. He looked away, breathing hard. I don't know what will happen next. My father can't exile me, not after this, not after Surtur. Max stepped beside him. You killed Surtur. You brought back the eternal flame, the twilight sword, Gungnir, and an infinity stone. I'm sure your father will recognize what you've done. Odin gave a small, tense nod. Yes. I hope so too. Max smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Trust me, we're probably walking into some grand ceremony your father has planned. They returned to the longhouse, massive and weather-worn, the largest in Asgard, its rooftops carved with ancient runes and stylized beasts. Inside, servants and soldiers bustled, but the two were shown to a quiet chamber to wait. While they waited, Odin tried giving Max sword lessons, mostly correcting his awful stance and laughing whenever he dropped the blade. At last a golden-clad guard entered. It is time. Max and Odin looked at each other and then followed the guard to what Max hoped was a grand surprise ceremony for Odin and him. Maybe they both will get some medals too. Yeah, that would be nice. Well, time to meet the Allfather, Max said as they walked. Allfather. Odin echoed, frowning in confusion. Isn't that the title of the Asgardian king? Max asked. What? No, Odin replied. He paused, then grinned. Though I do like the sound of Allfather, yes. Forget I said anything. Max said quickly as they continued towards the throne room. King Bor Burazin awaited. Chapter 8, Judgment. Max and Odin walked side by side through high, arched corridors toward the throne room. The towering doors groaned open, revealing a hall both regal and austere. Carved pillars stood like ancient sentinels, and banners bearing the crest of King Bor Burazin hung overhead. At the far end sat King Bor himself, wild red hair and beard, yet unmistakably regal. In his left hand he held Gungnir. To the king's right stood a tall figure in a deep hooded cloak, his face lost in shadow. Valthrun the seer, Odin whispered. On the king's left stood a warrior in gleaming golden armor, arms folded over a massive warhammer. Broad and silent, he radiated brute power. That's Thrain, Odin murmured, he leads the Einherjar. Well, Max muttered as they walked, this definitely doesn't look like a celebration. Odin didn't answer. His jaw was set, eyes fixed straight ahead. The towering doors of the throne room swung shut behind them with a booming finality. Silence. 5 figures stood in a wide ring of tension, King Bor on his throne, Thrain, arms crossed and glowering, Valthrun the seer, unreadable, Odin, tall and unbowed, and Max, trying to make sense of it all. At last Bor spoke, his voice deep, similar to Odin's. "So, this is the mysterious warrior you call Grunler." Max stepped forward. "Yes, your, Majesty. I helped your son on his quest. We killed Surtur together." His gaze flicked to Thrain's scowl, then to Valthrun. The seer's expression was not hostile but fearful, he stared at Max as though he were a demon. Why is he so scared? Max wondered. Is it the ring? It must be. Bor's gravelly voice rumbled again. "I thank you for aiding my son in slaying Surtur." Thrain cut in, his tone iron-hard. "And your brother Mimir as well, my king, the prince killed your brother." The tension snapped tighter. Valthrun's eyes widened. "Silence," the seer hissed at Thrain, almost reflexively, before turning those haunted eyes back on Max. Whose side is he even on? Max thought. Odin broke the hush, stepping forward with a defiant grin. "So, father, here I stand with my friend, my battle brother returned victorious." His gaze swept the empty hall. "Though it seems this is no grand ceremony we thought it would be." Bor's eyes narrowed. "You killed your uncle." "I killed a thief and a traitor," Odin replied coolly. "One who stole Gungnir and welcomed Ragnarok upon our people." Bor remained silent. "Did you not hear me when we spoke before?" Odin pressed, voice taut. "We went to Mimir in peace. Grunler and I sought only his wisdom to reach Muspelheim and stop Surtur. But Mimir refused. He wanted Ragnarok to happen, he wanted Surtur to destroy our home. He turned his back on Asgard." Thrain stepped forward. "Lies. Prince Mimir loved Asgard. This is bloodlust disguised as heroism. The prince killed his uncle without remorse." Max stepped up. "Odin speaks the truth." "Silence, outsider," Thrain snarled. "You have no place here." "Thrain," Valthrun said quiet, yet firm. "Control yourself." Odin faced his father. "Tell me, father, will you believe your son, or will you heed only your advisors?" A heavy silence fell. Then Bor stood. The weight of the room shifted as the king descended from his throne, his boots echoing across the stone floor. "You left Asgard," Bor said at last, his voice low and terrible, "when I specifically ordered you not to." Odin opened his mouth, but Bor raised a hand. "You abandoned your duties. You set off on your own path without counsel, without sanction. You traveled through the realms like a storm, leaving ruin in your wake. You trespassed upon Vanaheim and shed the blood of your own kin." He stopped before his son. "You dragged war to our door. Your battle with Surtur has scarred the realms, chaos that will take years to mend." Odin clenched his fists. "I stopped Ragnarok." "So you think," Bor replied. Another long, bitter silence followed. "You act as though you already were the crown," Bor said, now face to face with him. "But you are not king." He turned away, voice rising as he strode to the center of the chamber. "Yet I cannot punish you before the people. I cannot condemn you publicly, you are hailed as a hero." Bor faced Odin once more. "What are you doing, father?" Odin asked, his voice cracking with disbelief. "I only ask you to." Silence. Bor's command thundered through the throne room, shaking the very stone beneath their feet. Max flinched at the raw force of it, the sound echoed off the towering pillars, reverberating like a war drum. "I had an agreement with my brother," Bor said, his voice quieter now but no less commanding. "He would keep Gungnir, and in time, I hoped we could reconcile." A quiver of fury crept into his words. "I loved him, Odin. Even after all his defiance, I loved him. And now." His eyes blazed as they fixed on his son. "You killed him, your uncle, your own kin." Max, standing beside Odin, saw the young prince's breath catch. For the first time, Odin looked truly afraid, not of battle, but of the crushing disappointment of the father he had spent his life trying to impress. "You are unworthy of this realm," Bor went on, his voice booming once more and shaking the grand hall. Without another word, he strode forward, seized the golden Asgardian crest on Odin's cuirass, and tore it free. The sharp snap of metal and metal echoed like thunder. "Unworthy of your title," he added coldly, ripping the crimson royal cloak from Odin's shoulders. "Unworthy of the kin you have betrayed." Odin did not move. Could not. He stood in stunned silence. Bor raised Gungnir, its point catching the morning light pouring through the high windows. "In the name of my father, and his father before him, I, Bor Burazin, cast you out, until such time as I call you back." As he spoke, Odin's armor unraveled, piece by piece, dissolving into threads of golden light and leaving him bare-skinned. If you hold any love for me, son, Bor said, his tone softening for a single, terrible instant, accept this judgment and leave peacefully. He turned away but paused once more. Confront your flaws in exile, Odin, or be undone by them. Odin still did not move. Max glanced at his friend's face, pale, hollow. Wordlessly, Odin turned and walked slowly toward the grand doors. They swung open without a sound, and he slipped through like a shadow. Max started after him, but Bor's voice stopped him. You. Stay. Valthrun, Thrain, leave us, Bor said, calm but final. My king, Thrain protested, concern edging his voice, let me stay. This stranger. I said leave, Thrain, Bor repeated, sharper now, his gaze fixed on Max. A tense pause followed. Thrain's fists tightened, but he bowed stiffly. As you command. Valthrun glanced at the king, then at Max. For a long moment the seer and Bor seemed to share a silent exchange, some wordless understanding between old friends. Bor gave him a small nod. Valthrun returned it, then steered a reluctant Thrain from the hall. The great doors shut with a heavy thud, leaving Max alone with the king of Asgard. Bor strode toward him, each step echoing against the stone. He stopped a pace away, studying Max with the piercing intensity of a man accustomed to unraveling riddles and lies. Who are you? He asked. Max blinked. What? I asked you a question, Bor repeated, unchanging in tone. Who are you? Max hesitated, mind racing. My most trusted advisor has a theory about your nature, Bor continued. I wish to hear it from your own lips. Panic fluttered in Max's chest. He remembered telling Odin, making up something on the spot, that he was the guardian of the universe. I can't say that to the king of Asgard, he'll never. I'm, the guardian of the universe, Max blurted. Silence. Max winced inwardly. Idiot. Idiot. Bor's expression did not change, but his eyes narrowed, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them, suspicion. Realization. So, Bor said slowly, Valthrun was right. It is you, one of the elders. What? Max blinked. That worked. A warm rush of relief washed over him. Clearly this was one colossal cosmic misunderstanding, and he had no intention of correcting it. Yes, he said, straightening and trying to sound authoritative. Yes, the elders. Of course you've heard of us. Bor regarded him in a long, weighted silence. I know of them, the king said at last. But I do not understand why one would take interest in my son. His voice sharpened, suspicion returning. So I ask, what do you want, guardian? Max swallowed. Nothing. I didn't come for anything. I only helped Odin because I believed Surtur was a threat. He forced a chuckle. Besides, he had the space stone. Realization flickered in Bor's eyes. I should have expected that. Your kind are not known for charity. Max's thoughts raced. Say something clever, anything. Before he could, Bor flicked a dismissive hand. No matter. I know I will not get a true answer from you, that is your nature. He leaned closer. Know this, Asgard will keep the stone, and there is nothing you can do about it. Sure, keep it, Max said, shrugging. What am I going to fight you all for it? It's not like I wanted it for myself. Bor seemed almost surprised, the tension in his posture eased. An awkward silence lingered before the king spoke again, his tone softer. I have a request. A request? Max echoed. Yes. Bor turned, gazing out a high-arched window. If you continue to travel with my son, keep him safe. He is brash young but not wicked. One day he will be greater than I. Max's mouth felt dry. He managed a nod. Bor answered with a single, grave nod, still facing the window. Without another word he strode away, his footsteps echoing until he disappeared into the shadows beyond the throne. Once again Max stood alone, wondering how in hell he had just pulled that off. Max stood quietly on the same lake bank where he and Odin had talked, watching the sunset while his thoughts wandered. Odin had asked for a little time alone after the audience with Bor. He'd promised to meet Max here before nightfall, wanted a chance to say goodbye. Max had briefly wondered how sunrise and sunset worked on a flat realm like Asgard. Jade tried to explain, the solar cycle was regulated by gravitational anchoring to a dimensional core node, offset by temporal distortion fields. He hadn't grasped it, his mind was elsewhere. Ever since he'd woken in the Asgardian infirmary, questions had whirled in his head. That vision in the void, the field of colored lights. Yellow. Red. Blue. Indigo. Violet. Orange. And green, his green. He knew enough to recognize the emotional spectrum. Had he brought it into this universe, or had it always been here? And why had Surtur and then Bor called him Elder? The only elders he knew of were the elders of the universe, ancient, primordial beings billions of years old. He'd been here barely a week. Yet Bor, Valthrun, even Surtur had looked at him with clear recognition. What exactly were they seeing? If the spectrum existed here, could there have been other lanterns long ago? Rage, hope, love, avarice, compassion, fear? Does it matter? Max muttered, arms folded as he stared at the horizon. It's not like I'll actually run into them, if they even exist. What he really wanted was to go home to Earth. As an archaeologist, it would be a dream come true to walk through the world's distant past, wandering ancient cities, witnessing lost civilizations firsthand. After that, maybe he would drift among the stars and see what the universe had to offer. Compared with Asgardians, though, he would live only a fraction of their lifespans. The thought nagged at him. "Hey, Jade," he asked aloud. "Yes, Max. I'm not immortal, right? Just checking." "No," Jade replied. "Your body is enhanced, cellular reinforcement and accelerated healing, but you will still age. Under optimal conditions you may live up to 200 standard Earth years, but you are not immortal." Max chuckled. Great, just long enough to glimpse a fraction of the universe. Yes, he decided. That would be the plan, return to Earth, fulfill his dreams, then roam the stars until the clock ran out. He smiled at the thought. Grinler. The voice cut through his musings. He turned. Odin stood a few paces away. The prince looked different. He wore a sleeveless blue tunic that bared his muscular arms, trimmed with simple silver embroidery. A red cloak torn at the edges but carefully mended hung from his shoulders. Max blinked, it was the same cloak Bor had ripped from him during the judgment. Odin had stitched it back and wore it proudly. Mjolnir rested in his hand, tiny arcs of lightning crackling across its surface. Stripped of titles and grandeur, Odin reminded Max of someone else, Thor, in the days when he was unworthy. It struck Max as strangely poetic. "Odin," Max said as the last light of Asgard's sun slipped below the horizon, "you look ready to leave." "Aye," Odin replied with a small nod. "I've said my farewells to everyone. Only you remain." "No need for farewells," Max said, smiling. "I'm coming with you." Odin raised an eyebrow. "You are?" "Yes. I told you I wanted to explore the stars. What better way than with my battle brother?" For a heartbeat they stood in silence, then Odin's grin returned, bright and full of the old light he'd lost in the throne room. He clapped Max on the shoulder. I would like that." Max's gaze drifted to the hammer in Odin's grip. "So your father didn't take it?" Odin shook his head. "No. It's not his to take. It was my mother's." He lifted the weapon, runes pulsing along its length. Mjolnir, forged in the heart of a dying star. A flicker of tenderness crossed his face, then he straightened. "So. Where to?" "Earth," Max said after a moment's thought. Odin blinked. "Earth. Midgard." Max corrected. Odin laughed. "There's nothing in Midgard primitives, my friend. I still want to visit." Odin smirked. "Very well. But first, on my travels I heard of trouble stirring in the Shi'ar Empire. Perhaps we can pay it a visit, find a bit of adventure." "As long as it doesn't take too long," Max said with a shrug. Grinning, Odin watched as Max raised his ring. Emerald light blossomed, forming a vast, gleaming ship, larger than the one before. "You've outdone yourself, Grinler," Odin whistled, stepping aboard. "Max," he corrected gently. "What?" "My name is Max." Odin smiled. "Max, eh? I still like Grinler better." Max chuckled. They boarded the ship, and moments later they were sailing among the stars once more, two friends in search of adventure. Chapter 9, A 3-Year Detour. 3 years later. Zeronia 4. Max stirred awake beneath a comfortable but very heavy weight. 3 violet-skinned Strontian women lay draped across him, their bodies warm against the cool sheets. One rested her head on his chest, long silver hair spilling over his torso like liquid moonlight. Another was curled against his side, her arm slung across his waist as if claiming him in her sleep. The third stretched lazily across the foot of the bed, her legs tangled with his. With a quiet grunt, Max carefully and expertly disentangled himself. The circular bed, soft, enormous, and sunken slightly into the floor, shifted only a little as he rose, his bare feet meeting the polished stone. He stepped over a discarded corset-like garment toward the counter, where a bottle of water waited. He snatched it up and drank deeply, the cool liquid soothing his parched throat. Glancing back at the sleeping forms, Max let a smile tug at his lips. "Fun night," he muttered. Too lazy to look for his clothes, he flexed his ring. Green light shimmered over his body, coalescing into a suit, a sleeker, more defined version of the one he'd worn when he first arrived here. Sharper lines traced his limbs like circuitry, and the chest emblem burned with a fierce emerald glow. The plating was stronger now, forged through countless battles and refinements born of experience. He moved into the wide living area, then into the open concept kitchen, where floor-to-ceiling glass walls wrapped around the room and offered a breathtaking view. The mansion stood atop a terraced hill surrounded by lush violet and blue flora, humming with life unique to Zeronia 4. In the distance, the crystal spires of Senna, the planet's capital, pierced the horizon like shining blades. Max busied himself at the counter, slicing into a root fruit he'd learned to enjoy and warming a loaf of the closest thing to bread he could find on this world. He moved easily, almost domestically, preparing enough food for himself and the 3 Strontians still asleep. As he bit into the warm, lightly spiced bread, he wandered over to the low glass table in the center of the room. It was buried under piles of notes, datapads, star charts, and scribbled research on ancient ruins, ley line phenomena, and galactic mythologies. 3 Earth Standard years had passed since he and Odin left Asgard. He had meant to return to Earth right away. Odin, of course, had other plans. Somewhere between stopping a space bandits, stealing a cursed relic from a Black Star cult, and saving a princess, Max had forgotten his plans to go home. They were heroes now, well-known, well-liked, and maybe even a little feared. "Jade, what time is it?" Max asked. A pause, then the familiar, calm voice of the ring replied, "It is currently Galactic Standard Time, 7.00 Day 33, Month 32, Cycle 32-122. Local Calendar, Day 2, Month 43, Year 4323. Earth Standard Time, 3 years, 2 months, and 22 days since your arrival." Why does she always say the entire date? Thanks. Time was something Max still struggled to wrap his head around while drifting across the stars. Odin swore by Asgardian time seasons that spanned decades, months named after gods Max could barely pronounce. The galaxy he was in now followed Galactic Standard Time, an imperial system that felt as cold and bureaucratic as the name suggested, and every planet had its own local calendar as well. Thankfully, the ring took care of the math. Max had long since defaulted to Earth weeks and months for his own sanity, and Jade did the conversions automatically whenever he needed to communicate with Odin or any locals. "You also asked me to remind you," Jade added, "to go look for Odin. You were supposed to do that yesterday." Max rubbed the back of his neck, smiling. "Right. Got distracted." He glanced toward the bedroom, his smile widening. A memory surfaced, meeting the 3 Strontian women who'd been eager to celebrate the hero who saved their planet, the drinks, the partying in the city, and everything that followed. "I'll find him today," Max said, finishing the last of his breakfast. "But first, any updates on the artifact we found?" "No," Jade replied. "Additional data required. Current analysis is inconclusive." Max nodded, unsurprised. The artifact had become a persistent headache. It had all started during their second year in Shi'ar space. They'd rescued a stranded freighter near the Zarn Belt, and one of the survivors, a gaunt old scholar, told Max something he'd never forgotten. The abilities Max used reminded him of a legend he'd read as a boy, about a lost civilization of peaceful monks known as the Tel Varric. By the man's description, the Tel Varric used the same abilities as him, a people who had somehow harnessed the emotional spectrum. The monks were said to be reclusive, rarely leaving their world, and, according to legend, they were wiped out in a cataclysm. As an archaeologist, Max couldn't resist the chance to be Indiana Jones in space. As a Green Lantern, he couldn't ignore a people that looked to have connection to the spectrum. The more he uncovered, the more convinced he became that the Tel Varric had tapped into the emotional spectrum long before his arrival, shattering his old assumption that the spectrum's presence in this universe began with him. Max settled onto the living room couch, the artifact in his hands, a rectangular slab of ancient metal etched with intricate markings that shimmered faintly in the morning light. Brow furrowed, he traced every curve and symbol. He exhaled and set the slab down, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "Maybe I should shelve this, for now. Maybe actually go to Earth like you planned 3 years ago," he muttered to himself. Before he could finish the thought, footsteps echoed behind him. He turned, smiling as the 3 Strontian women from the night before stepped into the living space, mostly naked. "Good morning," Max said, walking over to them. They grinned, stretching like cats. One yawned and rubbed her eyes while the other 2 drifted toward the food he'd set out. "Food," one of them said, surprised. "So considerate." Max gestured at the spread. "Help yourselves. You'll need the energy." Another smirked. "Why planning to tire us out again?" The third added with a sultry lilt, "We were thinking of taking the whole day off, and spending it right here." Max chuckled, pulling one of them to his side and wrapping an arm around her waist. "That, my dear, is the best thing I've heard all day." They giggled, leaning into him. "Max," Jade's voice cut in calm but alert, "incoming vessel. High energy signature. Matching X-class specifications. Approach vector, direct." Max turned toward the balcony, his expression sharpening. One of the women joined him, squinting into the sky. "That's an X-class ship," she murmured. The second woman whistled. "That thing's worth 10 lifetimes of what I make. Stay here, ladies. Let me see who it is." He strode onto the wide balcony as the ship descended. Its anti-grav engines purred, a low, velvety hum. Sleek and opulent, the craft showcased high-ranking Shi'ar design, polished metal sweeping in elegant curves, inlaid with gold and etched in alien runes that shimmered like starlight. With a flicker of green light, Max lifted off the balcony and glided through the warm air, touching down just as the ship's side panel lowered into a ramp. Two figures emerged. The first was a tall, broad-shouldered man, Odin. "Grunler." Odin bellowed, grinning. "I have returned." Max smirked. "And with a new friend, I see." "I." The second figure followed, an alien with scaled, green-gold skin and a regal bearing. Tall and dignified, he wore robes that flowed behind him with every precise step. His head was reptilian and angular, with eyes like twin suns and a voice as keen as a polished blade. "You must be the Green Lantern," the alien said with a respectful bow. "Or Grunler, as Prince Odin calls you." Max nodded, shifting his stance. "That's me. I am Iruzen, envoy of Her Majesty Majestrix Zaria, ruler of the Shi'ar Empire." Max's eyebrows rose. "It's an honor, envoy," he replied, adopting a more formal tone. Before the moment could stretch, Odin clapped Max on the shoulder with his usual bluntness. "Max, the envoy seeks our aid. At last we can stop chasing ghost planets and return to proper war and glory." Max chuckled. "I figured as much." Iruzen offered a polite smile. "Then why don't we speak inside the ship?" Max nodded. "Lead the way." They ascended the ramp, and the interior unfolded in pure luxury. Polished dark metal floors gleamed, threaded with silver veins of living circuitry. The walls were adorned with Shi'ar art crystal etchings, shifting holograms, and floating star charts, and soft lighting tracked their movement, adjusting hue and warmth to suit their presence. "This is impressive," Max said, taking in the elegant lounge, plush seating, and glowing command console. Iruzen gestured with ceremonial pride. Fully stocked quarters, guest suites, a sparring chamber, an auto-adjusting gravity drive, and of course a jump engine forged in the Detour spiral foundries. "Fastest drives in the Empire." Max smirked. "Why do I feel like you're trying to sell this to us?" Iruzen's eyes gleamed. "Not a sale, Lantern. A gift from the Majestrix herself. In gratitude for your heroics across the Empire, and for what we hope you'll do next." Max glanced around again. The ship was extraordinary. With a vessel like this, he wouldn't have to rely on his ring for every journey. The ring was faster, yes, but these accommodations made longer trips appealing. He looked at Odin, already sprawled across a plush seat, sipping from a flask. Turning back to Iruzen, Max said, "All right, envoy, you have our attention. What exactly does the Majestrix want?" "Your exploits have become legend," Iruzen said with dignified calm, his golden eyes flickering between them. "All across Shi'ar space, holofeeds chronicle your victories, Larence's, for example, and the battle with Mycothrax, the fungal intelligence that nearly consumed the planet." Max chuckled and nodded. "Damn those mushrooms." Odin laughed. "I and you smelled like rotting Vichan for a week." Throughout their adventures, Max had only grown stronger. His understanding of the ring had deepened, especially after fighting Mycothrax, yet even 3 years later he felt he had only scratched the surface of its power. Iruzen offered a small, diplomatic smile. "And yet you both emerged victorious. That alone would have earned you acclaim." But then there was the matter of the Acanti. The mood in the room shifted. Max's smile faded, Odin's hands curled into fists. The Acanti were peaceful, intelligent space whales, majestic creatures that migrated from system to system and were worshipped by many cultures. Max and Odin had clashed with hunters who hunted them for their bones and a special liquid within them, and within weeks that group ceased to exist. Odin's voice hardened. "Those who hunted them, we made sure they no longer draw breath." Iruzen bowed his head solemnly. "The Empire remembers. That deed alone earned the Majestrix's respect." He paused, then added, "And let us not forget Itarni's, your masterful diplomacy in preventing civil war." Max smirked. He had been lucky. Even now he wasn't sure how he had persuaded both sides to choose peace, yet most of the Empire now regarded him as a master diplomat. Iruzen's tone became formal. "Which brings me to the reason I am here. The Majestrix requests your aid once more, in a matter both delicate and dangerous." Max leaned forward. "What kind of matter?" The envoy clasped his hands behind his back and began to pace. "On the fringes of Shi'ar space lies a federation of 5 systems known as the Var-UNN Federation. Their people, the Var-Run, are proud, strong, and fiercely independent. For some time the Empire has sought to negotiate their inclusion. But it's gone badly," Max guessed. Iruzen nodded. "Very badly." Matters have escalated, civil war has erupted between factions that support joining the Empire and those that vehemently oppose it. Entire colonies have burned. We estimate more than 1 million dead. Max frowned. So why don't you step in and stop it? Iruzen's gaze sharpened. Because if we intervene directly, we will confirm the undecided system's worst fears, that we are conquerors in disguise. We are not, and the Majestrix will not risk giving that impression. Odin folded his arms. Then what do you need from us? We believe, Iruzen said carefully, that your presence independent, neutral, yet influential could tip the scales. Support the legitimate government, protect its people, and help end the conflict. Quietly. Max nodded, thoughts already turning. You want us to do what the Shi'ar can't intervene without making it look like the Empire's hand. Precisely, Iruzen replied with a shallow bow. Max glanced at Odin, who stood with arms crossed and a skeptical expression. I was thinking we might finally get back on course to our original destination. Odin groaned. Midgard. Come now, Grunler. The Majestrix herself has requested our help. Max raised an eyebrow. Is this really our business, civil war, imperial expansion? It could be, Odin countered with a grin. Give it a week, maybe less. We put down the rebels, earn a few medals, then Midgard. Max sighed, already regretting his concession. Fine. Iruzen, wearing a practiced diplomat's smile, stepped forward. Splendid. The ship is yours, Prince Odin, Lantern. Use it as you please. Max shot Odin a sideways look. 1 week. Odin raised a hand in mock oath. 1 week, then Midgard just as you wanted. 6 months, countless battles, and 1 broken peace treaty later. Max tore through the black of space like a green comet, streaking past the shattered hulks of a dozen warships. Chaos reigned around him, frigates burning, capital ships fractured and spilling plasma into the void. Blue and silver rebel vessels clashed with VAR-UNN cruisers in brutal dogfights. Odin is being held on level 6, the lowest deck of the station, Jade reported. Security grid active. Over 200 hostiles detected. Max's eyes narrowed behind his mask. Then we blast in. A roar of willpower surged from his ring. Emerald armor flared around him, his arms morphing into glowing cannons as he angled toward the rebel stronghold ahead, 10 miles of dark metal bristling with turrets, the rebels' base of operations. He raised both arms and unleashed twin beams of green light that lanced through the oncoming ships. Fighters vaporized, frigates cracked and split apart. Thousands must have died in that instant. Max accelerated toward the station. Laser fire streaked past, a wall of automated drones rose to intercept, but they were nothing to him. He conjured a massive battering ram construct. Brace for impact, Jade warned. Oh. Max screamed. Boom. He slammed through the outer hull in a detonation of light and fury, flames billowing down steel corridors. Alarms shrieked, bulkheads groaned, the entire station shuddered under the force of his will. Max landed in a crouch, already shaping new weapons. Exhaustion showed in the ragged beard beneath his glowing eyes, but the dangerous green light only intensified. Armor reformed piece by piece, sleek, reinforced plates locking over his chest, arms, and legs. His gauntlets reshaped into multiform weapon systems, a plasma cannon on one arm, a collapsing blade on the other, and missile pods blooming over each shoulder. A HUD flashed inside his helmet, hostiles, dozens. Hundreds. Let's kill them all. With a roar, Max lunged forward. The station dissolved into chaos. Every corridor became a war zone. Turrets swiveled toward him only to be destroyed before they could fire. Rebel soldiers unleashed torrents of plasma shots, Max returned fire tenfold, cutting through squads with ruthless precision. Explosions rocked the structure. Fires raged in ruptured compartments, and oxygen vented in shrieking gales. Still, Max pushed on, unstoppable. Bursting into a hangar bay mid-battle, he spotted Odin, bare-armed, cloak in tatters, lightning crackling around him as he fought off a platoon of guards. Mjolnir whirled in a deadly arc, smashing skulls and bulkheads alike. Odin! Max shouted, landing beside him and sweeping a glowing construct blade through another wave of troops. Odin grinned through smoke and carnage. Grunler. These fools could never hold me for long. Max loosed a volley of emerald missiles, Odin answered with a torrent of lightning that leveled an entire corridor. Together they carved a path of devastation through the station. We need the control room, Max called over the din. Odin roared, lightning flaring from his fingertips. Let's finish this. They fought upward, deck by deck, the very framework of the station trembling beneath their onslaught. Resistance was fierce, but nothing could withstand their combined fury. Max led the charge, emerald beams slicing barricades apart, Odin hurled Mjolnir, clearing rooms with single, thunderous strikes. At last they burst into the command dome vast and vaulted, its ring of consoles ablaze with warning sigils. And there he stood. Yerick, the leader of the rebels. Tall, blue-skinned, silver-eyed antennae bristling above a ridged brow, he whirled to face them, teeth bared. "Yerick," Max called, advancing with Odin at his side, "it's over. Surrender." The rebel leader snarled. "You think I'll kneel to Shi'ar puppets? Parade me like some trophy?" He threw back his head and laughed, wild, unhinged. "No, Lantern. I'll make them remember me forever." He slammed his palm onto a console. Behind him, a massive jump gate flared to life. Energy surged across the station's hull, space folded. Whoosh. The whole structure lurched as the starfield snapped and whirled. Max staggered, Jade's voice crackling in his ear. "Max, we've jumped. Current coordinates, orbit above Vaughn. The station it's descending. Trajectory, direct impact on the capital city." Max's eyes widened. No. Beyond the viewport, the blue-green sphere of Vaughn swelled. The station was falling fast on a collision course that would kill millions. "You're too late," he gloated, arms spread as if basking in divine retribution. "The Shi'ar, the entire Federation, everyone will remember us and our cause." The station shuddered as it plummeted through the upper atmosphere. Fire licked the hull, sirens screamed. Max's jaw clenched. His fists trembled, his whole body blazing with furious emerald light. Odin stepped forward, lightning crackling over his frame. "Max. What do we do?" Odin never used his real name unless things were truly dire. Max didn't look back. His voice was low, controlled, angry. 1 week. You said 1 week. Max, now's not the time. That's it. Max turned, eyes blazing. "I've had it with these motherfucking rebels and their motherfucking war. And the motherfucking Shi'ar dragging us into this shit. I'm done." The ring pulsed, jagged sparks of green crackling around him. Max held out his hand. "Give me Mjolnir." Odin hesitated only a heartbeat before tossing the hammer over. Max caught it midair, divine power surged through his arm, familiar after using it in many battles. He closed his eyes, drew a deep breath, then opened them, blazing brighter. With a gesture, a containment construct wrapped around Odin, locking him in a shield of emerald light. "You're sitting this one out." Before Odin could protest, Max rocketed upward, straight through the command dome, tearing a gaping hole in the reinforced hull. Yerick barely had time to curse before he was spaced out, dying a very painful death. But the station was still falling. Max shot below it, Mjolnir in hand. He glanced at the hammer, then at the descending colossus. Layer upon layer of green energy formed around the weapon, forging a gigantic hammer construct with Mjolnir at its core, willpower and Asgardian magic intertwined, green lightning crackling over its surface. "Construct stable," Jade reported. "Good." Max raised the will-powered hammer and, with a primal roar, swung. Boom. The first strike shattered the station's port wing. The second cracked its central spine. Blow after blow, fire and debris rained through the upper atmosphere. He struck again and again until the entire station disintegrated, burning up before a single shard could reach the capital below. On the planet's surface, millions looked up to see a new sun of green blossoming in the sky. "By the Norns, you mad bastard, you did it," Odin whispered, awestruck. High above, Max hovered amid the fading flames, breathing hard, the hammer's glow finally dimming. He gazed down at the unscathed world, and laughed. It was over at last. Everything after the battle passed in a blur. They were hailed as heroes. In the heart of Vaughn's capital a grand ceremony unfolded, banners billowed, musicians played, and crowds roared while Max and Odin stood at the center of it all. Draped in ceremonial robes, they received medals forged from rare alloys and were proclaimed, honored friends of the Var people. Dignitaries spoke, survivors thanked them, children stared in wide-eyed wonder at their new heroes. Max, though, had stopped listening the moment the ceremony began. His mind churned with everything that had happened in the past 6 months. Back aboard their ship he dropped into the pilot's chair, slumping so low his gaze fixed on nothing. Across from him, Odin sat, elbows on his knees, shoulders slouched. For a long time neither said a word. Silence hung between them. At last Max exhaled, long and hollow. "Fuck," Odin muttered. Max's reply came out flat. "That was a long week." "Fuck," Odin repeated, slower this time, the word seeming to sink into the deck plates. Max clutched his head, fingers digging into his hair. "Oh my god, what the fuck? What the actual fuck?" "Ah." Odin didn't answer. His eyes were vacant, haunted. Max groaned again, louder. "I can't do this anymore, man. Ah. So many dead. What the hell? What the fuck?" Odin finally spoke, voice low. "We almost died." Max snapped his gaze to him. "So you agree?" Odin nodded slowly. Fuck yes, Grunler. That was. I wasn't in control of anything. Even Asgardians have limits, fuck. Max stared forward, memories flickering like lightning. I can still smell the corpses, why would they, he whispered. Odin looked at his own hand, it was shaking. Look at this, he said softly, holding it out. My hand won't stop. Max leaned forward, breath ragged. Why did you make me do this? I don't know, Max. Odin snapped, eyes wild, then caught himself, closing them. His voice dropped to a murmur. Maybe, after everything with my father, I wanted to prove something. Prove I was right. That I was strong enough, worthy enough to be a king. He fell silent for a moment. But not like this, he whispered at last. By the Norns, not like this. Max pressed his palms to his face, the ring on his finger flickering with strained light as it tried, and failed, to muffle the trauma. Ah! He was grateful for the ring's help in strengthening his mind, but after everything he'd endured, even that wasn't enough. Odin gave a short, bitter laugh. Let's go to Midgard, Max. Boring old Midgard will cheer you up. Yes. Earth. We should have gone there in the first place, this was a mistake. Max nodded slowly, hands still covering his eyes. Yeah, let's go to Earth. Midgard. Get some sleep, Odin said, moving to power up the ship. I'll fly us there. Yeah, okay. He turned and trudged back to his cabin, determined to leave the horrors of the past months behind him, hoping that when he opened his eyes again, he would be looking at Earth. Home. Yes, that was a Rick and Morty reference. This chapter was meant to develop Max and Odin's relationship, to show that they have fought together, spent much time side by side, and become true friends. The upcoming chapters will involve some Eternals, a sorcerer, a mutant, and some time travelers. Chapter 10, The First Sorcerer Supreme. The wind carried the acrid stench of smoke and death. Ash drifted on the breeze like gray snowflakes, and the air itself trembled with something worse, something unnatural, a current of corruption, bitter and sharp, laced with the unmistakable touch of the dark dimension. Agamotto slowed his stride, his cloak swirling in the soot-tinged wind. He closed his eyes. His staff, warm to the touch, pulsed faintly as he reached out with his mind not for life, but for the echo of what should not be. The taint of Dormammu's realm was thick in the fabric of this place. He had been tracking the dark sorcerers for weeks, ever since he had first felt their flickering presence while studying under the mystics of the Munda tribes. Now, he feared, he had arrived too late. He crested a rise in the blackened hills and saw a settlement. It lay in ruin. Smoldering huts sagged inward. Shattered carts and charred remains littered the ground. The cries of the survivors filled the air. A boy, no older than 10, dragged what could only be his father's body in his trembling arms. A woman sat in the mud, cradling a bundle of blood-soaked cloth. The air pulsed with agony, and, worse still, the oily shimmer of eldritch energy danced across the ground like heat mirages. I am too late, Agamotto whispered, his voice heavy with sorrow. As he approached, the crunch of his boots on scorched earth drew attention. From behind a broken palisade, 7 men emerged, tired, bloodied, but brimming with fury. They bore simple weapons, spears fashioned from copper and bone, axes notched from overuse, and knives still slick with blood. They shouted in a tongue that scraped the edges of Agamotto's memory. He raised a calm hand and focused. Mystic glyphs shimmered at his throat as he cast a soft spell of translation. Peace, he said, his voice calm but firm. I am a friend. I mean no harm. The men surrounded him quickly, forming a loose semicircle. Their hands tightened around their weapons. One of them, a tall man with soot-covered skin and war paint smeared down his cheeks, stepped forward. Who are you? He demanded. I am Agamotto, the sorcerer said gently, lowering his staff. I mean you no harm. I seek only to help. Agamotto stepped closer, careful not to provoke fear. His eyes scanned the burning remains, glowing faintly. The taint of the dark dimension was still fresh, like an oil spill on reality. What happened here? He asked softly. The same tall man spoke. Beasts, he spat. They looked like men, but they were animals as well. They came from the forest, eyes red as blood, shadows given life. Their bodies were like smoke and fire. They killed everyone who stood in their way. We do not know what we did to anger the ancestors, what we did to, his voice broke. You have done nothing. These are the works of dark spirits. I can help the wounded, Agamotto added, stepping closer. The tall warrior narrowed his eyes. You are a wise man. A healer. Agamotto hesitated only a moment, then nodded. Yes. I am. With cautious eyes still trained on him, the villagers allowed Agamotto to pass. He walked slowly into the remnants of the village, taking in the devastation. He moved from person to person, kneeling beside the wounded children burned, men and women with deep lacerations, elders coughing from corrupted air. With each one, Agamotto whispered soft incantations beneath his breath. His hands glowed faintly with healing light, subtle and veiled, masked behind gestures that looked like prayer or ritual. The villagers would not know it was magic, and that was the point. They had seen too much death born of sorcery. They did not need to fear the same from a stranger offering help. With each wound he mended, Agamotto also purged the lingering taint of the dark dimension, drawing it out like venom from a wound. It slithered into his staff, which glowed briefly with the absorbed corruption before purifying itself. He worked for hours without pause. When he was done, the land itself had begun to feel lighter. The foul air grew clean, and the oppressive stillness began to lift. He did not stay long. After seeing the villagers safe, he slipped away, for he still had to hunt the dark sorcerers. It was his purpose, a journey that had begun 10 years earlier. Agamotto came from a tribe of peaceful folk monks, many outsiders called them, who dwelt high in the great mountains. All of it was taken from him when one sect among them succumbed to Dormammu's call. They had once been kind and wise, but temptation devoured them from within. Agamotto was the only survivor. He remembered clearly how he lost everything he loved. That day he swore he would never again allow such darkness to take root. The years since had been hard. He had studied with mystics, battled spirits, bled in foreign lands, and stared into voids that whispered promises he dared not heed. He had grown in power, yet it was not enough, at least not yet. When he was ready, he would not merely fight Dormammu's followers, he would seal Dormammu and others like him away from Earth forever, keeping this world beyond their grasp. Another day of traveling found him hidden among tall, twisted trees at the foot of a stone ridge. In the distance yawned a cave, its mouth like a wound in the mountain's heart. Faint violet and red light residue of dark rituals glimmered at the entrance. And before it, he saw them. His breath caught. The figures looked like men, yet not. Humanoid but twisted, hulking, misshapen forms clad in reptilian armor, their eyes glowing crimson. By Vishanti. Agamotto whispered. What is this? Could these men have been changed by Dormammu himself? How deep did their depravity run? Suddenly, one of them turned and spotted him. Agamotto cursed his mistake. They screamed and charged. Instinct guided his motion. He flung out a hand. By the crimson bands of Sidorak be restrained. Ribbons of glowing red force spiraled through the air, wrapping the closest corrupted men. The ground quaked as the bands struck, binding limbs, neck, and torso. But then... crack! The bands shattered. The corrupted men roared and surged forward, immune to what should have bound them. Agamotto's eyes narrowed. These were no ordinary dark sorcerers. Shrieks pierced the air as the creatures lunged, claws outstretched, crimson eyes ablaze with hate. Agamotto spun his staff into a defensive stance and raised his other hand, fingers forming intricate gestures. His voice rang with authority. Flames of the Faltine scorched the wicked. Blue-white fire burst from the circle of his hand, roaring in a pillar that washed over two charging foes. They shrieked as flames consumed flesh and soul alike, then crumpled to ash. The rest came on, undeterred. One hurled a spear-like shard of condensed shadow, hissing with the essence of the dark dimension. Agamotto sidestepped and countered. Reversal of Ragador. He sliced a sigil in the air. The shadow bolt froze, twisted, then reversed with doubled speed, slamming into its originator. The impact shattered the creature's shoulder, sending it to the ground howling. Yet still more advanced. 3 of them now surrounded him. One closed in with terrifying speed. Agamotto narrowed his eyes. Talons of Tyre, tear the soul from flesh. A glyph blossomed in the air before him, and from its spectral claws rippled with orange light. They raked the lead attacker, tearing not only its body but its astral form. The creature screamed, convulsed, and fell dead. The remaining pressed their assault, one hurling fire, the other shaping a dark spell. Agamotto's eyes widened, there was no time to dodge. Veil of Valthar, shield me from ruin. His voice boomed, and a dome of overlapping hexagonal glyphs shimmered into existence. The twin blasts struck the barrier, erupting in heat and black fire. The shield held but only just. Agamotto gritted his teeth as cracks spiderwebbed across the sigils. Then, a thunderous crack echoed across the battlefield. One corrupted sorcerer flew backward as a golden fist smashed into its chest, caving it in with great force. Through the smoke stepped a tall figure, bronzed skin, short dark hair, eyes blazing with power, fists aglow with golden energy. Beside him landed a woman clad in radiant white armor, golden hair streaming behind her. A sword gleamed in her hand like a fragment of the sun. With swift, graceful strokes she cut down another corrupted being, first severing its arm, then plunging the blade through its heart. Agamotto, momentarily startled, seized the opening. Staff raised, he joined the newcomers in a final counterstrike. The trio moved as one, the man's golden punches cracked ribs and armor, the woman's blade danced with divine precision, Agamotto's spells tore at their enemies' souls. The last of the corrupted collapsed with a hollow cry, its body dissolving into ash and smoke. Silence settled over the clearing. Agamotto straightened, breathing hard, staff still glowing faintly. He regarded the two strangers, curiosity glinting in his eyes. "Thank you," he said simply, nodding in respect. The man cracked his knuckles and surveyed the smoldering remains. "We've been tracking these strange deviants for days," he said grimly, his voice rough. The woman turned her golden gaze on Agamotto. "I am Thina," she said, lowering her glowing blade, "and this is Gilgamesh." "What are you?" Agamotto asked. "Are you, like me, practitioners of the mystic arts?" "We are Eternals," Thina simply replied. Recognition flickered in Agamotto's eyes. Legend spoke of the Eternals, beings of great power who once walked the earth. "I thought you monks never left your great mountains," Thina remarked, studying him. I'm the last of my tribe," Agamotto answered quietly, sorrow threading his words. Thina's expression softened. "Then I am sorry for your loss." He inclined his head in thanks, then frowned. "You said you're Eternals, but I thought your kind departed long ago." Gilgamesh laughed and folded his massive arms. "Many did, but some of us stayed, to hunt." He nodded at the steaming remains. "Deviants, plenty still lurk in the shadows, and underground, mostly underground." "I've heard of them," Agamotto said slowly. "But the old tales claimed the gods destroyed them for their cruelty and misdeeds." Gilgamesh chuckled. "The gods may have crushed their empires," Thina said with a wry smile, "but many deviants survived underground, festering, still dangerous." Her gaze drifted to the cave mouth. "Do you know why these deviants seem different?" "They're usually not this hard to kill," she added. Agamotto's expression darkened. "They've aligned themselves with Dormammu, the destroyer of worlds." Thina's brows knit. "That explains it. They've fallen even further than I imagined they could have." "They still die the same, dear, just a bit harder," Gilgamesh muttered. "No," Agamotto said, shaking his head. "You don't understand. If enough of them pledge themselves to Dormammu and succeed in summoning him, he will devour this world, this entire dimension." Gilgamesh's face turned solemn. "Well, that's not good." Thina lifted her sword toward the cavern. "Then we end it here. Whatever they're planning, whatever remains, stops now." Agamotto raised a hand. "Wait. We need to learn more first. If they're truly aligned with Dormammu." He couldn't finish. The air split with a violent crack, and portals burst open all around them. Figures emerged, towering, misshapen deviants wrapped in smoky tendrils of shadow. Their blood-red eyes glowed, and twisted limbs throbbed with arcane runes. Some wore the same reptilian armor as before, others seemed clad in darkness itself. The taint of the dark dimension oozed from their skin like a disease. Radiant energy flared around Agamotto as glowing mandalas spun over his forearms, and his staff levitated behind him, pulsing with light. Thina raised her golden sword, and Gilgamesh's fists blazed with golden power. "This was Agamotto began. "Trap," Thina and Gilgamesh finished together, eyes narrowing as the corrupted horde closed in. The forest trembled as shadows spilled from every corner, thickening like smoke. The corrupted deviants encircled them, 20, no, more than 40, perhaps even more, twisted bodies writhing with the taint of the dark dimension. From behind every boulder, tree, and slope they emerged, their glowing crimson eyes piercing the gloom. "Oh, look at that, they're even less intelligent than before," Gilgamesh muttered. "This is not the time for jokes, my dear," Thina replied, quickly assessing the situation. Then, from the mouth of the cave, a greater horror appeared. Marching in grim formation, more than 50 deviants stepped into view, larger, more heavily armored, each bearing plates etched with burning red sigils. They parted as a towering figure emerged behind them. He was unlike the rest. His body was encased in purple armor shaped like overlapping mandalas, dark, angular, alive with malevolent energy. His eyes burned like twin embers, and crackling ribbons of chaotic magic shimmered around his hands. "Ah," the leader breathed, spreading his arms wide. "All three hunters, cornered like prey. You've made this far too easy." Agamotto stepped forward, golden glyphs spinning over his palms. "You're playing with forces you don't understand," he warned, voice calm but stern. "You court destruction." "Silence. I will not be lectured by a lesser being," the leader snarled. His burning gaze shifted to Thina and Gilgamesh. "And as for you, Eternals, it will be a pleasure to erase you from this world. My fallen brothers and sisters scream for vengeance." Gilgamesh growled, Thina merely narrowed her eyes. The leader raised his arms, power crackling. "Dormammu will come. The pact will be fulfilled. My emissaries already move across the globe, awakening our hidden kin to his glory. Soon even the great celestials will tremble before our might." Thina rolled her eyes. "Will you please stop talking?" She hurled her blade, a streak of golden light. With a casual flick, the leader caught it midair and lifted it above his head, grinning like a predator. "Kill them." The corrupted horde roared in unison and charged. The battle had begun. Dozens of corrupted deviants surged from all sides. Fire laced with shadow burst from their hands, streaking toward Agamotto and his eternal allies. By the crimson bands of Sidorak, be restrained. Agamotto cried. Ribbons of glowing crimson magic spiraled from his hands and wrapped around 5 charging deviants, snapping them to a halt in midair. The bands coiled tighter, constricting until the creatures screamed and disintegrated in flashes of cursed smoke. But more took their place. Thena danced through the horde, cutting many down. She carved down 2 in a blink, ducked a bolt of dark energy and gasped as a third struck her shoulder. She staggered, her blade flickering. Gilgamesh, fists sheathed in golden energy, roared and smashed a snarling deviant's face, caving it in. He turned only to be struck by a barrage of dark fire. His armor cracked, and he dropped to one knee. Agamotto's eyes widened. Veil of Valthar. A dome of hexagonal glyphs shimmered around Thena and Gilgamesh just in time, absorbing a storm of shadowy projectiles. The veil pulsed, buckled, but held, for now. The deviants circled them like wolves. One stepped forward and unleashed a torrent of black flame. Reversal of Ragador. Agamotto roared. The blast twisted midair, reversed course, and struck its caster with twice the force. The deviant exploded in a cloud of bone and ash, yet the others did not slow. One after another they hurled corrupted spells, darkening the sky with arcane fury. The veil cracked. Agamotto raised both hands, a new spell forming between his fingers. Flames of the Faltine scorched the wicked. Blue-white fire burst outward in a wide arc, igniting 6 deviants, burning through their bodies and into the foul spiritual essence beneath. But still more came. Spear of Seraphim, strike true. Agamotto cried, summoning a searing white spear. He hurled it, and it streaked toward a tall deviant channeling power near the cave entrance. The spear exploded against its chest, collapsing part of the cliff with the creature beneath the rubble. Still, it wasn't enough. Gilgamesh bled from several wounds, and Thena had dropped to one knee. Agamotto felt his energy draining, the shield flickered. All around them the deviants chanted, weaving a vast summoning spell. The Eternals had paid dearly for underestimating their foes. They were outnumbered. Outmatched. The barrier would not last another minute. Agamotto stepped forward, arms spread wide, and summoned every drop of power he had. Chains of Kraken, he roared. Dark, glistening chains erupted from the earth, piercing stone and air alike. They phased through solid matter and wrapped around the chanting deviants, binding limbs, sealing mouths, shackling thoughts. The incantation shattered, the summoning was halted. The backlash was fierce. Agamotto staggered, blood trickling from his nose, vision blurring as he retreated inside the shield beside Thena and Gilgamesh. We need to retreat, Thena whispered. Agamotto forced one more spell through trembling lips. Arc of an Arak strike across the veil. A blade of pure energy carved through the air, splitting into a dozen slashing waves that phased through rock and flesh alike. Deviants collapsed in silent heaps, their corrupted souls severed. Yet more poured from the cave. Outside the dome, the remaining horde massed for a final assault. The shield cracked again, harder, deeper. Agamotto dropped to one knee. Gilgamesh tried to rise and failed. Thena's blade flickered out. They were going to die. Gilgamesh coughed, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his side. Damn, not like this, he muttered, his voice thick with pain and fury. Thena knelt beside him, her white gold armor cracked, hands pressed over the deep wound in his ribs, glowing faintly with what little healing energy she had left. We should have been more careful. She glanced up. The shield was crackling, and Agamotto stood hunched and shaking, both arms raised, fingers trembling as he held the veil of Valthar in place. Glyphs of shimmering orange light spun around him, cracking and shuddering under the unrelenting pressure of the deviants outside. Gilgamesh looked to him, teeth gritted. Sorcerer, any more tricks up your sleeve? Agamotto didn't look back. None, I'm afraid, he said quietly. I'm holding the last of my strength in the shield. Outside the barrier, the corrupted horde in purple and black closed in for the final blow. Their leader, the purple-armored deviant whose ember eyes burned with fanatic rage, raised his hand to give the signal. This is the end, Agamotto thought, sorrow flooding his heart. The world will be consumed by Dormammu. He prayed to every god he knew from his own tribe, and from every culture he had encountered for help. And then the sky changed. A sudden boom cracked the heavens. The wind died. The clouds turned black. Thena looked up sharply. What is this? Agamotto's eyes widened. This isn't me, he whispered. The deviants paused, glancing skyward, even their leader hesitated. A green pillar of light split the clouds above. It surged from the ground. Agamotto could not sense it, and he was certain it was not mystical, well, not something he was familiar with anyway. The thunderheads shifted, green veins of light coursing through them. Lightning flashed emerald and then it fell. Boom. The first bolt struck the center of the deviant ranks, vaporizing a dozen in an instant. Then another. And another. Green lightning rained down. Dozens of bolts slammed into the field like judgment from the cosmos itself. Every strike found its mark. Each deviant touched by the light screamed then vanished, their corrupted forms burned from existence, body and soul alike. Their leader wheeled around, raising a hand in defiance. No. This isn't. Crack. A bolt of emerald lightning smote him, vaporizing him where he stood. It was over in moments. Smoke curled from scorched earth. The surrounding trees were blackened silhouettes. Where a horde of deviants had stood, only silence remained. Thena stared. Gilgamesh coughed again, muttering, "That wasn't you either, huh?" Agamotto said nothing. His hands dropped as the last embers of the shield flickered out. Ragged breath tore from his lungs, his robes were scorched and torn, yet he hurried to Gilgamesh's side. "Hold still," he murmured, pressing glowing fingers to the Eternal's wound. "By the grace of the Seraphim mend and restore." Soft golden light flowed from his hands. Gilgamesh winced, then grunted gratefully as flesh knitted together beneath Agamotto's touch. Thena stood guard, sword in hand, her gaze turning northward. "I feel them," she said quietly. "Two, coming from the north." Gilgamesh sat up with a groan. "More enemies?" "Perhaps our saviors," Agamotto answered, scanning the horizon. Then they heard voices muffled, approaching. "See. I told you it would work." "Well, you proved me wrong, Odin." "That was amazing. Think of the other combinations we could try." "I have a few in mind already." "Wait, don't speak so loud. I think they can hear us." "Oh, right." Thena rolled her eyes and called out, "We've already heard you. If you're not enemies, approach." A pause, then, from between the trees, two figures emerged. The first newcomer was tall and broad-shouldered, a red cloak draped over a blue tunic. In his hand he held a hammer that still crackled with lingering lightning. The second figure hovered just above the ground, encased in glowing green armor. An emerald and white symbol blazed on his chest. He floated and looked down at them, eyes sharp as they took in every detail. The green-armored man offered a friendly smile. "Hello there," he said. Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow. "And who are you two?" The hammer wielder stepped forward. "I am Odin Borson, Prince of Asgard," he declared. "And this," he added, gesturing to his companion, "is my battle brother Brunner." "Green Lantern," the other man corrected with a smile. "Or just Lantern, if that's easier." He glanced at the scorched battlefield. "You looked like you could use some help." Agamotto blinked, taking in the two arrivals, Eternals, deviants who worshipped Dormammu, and now these strangers from wherever they came from. "This," he said wearily, "truly is the strangest day of my life." Chapter 11, Back Home. Max sat quietly in the middle of the river, the soft gurgle of flowing water and the rustle of trees on the banks surrounding him. His small fishing boat, glowing faintly with green energy, rocked gently in the current, a construct he had made, sturdy but simple. In his hands, a matching fishing rod hummed with the same light, its hook and line every bit as functional as anything fashioned from wood and string. The line twitched. With a swift tug, Max reeled in a silvery fish that glimmered in the morning sun. He leaned forward and lowered it into a glowing green basket beside him. This was the seventh now. He could have done this 1,000 easier ways. He wore one of the most powerful weapons in the universe wrapped around his finger. A single thought and he could have summoned an enormous net, drained the river entirely, or created a construct to pluck each fish out precisely. But that wasn't the point. This was peaceful. This was something that reminded him of home, of childhood afternoons spent with his grandfather, sitting in silence, waiting for the fish to bite, feeling the line in his hand. He looked into the basket and gave a small nod. He had been looking for a specific fish when he began, and now he had 7 of them. The boat shimmered away beneath him as he rose into the air, the basket floating beside him. He glided across the water, the light of dawn casting golden bands across the river's surface. The Indus River. Max landed softly on the grassy bank, his boots sinking slightly into the dew-soaked earth. He turned back to look at the river. He had been back on Earth for a week now. After the nightmare of Vaughn, Odin had flown their ship straight here. Max had asked him to land on the northern edge of the Indian subcontinent. He had come here mostly because, for as long as he had become interested with ancient history, the mystery of the Indus River Valley civilization had fascinated him. He had even tried to join the digs happening there when he was starting out, but geopolitical tensions kept him away. And now, he was here. And not just here, but in the past, far, far in the past. By his best reckoning it was somewhere around 3400 BC, technically too early for the Bronze Age, a period on which he was an expert. But then again, this wasn't his universe. He had already seen signs that things were different, metallurgy that was too advanced and large-scale trade networks that had no right to exist yet. Max's heart beat faster just thinking about it. Max walked steadily down the dirt path, the basket of fish swaying with each step. With a quiet shimmer of green light, his Green Lantern suit faded away, revealing the simpler garments he wore beneath. The last thing he needed was to draw unnecessary attention with a glowing suit of otherworldly power. He had met many of the locals from the nearby village of Molucca. They were surprisingly advanced for what should have been the pre-Bronze Age, already working bronze tools and using intricate trade networks that reached not only eastward but far into lands he hadn't even anticipated. Molucca was one of the more prominent settlements in the region, a cultural hub where traders bartered carnelian, lapis lazuli, and grains from distant territories to the north, west and east. The fish he had caught, called IRU by the villagers, was a prized delicacy here. It wasn't meant as breakfast for him and Odin, no, it was a bribe, a token offered in exchange for information about a mystery he was chasing. Construct has dissipated, Jade's calm voice announced. Max raised a brow. How long was that one? 1 day, 4 hours, 44 minutes, and 2 seconds. Max smiled. New record. He was getting better. For the last few months, he had been pushing himself to maintain construct integrity over long periods, especially across distances. Just a day ago, he had successfully created a small satellite in orbit. A functioning satellite. It had remained in place, orbiting steadily and even transmitting a low-resolution video feed to a constructed receiver on the ground. Over the years he had learned much about the power ring and was growing stronger, but it was a slow process, always interrupted by some new distraction. The village of Molucca appeared ahead, its low-baked brick structures glowing warmly in the early sun. Farmers worked the fields, children played near irrigation ditches. Max headed straight for the large house in the center, easily the most impressive building, with layered brickwork and clay carvings flanking the entrance. Jopel, the trader, sat just outside, hunched over a wooden board and tallying bundles of trade goods. When he looked up and saw Max, he groaned. You again, Jopel muttered. I already told you I'm not telling you anything. Max raised the basket. Come now, my friend. I've brought gifts. No amount of gifts can. Jopel stopped as he caught sight of the fish. His eyes widened. Are those, IRU? Max nodded. Caught them myself. IRU. Jopel repeated, rising to his feet. Very rare. Very expensive. And all yours, Max said, if you tell me what I want to know. Jopel stared at him for a long moment, clearly doing the mental math. Then he sighed. Fine, fine. Come with me. He waved Max inside. The interior was modest but well built, the walls were painted with early Indus motif stylized bulls, fish, and other animals. Max didn't waste time on pleasantries. He set the basket down and tipped the fish into a large clay bowl. I'm here for one thing, he said. Who's buying all that lapis and in such large amounts? Jopel's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Why do you want to know? The real reason was simple but hard to explain. Max was fascinated by the sheer scale of the trade network he'd stumbled upon. Someone was purchasing enormous quantities of lapis, paying not in beads or barter but in pure bronze and sometimes even in gold. Such transactions were unheard of for this era. Max could have traced the buyers by other means, he had the power to do it, but that would have been boring. This way was more fun for him. Jopel rubbed a hand through his graying beard and relented with a sigh. They come from the west. They dock at the port of Harnell 2 weeks south if you follow the river and then head out to sea. They pay in bronze so pure it gleams like sunlight, and sometimes in another metal, harder, shinier, something I've never seen. Only the merchant lords of Harnell have it. Max leaned forward. Do you know who these traders are? Where in the west they come from? Jopel scratched his chin. They always claim to hail from a city called Ways. Whenever they speak of their ruler, they use the same title, the God King. Max froze, eyes narrowing. Ways. Jopel nodded. That's what they say. They claim their city is large enough to hold 1,000 villages like this one, but I don't believe such ridiculous boasts. God King, in Ways. Max muttered under his breath. Ways, the ancient Egyptian name for the city of Thebes. That meant this God King ruled from Egypt. Max's smile widened. Jopel spread his hands. That's all I know. I don't go around asking many questions. Max stood and offered a respectful nod. You've been more than helpful. Stepping outside, he felt the sun climbing higher over the fields. His thoughts raced. Ways. Thebes. In this time period? Impossible. In his own universe, Egypt was still in its pre-dynastic era, tribes and proto-states squabbling along the Nile. Narmer wouldn't unify Upper and Lower Egypt for another 2 centuries. But this wasn't his universe. First, the Indus Valley already more advanced than it should be. Now Egypt already united and ruled by a pharaoh from Thebes. He needed to go to Egypt. Max skimmed low over the tree-lined ridges until he spotted the clearing where their ship lay hidden, the gift from the majestics of the Shi'ar Empire. Beneath a broadleaf tree, Odin sprawled lazily on the grass, one arm behind his head, snoring softly. His red cloak lay draped over him, and Mjolnir rested at his side, half buried in wildflowers. Max touched down without a sound, his boots barely bending the grass. The snoring ceased. With a veteran warrior's reflexes, Odin's eyes snapped open. He sat up, blinked once, and offered Max a lopsided smile. "So, did you find what you were looking for?" Max nodded. "Yes, and I think you'll be interested." Odin stood, stretching until his joints cracked. "If you've returned to lecture me on yet another Midgardian clay pot, I swear to the Norns." Max chuckled. "Nothing so dull. Out west there's a city apparently ruled by a god king." Odin arched a brow. "A god king? Pah. Likely some smug Midgardian lording over 3 huts and a goat pasture." "I don't think so," Max said, stepping closer. "I want to see the place for myself and meet this god king." "Then let's not stand around here," Odin replied, already striding toward the ship. "I half expected you to argue and beg to leave." "I am beginning to like it here," Odin called back. "Every warrior needs respite." Max watched him carefully. During the 4 years they had traveled together they had become the closest of friends. Their bond forged in battles and wanderlust was genuine. Yet Max never forgot who Odin was, the Odin, future Allfather, infamous for sacrificing almost anything, even others, in his pursuit of knowledge. Even now hints of that nature showed through more than a warrior, calculating, cunning, insatiably curious. So Max kept his own secrets, especially about the ring. The ring fascinated Odin, its power, its source, its potential. Max always deflected his questions, sensing Odin's hunger for understanding. Odin, for his part, had formed theories about Max's origins. Max had let too much slip fragmentary knowledge of the wider Marvel cosmos, tidbits no Asgardian scholar possessed. Odin's current conclusion was that Max was a forgotten cosmic being suffering from amnesia. A convenient theory, one Max saw no reason to correct. Max joined Odin aboard the still-nameless ship, officially the ship for lack of agreement on anything better. With a low hum the craft lifted from the clearing, cloaked itself in a shimmering distortion, and slipped smoothly into the sky. Max lounged in the co-pilot's seat, legs casually propped up, while Odin leaned forward, squinting at the horizon through the wide viewport. "Midgard," Odin muttered. "I suppose it does have a strange charm." Max chuckled. "Better than the last few worlds we visited." For several minutes they glided in silence until Jade's voice cut in, calm but urgent. "Max, I am detecting anomalous energy signatures approximately 3 miles ahead." Max straightened. "How anomalous are we talking?" 2 of the signatures match what the Zeronian dataset classifies as celestial presence. That made both men pause. Odin's brow lifted, eyes suddenly bright. "Celestials. Ha. Perhaps Midgard isn't so boring after all." Max nodded sharply. "Set us down. We'll fly the rest of the way." The jade-green hologram at the helm acknowledged, guiding the ship to a discreet landing spot among the hills. Outside, Max reformed his full green lantern armor, Odin hefted Mjolnir. Together they launched into the air toward the reported anomalies. Even from a distance they saw pulses of light, bursts of unfamiliar energy, the unmistakable ripples of battle. Max slowed, hovering. With a thought he created a small, dart-shaped drone and sent it streaking ahead. A secondary construct, an emerald viewing screen, floated beside him. Odin hovered nearby, hammer in hand. "Is this one of your new tricks?" Max didn't answer, his gaze was fixed on the screen as the drone's camera zoomed in on the battlefield. It was complete chaos. Creatures made of shadow hunched, clawed things with writhing tendrils of smoke surged against a glowing orange barrier. The dome-shaped shield, etched with mandalas, swirled with patterns Max had only ever seen wielded by Doctor Strange. Inside stood 3 figures, outside, shadow monsters hurled their own twisted magic, tainted and purple, echoing the same mandala forms. Odin leaned in, eyes gleaming with anticipation. A glorious bout, indeed. Without waiting, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning, Mjolnir in hand. Max raced after him, a green comet's tail spilling behind. As they closed in, the battlefield came fully into view. Dozens of shadow creatures ringed the shield, while the sky above warped with crackling energy. "So," Max asked, tension edging his voice, "how are we doing this?" For once Odin stayed quiet, studying the scene. Then he spoke. "Those creatures reek of dark sorcery." Odin paused for a moment as he formulated a plan. "Remember the battle above Telios?" "Don't remind me," Max muttered, memories of Vaughn flashing through his mind. "Focus, Grunler," Odin said sternly. "That shield's about to collapse. I'll summon a storm with Mjolnir, You enhance and guide it like last time we did it, but on a larger scale. The shield below was already cracking. Max nodded once. Fine. Light it up. Odin dropped from the sky like a falling star, raising Mjolnir high. He bellowed an Asgardian spell, and the heavens answered. Clouds churned, then. Crack. Lightning lanced down, jagged streaks of white gold. Max lifted both hands, willpower flaring. A beam of emerald light leapt from his hands into the storm clouds. Odin's lightning twined with the green energy, merging into a radiant, viridian tempest. With a roar, Max redirected the torrent downward. The combined bolt slammed into the battlefield with earth-shaking force. Krakathoom. Green lightning rained down in columns, slamming into the shadow monsters. One by one they burst into black smoke and ash. The ground cracked, the air trembled, and, in mere seconds, the battlefield was cleared. Only scorched earth and flickering remnants of energy remained. Max floated down, catching his breath, and landed beside Odin, who was already laughing and pumping his fist. It worked. Max cried, stunned and exhilarated. Ha ha. See. Odin grinned, lightning still crackling around him. I told you it would work. Max smirked. Well, you proved me wrong, Odin. That was amazing. They started toward the three people they had saved. Now clearly visible inside the dissipating shield were two men and a woman. Think of the other combinations we could try. Odin said, eyes gleaming. I've already got a few in mind. Max replied, his voice trailing off as he studied the trio ahead. He drifted a little closer, then muttered, wait, don't speak too loud. I think they can hear us. Oh. Right, Odin whispered. A clear, calm voice rang out ahead. It was the woman in white armor. We've already heard you. If you're not enemies, then approach. Well, looks like that's our cue. Hello there, Max said as they neared. The larger of the two men narrowed his eyes especially at Max. Who are you? Odin stepped forward confidently, his cloak fluttering behind him, Mjolnir in hand. Max hovered just above, a green glow swirling around him. I am Odin Borson, Prince of Asgard, he said, gesturing skyward. And this is my battle brother, Grinler. Green Lantern, Max corrected with a casual wave. Or just Lantern if that's too long. You looked like you could use some help, he added, smiling. Chapter 12, To Find a God King. Max studied the three figures carefully, trying to make sense of who or what they were. The shield they had conjured bore the telltale circular mandalas of Earth sorcerers, glowing with the same orange light that strange spells had. Max's first thought was obvious, sorcerers. Like the Ancient One. Like strange. Wait. His gaze settled on the men with Tibetan features, the staff in his hand glowing faintly. Is that? Max's eyes widened. Could that be? Agamotto. As if on cue, the men stepped forward and bowed slightly. I am Agamotto, he said, his voice calm and deep. Holy shit, Max thought, trying not to show his shock. The blonde woman beside him stepped forward. Her white armor gleamed with faint golden light, her golden sword still humming with energy. I am Thena, she said. And this is Gilgamesh. I can introduce myself, Gilgamesh grunted with an annoyed face, cradling one bloodied hand. We appreciate the assist. Eternals, Max realized. Of course. His mind reeled Agamotto and the Eternals. Oh, wait, does that mean Earth is some kind of celestial egg? I hope not, Max thought. Odin stepped forward, showing off his brash side. Quite a battle you were caught in, he said. You would have died if not for our timely arrival. Agamotto nodded solemnly. Your help was well-timed and deeply appreciated. You are correct. We were near death, he added after a pause. Max noticed Thena studying him now, eyes sharp and assessing. She turned briefly to Odin, her voice cool. An Asgardian, yes. Odin nodded proudly. Indeed. I've met a few before, Thena said thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing slightly. About a millennium ago. Rather less loud than you. She turned her attention back to Max. But you, what are you, Lantern? You look human. Odin chuckled before Max could speak. Grinler. Midgardian. Ha. He doesn't even know what he is himself. Gilgamesh tilted his head. What power do you wield? Max waved the question off with a small smile. That's not important right now. What is important is for us to know what we just vaporized. Agamotto stepped forward, expression grim. They were deviants but twisted, changed, tainted by Dormammu's influence. They've given themselves willingly to the dark dimension. Max's tone hardened. The destroyer of worlds himself. You know of him? Agamotto asked, surprised. Max nodded. Odin frowned, surveying the scorched earth. I don't suppose that was all of them, was it? And to think, I once called Midgard boring. Agamotto shook his head. No. This is only the beginning. If you'll help me, Green Lantern Prince Odin, then perhaps we can end this quickly, before the veil between worlds is torn apart. How can we help? Max asked. Agamotto looked grave as he continued. The leader of this group before he died revealed that he had already sent emissaries to other deviant settlements, carrying Dormammu's corruption. Thena crossed her arms, her expression grim. Deviant settlements are deeply hidden. Even we struggle to locate them. Gilgamesh nodded solemnly. We must find these emissaries quickly, Agamotto said. If they reach their kin, if they convince more deviants to follow this path, Dormammu's shadow will spread faster than we can contain. Max clenched his jaw. Understood. So, we find the emissaries, and kill them. And the deviants as well. It is rare for us to locate their underground cities, Gilgamesh added, his fists glowing faintly with golden energy. Thena turned to Agamotto. Is there a way to track them? Agamotto nodded, raising his hands and murmuring in an ancient tongue. Golden-orange mandalas flared in the air before him, swirling with sigils and spinning glyphs. Slowly, 3 bright points of light emerged in the projection. There, he said, eyes half closed. 3 signatures. Their life force is tainted by the dark dimension. I can sense them. Gilgamesh squinted at the floating lights. I see 3 glowing dots, but not where they are exactly. Ah, I suppose you do not see what I see, Agamotto replied. Perhaps I can find a clearer way. Max stepped forward and conjured a glowing green construct of Earth, the rotating globe hovering beside Agamotto's projection. Here, show us on this. Thena raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. You have strange abilities, Lantern. Agamotto nodded in approval, then waved his hand, transferring the glowing markers to Max's green map. 3 bright points flickered across the holographic globe. One is here, Agamotto said, indicating the southern tip of the Indian subcontinent, near the island of Lanka. Another pulsed in the far north to the Arctic. And one lies in the frozen wastes of the north. He gestured again. The last is at the edge of a great desert. These 2, and she tapped the markers over Lanka and the Arctic, show multiple life signatures. Thena's eyes narrowed. Multiple emissaries in the south and the north, but only one heading toward the desert. That suggests more than one deviant settlement at those first 2 locations. Agamotto nodded. Which means we must split up teams of 2 for the south and the north. The lone emissary, one of us should suffice. Max seized the opportunity. I'll take the one headed toward the desert. Agamotto turned to him, surprised. Are you sure? Max smiled smugly. Don't worry, I am the strongest one here, I can handle it. I doubt it, Odin challenged, folding his arms. Thena glanced at Gilgamesh, then back to Max. Very well. Gilgamesh and I go south. Agamotto gave a short nod. Then Odin and I will take the northern route. We must move swiftly. The more time we lose, the more Dormammu's corruption spreads. Odin clapped Max on the shoulder. You picked the easy mark, Grinler. Max grinned. Or maybe it's the toughest one. Here, this will help you find them, Agamotto said, tracing an orange mandala that flared into being around Max's and Thena's wrists. Max studied the glowing sigils, wondering if he could style his constructs in such patterns, or better yet, learn from Agamotto and combine sorcery with the power of will. The possibilities were endless. Thena, tightening the damaged straps of her armor, cast Max a sidelong glance. Lantern, don't venture too far west. There is something. The God King, Max said, cutting her off. Yes, I've heard of him. He's exactly why I chose to get there, he thought. Her gaze sharpened. Then you know not to enter his realm. Who is this guy, really? Max wondered, but he only offered a cryptic smile. Before departing, an idea struck him. He turned to Odin and conjured a luminescent green spear, its design reminiscent of Gungnir. What's this? Odin asked, hefting the weapon. Just tell me how long it takes to disappear, Max replied. With a mock salute and a burst of emerald light, he shot into the sky, mind racing not only with the task ahead but also with what awaited beyond the desert sands. Egypt. Thebes. And the mysterious God King. Max soared high above the turquoise waters of the Arabian Sea, the wind rushing past him as the coastline curved into view on the horizon. The sun shimmered across the waves, its golden light already beginning to soften as the day wore on. The tracker Agamotto had placed on Max's arm began to vibrate gently as he crossed into the target region. All right, Max muttered, slowing his flight. He scanned the shoreline below, then swept farther inland, eyes narrowed for any trace of the emissary. Minutes stretched into an hour, and the sun began its descent behind him. Max sighed. This is taking too long. Just then Jade chimed in. I am now detecting the same energy signature as before northwest quadrant. Max grinned. Ha. Take that, Agamotto's tracker. Suddenly the tracker vanished. Wait, where did it go? I removed it, Jade replied flatly. Max blinked. You can do that. It took time to analyze the construct, she said. It was made of interdimensional energy. Based on what I've learned, I have developed partial countermeasures against similar magical signatures. So, Max said, eyes lighting up, we've got some defense against sorcery now. Insufficient data to confirm that hypothesis. Further analysis is required. Still pretty cool. Following Jade's guidance, Max adjusted his course and dropped altitude. Where is he now? Directly below, Jade said. But the signal is fading fast. Max looked down and then he saw it. A flash of flickering purple sigils, sorcery. He descended swiftly, landing on a cliff's edge to get a clearer view. Below, a battle was unfolding. A group of deviants distinct from the monstrous, corrupted ones he had encountered before were locked in combat with a lone figure wreathed in swirling dark magic. Max narrowed his eyes. That's the emissary. He hovered silently, watching as the deviants overwhelmed their target. They moved with coordinated precision, wielding energy weapons and glowing swords. Within moments, the emissary fell. Jade spoke again. Thena's directive included eliminating the deviants as well. Max hovered in silence a moment longer. They just killed the emissary. It doesn't look like they accepted his offer. You intend to let them go? I never agreed to blanket killing, Max said quietly. If they had joined him, if they'd turned, I would have acted. But they made their choice. Below, the deviants lifted their gazes toward him. They saw him, acknowledged him, but made no move. Max met their eyes, gave a small nod, and turned away. All right, Jade, he said, accelerating as he turned westward, the wind catching behind him. Next stop, Egypt. It took Max only 5 minutes of flight using his lowest speed to reach the coordinates where Thebes should be. He had expected something modest, perhaps a large Bronze Age settlement with thatched roofs, a few temples, maybe some stone structures if the people were ahead of their time. What he saw knocked the breath from his lungs. Spread across the banks of the Nile was a vast city, dominated by a colossal pyramid that gleamed with golden light. The structure dwarfed everything around it, precision-cut white stone, golden lines running like rivers from its apex, converging beneath a radiant crown perched at the summit. What the? Max muttered, stunned. Jade, he said quickly, how big is that pyramid? Height, approximately 690 feet. Base, 1,200 by 1,200 feet, she replied. That's almost 1.5 times the Great Pyramid, Max thought. He floated forward, passing over the sprawling city. Streets laid out in perfect grids radiated from the pyramid's base, branching into organized neighborhoods of multi-story brick structures. Closer to the center, buildings grew more refined, arched walls, intricate murals, and gleaming copper spires. Is that the Sphinx? Max's jaw dropped. The city was magnificent. Okay, he breathed, half laughing in disbelief. Yeah. This definitely looks like a place a god king would rule from. With the sun still behind him, shadows stretched long across polished stone roads as he descended toward the city's edge. With a thought, his green armor shimmered away, leaving him in plain clothes about as inconspicuous as he could manage, though he would still stand out. He touched down in a narrow alley behind a house, then stepped into the street. It was quiet, too quiet. People moved quickly and alertly, eyes darting, mouths tight. Heads stayed down. For a polis this size, the streets felt half abandoned, far fewer inhabitants than the city could hold. Something was wrong. Max narrowed his eyes, shoulders tense, and slipped into the sparse crowd, heading deeper into the heart of Thebes. Max wandered through the city, his eyes drinking in every detail with an archaeologist's wonder. People moved quickly, slipping into their homes and shuttering windows. He passed children hurried inside by anxious parents, and vendors in the open markets hastily packing their wares. The scent of baked bread and unfamiliar spices still hung in the air, but the usual energy of a thriving metropolis had been smothered by something tense. He headed toward the central marketplace. Most stalls were already closing, and urgent whispers flitted through the air. As he passed a fruit stand, he caught a fragment of conversation. Are they looking for the priestess Bayek? Have the pharaoh's men ordered her capture? A man asked the shopkeeper in a low voice. The shopkeeper shot him a sharp glare. Quiet. They're not after her. They're searching for some other foreigners. Max slowed his pace. Foreigners? Some kind of manhunt. The shopkeeper noticed Max, who clearly was not a local, and his eyes widened. He began shuttering his stall even faster. Curious and increasingly wary, Max followed the sound of a voice rising above the hush. In the center of the market, a herald, draped in white robes lined with gold, stood atop a stone podium. His words echoed across the square as the townsfolk paused to listen. Good people of the eternal dominion, the herald proclaimed, heed the words of your pharaoh. For interlopers walk among us, foreigners not of our lands. You shall know them by their strange garments, their fair skin, and one whose body is made not of flesh, but of stone. These are beings of great evil and deception. Should you see them, report to the city guard at once. Our pharaoh wishes only to protect you, his loyal children, from corruption. Max's ears pricked up. Fair skin, strange dress, stone flesh. Wait, fair skin, that's me, he realized. At that moment several guards entered the square, clad in golden armor inlaid with sunbursts and wearing falcon-shaped helms. Their eyes swept the thinning crowd then locked onto him. Oh, fuck, Max muttered, edging backward straight into something solid. The guards closed in, forming a ring around him. Spears lowered. One stepped forward. Surrender, foreigner. In the name of the great pharaoh Ramatut, you will come with us. Max's breath caught. Ramatut. Ramatut. Oh, right. Him. Turning, he saw he'd backed into a towering statue of obsidian black stone, arms outstretched, pharaonic headdress gleaming, a smug smile carved into its face. Fucking Ramatut, Max thought. Kong. Surrender, the guard repeated. Max stood motionless, mind racing. He glanced once more at the statue, then at the encroaching guards. His eyes narrowed as they began to glow green. You can read up to Chapter 13, what's going on here? Max stood still as the golden-armored guards closed in around him. Their ornate spears tipped with a glowing metal and humming faintly were all trained on him. Each helm bearing the visage of a falcon. Max raised his hand slowly. This is a misunderstanding, he said calmly. I'm just a simple traveler. The guard who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, his voice stern and unyielding. On your knees, foreigner. Max sighed. All right, then, guess we're doing it this way. With a flick of his fingers and a pulse of willpower, a construct formed in his hand, a long, glowing green cylinder, and, with a snap hum, it sprang to life. Max held a lightsaber construct. I've been wanting to test this one out for a while, he said, the emerald blade casting flickering shadows across his face. The guards faltered. Some took a step back. Their formation held, but uncertainty rippled through the ranks. Before things could escalate, a new voice rang out smooth and commanding. Stand down. At the words, every guard obeyed instantly, weapons snapping back in perfect discipline. Their formation parted as a woman strode forward from behind them. Slender and angular, she moved with a grace that was as fluid as it was lethal. Robes of deep violet and gold shimmered beneath the setting sun, and a golden half-mask adorned the right side of her face. The exposed side bore hieroglyphic markings etched into her skin. Twin daggers' pommels shaped like coiled serpents rested on her hips. I apologize, she said, her voice smooth as polished obsidian. It is obvious you are not the one we are searching for. Max deactivated the saber and let the construct dissipate. But the woman didn't move. She simply stared at him too intently. Max raised an eyebrow. Then he heard Jade's voice in his mind. Warning, mental intrusion attempt detected. Countermeasures deployed. Before he could speak, the woman staggered back, as if struck by a force no one else could see. Shock flickered across her expression. Her hand brushed the hilt of her dagger before she composed herself once more. That wasn't very nice, Max said coldly. She straightened, brushed herself off, and dipped her head in apology. Forgive me. I was curious. The fuck? I am Hesiare of the Karasikam, the most elite of the great pharaoh's servants. Max narrowed his eyes and then gave a polite forced smile. I'll be going now. She stepped forward, raising a hand not threatening but insistent. You can't. Please. Her eyes glinted. The great pharaoh, our most divine ruler, would very much like to meet someone as unique and powerful as you. It would be my honor to escort you to him in person. Maybe I should accept and see what this guy is all about, Max thought, eyeing the half-masked woman in the violet robes. She still hadn't broken eye contact, unnervingly calm. But a deeper, more urgent voice pushed back inside his mind. What are you, crazy? You want to waltz in and talk to Khan the Conqueror? Sure, maybe he hasn't become that yet, but it's the same man. What if he has some tech, something designed to counter the ring's power? He's from the future, Max. Think, Max, think. That's a good point, Max agreed with himself. He made his decision. The sun had set, and a pale moon was rising in the eastern sky, casting silver light across the city. Max opened his mouth to offer a polite farewell, just a few words to keep things civil before flying the hell out of there. But he never got the chance. Thunk. A sharp sound. Two guards crumpled to the stone in front of him, falling silently, crescent-shaped projectiles embedded in their necks. What? Max spun, his ring already glowing to life. Hesiare was instantly alert, her blades drawn in one fluid, silent motion. Her voice rang with anger and command. "Come out, heretic." More projectiles flew from the shadows, precise and silent. One struck a guard's shoulder, another buried itself in a second guard's stomach. Hesiare hissed and snapped her fingers, the remaining guards fanned out. Then she appeared. A ripple in the darkness, a flicker of movement no ordinary eye could track. From behind Hesiare, a figure stepped into the moonlight. She wore a sleek white hooded cloak that swept behind her, its hem just above the ground, swaying with each graceful step like the trailing feathers of a bird. Her upper body was clad in a fitted white top, cropped just below the ribs, a glowing crescent moon emblem resting at her collar. Around her waist hung a layered skirt, split for movement with intricate metallic plates shaped into armor. Thin, translucent panels draped from her belt like veils, catching the moonlight. Her arms and legs were wrapped in silver bracers and greaves etched with hieroglyphs, and in her hand she held a slender blade shaped like a crescent moon, glinting with unnatural sharpness. Her face was entirely hidden by a smooth, pale mask, no expression, no mouth, just glowing eyes. "Fucking Moon Knight," Max almost yelled, or rising in his voice as he watched her move. She was a blur of white and silver. One moment she hurled crescent-shaped blades that embedded with surgical precision into the guards, the next she was up close, wielding twin crescent daggers and spinning batons with terrifying ease. Guards fell around her in droves. One tried to strike her with his spear. A blade found his throat. Another lunged, and she swept under the strike, slashing through the joint of his knee before driving a dagger into the side of his helm. She was just too fast. Only when one of her blades struck a guard's head and, instead of blood and bone, wires and circuitry spilled out did Max realize the truth. They're not even human. They're robots. Sure enough, as she ripped the head off another, sparks flew, revealing twisted metal and an artificial spine. Hesiare soon joined the fray. Her golden half-mask caught the light as she clashed with Moon Knight in the center of the square. "I have completed my assessment of Hesiare," Jade chimed in his ear. "She is enhanced with cybernetic augmentations." "Huh," Max replied. "I thought she was a mutant at first." "Are you going to assist?" Jade asked. Max watched a second longer as Moon Knight spun past Hesiare's strike and drove both batons into her chest plate, sending her sprawling. "I think she's got it handled." But Jade's voice returned urgent. "New hostiles incoming. 30 additional units and, one with the same augmentations as Hesiare." Max glanced in the direction Jade indicated. She was right, an army of falcon-headed robot guards was approaching. Behind them loomed a massive brute in gilded armor, carrying a hammer the size of a small man. "Yeah, okay, time to go," Max muttered. He didn't want to fight in the city and risk hurting innocent civilians. With a surge of green light, Max shot into the air. He hovered for a moment, tracking Moon Knight's movements, and just as she gained the upper hand against Hesiare he raised his hand and encased her in a glowing emerald sphere, lifting her swiftly into the sky before the strike could land. He rocketed westward, the construct orb trailing behind. She struck it once, twice, 3 times until fine cracks spiderwebbed across its surface. "Shit," Max hissed. "She's actually breaking it." Jade replied coolly, "You underestimated her." Max flew fast and high, leaving Thebes behind. Below, beyond the city's outer limits, a long stretch of barren highlands spread out jagged stone formations and distant ridges that would one day become the famed Theban necropolis. Moon Knight hammered the construct relentlessly, and suddenly it shattered. "Idiot!" Max yelled as she tumbled free. He dove after her, twisting midair and creating a soft platform beneath her fall. She hit it, rolled once, then sprang to her feet in a blur. Max landed beside her to check if she was all right. Crack! Her boot connected squarely with his jaw before he could react. He staggered back, rubbing his chin. "Ow. Fuck." Moon Knight dropped into a fighting stance, batons drawn, eyes narrowed. Max could feel the anger radiating off her. Max raised both hands. "Hey, easy. I just pulled you out of an ambush." The white-cloaked warrior didn't respond. She lunged forward without hesitation, batons slicing through the air with deadly precision. With a sigh, Max clenched his fists. Green energy surged over his body as his Green Lantern suit reformed over his clothes. In both hands he conjured twin short lightsaber constructs. Their weapons clashed with a sharp, vibrant crackle. Her baton struck with blinding speed, but Max matched her move for move, parrying and redirecting each attack. "I'm so glad I took those lessons from Odin," Max thought, ducking under a spinning strike that narrowly missed his head. "I will kill you," she shouted, fury burning behind her mask. "I was so close. I saved you, woman." Max shot back, sidestepping as her baton came within inches of his face again. She screamed furious and her assault redoubled, faster and more precise, forcing Max onto the defensive. "Enough games," he muttered. With a quick gesture he conjured a glowing shield to intercept her next strike. Then, with his other hand, he formed a massive green fist construct and hurled it forward. It slammed into her chest, knocking her back several meters and sending her skidding across the dust. Max exhaled and stepped forward. "He has to be here," he said. "Who?" Jade's voice chimed in his ear. "The moon god, Khonshu," Max replied, eyes narrowing. "Scan for interdimensional anomalies. These gods are just interdimensional beings." "Scanning now," Jade responded. A moment later, signature detected. "Data feed incoming. You'll be able to see him." Max looked to the sky where the signal pointed. There he was, Khonshu. He floated, cloaked in white robes like his champions, but taller. His head was a skeletal avian skull, elongated and curved like a falcon's beak, hovering above his shoulders as if suspended by invisible strings. In one hand he carried a tall crescent-headed staff that pulsed with power. Max's eyes glowed as they locked with the gods. A grin spread across his face. "I see you." Khonshu recoiled in surprise. "What the?" He never finished. Max shot forward like a green comet, crossing the distance at near light speed. In a flash he was beside the god, and with a thunderous blow of concentrated will he struck Khonshu square in the chest. The impact sent the stunned moon god hurtling earthward, crashing into the sand and carving a crater not far from his downed champion. Max didn't waste a second. With a flash of emerald light he formed a suit of sleek battle armor around himself, styled after elite Shi'ar warriors, all angular plating and glowing energy seams. On the ground where Khonshu and his champion lay, he summoned 10 towering mech constructs, weapons primed and aimed. He hovered just above them, his silhouette outlined by moonlight, eyes glowing. Khonshu rose slowly, brushing off the attack, his pride more injured than his body. His voice was thunderous, indignant, divine. "You dare strike a god? Let's not do this, moon god," Max cut in coldly. "The gall," Khonshu snapped. "I don't want to fight," Max said. "You're not my enemy unless you make yourself one. But if it comes to that..." He gestured, the green constructs around them pulsed ominously. "I've run the numbers in my head, I can take you." "I can take him, right?" Max asked Jade in his mind. "Barely," Jade answered. Khonshu straightened. "Then let us test it." Max's voice dropped a pitch. "Really? Right here? You really want to fight and alert everyone, maybe even your old friend the pharaoh? From what I've seen, he doesn't like you gods very much." Silence. Khonshu's beaked skull tilted slightly. Then, with a low growl, he relented. "Let us come to an accord." Max smiled and slowly floated down, his boots touching sand. The constructs didn't vanish, but they stepped back, standing guard like silent sentinels. Moon Knight, still crouched in the sand, bowed her head. "I failed, great Khonshu." "Only because of this one's interference," Khonshu said, glancing at Max. Then he turned fully to face him. "You. What are you?" Max gave a wry smile. "What the all-powerful moon god doesn't know." "Do not test me," Khonshu warned, his crescent staff pulsing faintly. "Green Lantern," Max said simply. "Just arrived in this world, about a week ago." Khonshu's glowing eyes narrowed. "Liar. You're human, and that," he pointed at the glowing ring, "that is what gives you your power." Max stayed silent. After a moment Khonshu spoke again, tone contemplative. "Perhaps you can help. You and the other 4 together, you might finally turn the tide against the interloper." "Ramatut," Max said. Khonshu's head swiveled toward him, nodding. "We will finish this after," he added. He turned to his champion. "Kenmit, take this one to the hideout." Kenmit, now named, rose to her feet, lips parting to protest. But Khonshu was already fading, his form dissipating into silver mist under the moonlight. "So, Kenmit, that's your name," Max said as the moon god disappeared. Kenmit only glared at him. Her mask dissolved like strips of cloth, revealing her face. Max's eyes widened. She was beautiful, but her features told another story. An old burn marred one cheek, scarred and raw against otherwise flawless skin. Her eyes shimmered in the moonlight as she continued to glare. "Come," she said curtly, then turned to walk. Max floated into step beside her, matching her pace effortlessly. "You know," he said casually, "it would be easier to fly." "No," she replied flatly, without even looking at him. He raised an eyebrow. "I mean, I could trap you again, like before." Kenmit stopped dead in her tracks and turned to stare him down, jaw clenched. Max held up his hands. Okay, truce." With a wave, he conjured an ornate emerald chariot beside them, its sides etched with glowing patterns worthy of a royal procession. 4 majestic green horses, their manes flickering like starlight, materialized in harness. Bowing low, he gestured gallantly. "Your ride, my lady." Still scowling, she stepped into the chariot with reluctant grace. Max climbed in beside her and took the reins more for flourish than necessity. Grinning, he called out, "Fly, fly." The horses leapt skyward, the chariot's wheels lifting smoothly into the night. "Where to?" Max asked. "West," she said, her only word for the entire journey. Every attempt at conversation met her unblinking glare. Half an hour passed. The flat desert gave way to craggy ridges and finally a massive canyon, dark and sprawling beneath them. "There," Kenmit said at last, pointing to a break in the rocks. Max guided the chariot down, letting it hover just above the sand before he dissolved the construct into emerald sparks. They landed, and Kenmit led him toward a narrow cave mouth at the canyon's base. They stepped inside. The tight passage opened into a vast hidden grotto. A stream flowed quietly along one wall, and the distant roar of a waterfall echoed through the chamber. Torches lined the rock, casting golden light over stone murals and hanging fabrics. Makeshift tents and bedrolls dotted the interior. As they entered, several heads turned. Someone gasped, then called out. "The priestess is back. Kenmit has returned." Cheers rose, echoing off the stone. Dozens of people stood, clapping and calling her name, eyes alight with hope. Max followed just behind her, silent as they wound through the small but vibrant underground community, taking in the weathered, weary faces around him. Max followed close behind Kenmit as they moved deeper into the torchlit cavern. "Who are all these people?" he asked, scanning the faces, men, women, even children. "They are the faithful," Kenmit replied, her voice low and even. "Those who still honor the true gods, those who refuse to kneel to the false pharaoh." "And where are you taking me now?" he pressed, lowering his voice as they passed a knot of warriors polishing kopjes. "To the other foreigners," she answered. Max arched an eyebrow. "Right. But who exactly are these foreigners?" Kenmit didn't respond. Instead, a distant voice did. From deeper in the cave came the high-pitched laughter of children, followed by an irritated complaint. "So how long are we gonna keep hiding in this dusty cave? I'm just saying we could be out there doing something." Max stopped short. "Jade," he whispered, "are you translating that for me?" "No," Jade replied inside his mind. Another voice, rough and gravelly, rumbled back. "Will you pipe down, flamehead? One more word and I'll..." The first voice huffed. "Oh, come on, then you know I'm right." A third voice, female, calm but firm, cut through the bickering. "Shoo, someone's coming." Kenmit pulled aside a heavy curtain of woven fabric, and Max stepped into a broad chamber bathed in firelight. His jaw dropped. Seated on a carved stone bench was a tall man in a sleek, dark blue bodysuit, gray streaks at his temples, idly manipulating floating holograms. Beside him stood a blonde woman in matching attire. Across the room, a hulking figure of living stone folded his massive arms while glaring at a lanky young man whose hands flickered with flame. Reed Richards. Sue Storm. Ben Grimm. Johnny Storm. Max's brain momentarily rebooted. Johnny straightened and broke into a grin as he saw Max's Green Lantern. "Oh man, you're a sight for sore eyes." The others looked equally surprised. Clearly, they recognized him. Max managed, "How do you know who I am?" Reed shook his head as he studied Max further. "I don't think this is the Green Lantern we know, Johnny. What the fuck is going on here?" Max thought, staring at Marvel's first family. Chapter 14, Accidental Time Travelers. "We're almost there," Reed Richards said, his eyes focused ahead as the golden silhouettes of the Great Pyramids pierced the horizon. The sun hung low, casting long, majestic shadows across the desert. The fantastic car hummed steadily through the air. Reed sat at the helm, with Susan Storm beside him. Behind them, Ben Grimm lounged in his seat, arms crossed, unimpressed by the heat. Johnny Storm, meanwhile, wasn't seated at all. He soared alongside the craft, trailing orange fire and performing corkscrews in the sky. "Woo. Bet the pharaohs never saw anything like this." "Torch, you keep twirling like that and I'll start hoping you crash into a sand dune," Ben grumbled, leaning over the side. "Show off." Susan rolled her eyes. "Johnny, please don't startle the locals." Reed barely glanced away from the controls. "We're nearing Luxor. Nabil said he's at a new excavation site just outside the city." "Remind me again why we're here?" Johnny asked, looping once more before slowing to match the Fantasticar's pace. "A friend of mine, Dr. Nabil El Sayed," Reed replied. "He's an archaeologist. He reached out requesting urgent help." He didn't say much, only that it couldn't wait. Moments later, the Fantasticar descended and touched down near the outskirts of the excavation site. Dust billowed in plumes as workers looked up from their tools, some shielding their eyes, others pausing to whisper. Whether it was the car, their bright costumes, or simple recognition, the Fantastic Four were known around the globe, it was hard to tell. Johnny landed with a grin and a mock bow. "Hello, and yes, you are not mistaken. It is I, the Human Torch." Reed stepped out, surveying the dig. The workers were clustered around what appeared to be a half-exposed monument shaped eerily like the Sphinx, yet different, smoother, more refined. "Oh, cool," Johnny said, walking toward it. "Did they find another Sphinx?" Reed frowned. Nabil didn't mention this in his message. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Reed." An Egyptian man with a sun-scorched face and kind eyes ran toward them, arms outstretched. Reed smiled and stepped forward. "Nabil," he said warmly, embracing the man. "You came," Nabil said, relieved. "Thank you, my friend." Reed turned to gesture to the others. "This is Susan, my wife. Ben Grimm, and that's Johnny. The Human Torch." Johnny added with a grin. "A pleasure," Nabil said. "I know about all of you." Sue smiled. "Dr. El Sayed, what exactly is this place?" Nabil's face turned serious. He looked over his shoulder at the partially uncovered statue and lowered his voice. "I wanted you to see it first, Reed, before I show anyone else. What we found here changes everything we thought we knew about our history." That got everyone's attention. Nabil motioned for them to follow. "Come. I'll explain." Nabil led the Fantastic Four toward the partially unearthed structure. "This way," he said, his voice low but urgent. A lantern swung in his hand, casting restless shadows on the sand-dusted walls. "As you know, Reed, my expertise is Egyptian mythology. It's my life's work." Reed nodded, his eyes tracing the intricate hieroglyphs etched into the stone. "My recent research into a fragmented legend led me here. A forgotten god. The god's name is Taketu, the god of judgment." Susan tilted her head. "Taketu. I thought Osiris was the god of judgment." "You're right, by the conventional account," Nabil replied, glancing back at her. "Taketu is usually dismissed as a mere helper to Anubis, a minor figure in funerary rites. But what I've found suggests otherwise." "Go on," Reed said, intrigued. "In the earliest records pre-dynastic, even Taketu was called the Emerald Judge," Nabil continued. "He was said to wield a ring of green flame, and even the other gods obeyed his word. During the Old Kingdom, he was revered as judge not only of mortals but of the gods themselves." "That's a dramatic shake-up in the divine hierarchy," said Johnny. "It's not unheard of for gods to fall out of favor when dynasties change," Susan added. "Exactly," Nabil said, nodding as they stepped into a broad chamber. Electric lanterns rigged by the work crew cast steady light over a massive wall at the far end. Its surface was unlike anything they had seen, neither ordinary stone nor familiar metal. It shimmered, a dark alloy shot through with subtle veins of green. "This," Nabil said reverently, "may be the most intact depiction of Taketu ever found." The heroes approached, eyes widening. "Here," Nabil whispered, pointing to the central relief. Reed's breath hitched. The wall portrayed a towering figure, skin etched in emerald hues, arms outstretched. On his chest gleamed a sigil, the unmistakable emblem of the Green Lantern Corps. Beneath him, the figure smote a colossal serpent wreathed in flame, its eyes blazing red with malice. "So, our lost god was a Green Lantern," Johnny said. Nabil nodded, excitement shining in his eyes. "If I'd seen this 2 years ago, I'd have dismissed it as an unknown glyph of ancient Egyptians. But we've all seen that symbol on a green-clad hero who appeared not so long ago." Reed stepped closer, running a scanner over the wall. "Strange metal," he murmured, analyzing the readings. "It's unlike anything I've encountered," Nabil said. "This chamber is pre-dynastic. It shouldn't exist. And this alloy, it has no place in early Egyptian history or anywhere on Earth. That's why I called you. I need your help understanding it." Reed straightened, offering a reassuring smile. "I'll figure it out." 4 hours had passed since they first entered the chamber, and Reed Richards had barely budged from the strange wall of shimmering green alloy. A web of sensor cables and compact analytical instruments now surrounded him, their displays casting shifting light across his face. Johnny had wandered off in search of food an hour earlier. Ben sat nearby, deeply engrossed in one of Nabil's research notebooks. Susan stood with Nabil, who was speaking excitedly. "So," Nabil said, "I believe that during the Amarna period, Akhenaten specifically targeted the cult of Taketu, destroyed their temples, erased their records, perhaps even wiped out an entire city dedicated to him. This is why we thought he was a minor deity, not the major one these new findings reveal him to be." "But why Taketu in particular?" Susan asked. "Akhenaten suppressed many of the old gods when he elevated Aten. What makes this one stand out?" Nabil's eyes gleamed. "Because of what I found just before this dig. A temple largely intact belonging to the last known followers of Taketu. In its deepest sanctum I discovered wall carvings, perfectly preserved and sealed from decay." Susan leaned closer. "What did they say?" Nabil glanced at Reed, then back to her. "The carvings spoke of Queen Tai, Akhenaten's mother. They claimed she was a priestess of Taketu, a devoted servant of the Emerald Judge. He lowered his voice, almost reverent. The carving said Tai was chosen elevated taken to serve him in his Emerald Realm. Reed finally looked up from his instruments, fully drawn into the conversation. And you think that's what turned Akhenaten against the gods, Susan said slowly. Especially against Taketu. Nabil nodded. It would explain his obsession with abolishing the old pantheon. To Akhenaten, Taketu was the kidnapper of his mother. Reed stepped toward them, arms folded. Nabil. Green Lanterns are an intergalactic peacekeeping force, cosmic police, essentially. From what I know, when a lantern dies, their ring, which is their source of power, chooses a new bearer. Nabil's eyes widened. He looked like his mind was racing with a million questions as Reed revealed this new information to him. Could Tai have been chosen by a ring? Sue asked. Perhaps Taketu himself was a Green Lantern assigned here 6,000 years ago, she theoried. Well, that makes sense, Nabil said. Susan's eyes widened. So Tai is chosen by the ring and vanishes, and her son the pharaoh takes it as divine abduction. In grief or anger, he launches a new religion and erases every trace of the Emerald Judge. Hearing their conversation, Ben spoke up. Maybe we should just call the man himself, our Green Lantern. Pretty sure I saw him flying over the city yesterday, might have even waved. Reed nodded thoughtfully. That's actually a good idea, Ben. But before he could finish, the stone wall beside them began to tremble. With a low rumble, slabs of green alloy ground against ancient hinges, and part of the chamber slid aside, revealing a hidden passageway. I already opened the door, Reed finished wryly. At that exact moment Johnny strolled in, holding 2 wrapped bundles. Hey, guess who brought shawarma? He stopped short when he saw the open wall. Oh. You figured it out. Neat. Nabil, stay here, Reed said, already stepping through the threshold. Susan, Ben, and Johnny followed without hesitation. The chamber beyond was unlike anything they had seen. Reed tapped a device on his belt, and soft, portable lights flared to life, illuminating the room. And that's when they saw it. The walls weren't mere stone, they were layered with intricate metal and crystal designs, interwoven with circuitry that shimmered faintly beneath the dust. The ceiling was curved and seamless, etched with glowing lines that pulsed in an eerie rhythm. Ben whistled. This is far more advanced than I thought, Reed murmured. He moved to the far end of the room, where a panel glimmered faintly clear like glass, or perhaps some kind of responsive crystal. Gently, he pressed his hand to it. At his touch, a surge of energy rippled outward. A voice echoed through the chamber in a language they didn't recognize, but 2 words rang clear. Nathaniel Richards. Reed froze. What did it say? Susan asked, suddenly alarmed. Before he could answer, a glow rose from the floor beneath them, then from the ceiling above, and the room began to shift. Strands of luminous gas enveloped each of them, Susan first, then Ben, then Johnny. Reed. Susan shouted, staring at her glowing hands. Everyone, hold on, Reed yelled, watching his own limbs flicker with light. Another pulse. The floor vanished. The world turned white. Reed groaned as his eyes fluttered open. He lay on sun-warmed stone. Slowly, he pushed himself upright and blinked at the sight before him. A sphinx perfectly intact, polished, and pristine rose before him. Beyond the sphinx loomed a pyramid, smooth and gleaming, far larger than the Great Pyramid at Giza. Footsteps sounded behind him. He turned to see Susan, Ben, and Johnny gathering at his side, each of them just as disoriented. Ben groaned. I feel like I was hit by 1,000 trucks. Susan steadied herself, gazing around in awe. Where are we? Johnny stared at the shimmering city in the distance and let out a nervous laugh. Reed, he said, his voice uncharacteristically serious, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. Chapter 15, So. About the future. Max looked at the 4. He crossed his arms and pretended to squint in suspicion, acting as though he didn't know who they were. So, who are you people? They exchanged a quick glance before Reed stepped forward. I'm Reed Richards, he said. This is Susan Storm. Susan gave a polite nod. Ben Grimm, Reed continued, gesturing to the large, rock-skinned man. Ben grunted, folding his arms. And I'm Johnny Storm, Johnny added with a confident grin. And we are the Fantastic Four. I smiled. What makes you all so fantastic? Johnny grinned. Thought you'd never ask. He snapped his fingers. Flame on. With a roar of fire, his entire body ignited in a blaze of golden-red flame. Johnny spun once in midair before landing with a flourish. That's why they call me the Human Torch. Susan here, the invisible girl, can turn invisible and project force fields. Reed is Mr. Fantastic, he stretches like, really stretches. And Ben, well. Johnny patted the stone shoulder of Ben. He's the thing. Fantastic, indeed, Max said, feigning surprise. Reed stepped forward, his tone more serious. You're the only one we've been able to speak with, aside from the priestess. He glanced toward Kenmit, who stood silently watching. We're not from this time. We were pulled here from by our estimate over 5,400 years in the future. Time travelers. Reed nodded. We were investigating an archaeological anomaly. One moment we were studying it, and the next, we wound up here. Susan stepped in, hopeful. Do you think your core can help us return? That caught Max off guard. Core, he repeated slowly. Johnny nodded. Yeah. You're a Green Lantern, right? You guys are an intergalactic peacekeeping force or something. At least that's what the Green Lantern in our time said. Max's mind raced. Core. The Fantastic Four clearly recognized him as a Green Lantern, not the Green Lantern. And that meant that in their time, there was a Green Lantern Corps as well, apparently. Max turned inward. Jade. He asked mentally. Do you think we missed the Corps actually existing here? No, she said firmly. Max's thoughts spiraled. So there will be a Corps. Someday. It was a dizzying realization. Perhaps, Jade answered in his mind, her voice as level as ever. Before the Fantastic Four mentioned the Corps, my leading hypothesis was that the Ring had selected a new wielder after your passing. Let's put a pin in that, Max replied silently. He turned back to the Fantastic Four, quickly cobbling together what he knew of the Marvel Universe. I think I know how you ended up here, Max said aloud. Reed's head tilted with interest. You do. Even Kenmit looked up, her curiosity piqued. You know. Max nodded slowly. I believe Ramatut is a time traveler like you. The room went still, the crackle of distant torches was the only sound. What? Susan asked, eyes narrowing. How do you know that? It's the only thing that makes sense, Max replied. Your arrival wasn't random. You triggered some kind of technology you found buried in your own time, tech that doesn't belong in your era, let alone 5,000 years in the past. Reed stepped forward, a gleam of understanding lighting his eyes. He's right. That chamber, before we were transported here, the system inside responded to my biometrics. And then right before the temporal displacement we heard a voice. It spoke in a strange language, but one thing was clear. Nathaniel Richards, Ben rumbled, nodding. Yeah, I remember that part. Reed continued, slipping into his usual scientific rhythm. The chamber was likely keyed to a genetic signature similar to my own, which would only be possible if its creator were a descendant of mine. Nathaniel Richards might be mine, and if he's here in this time, it's entirely plausible he used the technology to assume power as Ramatut. Kenmit stepped back in alarm. You brought him here? What? No. Max said quickly. They didn't bring him. Reed, you don't have time travel tech in your own era, right? Reed shook his head. Not yet. We've only just begun exploring quantum entanglement. Exactly, Max said. So Nathaniel or Ramatut is from even further in the future than you may be centuries. Johnny slapped his fists together. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go knock over this wannabe pharaoh. He's got a time machine, right? We take it, we go home. Max nodded. That's the plan, defeat Ramatut and use his tech to send you back. Kenmit's eyes narrowed. You underestimate the power he possesses, she said, her voice taut with frustration. He even frightens the gods. Max folded his arms, calm but firm. I think you might be underestimating us. Kenmit shook her head, jaw clenched. No. The gods have a plan, and I will follow it. I won't let you ruin. I just beat one of your gods, Max cut in sharply. Maybe they're not as powerful as you think. Kenmit's gaze darkened with fury. She said nothing, turning on her heel and storming out of the chamber. Well, there she goes, Max muttered. He turned back to the Fantastic Four. So, the future, huh? And this other Green Lantern you know. Johnny opened his mouth, ready to reply, but Reed held up a hand. It's best we don't share too much temporal interference paradoxes and all that. He rattled off a string of terms that made even Max blink. All right, Max said with a smile. Message received. He headed toward the cave entrance. I'm going to find the priestess. As he walked away, he caught Susan whispering something to Johnny, something about take or something like that, but he let it slide for now. His mind was on Kenmit. Max stopped a few of the cave dwellers near the entrance. Where's Kenmit? She left, one of them replied. Max sighed and stepped outside. The desert night greeted him, cool wind brushing his face. He scanned the rocky terrain. She was gone. I can't track her for some reason. I'll try again, Jade noted quietly. Then, from behind him, a familiar voice echoed. She won't rest, Concha said, his tone deep and distant, not until Hesera is dead. Max turned to see the moon god still draped in white, crescent staff in hand, his bird skull face glowing faintly under the moonlight. Max exhaled slowly. Feels like I got in the way of her revenge. You did, Concha replied without malice. She has waited years for that confrontation. Max looked toward the dunes. Then why don't you help her? Why don't the Ennead step in and end Ramatut yourselves? Concha tilted his head slightly. You know a lot. Max shrugged. Concha studied him for a moment, then spoke. We tried once when the interloper first arrived. And? Concha's voice dropped lower. He came well prepared. We realized it would not be wise to face him openly. There is also the matter of the Celestial Edict, that is unimportant now. We can do nothing against him except act through avatars and try to disrupt him. I think we're enough, Max said, meeting Concha's gaze. The Fantastic Four and we can take Ramatut down. The moon god stood silent, his crescent staff planted firmly in the sand. If he truly comes from the far future, as you claim, he asked coolly, do you not think he has countermeasures prepared for you, as he had for us? Max opened his mouth, then closed it. His confidence faltered for a moment, but he offered no reply. Instead, he turned and walked back into the cave. Max spent the night in the cave, and at dawn the planning began. He projected a full-scale holographic model of the city, shimmering structures of light with the towering recreation of the large pyramid at the center. Beside him, Reed cross-referenced the projection with the scans he had taken when they first arrived. There's a power relay node here, Reed said, pointing to a glowing spot near the pyramid's apex. Based on the EM readings, the internal geometry suggests a centralized living sector right here. His finger moved to the model's core. But what really interests me is this chamber beneath the Sphinx. My scans are faint, yet something is definitely there, potentially the temporal displacement core. Possibly his time machine. Max nodded thoughtfully. Makes sense. If I were a time-traveling tyrant with delusions of divinity, I'd hide my getaway ride somewhere dramatic too. They huddled closer, refining the plan. When they finished, Ben smacked his rocky hands together. So we knock some heads, smash the pharaoh and his pyramid, find his time machine, and poof back home. That's the basic idea, Max agreed. Simple enough. Because they would leave under cover of night, Max spent the rest of the day with the people inside the sanctuary. He created translator constructs so the Fantastic Four could speak with the locals. Susan took full advantage, cataloging cultural details and recording oral histories exactly how Max would have behaved back when he'd been an archaeologist in his old universe. Johnny, of course, soon grew bored and approached Max. Hey, Lantern, the locals say the food caravan's late. Think we should check it out? Sure, why not? Max replied, he was getting restless himself. They soared across the desert in search of the missing caravan. It didn't take long to find it, broken wagons strewn near a narrow canyon pass and a camp of armed men. Bandits. Max and Johnny incapacitated them quickly. Max refrained from killing anyone, instead frightening them with the Construct-born proclamation that he was a god of judgment. Terrified, the bandits swore to change their ways and fled. The two heroes returned with the supplies and more. The bandits had been hoarding not only food but stolen trade goods and precious metals, enough to support the resistance for months. When the cave dwellers saw the recovered wagons, cheers echoed through the cavern. They were hailed as heroes, and the people even gave Max a new honorific. Tikatu, they cried. The Shining One, Jade translated softly in his mind. They're calling you the Shining One. Or the one who appears radiant, Max said with a translation of his own. I like it, he added. That evening, as the sun slipped behind jagged cliffs and the sky blushed orange, Max found himself flying alongside Johnny Storm. For the last half hour they'd raced across the open desert sky purely for fun. Johnny wreathed in flame streaked through the twilight like a comet, laughing as he pushed his limits. Max, trailing his signature ribbon of emerald light, beat him every time. Johnny finally dropped to the rocks, flames extinguishing as his boots hit the ground. He bent double, catching his breath. What the hell, man, he gasped, grinning. How are you so fast? Max descended gently, landing with a soft thud. I thought you said you knew a Green Lantern in your time. Didn't you realize we can fly faster than light? Johnny raked a hand through his hair. I figured that guy had, like, a spaceship or something. Max chuckled. A moment of silence followed before he asked casually, so, what can you tell me about the Green Lantern from your era? Johnny stiffened. Reed told us not to talk about it, paradoxes and all. Max shrugged. Does it really matter? I'm not going to live long enough to change anything, right? Johnny hesitated, then sighed. You know what? You're right. Screw it. Max leaned in, intrigued. I don't know much, Johnny began. He showed up 2 years ago right in the middle of the invasion, which led to the Avengers forming. Invasion. Avengers. Max filed the clues away. He's super mysterious, Johnny continued. Never sticks around long. Anyway, about 6 months ago, we teamed up and man, that was wild. This silver guy shows up on a surfboard, you might not know what it is, but that doesn't matter. So, we called him the Silver Surfer. Max's eyes widened. Galactus, so that's already happened in their time. Yeah, Johnny went on, oblivious to Max's thoughts. He said he was the herald of Galactus, devourer of worlds, and that this planet eater was coming to eat Earth. Max nodded, wondering how the Green Lantern had fit into the story. Johnny nodded enthusiastically. Oh yeah, you must know him, right? Max gave a slow, measured nod. Johnny pressed on, animated. We tried everything to stop Galactus, everything. It all failed. We were down to our last desperate idea: sneak into his home and steal something called the Ultimate Nullifier when bam, the Green Lantern shows up. Max leaned forward, tension humming beneath his calm exterior. What happened? Johnny grinned. Apparently the Lanterns have some kind of evacuation protocol for world's Galactus targets, like they've done this before countless times. We were all, where the hell have you been? He's already eating the planet. But the guy just goes, relax, I've got a plan. So he flies straight up to Galactus and talks to him. He talked to him. Max echoed. Yeah. Johnny laughed. And then Galactus just left. Max's voice fell to a hushed whisper. Galactus just left. Yup. Poof. Gone. All that hype about him being unstoppable, and he just up and leaves. Max rubbed his chin. Why? Johnny shrugged. The Lantern said his boss had a talk with Galactus. Wouldn't say more. Like I said, super secretive, that guy. Max was about to probe further when Johnny smirked. Also, not gonna lie, he's got a better costume than yours. Max arched an eyebrow. Really? Better how? Sleek black and green suit with glowing lines. And the mask, oh man, it's got these horns on it. Horns? Wait, could the Green Lantern be? His thought interrupted as a shimmer formed beside him. A tall, white-cloaked figure solidified from the air. Khonshu. Max instinctively stepped back, startled by the sudden presence. Johnny, who couldn't see Khonshu, tensed. What is it? He asked. It's just the moon god, Max replied, trying to sound casual. Johnny blinked. Moon god. His voice leapt an octave. You mean, like, an actual god? Where? Kenmet is in danger, Khonshu said urgently. Max's expression sharpened. I give you my blessing, the deity continued, to enact whatever plan you and the others have devised against Ramatut. Do not fail. Without another word, Khonshu vanished. Max turned to Johnny, who was still looking around wildly. Go get the others, he ordered. It's go time. Johnny's eyes lit up. Finally, he grinned. Flame on. With a roar, he rocketed toward the caves below, a streak of fire against the darkening sky. Max remained where he was, staring eastward toward Thebes. Maybe I should call Odin, he must be finished by now, he mused. Above him, the sky deepened to indigo and the first stars appeared. One way or another, Ramatut's empire might not survive the night. We have captured the priestess, my pharaoh, said Meritef, kneeling low before the golden dais. The leader of the Kerusikum, the most feared and fanatically loyal of Ramatut's enforcers, bowed with grim pride. High above him, seated upon a golden throne inlaid with polished obsidian and shimmering blue lapis, sat Ramatut, pharaoh of the eternal dominion, tyrant of the Nile, and, in truth, a man out of time. Clad in ornate armor that fused ancient Egyptian opulence with future tech, Ramatut wore a headdress shaped like a stylized pharaoh's mask. His cape, deep violet and trimmed in gold, draped from his shoulders and shimmered with nanofiber threads. His face was hidden behind a solemn, impassive mask with glowing blue eyes. Yet behind the mask, Nathaniel Richards was uneasy. He stared at the holographic screen flickering before him, a man wreathed in green light, flying across the sky. A Green Lantern, he muttered, voice low and tight. But, how? He had calculated this timeline meticulously. According to every record, the Green Lantern Corps should not exist for another 6 centuries. He was certain of it. Could it be him? The thought struck cold fear into his heart. The Fantastic Four, he could handle. But this? Him. Ramatut rose abruptly, violet robes trailing behind him. Imprison the priestess, he ordered Meritef with a dismissive wave. I will judge her later. Without another word, he swept from the throne room. Crossing the outer halls of his palace, he reached a sacred arch guarded by mechanical jackal sentinels and passed into the inner sanctum of the Great Sphinx. None but Ramatut was permitted here. This was his domain. Deep beneath the stone facade of the lion-bodied guardian lay his ship. He moved through the chronal chamber, where temporal gates pulsed with power, and entered a vast vault only he could access, one that was in a pocket dimension, a museum of plundered history. On one wall hung the fractured remains of Captain America's shield, nearby lay the ruined torso of an Iron Man suit. Glass cases lined the room, each containing relics, weapons, and secrets he had stolen from countless eras. "Computer," he commanded, his voice echoing through the quiet sanctum. "Yes," replied a smooth male voice. "Bring up the dread spear." "Acknowledged." A section of the wall hissed open, revealing a sleek display case rising from the floor. Golden light bathed the chamber, and within the case hovered the weapon, a long, polished shaft of alien gold alloy, its tip crowned by a jagged crystal that pulsed with sickly yellow energy. Ramatut stepped forward and, with a swipe of his hand, deactivated the stasis field. The case slid open. Careful not to touch the yellow-imbued head, he lifted the spear with reverence. It thrummed in his grip, hungry, eager. "This will do," he murmured. He studied the cursed relic, something he had acquired during his travels. It was rare, most of it destroyed by the core, a remnant of a great war that had not yet come to pass. "This has to work." "It will work," he spoke again more firmly as he raised the spear over his head. Chapter 16, Back in Thebes. Max fiddled with the communicator in his hand. The device, shaped like a three-pronged beetle made of polished black metal, hummed and blinked with intermittent violet lights. He had been trying to contact Odin for hours, and the lack of an answer from the other side was wearing his patience thin. Then, suddenly it beeped. A sharp burst of static cracked through the speaker. "Grunler. Grunler. Mayax." Odin's voice roared through, loud and overly enthusiastic. Max flinched. Finally, he muttered. He raised the device and replied, "Yes, yes, I can hear you. Don't yell." "Aha. Grunler. At last." Odin declared triumphantly. Max rolled his eyes. "I've been trying to contact you for hours. You see, my friend," Odin said with no trace of apology, "I forgot I had this thing with me." Before Max could retort, another voice broke through. "Green Lantern, can you update us on your progress?" It was Agamotto. "Hello, Agamotto," Max said smoothly. "Yes, I have indeed taken care of the emissary." "You what?" Odin exclaimed before Max could even finish. "Yes," Max repeated smugly. "Handled it in just a few hours after I set out." Agamotto's voice returned. "And the other deviants? Did you dispatch them as well?" "No," Max replied flatly. "Why would I?" "Those Eternals said they were dangerous," Odin said. "I wasn't even the one who killed the emissary, it was the same deviants who killed him." "Oh," Agamotto reacted. "It looked like they'd rejected Dormammu's influence. I saw no need to slaughter them just because the Eternals lumped them all together." There was a moment of silence. "You did well, Lantern," Agamotto said at last. "That was wise." "Meh," Odin muttered. "You still didn't technically kill the emissary." "Not a competition, Borson," Max chuckled. "Very well, on our end," Agamotto continued. "We got one here in the frozen north." "Killed it, Anne." The transmission crackled. Max leaned forward. "And what?" "Agamotto." "Odin." Only static answered him. Then a sound broke through, a distant, thunderous trumpet, an elephant's call. "Was that an elephant?" Max asked aloud, confused. Then another sound. A scream tore through the communicator, inhuman, demonic, and terrifying. "What the fuck?" Max muttered, eyes wide as the demonic scream echoed again through the communicator. "By the Norns, Seymour, what is that thing?" Odin's voice came next, tight and alert. Max's grip tightened around the device. "Odin, what's going on?" "Grunler," Odin said, his tone unusually grave, "we found the other emissaries." "And?" Max asked quickly. "They're being killed," Odin replied. "A demon, it has a flaming skull and rides a giant beast." Max's eyes widened. "No way, he can't mean." Then Agamotto's voice cut in, less composed than usual. This reeks of Mephisto. That creature, whatever it is, must be one of his." "A demon." Another scream tore through the speaker, even louder now. "Grunler," Odin growled, "I'm going to kill that thing. We'll speak afterward." Wait, don't," Max started, but the connection cut out. "Shit," he cursed, fumbling with the communicator. He called again. And again. Nothing. "Fucking Ghost Rider," he hissed under his breath. That's got to be who that was. His heart hammered as he stood abruptly. He looked up, the dim torchlight casting long shadows on the sandstone walls. A low, frustrated breath escaped him. He wanted to be there, he had a million questions, but then he paused as a thought crossed his mind. Odin had said the Ghost Rider was riding a large beast, and Max was sure he'd heard an elephant. They're in the Arctic. That can't be an elephant. Realization hit. That was a mammoth. He groaned, dragging his hands down his face. God damn it. I want to see a mammoth. Jade spoke again. Max, our mission. Kenmit's life may be in danger, and the Fantastic Four are waiting. We must not delay. Max sighed, shoulders sagging. Yeah, you're right. He walked out of the room and into the alleyway, the dying sun casting golden light against the clay walls. The sounds of the city surrounded him as he stepped onto a busy street of Thebes. Max walked with measured steps toward the Great Pyramid, blending into the growing throng of citizens moving through the city. His face was veiled in coarse cloth, a hood draped over his head, and his loose, sand-hued robe matched those of the local traders and travelers, just another wandering face among many. Near the edge of the square he slowed beside two men standing in the shadow of a sandstone building, both watching the crowd stream toward the colossal, gold-lined structure at the city's heart. Hello, friends, Max said smoothly, giving a respectful nod. Hello, the younger of the two replied politely. The older man only offered a curt nod, arms folded. I'm a trader from the north, Max said with casual confidence. Seems there's some sort of occasion today. Everyone's heading toward the pharaoh's pyramid. The Karusikum have finally captured the damned priestess, the younger man barely in his 20s said. Enough, Abil, the older man muttered sternly, his expression souring. Why not? Abil snapped back. Is she not a traitor to the great pharaoh, a follower of the cursed god Khonshu? The older man's brow furrowed. I remember a time, he said in a lower voice, when we revered the gods, all the gods. Abil scoffed and pointed to the pyramid, glowing faintly in the last light of the setting sun. There lives the true god, uncle. Max cleared his throat. Forgive the interruption, he said. But, what will happen to the priestess? She is to be executed, Abil answered, almost proudly. Max's jaw tightened beneath his veil. The pharaoh will do it after the sun sets, Abil added, as though quoting an official decree, so that the false gods will witness it. Max nodded slowly. Thank you. He turned away, walking in the opposite direction as calmly as he could. Once out of sight, he moved faster, slipping into a narrow alley and scaling the rear wall of a mud brick building with ease. From the rooftop he eyed the looming city walls. All right, let's see if this cloaking thing works. A soft shimmer of green washed over him, bending the light just enough, and whoosh, he vanished. Just before taking flight, he created a small drone construct and sent it buzzing toward the pyramid. He soared silently over Thebes' rooftops and outer walls, heading east toward the Nile. The cloak wouldn't last long, it was still a work in progress. But it carried him past the walls unseen, and for now, that was enough. The Fantastic Four waited beyond the city, hidden among the reeds. Max descended through the twilight sky in a silent arc, his boots kicking up a whisper of sand as he touched down near the cluster of figures waiting just outside the city walls. The reeds by the Nile rustled softly behind them, and the pyramid's golden capstone still gleamed faintly in the far distance. The Fantastic Four turned at once. They're going to execute her, Max said without preamble. After sunset. Sue gasped. No. Johnny clenched his fists, flames flaring faintly along his knuckles. Then we go in now, right? We bust her out. Ben cracked his rocky knuckles. About time we got to break something, preferably that fake pharaoh's face. Reed didn't speak immediately. His brows furrowed as his eyes flicked between the distant city and the horizon, where the sun dipped lower by the second. Johnny turned to him. So. What's the plan, Reed? Reed looked at Max. We follow the lantern's lead. I'm sure he has a plan. Max, arms crossed, nodded once. In fact, I do. A flicker of green energy sparked in his hand as he lifted his arm, conjuring a floating construct screen in midair. The surface shimmered before stabilizing, displaying footage being broadcast live from the drone he had released. The four gathered around, watching. The image showed the vast plaza in front of the Great Pyramid already brimming with movement. Soldiers of Ramatut, cloaked in gold, were assembling a ceremonial platform near the pyramid's entrance. To the right, half in shadow, loomed the Sphinx. They're setting up for the execution, Max said grimly. With a wave of his hand, the screen shifted. From the drone footage he formed a 3D green overlay of the city walls, streets, the pyramid, the Sphinx, all rising in luminous detail around them like a glowing model. He paused, then highlighted several key areas with bright pulses. Here's the plan, Max said. We wait until just before the execution begins and get into positions. He pointed to two glowing figures on the overlay. Reed, you'll position yourself here, close to the Sphinx. You'll need access to the structure the moment the chaos starts. Sue, you'll be here within range of the execution platform. Use your invisibility. Once it begins, slip in and get Kenmit out. Reed and Sue nodded. Max continued. Johnny, Ben, you're with me. We come in loud and fast. Distraction is our job, pull every guard, every one of those Karusicum, every eye off the platform, even the pharaoh if he shows up. Tiny constructs on the model replayed the scenario, 3 figures engaging Ramatut's forces while a translucent shape slipped toward the captive Kenmut. When Sue rescues Kenmut, I'll fly her out with a construct and get her back to the hideout, Max said. At the same time, Reed needs to head for the Sphinx. I'll clear a path, but if trouble finds you, I'll manage, Reed replied with a faint smile. I'll just need a few minutes to set everything up. Ben slammed a rocky fist into his palm. Buy Reed some time. No problem. I can go a few rounds with those golden tin cans. Johnny grinned. I'm gonna light it up. Johnny, be careful, Sue warned. Thousands of innocent people live in that city. I'll be careful, he muttered, narrowing his eyes at her. Max glanced around the team. Once Reed finishes, we regroup at the Sphinx. Reed gets you home, I cover the exit. A brief silence followed. Then Reed nodded. Good plan, simple and efficient. Sue looked toward the horizon. Sun's almost down. Max dismissed the construct with a flick of his hand and turned towards the city. Then let's go. Chapter 17, Showdown in Thieves. Max watched the screen construct in front of him as it displayed the plaza outside Ramatut's Grand Pyramid Palace. The feed from his drone hovered just above the crowd, showing throngs of men, women, and even children gathering. It was a spectacle meant to intimidate, to inspire loyalty, or perhaps simply to prove that the pharaoh's grip on his empire was absolute. The execution was happening on a raised section of the plaza leading to the pyramid's entrance. Gilded banners fluttered along the sides, and guards in golden armor lined the perimeter, unmoving, like statues. At the center, just before the massive stone entryway, stood a grim headstone, the site of the execution. A man draped in ceremonial robes addressed the crowd, his voice booming with fervor as he praised the wisdom of Pharaoh Ramatut and condemned the accused. Max narrowed his eyes, watching as the priest's rhetoric grew darker. He called Kenmut a traitor, a heretic, a murderer claiming she had sacrificed innocence to the old gods. Max's gaze shifted to the figures standing directly behind the speaker. There, he said to Johnny and Ben, who stood just behind him, watching the feed. The camera focused on 3 individuals, each one distinct from the guards and far more dangerous. The Karusicum, Max muttered. Tut's elite enforcers. Those are the ones we have to take out. Ben cracked his knuckles. No problem. Johnny's eyes widened as he pointed. Holy shit, look at the size of that guy. The camera panned to the hulking figure over 8 feet tall, shirtless, his torso a grotesque blend of flesh and metal. His muscles bulged unnaturally, and metallic grafts along his arms glowed faintly. Hieroglyphic-like markings were seared into his skin like brands. Max had seen him when he first arrived in Thebes, just before he escaped with Kenmut. Jade, give me a scan, Max ordered quietly. Jade's voice replied in his mind, all 3 Karusicum identified. Information cross-referenced with what we gathered from Khonshu. Max zoomed the display to center on the one at the front of the trio. That's the leader, he said. Meritef. Meritef stood tall and poised, cloaked in obsidian black armor etched with golden circuitry. His helmet resembled a stylized pharaoh's headdress, and in the center, embedded above his brow, pulsed a crystal that glowed faintly violet. In his hands he held a long staff, the bottom end floating just above the ground as if gravity bent to it. His staff, Jade said, based on readings, I believe it can manipulate localized gravity fields. So his power is that he can manipulate gravity, Max repeated. We have a guy back home who can do that, Johnny commented. Max eyed the giant. This one is Tefnacht. Ben squinted at the screen. Let me guess, super strength. Affirmative, Jade replied. And the third, as you already know, is Hesiara. Johnny growled under his breath. Oh, I remember her. She chased us out of the city, got inside my head. Felt like I was burning from the inside. Ben clenched his rocky fists. She almost hurt Sue, too. On screen, Hesiara paced along the raised dais, calm and predatory. They waited and watched, and soon the moment arrived. Kenmut was dragged forward, wrists bound, face bruised, posture slumped in pain. The crowd hushed. Some jeered, others looked heartbroken. Maybe Ramatut isn't as popular in his own city after all, Max thought, noting the mixed reactions. There she is. Johnny muttered, voice taut with fury. He stepped closer to the screen. They tortured her. Flames flickered around his fists. 2 faint markers lit up near the edges of the plaza. Reed and Sue, in position. All right, Max said. Reed and Sue are set. Still no sign of Ramatut. We should. Don't care. Johnny roared. We're going. Before Max could finish, Johnny flared bright and rocketed into the sky like a comet. Damn it, Max cursed. He whipped out his hand, forming a glowing green sling of energy that looped around Ben. Whoa, hey. Ben shouted as Max yanked him airborne. Warn a guy, will ya? They streaked toward the plaza. Drop me on the big guy. Ben yelled, pointing at Tefnacht, who was already moving to intercept Johnny. You sure? Yeah. Ben grinned. Max adjusted their trajectory. All right, big guy. Below, Johnny reached the plaza first. He fired twin blasts at Hesiare, but before they could land, a shimmering field caught them midair and hurled them back. Oh, hell, Johnny muttered, twisting to dodge his own attack. Meritef stood calmly at the edge of the dais, gravity staff raised. He swept it sideways and Johnny was wrenched from the air, pulled toward him by an invisible force. That staff is gonna be a problem, Max growled. He focused on Tefnacht and released Ben. Ben plummeted like a meteor, spinning once before extending his arms. It's clobberant time, he roared, crashing fist-first onto the massive man. BAAM. The plaza trembled from the force of Ben's strike as Tefnacht was hurled backward like a boulder out of control. Max quickly formed a shield of green around the battlefield, encasing the plaza beneath a shimmering dome. Sunlight danced across its surface as it sealed off the combat zone and protected the fleeing civilians. Combat zone isolated. You may escalate force as needed, Jade informed him in his ear. Perfect, Max muttered. He twisted midair, forming construct after construct 20 in all. Sleek, humanoid mechs shimmered into existence across the field, their blades and blasters already primed. Engage, Max commanded, and the mech surged forward like a tide, slamming into the pharaoh's soldiers with coordinated precision. Green light flooded the square as the constructs overwhelmed the outer ring of defenses. Then Max spotted Johnny spiraling in the air, flames flickering erratically while Meritef's gravity staff slammed him against invisible walls. Johnny's body contorted unnaturally, pinned like an insect. Max rocketed forward and blasted Meritef with a pulse of emerald energy. The bolt struck square in the chest, sending the elite skidding backward across the plaza. Johnny's invisible bonds vanished, and the human torch steadied himself before diving at Hesiare, hovering high above the fray. Max scanned the battlefield. Ben and Tefnacht traded brutal blows, the ground beneath them cratered by their raw strength. His mechs held off wave after wave of soldiers, but damage was mounting. Reed was slipping through the chaos, stretching from shadow to shadow as he made his way toward the Sphinx. Then Max saw it. Kenmit had been freed from her shackles. Sue had done her part. Max exhaled in relief until Meritef's staff swung again. A crushing field of gravity surged toward the two women. Kenmit braced, but the force slammed into an invisible wall and rippled harmlessly away. Sue shimmered back to visibility and glared at Meritef, arm outstretched, a force field bubble pulsing around them. Lantern, she shouted over the chaos. She's free. Get her out of here. Max raised his ring, preparing to encase Kenmit in a construct, but she was already moving. What are you doing, woman? Max shouted as Kenmit sprinted toward Hesiare, who was being driven back by Johnny's relentless fire. Oh, right, revenge, Max muttered. Kenmit pulled a crescent-bladed dagger from her robes, teeth clenched, rage blazing in her eyes. She tackled Hesiare to the ground, both women crashed in a heap. Straddling her nemesis, Kenmit raised the blade high and drove it straight through Hesiare's heart. The elite screamed as Kenmit struck again and again. It was over. Seeing that Hesiare was dead, Max quickly formed a plane-like construct around Kenmit and fired it into the sky. The emerald craft streaked far from the city, well clear of the battlefield. Kenmit was secure. He joined Johnny in midair, the two of them blasting apart Ramatut's robot guards while Max's mechs cleaned up the stragglers. Together, they raced toward Sue and Ben. Sue stood at the center of the chaos, arms outstretched, force fields projecting like battering rams. With a flick of her wrist, one shimmering wall slammed into Meritef's chest with a resounding crack, sending the elite staggering, unable even to go on the offensive. Ben was trading blows with Tefnacht. Their stalemate broke when Ben hammered him into the pavement with a colossal punch. Damn, Max muttered as he streaked past. We're really overpowered. He raised his ring and loosed a pulse of emerald energy that caught Meritef in the back, hurling him into the steps of the dais. Max landed beside Sue. Sue, Johnny, Ben, get to the Sphinx. Help Reed. I'll handle the big guy. Ben, bruised but grinning, cracked his knuckles. You sure you want all the fun to yourself? Go, Max insisted. Ben threw one last haymaker at Tefnacht, then sprinted across the plaza. Sue fell in behind him, raising a moving shield as they ran. Johnny shot skyward, a trail of flame pointing straight toward the Sphinx's stone visage. Max felt the ground tremble as he turned to see Tefnacht hauling himself out of the crater, eyes blazing. Then the giant's gaze shifted past Max to Hesiare's lifeless body, which lay blood pooling beneath her. A low rumble of grief rolled from his chest and burst into a roar of fury. My love, no, he bellowed, the air vibrating with the sound. Max narrowed his eyes. Oh, great. Tefnak's face twisted with madness, he even seemed to swell a few inches taller. I will rip you apart, he thundered, then screamed something in a tongue even Jade couldn't translate. Max shot upward, but Tefnak moved faster than he thought possible. With a tremendous leap the giant snatched him midair, locking him in a crushing bear hug. Got you. Tefnak growled. Max gasped. You've got to be kidding me. The grip tightened, Max felt his ribs straining, pressure mounting from every side. I'm going to crush you into paste, Tefnak snarled. Fuck you, Max growled through clenched teeth. Summoning every ounce of willpower, he manifested a massive emerald warhammer above Tefnak's head. With a thought, it slammed down. Wham! Tefnak's head jerked back, but he still didn't let go. Instead, he squeezed harder. Garaya! Max screamed as pain shot through his chest. Jade, anything. Tefnak is exerting concentrated pressure on your core. Internal damage imminent, Jade warned. Max roared in defiance. All mechs, converge on me. The constructs turned and charged, swords, spears, and cannon arms leveled at the giant. But it wasn't enough. Laughing like a monster, Tefnak barreled through them, shattering the emerald mechs like glass. One by one, Max's creations burst into green shards. The giant didn't flinch. Max's vision blurred, his strength was fading and Tefnak kept laughing. What is this guy? Max thought, struggling to breathe. Then an idea struck. Alright you fuck, let's go for a ride. With a surge of willpower, Max rocketed straight up, Tefnak still clamped around him. Wind howled as they climbed through clouds into the upper atmosphere. I will crush you. Tefnak growled, tightening his grip. I will grind you to bone and dust. They rose higher, the air thinning, the stars coming into view. No, no. Tefnak snarled. What are you doing? You said you'd crush me, Max rasped. Try doing it in space. The cold bit deep, Tefnak's enhanced lungs faltered in the near vacuum. His grip loosened. An emerald flash split the darkness as Max blasted free. He seized Tefnak by the chest. Come here. He cocked his arm and punched upward. BAAM. Tefnak reeled. Another punch, BAAM. Green energy cracked around Max's fist. BAAM. 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 Blow after blow, Max hammered the giant beyond the stratosphere into the black. With a final roar, he shaped a colossal battering ram of will and drove it into Tefnak's chest. Boom. The impact hurled Tefnak into space, his massive body spinning away until the void swallowed his silent roar. Max hovered for a moment, chest heaving. His ribs throbbed, but the ring was already healing any damages. He turned toward Earth and rocketed downward. Wind screamed past as he fell like a meteor. Below, the Sphinx came into view. Ramatut's guards were swarming over it, reinforcements pouring in from every street. Where the hell is Ramatut? Max muttered. The city blurred beneath him as he slowed his descent and then... boom. He hit in a classic superhero landing, one knee to the ground, his whole body glowing brighter than before. The shockwave hurled the nearest soldiers away like twigs in a gale. Dazed guards barely had time to raise their weapons before Max surged forward. In less than a minute he cut through them all until he stood at the entrance to the Sphinx. Max entered the Sphinx. Inside, the aftermath of Reed and the others' handiwork was obvious. Guards lay crumpled on the floor, circuitry sparking and crackling. He hurried through the corridors to the central chamber. Reed stood at a console, manipulating holographic controls that scrolled with columns of numbers and calculations. Nearby, Susan, Ben, and Johnny looked up as Max stepped in. Lantern, Sue greeted warmly, offering a relieved smile. Hey, Ben added with a grin. Reed's just about done. We're ready to blow this sandpit. Reed glanced up and nodded. I've finished calibrating the time matrix. This should return us to the exact moment we left. Nice, Max said. Then I guess, this is goodbye. Reed extended his hand. Thank you for everything. Sue stepped forward and nodded gently. Take care of Kenmet and of yourself. Ben tapped Max on the shoulder with a friendly, rock-solid punch. Maybe we'll ask our Green Lantern to look you up. Johnny smirked. Maybe then we'll finally learn your name. Max chuckled. It's Max. Max, they echoed, surprised by the familiar, unassuming name. He winked. Safe travels, Fantastic Four. Reed smiled and activated the device. Brilliant blue light enveloped the four heroes, their outlines shimmered as the time displacement field took hold. Then. Max, Jade warned inside his mind, her voice urgent. Cloaking tech detected. Before he could turn he saw Susan's eyes widen in horror at something behind him. He spun, finding a tall, imposing figure in regal robes and a pharaonic headdress. In the man's hands gleamed a golden spear whose tip pulsed with a sickly yellow light. A blast of yellow energy erupted from the spear before Max could raise a proper defense. He threw up a shield instinctively, but the beam tore through it and struck him square in the chest. Pain, white-hot agony. It was more than pain, it was terror. Every trauma, every fear, every hidden doubt in Max's soul rose screaming to the surface. Max screamed, a raw, broken cry that echoed through the chamber. Ah! Another spectrum detected, Jade warned. Yellow light of fear. Fear. Max thought as his vision dimmed. Oh, fuck. He collapsed to one knee. Ramatut stepped forward, smiling, triumph etched across his calm expression. The tip of the golden spear lowered toward Max's face. Easier than I thought, Ramatut murmured. The spear pulsed again. Yellow light flooded Max's vision. And then blackness. Max opened his eyes slowly. Pain throbbed through his chest. It hurt badly, but he was alive. His arms were shackled above him, wrists bound in glowing restraints. He dangled from the wall of a dark stone cell, every breath a struggle. But it wasn't the physical agony that weighed on him most. It was the fear. The same oppressive dread that had stabbed through him when Ramatut's spear struck cold, sickly, and deep, as if his very soul had been sliced open, still lingered. It coiled through his thoughts like a serpent, whispering doubt and despair. He tried to summon his ring's power, a blade, a shield, anything. Green sparks flickered, then fizzled into nothing. Jade, he rasped, talk to me. What happened? Where are we? Her voice flickered in his mind, calm yet subdued. You are stable. Wounds are healing. Internal damage is regenerating. But we are imprisoned. Max grimaced, yanking at the shackles. Yeah, I noticed. Again he focused his will. Again nothing. Why can't I use the ring? You were struck and are still surrounded by concentrated yellow spectrum energy. The cell is laced with it. The longer we stay, the more your emotions are clouded. Your willpower is being drowned by fear. Fucking perfect, Max muttered, letting his head hang. The fear wasn't a shrieking panic, it was a slow, crushing hopelessness feeding on uncertainty and failure. He shut his eyes and tried to block it out. Nothing. Time passed, minutes, maybe hours, he couldn't tell. Cold stone pressed into his back, and the silence felt suffocating. Then he sensed something else, a presence. Another prisoner sat in the shadows across from him. Max lifted his head, blinking through the dim light. Hey, he croaked. You alive? The figure stirred, pausing before answering with a dry voice, I am. I thought I would give you time to yourself. Appreciated, Max replied dryly. Silence followed. Max sighed. All right, looks like we'll be here a while. Who are you? The figure leaned forward, stepping into the faint yellow glow that seeped from his own cell. A boy, perhaps 16 or 17. His skin was a stony gray, etched with swirling lines and glyphs. His eyes were sharp and piercing, and there was something undeniably regal in his posture. My name is Ensabanur, he said with a slight smile. And what is yours, Green One? New York. Reed Richards strode through the brightly lit corridors of the Baxter Building. It had been a week since their return from Egypt, 1 week since they escaped Ramatut, and 1 week since they'd watched the Green Lantern who helped them get struck down just before their departure. Reed still felt guilty. Maybe he could have done more, secured the chamber before they left, but he hadn't, and the lantern had paid the price. Entering the living room, he found Johnny reclining on the couch, TV blaring. Will these heroes pay for the damages they caused? Reed's gaze slid past the screen to Susan and Ben, seated at the dining table speaking in hushed tones. Sue had barely slept, weighed down by the same guilt that haunted them all. She'd even tried to contact their Green Lantern to learn the fate of this ancient lantern and get some closure for all. Reed was about to call out to her when a flash of emerald outside the window froze him in place. Hovering amid the city skyline was a glowing figure, the Green Lantern himself. Ben leapt to his feet and hurried to the balcony, flinging the door open. The lantern stepped inside, emerald aura dimming. His sleek uniform bore the glowing Green Lantern insignia at the chest, a stylized mask with 2 upward tapering horns covered his upper face. Welcome to the Baxter Building, Green Lantern, Reed said, stepping forward. Sue rose quickly. We've been trying to reach you for days. You have, the lantern asked, brow creasing. Is there trouble? No, Reed assured him. Nothing like that. Something different. The lantern clasped his hands behind his back. First let me get to why I'm here. He paused, meeting each of their eyes. I bring an invitation. An invitation? Ben echoed, frowning. Yes. You're Harvey invited to OA, the headquarters and homeworld of the Green Lantern Corps. Silence settled over the room. Reed glanced at Sue, Ben, and Johnny. "We accept," he said at last. Chapter 18, Face Your Fear. Max found himself standing before a cave. Not just any place, this one was familiar in the worst way. The curve of its mouth, the jagged rocks above it, the shadow it cast. He had buried this place deep within his mind, sealed it shut long ago. But it was here now. Again. A whisper drifted from inside, faint at first. "Coward." The voice slithered out again. "Coward." It grew louder, closer. "It was your fault." Max's legs went weak. His heart pounded in his ears, his breathing quickened. "No," he whispered, stepping back. And then. He jolted awake. Sweat drenched his skin. His chest burned deep, aching, a dull throb that radiated from the center. The spear had done a number on him, and it still hadn't healed, which surprised him, considering how quickly he recovered from serious injuries after arriving in this universe. His arms were chained, shackled above his head, pulled taut against a stone wall. "Fuck." Max muttered under his breath, coughing. Jade's voice chimed in, flat but concerned. "Your exposure to the yellow light of fear is interfering with cognitive regulation. Additionally, you have not consumed food or water for 4 Earth Standard days. The ring, in this state, is unable to fully sustain you. Considering your enhanced body, continued exposure may prove fatal within 3 more weeks." "Well, that's just fantastic," Max said, his voice hoarse. "Should have been more careful." "Cocky idiot." "Max," Jade said, "you must not succumb to despair. That will only worsen your condition." Max nodded slightly, not that she could see it. "Right." Duly noted. He began to recite the Green Lantern oath in his mind. For some reason, it always kept the effects of the yellow at bay. A calm voice echoed from the far end of the room. "Green Lantern. You're awake." Max looked up slowly. Across from him, in a cell made of black metal, sat a young man. Max let out a dry, bitter laugh. "Nur, good to see you." "I am not called Nur," the young man said, standing. "I am Ensaba Nur." "Hey, I thought we were friends," Max joked. Jokes were good, they helped in the situation. The man I shared a dungeon with was none other than the one the world would one day know as Apocalypse, hailed as a god by some, a savior by others, and a tyrant by many. One of the X-Men's greatest villains. But right now he was just 17. Tall and lean, with broad shoulders and gray skin smooth but etched with faint scars. His eyes were sharp and steel-colored. Over the past 4 days, Max had spoken to him more than he'd ever expected. Somehow they'd forged something like camaraderie. Max wouldn't call it friendship, but it was something close. He had learned of Nur's past, how he'd been abandoned at birth, cast aside by his tribe for his strange appearance. A nomadic clan called the Sandstormers found him, specifically their leader, Baal, who raised Nur as his own. From the way Nur spoke of him, it was clear Baal was more than a mentor. He was father, guide, protector, the only one who had ever truly loved him. The rest of the tribe? They feared him. Some even hated him. Max had also learned how Nur's hatred for Ramatut was born. The self-proclaimed pharaoh had demanded that Nur be delivered to Thebes to serve him, likely to exploit his power. Nur refused. The Karusikam, Ramatut's elite guard, did not take no for an answer. They wiped out Nur's clan, Baal included. After that, revenge became Nur's mission, his purpose. From what he told Max, Nur's influence had grown quickly. He'd built alliances with rebel groups in the north, even joined forces with Kenmit's hidden resistance. Together they'd begun plotting a grand uprising. Nur had even infiltrated Thebes as a slave to spy on Tut and learn his secrets. Max was genuinely impressed the teenager in the next cell had managed to sway soldiers, workers, even some priests to his cause, all under the nose of a time-traveling tyrant. But it hadn't been enough. Nur was discovered, and now here they both were trapped in the heart of Ramatut's stronghold. Across the cell, Nur watched him in silence. At last he spoke. "Green Lantern, you grow weaker every day." Max, slumped on the floor with his arms still shackled above him, managed a dry smile. "You don't say," he muttered, his voice rough with thirst and exhaustion. One thing Max had learned about the young man in the opposite cell was that he had no powers, not yet. Yes, he was stronger than most, faster, and certainly smarter, but the mutant abilities the world would one day fear hadn't manifested. At first Max suspected Ramatut had fitted him with some kind of power dampener, a high-tech device from the future, but no. Nur's powers simply hadn't awakened. Max had even considered triggering Nur's abilities to stage an escape, but he knew too little about mutant genetics. Jade, already hampered by the same yellow energy that weakened Max, could offer no help either. So they waited, suffered, and tried not to break. Across the cell, Nur spoke again, quietly. "Tell me about your ring." Max sighed. He dodged that question every time it came up. Nur was too curious, and Max wasn't about to explain one of the universe's most powerful weapons to a would-be conqueror. You're very secretive about it, Nur added, watching him with those sharp eyes. Before Max could muster another half-lie or sarcastic remark, the chamber door creaked open. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Nur stiffened like a coiled spring, his usually calm eyes blazing with hatred. A voice sliced through the dim air. Whom do we have here in my humble abode? A green lantern and a mutant. A figure in gold and violet robes stepped into view. Ramatut. Hope you've been fed well, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Max let out a weak chuckle. Food was 5-star. Wouldn't recommend the room service, though. Tut turned his gaze to Nur, his tone sharpening. The lantern seems to be enjoying himself. And what about you, mutant, he asked, stepping closer to the cell. Nur didn't respond immediately, he simply stared, the hatred in his eyes white-hot and pure. Then, with venom in his voice, he said, you will not live to see another moon. Tut's smile widened. That's the spirit I remember. He stepped toward Max, hands clasped behind his back. I thought it was high time we met face to face, Tut said almost theatrically. Max didn't answer. Ramatut began to pace slowly, arms folded behind him, the hem of his rich purple cape brushing the floor with each step. His lips curled into an amused smile. You're not the person I thought you were, he said lightly. Or perhaps you are, and the tales about you are simply exaggerated. He chuckled softly. A green lantern and his ring at my mercy. Max remained silent. How do you like the cell? Ramatut asked, gesturing lazily to the yellow-lined bars. Not my finest work, true, but impressive, wouldn't you say, especially given how little time I had to build it. Still no response from Max. Tut stopped pacing and faced him fully. His tone lost its playfulness and sharpened. Nothing to say to the men who bested you. Max finally looked up, eyes dull from exhaustion yet still defiant. He smirked. What do you want, Nathaniel? Tut froze. For a long moment, he said nothing. His smile faltered, and his eyes once brimming with arrogance narrowed with sudden wariness. How do you know that name? Tut asked quietly, all warmth draining from his voice. His stance grew rigid with suspicion. Max leaned his head back against the wall, smirking despite the pain. I know things. Tut stared at him, the silence between them turned heavy, charged. Then Max twisted the knife. What's the matter, Richards? Is all this LARPing as a pharaoh not going the way you imagined? Playing God here and finding out you're actually terrible at it. Ramatut's expression darkened, the mask cracked. His jaw tightened, hands clenching behind his back. You're lucky, he said, voice clipped and bitter. Lucky I'm keeping you alive. Please, Max scoffed. I know you won't kill me, you want the ring. Tut stepped closer, stopping a hand's breadth from the glowing yellow bars. Yes, that's true, he said smoothly. I plan to study the ring, understand it, unlock its power. And when I do. His tone deepened, eyes glinting with raw hunger, I'll command an army of green lanterns. I will conquer everything. Nothing will stop me. Max's expression remained neutral. Quite the ambition, Nate, he said. But I'm not letting you become the conqueror. And Max had meant it. If he had anything to say about it, there would be no Kong the Conqueror not in this universe. Ramatut's smile thinned, but he let the jab slide. Instead, he turned his attention to En-Sabah-Nur. You may yet be useful to me for the Lantern Project. That makes you lucky, Desert Rat. You get to live a little longer. Nur glared at him with such fury that it seemed to radiate heat. Max had never seen hatred so pure. It's good you both lasted 4 days, Tut mocked. Let's see how long till you break. He turned to leave. At the threshold he paused, glancing over his shoulder. Oh, I almost forgot, he added, voice dripping with malice. I found where your little band of rebels is hiding, Desert Rat. They will suffer for your insolence. The smirk on his face was unbearable. Nur snapped. He lunged forward, slamming against the cell bars, roaring with rage, the sound echoing through the stone walls like a wild animal trapped in a cage. You coward. I'll rip your heart out. Tut only laughed and strode from the chamber. The heavy door creaked shut, sealing them in darkness and silence. Max slumped again, watching Nur fume, the young mutant's muscles trembling with rage. Time passed and Max did not know long. Max and En-Sabah-Nur sat in the dim silence of the dungeon. Neither spoke until the gray-skinned man finally broke the quiet. The cell, he said, eyes fixed on the faintly shimmering yellow aura. That yellow light, is that what weakens you? Max nodded. Yes. It's the yellow light of fear, he admitted. My power comes from my will, the amount of willpower I have. But this cell is laced with the opposite fear, it undermines willpower. Nur nodded slowly. That must be why I've had nightmares and this constant feeling of dread. He placed a hand over his chest. It's worse for me, Max said, his voice tired. Nur's eyes flicked toward him. You've dealt with this before. Max nodded again. Fear? Sure. Everyone has it. But me. I've always overcome it. I've always believed I could power through anything. Hell, I don't even fear death. Nur tilted his head. Everyone fears death. Maybe once. Not anymore, his time in Vaughn had made sure of that. A silence settled again. You're lying, Nur said suddenly. Max blinked. Excuse me. Nur leaned forward, eyes unwavering. You claim you don't fear death, perhaps that's true. But what if something else is hollowing you out from the inside? Max opened his mouth, but Nur cut in. Guilt, Nur said. Guilt becomes fear, a fear so deep it burrows into your bones and whispers when you're alone. Max's heart jumped, his breathing quickened. Nur studied him intently. Tell me, Green Lantern, what guilt gnaws at you? Max offered no answer. He knew exactly what it was. Well. What is it? But Max didn't hear him anymore. He had decided on a desperate gamble, realizing that Nur had a point. He decided to surrender to the memory that had haunted him for 15 years, something he knew was sure what the yellow had latched onto. He felt himself slipping deeper into its recesses. Max's breath caught as he found himself once more at the mouth of the cave. It looked exactly as he remembered. He stood there and also saw himself, a younger Max, barely a teenager, wearing an oversized hoodie and battered sneakers. Beside him was another boy the same age, his cousin, James. James laughed, bright and cocky, nudging Max with an elbow. Come on, Max. What's wrong? You scared? He flapped his arms, making chicken noises. No, I'm not, the younger Max replied, though his voice cracked. The older Max watched helplessly as his past self followed James deeper into the cave. The air grew colder, the narrow passage twisted, its walls damp and slick with condensation. Stalactites dripped from the ceiling, and their footsteps echoed off the ancient stone. At last they reached a ledge high above a shadowy drop, the cave yawning into a vast subterranean chasm below. James edged forward, grinning. What do you think's down there? Silver. Gold. We should go, both Maxes said in unison. I can barely see the entrance anymore. Oh, come on, James scoffed. I heard there's treasure. His foot slipped. It happened too fast, a scuff of gravel, a scream, and Max watched his cousin plummet, catching the ledge at the last second. Max. James shrieked, clinging to the rock. Help me. Max didn't move. He froze, paralyzed by fear, by shock, by everything. James's fingers began to slide. Max. Still, Max did nothing. Then James was gone. The scream echoed again and again inside Max's skull. Max stepped closer to the edge of the dark chasm. The air grew even colder. He peered down into the black void, and the whispers began soft at first, then unmistakable. You let me fall. It was your fault. You could have saved me. James's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, rising out of the abyss. Max's breath caught. The world shifted, and suddenly he was back on the ledge at that terrible moment, only this time he wasn't watching, he was once again the younger Max. His arms trembled, feet rooted to the stone. In front of him, James slipped, screamed, reached out. Max. Again, Max froze. Again, James fell. The moment restarted like a cruel loop. Fear. Paralysis. The sickening drop. Each time, the whispers grew louder. It was your fault. You did nothing. You let me die. Max struggled to break the cycle, but guilt pulled him back like gravity. Again James fell. Again Max couldn't move. Yet something changed. With every repetition Max forced himself to inch forward, to move little by little. And on account he had long since lost, another memory surfaced, his aunt's gentle voice telling him it wasn't his fault. He'd forgotten those words. They struck him like a shaft of light in the dark. He remembered more, sneaking candy into bed with James, playing video games past midnight, the good memories he'd buried. This time, when the loop began again, Max didn't freeze. He lunged, reaching for James with everything he had. But, he missed. James fell once more. Yet despair didn't claim Max. There was no hate, no self-loathing, only acceptance. He knelt at the edge, breathing deeply, eyes wet. The weight that had coiled around his heart for years began to unspool. I'm sorry, Max whispered. And, finally, he forgave himself. He turned away from the chasm and there was James, standing in front of him. But this time his cousin's eyes glowed a sickly, unnatural yellow, and his voice was warped, echoing with venom. No. It was your fault, the apparition snarled, a twisted mockery of the boy Max had loved. Max didn't flinch. No, he replied calmly. It wasn't. His hand clenched, and with a pulse of emerald light the power ring materialized on his finger. The yellow-eyed figure roared and lunged, trying to shove Max into the chasm. Max didn't budge. Rooted to the stone, he glowed with a radiant green aura. Again the specter hurled itself at him. Again Max stood unshaken. Again, and again. The twisted phantom screamed in rage, its form glitching and distorting like a broken memory, until Max raised his fist. Will surged through him. He punched forward. A shockwave of pure emerald energy erupted from his body, detonating in a brilliant explosion. The vision shattered, the projection of James shrieked and disintegrated, torn apart in a cyclone of blinding light. Max blinked and found himself somewhere else entirely. A place he hadn't seen in a long time, the Black Void, the strange realm where he had floated while healing in Asgard after his battle with Surtur. But this time it wasn't empty. Something moved, looming out of the darkness, massive, terrifying. Part dragon, part insect, wreathed in writhing yellow tendrils of energy. Long limbs clicked and snapped like blades, its shifting body pulsed with power. Max knew it instantly. Parallax, the entity of fear. The creature screamed and lunged. Max did not retreat. Instead, he stood his ground and hurled a blast of emerald light from both hands, every ounce of hard-earned willpower straight at the monster. The entire void blazed green. Max's eyes snapped open. He gasped for air. He was back. The first thing he noticed was the green glow flooding the dungeon, light pouring from his body. With a sharp pull, the bindings that had held him for days cracked and shattered, clattering to the floor. The yellow cell bars were gone, replaced by an emerald aura radiating from him, proof that he had overpowered fear itself. Across the corridor, Sabahner stared, wide-eyed and awestruck. You did it, he whispered, reverent. Max met his gaze and gave a single nod. With a gesture, he formed two shimmering constructs. The first pried open his own cell door, the second tore apart the bars of Nur's cell. The young mutant stepped forward, still stunned. Time to get the fuck out of here, Max said, turning toward the dungeon door. Chapter 19, The Revenger's PT Boom. The explosion tore through the side of the pyramid, sending chunks of stone and dust billowing into the darkening sky. Max and Sabahner sprinted from the smoke-filled corridor, lit by flashes of green as Max's ring surged with power. Great! Nur shouted, coughing through the smoke. Now we'll be caught. I told you we should have used the secret tunnels. Max glanced at the teen, then toward the guards pouring into the plaza. A slow smile spread across his face. Yeah, about that, he said. Emerald energy flared from his ring. A bubble of green light wrapped around Nur as Max shot skyward, dragging the teenager with him. Aha! Nur screamed as they rocketed upward. Max kept climbing higher and higher until the air thinned and stars shimmered above the curve of the world. Finally they slowed to a stop just outside the stratosphere. Earth stretched below, vast and silent. Max phased into the bubble, floating beside Nur, whose gray face was pale and wide-eyed. You were saying? Max asked smugly. Nur clutched his knees. You can fly too. Of course. Max looked down, serious again. Where to now? Nur took a moment to catch his breath. The Eastern Desert. There's a hidden oasis there where my clan and others are camped. We must hurry if Tut's forces get there first. Say no more. He turned and dove. The orb streaked downward, carving a green arc through the night sky. Wind and heat rippled around them as they fell. I'm going to be sick, Nur muttered as the ground rushed toward them. At the last second Max bled off speed, then collapsed the construct, grabbing Nur firmly and landing with a solid thud on the shifting sands. The Eastern Desert stretched before them under a silver moon. The night wind howled across the dunes, and no sounds of life could be heard. Nur staggered upright, catching his breath. You could have done that slower. Max was already forming new constructs. Aren't your people in danger? Green light flared as he conjured a swarm of sleek drones that hovered around him like fireflies awaiting orders. Jade, run a search, he said. Look for signs of Tut's elite. Understood, Jade responded as the glowing construct zipped away in tight formation, vanishing into the night sky. Nur pointed north, beyond the jagged dunes. There. That's where the oasis lies. Max enveloped them in another bubble, this one slower, steadier for Nur's sake. Let's go. They began traveling towards the oasis, the dunes blurred around them as Sabahner stood silent, with worry in his eyes. Max glanced sideways. So, what do you expect to find when we get there? Nur didn't respond immediately. What do you mean? I mean, Max said, adjusting their course slightly, you've been imprisoned for a while. Do you really think the clans you united just sat around waiting for you? Will they pick someone else to follow? Nur's jaw tightened. No. I was the only one strong enough to bring them together. They followed strength. Unity came through power. Yeah, but power doesn't like a vacuum, Max replied. Someone has to fill the gap. I know who would have tried. Nur's voice dropped lower. Scorpion. Max suddenly had the Rock's face in his mind, and he chuckled a bit. Let me guess, old rival. Max asked. I defeated him in single combat during the last grand gathering of the clans, Nur said. That was how I gained their loyalty. If word spread of my capture, he would seize the moment. I have been meaning to ask, why has Ramatut not put your attempt at rebellion down? He must have known about your gathering of clans. You'd think an upstart rebellion would be priority one. Nur's eyes narrowed. The pharaoh has been preoccupied with something in the south. For nearly a year now. Max stiffened. The south. The south, what's so important south of here? Max thought. No. He couldn't be. Max's heart quickened. Wakanda. Is Tut going after Wakanda? He has to be. That fucker must be after vibranium. The conversation trailed off in silence as the stars above gave way to soft flickers of firelight on the horizon. There, Nur said. The green orb dipped, slowing as the oasis came into view, an emerald patch nestled in the dunes, ringed with tents and palm trees swaying in the breeze. Torchlight danced over faces of waiting people. Jade's voice rang in Max's ear. Detected, 654 life signs. Not that many left, Max murmured. Nur exhaled sharply. Scorpion made his move. And who stayed? Max asked. My clan. The Sandstormers. Nur's expression darkened with something like pride. They never wavered. They descended. The moment Max and Nur touched down on the sand, cheers erupted. En Sabah Nur, voices cried out. He's alive. People ran forward, old men, warriors, mothers with children wrapped in shawls. Some fell to their knees, others embraced him, a few sobbed in disbelief. The wave of bodies surged around Nur. Max stepped back, letting the team know, the men have his moment. He watched as Nur was lifted onto shoulders, chants ringing out into the desert night. The stars shimmered overhead as Max stood alone on a dune, arms crossed, the wind brushing against him. Down below, the oasis glowed with firelight, shadows of the Sandstormers dancing in celebration. Laughter and chants echoed through the desert night, all for their leader who had returned. Max hadn't joined them. He watched from afar, the soft light of the full moon casting a pale glow on his face. They had feared him at first, but Nur had calmed them and told them he was an ally. Max had introduced himself by the title those at Khonsu's sanctuary had named him, Ta Keita, because why not? He kinda liked that name. He closed his eyes and began to analyze the situation he was in. Silence from Odin lingered like a bad omen. His communicator was gone, taken by Ramatut when he'd been imprisoned. He had no idea if Odin had survived that encounter with the Ghost Rider, no idea what had become of Agamotto as well. But one thing he was sure of, and that was that Ramatut had to die. Max had made that vow the moment the yellow energy spear tore through his shield and nearly killed him. He couldn't let Tut escape back to the future, he couldn't let Kong be born. He clenched his fist. In front of him, green light shimmered as he formed to construct a perfect likeness of Ramatut appeared, holding the spear. Jade, Max said quietly, eyes never leaving the construct, any chance we can detect him when he's cloaked? Negative, Jade responded. The pharaoh's stealth tech is advanced. My sensors could not track him until he was already within proximity. Max's jaw tensed. We can't afford another surprise. He walked a slow circle around the construct, examining every inch of the spear. It was an elegant weapon, familiar, somehow. The design tugged at the edges of Max's memory. Who knows what else he's hiding, he muttered. We must assume, Jade said, that Ramatut's arsenal includes technology far beyond anything we have encountered in our travels in the last 3 years. Max nodded grimly. Then we need countermeasures, he said. I need to be ready for that spear again. Understood, Jade replied. I will begin compiling data to detect his cloaking for our encounter. However. She paused. Against the spear, you will need to meet him with greater willpower. Max looked down at the sand, then back at the projection. He clenched his fist, and the construct shattered into green shards of light, vanishing into the night. I'm stronger than before, he said, more to himself than to Jade. Yes, Jade said softly. Your willpower surged after confronting and overcoming your fear. You will need to do so again, but in battle. I know, Max replied, beginning to walk back down the dune toward the camp. Max stepped through the camp toward where En Sabah Nur was. He found him standing near the largest tent, speaking with 4 rugged-looking men, each one marked with battle scars and sun-worn skin. Nur turned at Max's approach. Green Lantern, he greeted. These are my captains. The four nodded, their gazes curious and wary as they sized Max up. One had a curved scar running down his cheek, another wore a cloak made of lion hide. All of them carried the aura of men hardened by many battles. Max opened his mouth to speak, but Jade's voice interrupted him in his mind. Alert. One of the drones has picked up movement. Two groups of Ramatut's forces. One heading north, the other approaching this location. Max's eyes narrowed. Tut's men are on the move, he said aloud, turning to Nur. One group is heading north. The other's coming here. Nur's jaw tightened. They're going after Scorpion, damn that fool. Scorpion commands 10,000 men, but without Ensaba Nur they will be crushed, one of the captains said. Max looked at them, then out at the dark dunes. It's too dangerous to fight them here, Max said. We need to move everyone. I want to take your entire clan to Khonshu's sanctuary. It's fortified, hidden, and they'll be safe there. Nur hesitated. There's no need for that. We can hold here. Max looked him square in the eyes. Your people barely have provisions left. If we fight here, there will be some casualties. At the hideout, we can regroup. We plan with Kenmet about what to do next. Nur's face hardened. He was torn but not foolish. You and Kenmet are allies, right? Max pressed. Then act like it. We'll get your people to safety first. Then we strike back. After a long beat, Nur nodded. Fine. Can you transport them all? Max smiled faintly. We'll be there in 5 minutes. The four captains exchanged stunned glances. One of them whispered something in disbelief. Without wasting a moment, Nur turned to his men and barked orders. The tribe sprang into action. Tents came down. Belongings were bundled. Packs were strapped onto camels and horses. Children clung to mothers, elders leaned on younger arms. Despite the chaos, it was clear they had done this before. Nomads to the core, they moved like a single organism. But this time, their journey would not be by foot. Max floated upward, green light radiating from his hands. He reached out and formed an enormous emerald rectangle wide enough to hold the entire clan and their animals. The light solidified into walls and flooring, gently encompassing the entire clan. Gasps echoed through the night. Some of the people fell to their knees in fear or reverence. A few animals shrieked. Children hid behind their mothers and fathers. Some muttered prayers. But Nur walked among them steady, calm, assuring them it was safe. Max hovered near him. We good? Nur looked back once more to ensure the last of his people were inside. He gave Max a curt nod. Go slow. Max gave him a sideways smile. Sure thing, buddy. The emerald construct rose gently into the night sky as sounds of awe erupted from the clan inside. Max only grinned as he rose higher and higher into the night sky, leaving the desert behind. The stars above brightened, then scattered outward into the full tapestry of space as Max pushed them beyond the atmosphere. Soon, sounds from the clan vanished, most of them in awe at what was before them. Within the construct, they stood still, utterly silent. Mothers held children tightly. Warriors stared wide-eyed. Even the camels and horses shifted nervously but made no sound. All of them looked out through the shimmering walls at the starfield before them and the glowing curve of the earth below. It was a sight no human from this time had ever seen. Max stood near the front, hands behind his back, smiling to himself. Nur, standing beside him, gazed wide-eyed at the vast cosmos. His young face, usually hard, now softened in childlike wonder. He had not had time to truly bask in it when Max first took him into the sky. It's beautiful, Nur said quietly. Max glanced at him. It is. Thank you for showing them this, Nur said with great respect. Max said nothing, only returned a nod, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then, gently, the construct began to descend. Even as the earth returned to view and the sands of Egypt once more surrounded them, the awe in the tribe remained. They descended into the jagged walls of the canyon surrounding Khonshu's hidden sanctuary. Max could see the moon god himself on the edge of the cliff, watching them descend. The construct landed smoothly in the clearing outside the caves. With a final flicker, the green light vanished. Max stood back, watching Nur as he guided his people forward. From the cave, Kenmet and several others emerged, faces shocked, steps quickening as they rushed to meet them. Ensaba Nur. Kenmet said, stunned. Green Lantern. You live. Max gave a short shrug. Of course we live. A wide, surprised smile formed on her face. She looked at Max with something between gratitude and disbelief. Thank you for coming for me. Max winked at her. Don't mention it. Nur stepped forward, his voice loud and steady. Priestess Kenmet. My people need shelter and, as your allies. Kenmet spoke without hesitation. Say no more, Ensaba Nur. Your people are welcome here. As the clans mingled and greetings were exchanged, Max looked upward. His eyes found Khonsu, still watching from the edge of the canyon. Without a word, he rose into the sky and flew to meet the god. He landed beside Khonshu. Khonshu's head tilted toward him. So. You failed. Half failed. The Fantastic Four made it back to their time. Khonshu turned to him, the empty sockets of his skull helm unreadable. Then you understand now the power Ramatut wields. The power that keeps even us gods from interfering. Max's jaw tightened. Yeah. I do. Khonshu stepped closer. Are you going to rush in again? Max shook his head. No, I am not a man who repeats his mistakes. I need time to prepare. Good. Because I have a plan, one that will work, one that I require your assistance in, the moon god said. Max crossed his arms. Well, he said, let's hear it then. I have spoken to my brothers and sisters, the moon god said. I told them of your presence here, and of your strength. Your actions have stirred something. They are beginning to believe we can act once more. Max arched a brow. About damn time. So, are they sending their own champions like you did with Kenmit? Khonshu nodded slowly. They will, but only if we draw Ramatut out of Thebes. Max's eyes lit with understanding. Draw him out. That's smart. Thebes is where he keeps most of his weapons and tech. Get him into the open, and we've got a fighting chance. Precisely, Khonshu replied. And most of his forces are already stretched thin deep in the south, waging war against my sister Bast's chosen. Aha, I knew it. He's after Wakanda, Max said triumphantly. Khonshu tilted his head. He looked as though he was about to ask how Max knew that, but stopped himself. Yes, he said instead. He seeks what lies beneath Bast's realm. Vibranium, Max muttered. Damn. If he gets his hands on a steady supply. Yes, he will become even more dangerous, Khonshu agreed gravely. That's why we strike now. Fan the flames of rebellion in the north. Draw his attention. While he spreads himself thin, we build another force here, one he cannot ignore. Let him feel the noose tighten. Max nodded slowly. Then I'll go north first with Kenmit and Ensaba-Nur. After that. Max's gaze turned southward. I'll pay Wakanda a visit. Khonshu shifted. There is no need. Bast will not welcome you. She does not like. I know, Max said, waving him off. But if I can get the Black Panther on our side, it'll make things a lot easier. Khonshu's voice turned low. You'll have to face Bast's wrath alone. Don't worry about it, I can handle a god. The moon god said nothing. We leave tomorrow, Max said firmly. Khonshu tilted his skull helm slightly. Why take the grey nomad with you? Max's grin widened. Because, moon god, I don't think even Tut is ready for what Ensaba-Nur is going to become. Max left at first light with Kenmit and Ensaba-Nur. Max had made a construct similar to the Shi'ar ship Max and Odin owned, which was now hidden in a forest in the Indus Valley. Kenmit sat near the front, watching silently as Egypt faded into the distance behind them. Nur remained quiet, seated across from her, arms crossed, eyes taking in every detail. Eventually, Kenmit turned to Max, Lantern, where are we going? Max kept his gaze forward, hands glowing faintly green as he guided the construct. We're heading far north. I need to check on something first. There was a pause. Kenmit and Nur exchanged glances but said nothing more. They trusted Max enough. A few minutes passed, and soon green lands gave way to frozen, snowy ones. The sky darkened with thick clouds as they descended near the Arctic Circle where Jade had last picked up Odin's signature. The construct touched down on hard-packed snow. Wind howled across the flat ice as they stepped out. Kenmit shivered at once, wrapping her arms around herself. It's so cold, she muttered, her breath turning to mist. Max raised a hand, and with a shimmer of emerald light, a winter coat and pants materialized around her, fitted and warm, glowing slightly. She looked down in surprise but said nothing. Nur, meanwhile, stood still bare-chested, seemingly untouched by the cold. He looked around with narrowed eyes. Who are we here to find? My friend, Max said, slowly walking forward. His name is Odin. And another man. Agamotto. They followed Max as he traced the signature Jade was picking up. Max stopped as he saw the sights before him. Charred earth. Snow melted in jagged rings. Trees what few had grown here stood blackened and broken, their trunks split and smoking. The destruction radiated outward in a perfect, unnatural circle. The ground in the center was still faintly hot to the touch. Jade's voice rang in Max's ear. I am detecting remnants of an interdimensional portal. Max stared at the blasted terrain, something cold sinking into his gut. The fuck? He floated forward, scanning every inch. "What the hell did you get yourselves into, Odin?" he whispered. Meanwhile, in hell, the sky bled red. Lightning sickly and crimson snapped across the black, churning clouds. The air itself smelled of sulfur and fire. Tens of thousands of demons surged across the scorched plains, grotesque abominations with molten red skin, jagged horns, serrated claws, and glowing, lidless eyes. They howled and shrieked as they stormed forward, a stampede of nightmare incarnate. The earth cracked beneath their charge, bleeding lava with every step. They raced toward a single raised hill, the only elevation in this cursed landscape. And there, at the hill's summit, 3 figures stood shoulder to shoulder. Odin Borson wielded Mjolnir with fury unmatched. Lightning coiled around him like a serpent, cracking with each swing as demons burst apart under the hammer's wrath. Beside him stood Agamotto. His hands glowed with mandalas, bolts of pure eldritch energy lashed out, tearing through dozens of demons at a time. Between them towered the Ghost Rider, a blazing skeleton cloaked in smoke and hellfire. From his hollow maw came a howl, a sound that turned blood cold and sent lesser fiends scrambling. Thum! Ghost Rider unleashed a torrent of fire from his skull, sweeping across the ranks below. Demons ignited, their screeches piercing the blood-red sky. Mephisto! Agamotto bellowed, blasting a demon apart with a blast. "You can't keep us here forever." Then came the voice everywhere and nowhere. "Oh, yes, I can, sorcerer. I can keep you, the Asgardian, and the rider here, for all eternity." Odin grinned. "Bah. It will take more than this to defeat us, fiend." "Oh, then have more." Mephisto bellowed with laughter. The ground trembled. From all sides, more demons emerged, larger, more twisted, their flesh glowing with heat. Agamotto sighed, eyes flashing. "You had to say that." Ghost Rider growled, his flames flaring higher. "We need to get to the portal. It's our only way out." Odin crushed a demon's skull beneath his boot and swung Mjolnir in a wide arc, clearing the path. "Then we fight our way through." Odin looked to the sky, his eyes gleaming with battle-mad joy. "This reminds me of when Grunler and I fought those mutant monsters during the Varan War. And I say to you, Mephisto, what my battle brother once said to them." Odin raised Mjolnir high. "I will rip and tear until it's done, and you have no more demons left." Mjolnir slammed into the ground. Crockaboomum. You can read up to Chapter 20, The Revenger's PT. Kenmit jumped toward the ledge, her fingers catching the stone with practiced precision. With a single, fluid motion, she pulled herself up onto the sloped roof of the governor's palace in the city of Pe. The city sprawled below her, larger than Thebes, richer too. Pe was the jewel of Lower Egypt, the seat of Ramatut's power in the north. If Thebes was the throne, Pe was the blade that enforced his rule. And tonight, Kenmit intended to break that blade. She crouched low, her form blending with the shadows, her robes fluttering gently in the wind. Her sandals barely touched the rooftops as she parkoured across the palace tiles, vaulting over awnings, using columns as leverage, diving and rolling over gaps, her eyes always scanning for sentries. 2 guards stood near the rooftop hatch. In a flash of movement, her crescent blades whispered through the air. One guard crumpled before he even knew what hit him. The second had only begun to turn when Kenmit was on him, a hand over his mouth and a blade in his ribs. His death was silent. She slipped inside. The palace interior was dark, lit only by wall torches and the occasional lantern. She moved through the servant corridors, sticking to the shadows, assessing the structure and counting her steps. The governor's quarters lay deeper in the western wing, guarded, but accessible. The guards here were minimal, most of the city's garrison and also ones nearby had been pulled away to chase Scorpion's so-called rebellion in the Delta. Scorpion was gallivanting around the Delta, raiding settlements and taking what he pleased, draping it in the cloth of revolution. When they learned of this a week ago, it had left En-Sabah-Nur in a fit of rage, years of his work spent uniting the clans, only for Scorpion to twist it to his own ends. Kenmit paused in a shadowed alcove, her breathing slow and even. Her thoughts settled on the governor, whose death by her hand would throw Pe into disarray. She knew how the nobles and merchants here worked power vacuums, greed, chaos. It would open the door wide enough for the rebels within the city to act. They had been in the north for nearly a month now, she, En-Sabah-Nur, and the Green Lantern. What surprised her most was the restraint the Emerald Warrior showed. She had expected him to fly straight to Thebes and challenge Ramatut again after his defeat. But he hadn't. Instead, he traveled with them, following her plan to move from town to town, village to village, reigniting the rebellion. They did so with great success, defeating Tut's men and cowing his nobles, becoming a beacon of resistance. When she asked why he followed her strategy, he simply said it let him see and explore the towns and their people, that he had learned from his mistake, and that he couldn't do it alone, he needed to prepare himself as well. The men wielded the power of a god, perhaps stronger than even her own gods, yet he did not act like a deity, but like them, a simple mortal. Kenmit moved through the palace halls like a shadow as she approached the governor's quarters, slowing when she neared the high double doors stamped with the seal of PE. She had to be careful. The governor would surely have been gifted some weapon by Ramatut as a sign of favor, and she had no intention of letting the men use it against her. She drew a steadying breath and slipped inside. The sharp, metallic scent of blood hit her immediately. Tensing, blades raised, she scanned the dim chamber. Velvet drapes rustled in the faint breeze, and oil lamps flickered against the walls. Then she saw him, the governor, slumped in his gilded chair, robes drenched in crimson, mouth frozen in a silent scream. Kenmit moved closer and crouched beside the body. No signs of a struggle. A clean kill. A single stab to the heart. The weapon remained lodged in his chest, a ceremonial dagger, simple in shape yet etched with sigils. She drew it out carefully and lifted it to the lamplight. The metal bore the carving of a crocodile's head. Amit. She realized. Before she could process further, a voice echoed behind her. You took too long. Kenmit whirled, slipping instinctively into a defensive stance, blades poised. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, swathed in black armor. His eyes glowed with an eerie violet light, and his smile was edged with mockery. Who are you? She demanded. My name is Minis, he said, stepping into the pale glow. And like you, I serve the true gods. Amit, she asked, eyes narrowing. Minis nodded. There are others. You are not alone in this. The gods are stirring. The time of the false pharaoh is ending. She eased her blades a fraction but kept her guard. He radiated no hostility, at least not toward her. We need to talk, he said. All of us. Meet me near Khonshu's shrine, along the Nile, she replied. Minis gave a faint, amused nod. I know it. We will come. And with that, he seemed to dissolve into the darkness. Kenmit exhaled slowly. She had not killed the governor herself, yet the result was the same. The men lay dead, and chaos would descend on the city's rulers. She turned and vanished once more into the palace corridors, heading for the shrine. The lantern and En-Sabah-Nur would be waiting. Kenmit returned just before dawn, and she wasn't surprised to find both her companions awake. The green lantern sat on a rocky slope just above the campfire, deep in conversation with En-Sabah-Nur. As Kenmit drew closer, she slowed her pace, curious. En-Sabah-Nur had led a hard life since childhood. When she first met him 3 years ago, he had been just a boy already building a rebellion, forced to act older than his years. Yet around the lantern, he seemed like a boy again. The lantern believed Nur possessed a dormant power and wanted to awaken it to use against Ramatut. En-Sabah-Nur embraced the lantern's words wholeheartedly, following every instruction from the green warrior. The lantern treated him like a younger brother. Kenmit could tell the gray-skinned youth wasn't used to such kindness, but over the month they had traveled together, she had seen En-Sabah-Nur grow to look up to the lantern. She paused just below the ridge and listened. You only protect what's yours by being the strongest, En-Sabah-Nur said. The lantern tilted his head, expression unreadable. So you believe in survival of the fittest? It's not a belief, Nur replied. It's nature. Lions don't ask the gazelle for permission. They take. They survive. A beat of silence stretched between them. You disagree? Nur challenged. Yes, the lantern said. Then, after a pause, he added, but, I understand why you believe it. He glanced over his shoulder. You know, priestess, you can join us. Kenmit smiled and stepped forward. I didn't want to intrude on such a meaningful discussion. The lantern returned her smile. I think you'll have a lot to add. Kenmit stepped closer, the fire painting her face in amber hues. The governor is dead, she said simply. Nur's eyes lit up. Good. Then we move on Scorpion. The lantern has tracked him, Nur added. He's taken a fortified temple of Ra near east of the delta. And Ramatut's forces? Kenmit asked. Closing in, the lantern answered. They're about a day behind. The fool doesn't even know he's about to be boxed in. He studied Kenmit, emerald gaze narrowing. Why do I feel you have more to tell us? She met his eyes. The governor's death wasn't by my hand. Then whose? A man named Minis, Kenmit replied. Amit's chosen avatar. Nur scoffed. So the great gods finally crawl out of hiding after we mortals did most of the work. Do not mock the gods, En-Sabah-Nur, Kenmit warned. Minis said there are others more avatars. They'll be here soon. The lantern's expression shifted. Oh. To her surprise, he rose, hovering a few inches above the ground. I'll be back soon. Where are you going? She demanded. He didn't answer. With a surge of emerald light, he was gone, leaving Kenmit and En-Sabah-Nur alone. She glanced at the nomad. He merely shrugged. Well then, she muttered, we wait. They didn't wait long. 4 figures approached from the north. Kenmit stepped forward to greet them, recognizing Minis at once. At his side strode a tall, broad-shouldered man with skin like polished bronze and eyes that burned brilliant blue. Rahi, he introduced himself, chosen of Thoth. Beside him walked a dark-skinned woman with thick braids coiled into a crown. Teferi, she said, bowing her head. Avatar of Tauret. Last came a regal woman draped in fine linens, a diadem of lapis and obsidian resting on her brow. Her presence was both nurturing and immense. Nefrit, she said softly. Chosen of Isis. Minis's lips curved into a smirk as he turned to En-Sabah-Nur. And this must be the infamous nomad, the one who was captured. Nur folded his arms, glaring in silent defiance. A sudden chill raced down Kenmit's spine. She straightened. They're here. From the canyons behind them, a blinding light rolled across the dunes. Khonshu appeared first, exactly as he always did. Isis followed, radiant in a mantle of gold, her wings unfurling behind her. Tauret came next, motherly yet fearsome, her towering form crowned with a hippopotamus head. Last strode Thoth, ibis-headed and wrapped in scroll-patterned robes, his gaze cool and calculating. A presence stirred behind Kenmit. She turned and saw Ammit approaching, a terrible beauty, crocodile head, lion's paws, and the sinuous coils of a serpent. The goddess's eyes locked instantly on En-Sabah-Nur. You have done well, Kenmit. Khonshu said as he stopped in front of her. She knelt. Thank you, my lord. Nur did not kneel. He remained upright, meeting the god's eyes without flinching. Khonshu's glowing gaze swept the gathering. Where is the lantern? He said he would return soon, Kenmit replied evenly. I am quite intrigued to meet this green lantern you speak of, Khonshu, Thoth murmured. As am I. Tauret boomed, her massive frame swaying with childlike excitement. He sounds fascinating. Isis inclined her head in elegant agreement. We shall wait for his. Khonshu's words broke off as Ammit glided forward, eyes fixed on Nur. You, boy, have you forgotten to show respect to your gods? Kenmit's pulse hammered. She had hoped to avoid this. I worship no gods, En-Sabah-Nur said flatly, defiant as a desert storm. The ground trembled. Kenmit glanced toward Khonshu, searching for intervention. Ammit's slit pupils narrowed. She advanced, scales whispering. Oh. Then perhaps I should. The desert exploded in emerald light. Gods and mortals alike looked skyward. The green lantern descended in a torrent of green flame, he was now encased in emerald armor. In his hands gleamed a broad sword of green. Kenmit's breath caught, he seemed more godlike than the deities beside her. Step away from the boy, crocodile, the lantern warned. Ammit turned, baring dagger teeth. You dare address me in that tone? Yes, the lantern replied, a crooked smile playing on his lips. Kenmit's eyes widened. Lantern, what are you doing? Fear twisted in her chest. Ammit snarled, her voice thick with contempt. You insect. I will. Ammit, no, Khonshu interjected. The moon god stepped forward, his crescent staff glowing softly in the first light of dawn. He turned his gaze on the lantern. And you as well, lantern. We are not here to pick a fight. You would let him live after such disrespect? Ammit growled. Khonshu's reply was calm. The lantern lies beyond our reach, at least on this plane. Ammit glared at him, then retreated with a low hiss. Kenmit released a quiet breath as the tension eased from her shoulders. She had seen the lantern clash with Khonshu once before, briefly, but enough to know he could stand against a god. A battle here would be ruinous for their cause. Isis's serene voice drifted across the gathering. That is enough, Ammit. The lantern is the reason we have any chance against the interloper. The lantern descended and touched down beside them. His emerald sword flickered once before dissolving into light. I'm glad to see the Ennead finally taking the field. Tauret let out a warm laugh. We never left, Silly merely watched from a polite distance. En-Sabah-Nur gave a scoff of disbelief. The lantern ignored him. I'm heading for the Delta. The nomad clans will be annihilated by Tut's forces soon. Thoth nodded. We will see that the rest of the north rises with us. Even now the city of PE rebels. The presence of our avatars will stiffen the people's resolve. Good. The lantern surveyed gods and mortals alike. Then we're agreed. His gaze settled on Kenmit. Are you staying? Yes, she answered. Understood. He dipped his head in a small, respectful bow towards her and her only. Then I'm off to the Delta, and afterward, to Wakanda. The name drew an immediate response. Isis spoke sharply, concern in her voice. Wakanda. That is unwise. Bast. Khonshu raised a hand, silencing her. No. The lantern is right. Ramatut's forces have begun to encroach on Wakandan lands. If he can win them to our side, our task becomes far easier. Isis frowned but held her tongue. Without another word, the lantern rose into the air, the emerald radiance of his ring flaring. En-Sabah lifted with him, encased in a translucent green sphere. We are to meet again at my sanctuary in 1 moon's time, before the final push, Concha declared. The lantern nodded. He looked down at Kenmut. Stay safe, priestess. She gave him a confident nod and watched him go, a smile curling at the edge of her lips. Chapter 21, The Revengers. Pt. En-Sabah stood silently, arms folded, watching the green lantern stare into the emerald glow hovering before him. Within it flickered images of icy plains, visions conjured by the ring's arcane power. It was the frozen land they had visited not too long ago in search of the lantern's friend. The lantern spoke aloud, though no one else could hear the voice that answered him. So, nothing. There was a pause. Nur had grown familiar with these silences. The oracle within the ring, the one named Jade, was speaking to him. The lantern had explained that much. Damn it, the lantern muttered, frustration curling his voice as the projection fizzled out. Nur tilted his head, arms still crossed. Your friend, he said slowly, is still trapped in the underworld. The lantern let out a dry laugh. Underworld? Ha! That would be preferable. No, he's in hell or whatever Mephisto calls it. His jaw tightened. He can handle himself, him and the other person he is trapped there with, but I still need to find a way to pull them out. Nur simply nodded. In the month they'd spent traveling together across the north, he had come to learn much from the lantern. The men from the stars had revealed strange things to him, of evolution, of genetics, of a future shaped by beings like him. Nur hadn't understood the words at first, their meaning was alien. But over time, he grasped their core. He and others like him, yet to come, were the future of humanity. But that future remained locked inside him. The lantern insisted Nur's true power hadn't awakened, that it could, if only he could push past the invisible wall within himself. For a month, that had become the lantern's mission, to light a fire that refused to catch. The power still slept, buried deep within him, and Nur hated that he felt weak. Strength was everything. That had been the truth. En-Sabah Nur was raised on the law of the desert, the word of Baal. He had assumed the lantern shared his creed. How could someone so powerful not believe in the supremacy of strength? Yet to his surprise, the lantern disagreed on nearly every point. A man who could move mountains with a thought, fly across the stars, and battle gods spoke of restraint, of using power not to dominate but to protect, not to purge the weak but to guide them. For Nur, that was difficult to accept. And yet, during the month they'd traveled together, he found himself re-evaluating. Baal's teachings still echoed in his mind, but they were no longer the only voice. He was pulled from his thoughts when the lantern suddenly spoke. This Neheb, he nodded toward a green projection hovering before them, a blur racing across the delta, so his power is speed. Nur nodded. He calls himself the fastest man alive. The lantern laughed. Oh, really? I'll have to see that for myself. His amusement faded into something more earnest. Listen, I know we haven't made much progress waking up your powers. No, Nur said flatly. Because they aren't there. The lantern lifted a calming hand. Everyone stumbles, Nur. Even I struggle, smaller constructs still give me trouble. But I haven't given up, have I? Nur knew it was true. He had seen the lantern's quiet frustrations on the matter. Just hear me out. Maybe we've been going about this all wrong. Nur narrowed his eyes. Wrong how? Trust me. He pointed to a jagged rock formation, a wide, sun-bleached boulder jutting from the sand. Let's try something different. Your powers are rooted in matter and energy manipulation. If I'm right, you can turn that boulder to dust. Nur glanced at the rock, unimpressed. You've said this before. Yeah, but this time I want you to focus on something specific, a memory. A memory? Your happiest one. Nur scoffed. How will that help? The lantern shrugged. Call it a theory. Emotions are powerful, I mean look at me. Nur frowned, silent. Take your time, the lantern urged. Think about it. The happiest memory you have. Nur turned slightly away. I have none. Are you sure? The lantern asked gently. Everyone has at least one. Nur's jaw tightened. We should be moving. Scorpion is holed up in the temple, and Neheb grows bolder by the hour. Nur saw it in the lantern's eyes, he wasn't going to let this go. With a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes, pushed away the present, and turned inward into memory. Think and find it, the lantern's voice said softly. Focus on it. He reached back into childhood, searching. Then, there it was. A sun-drenched day in the high dunes, he was barely more than a boy, taken on his first hunt by Baal. They tracked ibex. Nur missed every arrow at first, his hands trembling, his aim poor. He had expected Baal's fury, but instead Baal crouched beside him, guiding his hand, steadying his arm. On the third try, the arrow flew true, the ibex fell. He remembered the surge of joy, disbelief, and pride mingling in his chest. Instinctively he turned to Baal and embraced him. And Baal hugged him back. A rare show of affection, one of the only times he could remember being shown affection like that, being loved. A faint, unconscious smile tugged at his lips. "Now you're worst," the lantern said. The smile vanished. The scene shifted violently, the smell of blood, screams, fire tearing through tents, Ramatut's soldiers descending on their camp. Nur fought, but they were too many. Baal was cut down before his eyes. He had been helpless. The agony of that moment fused with the earlier joy, the memories collided, overlapping love and loss, hope and horror. Something flared inside him. A spark. His heart pounded. He felt something rushing, swelling, a pressure behind his ribs, surging up his spine. "Holy shit," the lantern whispered, awe in his voice. Nur opened his eyes. Rocks floated. Boulders hung in midair all around him, and the ground trembled with invisible force. He turned to the boulder the lantern had indicated, narrowed his eyes, and focused. The boulder shivered, then crumbled into sand. The other rocks followed, dozens of them dissolving in midair, becoming sand and dust. The lantern whooped with delight. "You did it. You actually." But Nur didn't stop. He couldn't. The sand around them began to swirl unnaturally, pulled into chaotic spirals. The very earth groaned beneath their feet. Nur's eyes blazed with light, yet his hands trembled. "Control it," the lantern shouted. "Control it, Nur." I don't know how." Nur gasped, staggering as the power poured through him wild and unbound. The wind whipped faster, a storm formed in seconds, fed by a torrent of energy he could not command. "Sorry about this," the lantern muttered. Nur barely registered the emerald flash before pain exploded in his head and darkness swallowed him whole. Sabah Nur opened his eyes with a sharp gasp. He sat up quickly, muscles tense, as the memories rushed back, awakening his hidden power, wielding it, then losing control. Across from him stood the lantern, wearing a broad grin. "Sorry about knocking you out, buddy," he said lightly. Nur smiled. The power the lantern had insisted lay dormant within him was real. He had awakened it. Even if it had slipped beyond his control, it was undeniably his. He rose to his feet, fists clenching with a blend of joy and awe. "I did it." The lantern nodded, still smiling. "Yes, you did, my friend." Nur drew a steady breath and reached out with his mind. The sand beneath them quivered, then lifted gracefully, spiraling in controlled streams around his arms. He moved his hand, and the grains flowed like extensions of his thoughts. They obeyed him easily. "Look at that," the lantern said. "It's already second nature to you." Nur couldn't suppress the grin spreading across his face. "Yes, yes." The lantern folded his arms. "This is only the beginning. You'll be able to do so much more. But what you choose to do with that power, that's what matters. The choice is yours." Nur's expression hardened. "For now the choice is clear, kill Ramatut." The lantern gave a slow nod. They spent the next few days perfecting his newfound abilities while tracking Neheb's movements. When they saw Neheb closing in on Scorpion and the desert clans, the lantern decided it was time to act. He wanted Nur to defeat Neheb in front of them, a demonstration of his newfound strength. They traveled swiftly through the swampy marshes, a green construct sphere carrying them above murky waters and half-sunken reed huts. Soon the temple of Ra, where the clans had taken refuge, loomed on the horizon. "Is Neheb close?" Nur asked inside the glowing orb. "Yes," the lantern replied. "I'll handle the army," he added. "You take Neheb." Nur's eyes narrowed, and a savage grin crept across his face. "Oh. I plan to." They arrived just as Neheb and his army reached the temple. The emerald construct descended like a meteor. Inside, Nur's eyes locked on the chaos below. Two armies had already formed their lines. On one side, Ramatut's 3,000 disciplined soldiers, armored, orderly, wielding weapons that glowed with strange power. On the other, a disorganized host of nomad warriors led by the Scorpion. The construct split open, and Nur dropped from the sky, slamming into the sand and dirt between the forces. The lantern landed a heartbeat later. Ahead, at the vanguard of Tut's army, stood Neheb, the self-proclaimed fastest man alive. "Are you sure?" the lantern asked. "Yes," Nur replied coldly, never taking his eyes off his target. "He's mine." The lantern nodded and shot back into the air. As he ascended, emerald constructs coalesced into giant beasts that charged Ramatut's soldiers with unrelenting force. Neheb dodged the green monsters and sprinted straight for Nur. The first blow hit like a battering ram. Neheb slammed into him at full speed, hurling Nur backward and skidding him across the sand. Nur's breath left him, but not his focus. Gritting his teeth, he looked up to see Neheb pivot, ready to dash toward the lantern, who hovered overhead, firing emerald blasts into the ranks below. Nur thrust out his hand. An unseen force snapped around the speedster, freezing him mid-stride. Neheb strained and quivered, but his limbs refused to obey. With a flick of Nur's wrist, the man was ripped free and slammed hard into the sand. Neheb sprang upright, seething. What god granted you such power? My power is my own, Nur said, eyes aglow. I bow to no one. He raised both arms. The earth answered. Sand whipped up around Neheb in a tightening cyclone. He tried to bolt, but the ground clutched his legs and dragged him down. Panic flashed across his face. Nur's fingers twitched, and the sand poured into Neheb's mouth, nose, and ears. The speedster gagged and thrashed, then shuddered, fell still, and lay twisted and bloated, lifeless. Nur exhaled, fist still clenched, and looked up. Across the field, the lantern's emerald beasts towered over a shattered enemy line. Ramatut's soldiers were already in retreat. Nur turned toward the Scorpion and the assembled clans, all watching in stunned silence. It was time for him to reclaim his army. En-Sabah Nur strode toward the nomad leaders. Scorpion and the other chiefs had already dismounted from their horses and camels and stood waiting for him. Women, children, and elders spilled from the temple to watch. Scorpion, Nur called. En-Sabah Nur. Scorpion answered, voice tight with fear, fingers trembling on the hilt of his blade. You know why I'm here, Nur said as he drew closer. I do, Scorpion replied, drawing his sword. Which god granted you such power, En-Sabah Nur? He asked, almost in awe. Every warrior fixed his gaze on Nur, waiting for the answer. None, Nur said. No god grants me power. You all know I hold no love for them, yet I have allied with them, against our great enemy. A murmur rippled through the ranks. Scorpion started to speak, but Nur raised a hand. I understand why you did what you did, Nur continued. When I was captured, you saw an opportunity and took command. You did not harm my clan when they refused to join you, you left them in peace. For that, you have my respect. I do not wish to fight you for leadership, Scorpion. Silence fell, heavy and expectant. I need you, Nur said. I know I failed you all when I was captured, but I have returned. We need each other. Ramatut's final days are upon us, but only if we stand together as one. We are the children of the sands, the fire beneath the false pharaoh's throne. We are the blade that will cut him down. Join me, and together we will end this tyrant's reign. For a heartbeat, no one moved. Then Scorpion raised his sword. En-Sabah Nur. Another warrior echoed him. En-Sabah Nur. And another, En-Sabah Nur. Soon the entire host chanted his name, louder and louder, until the desert rang with it. En-Sabah Nur. En-Sabah Nur. En-Sabah Nur. A streak of green light shot down from the heavens and touched down beside Nur. The lantern stepped out of the glow, startling everyone only moments before they had watched him summon giant emerald beasts to rout Ramatut's army, so their reaction was understandable. Some warriors murmured, others whispered, is that a god? Nur turned and met his friend's eyes. The lantern gave a small, approving grin. You did well, he said. Nur returned the smile. A month ago he would never have imagined things unfolding this way, but he was glad they had, and it was all thanks to the lantern. En-Sabah Nur stood at the edge of the camp, a hive of activity as warriors packed supplies and struck tents. He had named Scorpion his second-in-command and, following the lantern's counsel, reorganized both the chain of command and the army's composition. I will join the other rebels, Nur said, looking up at the lantern, who hovered a few feet above the ground. The champions of the gods are gathering in Pe, and I will lead my army there. Afterward, I'll make my way to the sanctuary, as the moon god asked. The lantern nodded. Good. Just remember, use your powers sparingly for now. Ease into them, you don't want to lose control again. It is as you said, Nur replied calmly. The rest is up to me. I will follow your advice. He paused, then added in a quieter voice, thank you. For everything. The lantern tilted his head, a teasing grin forming. Oh. Is the great, stone-faced En-Sabah Nur getting emotional? Nur's face hardened at once. No. Then, unexpectedly, a small smile tugged at one corner of his mouth. I meant it, lantern. Well, the lantern said, rising higher, I'm off to Wakanda. Nur gave a firm nod. Then return with victory. The lantern saluted. You as well, my friend. With that, he soared skyward, an emerald comet streaking across the dawn. Nur watched the green trail until it vanished beyond the horizon. Footsteps approached behind him, Scorpion and several clan war leaders. That was a god, wasn't it? Scorpion asked, while still clinging to his voice. Nur smiled and shook his head. No. Something far better. Chapter 22, The Revengers PT. Take care of the wounded, Azuri commanded, his voice steady despite the fury swirling within him. His eyes scanned the clearing, where warriors lay battered and burned, many with their skin blistered by unnatural flames. The attack had come swiftly and with unrelenting force, the enemy was growing more ruthless and desperate. My prince. My prince, a voice rang out. Azuri turned to see Nihada, one of the Dora Milaje, striding toward him. What is it, Nihada? We've received word from the capital. You are to return at once. Azuri's breath caught. Is it my father? Nihada hesitated. I do not know, my prince. Azuri's jaw clenched. Very well. He turned back to his men. Hold this position. Keep striking from the shadows, none of them are to leave this forest alive. His soldiers saluted before vanishing once more into the dense cover of Wakanda's woodlands. Azuri followed Nihada swiftly through the brush, his heart pounding. They arrived at the banks of the river Bashari, where a sleek reed boat waited. Azuri stepped in, and the craft guided by a silent helmsman pushed off into the current. The rivers of Wakanda were ancient and vast, forming a web that connected every city and village like veins in a living body. As the boat glided over the glassy surface, the sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting amber and crimson reflections on the water. Azuri sat quietly, watching the colors blur and shift. His hands tightened on his knees. He closed his eyes and whispered a silent prayer to Bast. Please. Let my father be well. Let the great panther endure. This war had begun nearly a year ago. It started when Ramatut, pharaoh of the Eternal Dominion, a nation that had appeared from nowhere to Wakanda's far north, demanded tribute, Wakanda's greatest treasure, the sacred metal, and its submission. The audacity still angered Azuri, but his father, wise and unshakable, had refused. The panther bows to no one, he had said. As soon as the pharaoh's envoy departed, his father began preparations, guided by both intuition and a warning from Bast. He was proved right when Ramatut's armies descended, led by two generals who wielded the forces of fire and ice. They burned fields, froze rivers, and brought death to Wakanda's borders. But Wakanda had met them with unyielding might. For a year they had fought 12 long moons of bloodshed and loss. In the first 3 months, the border tribes fell. Villages turned to ash beneath the fire-wielding general's wrath, while frozen rivers made retreat impossible under the watch of her frost-bound brother-in-arms. But Wakanda did not break. His father, the Black Panther, stood firm, striking blow after blow with the strength of Bast and the wisdom of 100 generations. Yet the invaders pushed ever deeper, claiming a third of Wakanda despite their king's fury. Their weapons were unlike anything Wakanda had ever seen, blades of light, siege engines powered by strange energies. If not for the sacred metal, the nation could not have held out this long. At the Battle of Orikar they unleashed their general's full power, the screams of the day still haunted Azuri's dreams. Dozens of Wakanda's greatest warriors perished in moments. It was after Orikar that his father changed everything. They abandoned the open field. Shadows became their allies. They struck at night and vanished by dawn. It worked, slowing the enemy, but at a cost. Now, sitting in the reed boat speeding toward the heart of the realm, Azuri asked the question that weighed on his soul. Are you sure? There's still been no word from Akani. Nihada, her eyes downcast, answered without turning. No, my prince. Nothing. Azuri looked away, jaw clenched. Akani, one of the 3 lesser mounts where the sacred metal could be mined, had fallen. The invaders had seized it. His father had led the elite to take it back himself. No sacred metal leaves Wakanda. That was the oath, the law. If it did, it would be the greatest failure their people had ever known, a betrayal of Bast herself. The capital rose on the horizon, tall towers of stone and the sacred metal jutting above the jungle canopy, each a testament to millennia of strength and sovereignty. But today they felt like tombstones. The boat docked in silence, no fanfare, no horn to announce the prince's return, only the hushed shuffle of guards standing motionless, their expressions grim. Azuri stepped ashore. Each footfall on the cobbled path to the royal palace grew heavier than the last. A knot twisted in his stomach, a weight pressed on his chest. Everyone he passed, warriors, merchants, servants, bowed low, but something had changed in their eyes. He mounted the palace steps with dread. The great panther statues on either side loomed larger than ever. When the doors swung open before him, he already knew what awaited. Queen Nerissa stood at the center of the throne room, veiled in black, her hands trembling. When she lifted her gaze and met his, all strength left her. She ran to him. Azuri, she sobbed, clutching him as her tears fell freely. He held her tightly. I'm here, mother, he whispered, though the words felt hollow. The truth wrapped around him like chains. The king was dead. His father was dead. The Black Panther had fallen. And where sorrow might have consumed him, Azuri felt only fire rage, cold and white-hot, burning behind his eyes and pounding in his heart. It all happened fast. The mourning period was cut short, tradition set aside, there was no time for celebration or ceremony. Wakanda was at war. Azuri's coronation was swift, he barely felt present at all. His heart was numb, his mind a fog of grief and rage. But the people needed a king, Bast needed a champion, and so he stepped into his father's place unprepared yet unwilling to falter. The ritual of the Black Panther began at dusk. The heart-shaped herb was brought to him on a tray of sacred metal, its purple glow pulsing faintly. Priestesses circled him, chanting words older than the stones beneath their feet. He knelt before the sacred fire, inhaling the heavy scent of burning herbs. "Drink, Azuri, son of Mtanda," the high priestess commanded. He placed the herb in his mouth and chewed. Its taste was bitter. As he swallowed, fire spread through his body, liquid flame that scorched his throat, seared his veins, and clawed at his lungs. His heart pounded like a war drum. Pain consumed him, stealing his breath and sight. His body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling. The world went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the chamber. The sky above swirled with color violets, greens, and silvers flowing like rivers of paint. It was unlike anything he had ever seen. The air was warm, and an odd comfort filled him. He rose, his body whole and free of pain, and turned to see a great black panther padding toward him across the dreamlike plain. Azuri dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. "Lady Bast," he breathed. "Rise, young one," came the voice low and commanding, yet soothing like wind over the savannah. He obeyed, meeting the panther's golden eyes that seemed to pierce his very soul. "Wakanda is in peril," Bast said, "and you must now lead it." I seek your guidance, great Bast. My father, he fell in battle. If even he could not stop them, how can I?" "You are not your father," Bast replied. "You are yourself, and Wakanda's victory is at hand. But you must hold the realm together, young one." "How?" Azuri asked, desperation coloring his voice. "Tell me what I must do." "There is one who will come," Bast said, "a visitor unlike any you have met, a man forged of emerald light. He will appear in your darkest hour, and you must use him to defeat the invaders." "A man of emeralds?" Azuri repeated, confused. "Yes," Bast said. "He will have demands of his own, but you must be wise. Use your guile. Accept his help, but grant him nothing. Deny every demand he makes." Azuri frowned. "Why? Why would I deceive one who offers help?" The panther's tail flicked, her gaze burned brighter. "Because this man will seek our secrets. He will covet the heart of Wakanda, our metal. He must not have it. No outsider may touch the gift I have given your people. No outsider must wield its power." Azuri lowered his head, still struggling to understand. "But if he helps us win?" "Do what must be done, young panther," Bast said firmly. "Lead your people. Protect what is sacred." Azuri drew a sharp breath and nodded. "Yes, great Bast. I understand." "Then rise, Azuri, Black Panther. Rise, and be king." The colors swirled around him again. The world folded in on itself, and suddenly he was gasping awake, the taste of the heart-shaped herb still sharp on his tongue. The sacred chamber loomed around him, the priestesses watching in reverence. He was the Black Panther now. And somewhere beyond the horizon, the men of emeralds awaited. Bast's will was clear, Wakanda's survival depended on him. Yet he would trust no outsider. He would use this stranger's power to win, and when victory was secured, he would do as Bast commanded. Max followed the Nile, gliding just beneath the cloud line, emerald light shimmering faintly around him as he flew. His eyes scanned the jungle landscape below, searching for Wakanda, the hidden kingdom, concealed even from the gods. Not even Khonsu had known its precise location. But Max was close now. He could feel it. The first phase of his plan was complete. The north was burning with rebellion, Tut's grip loosening. The gods were active. En-Sabah-Nur had awakened literally and figuratively and once more led the nomadic clans. Together they'd lit the fire now consuming half of Tut's empire. Phase 2 was next, bring Wakanda into the fight. If he could do that, all that remained was to head east and track down Gilgamesh and Thena. When that was done, he'd have the team. The Revengers. He smiled to himself. He could have called them the Avengers, sure, but without Odin it didn't feel right. Revengers was perfect in Max's opinion because, let's be honest, everyone in this mess wanted revenge. He wanted revenge. Kenmit wanted revenge. En-Sabah-Nur. Definitely revenge. The gods. Their whole return was for revenge. And whoever currently bore the mantle of Black Panther would doubtless be itching for revenge too. Okay, maybe Gilgamesh and Thena weren't personally involved, but Max was pretty confident Ramatut had angered enough people to earn their ire as well. It was a revenge clusterfuck. Hence, the Avengers. I'm detecting energy signatures similar to Ramatut's tech. Max straightened. Finally, he muttered, narrowing his gaze as he descended through the humid air. Trees blurred beneath him, wildlife scattering at his sudden approach. Through a gap in the dense canopy he spotted it, faint orange glows pulsing between the trees, fire. Well, that's something, Max said. He adjusted his flight path, veering toward the flames. As he drew closer, he could see what was happening. A battle was underway in the jungle. Well, Jade, looks like we've found Wakanda. Chapter 23, The Avengers. PT. Max soared over the battlefield. Smoke and fire clawed their way through the jungle canopy, rising into the night sky. Explosions thundered in the distance. Jade, what's happening down there? He asked, narrowing his eyes against the haze. Scanning. One of the Karusicum is present, a pyrokinetic. She's leading Tut's forces and actively burning through the jungle. I'm detecting multiple Wakandan settlements in the path of the flames. Non-combatants are still inside. Max gritted his teeth. And the Wakandan soldiers. 30 of them surrounded. They won't last long. He didn't hesitate. Then let's save them first. Max angled downward, his ring pulsing brighter as he gathered power. With a wave of his hand, a flurry of emerald missiles streaked outward in carefully calculated arcs. Each one found its mark, blasting apart squads of Tut's robotic foot soldiers. The explosions lit the clearing, yet none of the missiles touched the Wakandans still fighting. He landed hard, emerald light crackling around him as he came to a halt before the trapped soldiers. Their vibranium spears' tips glowing rose instinctively, until their leader stepped forward. He wore armor similar to the Black Panther he had seen from the movies and comics, though more low-tech, sleek, segmented, and functional. His face was partially exposed beneath the panther helm, the eyes and mouth unobstructed. Max offered a half-smile. Looks like you could use some help. The Black Panther nodded without hesitation. Yes. Yes, we do. Max raised his hands, channeling his will, and an emerald century of Roman legionnaires sprang forth, shields gleaming as they charged. The construct slammed into Tut's forces, cutting through synthetic and human enemies alike. The Panther and his warriors did not remain idle. With a low battle cry, he signaled his men, and they followed him into the smoke and flame. The battlefield roared anew as metal met metal, vibranium blades and spears clashing with Tut's future tech. Max joined the fray, unleashing precise energy blasts from his ring, striking enemy soldiers and drones while shielding the Wakandans from incoming fire. Jade, status on those settlements. The fire has reached all 3 settlements. Max's jaw tightened. He turned to the Panther, who was now fighting 2 opponents at once with deadly elegance. I'll be right back. Max called. Where are you going? The Panther shouted, spinning mid-leap to slash through a drone. Max launched himself into the sky. Below, flames devoured everything in their path: trees, huts, crops. 3 settlements burned, rooftops collapsing as families fled in panic. Time was running out. He concentrated, focusing his willpower and imagination, and formed 2 massive cannon-like constructs. Inside, he fabricated emerald, flame-retardant foam. It was difficult, but he succeeded, and the emerald foam blasted toward the inferno below, snuffing out the flames and coating the jungle and villages in thick clouds of protective material. Sweeping across the sky like a low-flying bomber, he extinguished fire after fire until the red glow finally began to fade. When the worst was over, Max dove toward the scorched remains of the villages, scanning for survivors. Moving fast, he tore through debris with constructs shaped like shovels, claws, and crowbars. He found a mother and child pinned beneath a collapsed roof and carefully pulled them free, conjuring a stretcher to carry them away. A badly burned man lay barely conscious, his skin blistered. Max stabilized him and pressed on. Not everyone was so fortunate. In one hut he found a man and woman who hadn't survived, locked in each other's arms during their final moments. He discovered 10 more casualties. He couldn't save everyone. When he had gathered every survivor he could find, Max raised his hands and conjured a large protective dome. He lifted it gently, carrying the survivors through the jungle air, far from the fire and the battle. Jade, where's the nearest secure location? He asked. Coordinates set. There's a small lake 5 miles out. Max deposited the survivors beside the lake, ensured they were safe, and immediately streaked back toward the fight. Green light skimmed the canopy as he re-entered the clearing where the battle still raged. His Roman constructs held firm, formations methodical and precise. The Wakandans fought with unmatched grace, blades flashing, their vibranium shields deflecting and absorbing blasts from Tut's tech. Their war chants echoed through the jungle. They were winning. Jade's voice crackled in Max's ear. Max, the Karusicum, she's near. He spotted her at once. A figure in a high-tech suit strode through the chaos like a living inferno. Fire poured from her hands in screaming jets, shattering constructs and incinerating soldiers. Her armor glowed orange at the seams, absorbing and channeling the heat. Max realized. It's the suit, he muttered. The Carusikum raised both hands, ready to unleash a sweeping wave of fire toward the Black Panther. Max didn't let her. He surged forward in a burst of light, fist cocked. His punch slammed into her chest plate, and a shockwave rippled outward, extinguishing the flames midair. The pyrokinetic hurtled backward, crashing through the tree-line. She didn't get up. Max hovered where she had stood, eyes glowing emerald. Stay down, he warned. The woman stirred, her armored frame twitching against the scorched earth. Max tensed, raising his ring-clad fist to strike again. But a blur shot past him. Crack. The Black Panther's punch landed squarely on her helmet, snapping her head to the side. She collapsed, dazed. Without hesitation, the king followed through, slashing with his vibranium claws. The blades gleamed in the moonlight as they cut her throat. She died, still clutching at the wound. Damn, Max breathed, watching the Wakandan king stand over the fallen elite. The Black Panther turned slowly, eyes narrowing behind the dark mask. Around them, the battlefield fell silent as Max's constructs and the Wakandan warriors finished off the last of Tut's forces. The two stared at each other for a long, silent moment. Why did you flee? The Panther asked, his voice low and faintly accusatory. Max raised a brow. Flee, he echoed, a little offended. 3 villages were up in flames. People were trapped. I had to save them. The Black Panther didn't answer right away. His gaze lingered on Max before his shoulders finally eased, just slightly. I thought it was too late for them, he said at last. Thank you. Max nodded solemnly. There were casualties, he admitted, but I saved most of them. They're safe by the lake now. The Panther dipped his head in acknowledgement. Then I apologize for my words. You have rendered Wakanda a great service. It's fine, Max replied. I'm the Green Lantern and we your majesty have a common enemy. The Panther's eyes narrowed. Ramatut. Max nodded. I am one of the leaders of a grand rebellion is forming to remove him once and for all. I came to ask for you and your people's help. I doubt we can spare much, the Panther said. Our lands are besieged. Half the realm burns. Then let me help, Max said simply. And what do you want in return? The king asked. Nothing, Max answered. It's the right thing to do. All I ask is that, once your kingdom is secure, you consider joining our fight. The Wakandan king looked surprised, reassessing his visitor. Slowly, he removed his helm, revealing a young man only a little older than En-Sabah-Nur, by Max's reckoning. I am King Azuri, he said, the Black Panther and protector of Wakanda. He extended his hand. I welcome your help, Green Lantern. Max helped Azuri oversee the return of his men and the survivors to Wakanda's capital. He offered to fly them there, but Azuri was unsure, so Max decided not to push it. They traveled by riverboat, then on foot through dense jungle, where the land gradually gave way to crafted paths and terraced hills. At last Max saw it, the Great Mount. It towered over the city black, glinting, and laced with deep veins of faintly glowing metal, vibranium. Wakanda itself was a marvel. While the rest of the world was only entering the Bronze Age, Wakanda looked as though it belonged in the medieval era. A soaring palace was carved into the mountain, surrounded by neatly connected buildings of wood, stone, and perhaps even vibranium. The entire city shone with color. Max caught himself staring, and Azuri's voice brought him back. That is the Great Mount, the king said, still gazing at the jagged peak. That is where the sacred metal is mined. Max nodded. I can see it's been quite the boon to your people. It is Bast's gift, Azuri replied simply. Her blessing ensures Wakanda's prosperity. Bast's gift. More like a meteorite that happened to land in the right place. Did the goddess really take credit for that? Max scoffed inwardly but said nothing aloud. Come, Azuri said, leading him toward the palace nestled at the mountain's base. As they walked, dozens of citizens bowed low to Azuri, whispering among themselves. Yet most eyes were on Max wide, curious, some awestruck, others wary. We don't see many glowing green men here, Azuri remarked dryly. Max chuckled. Yeah, well. I'm an acquired taste. As they approached the palace, Max leaned in. So, the other elite. Where is he? Azuri's expression darkened. We'll speak inside. The interior of the palace was vast and cool, its high ceilings etched with intricate carvings. Torches burned with blue fire, and attendants moved silently across polished stone floors. At the far end of the hall, a regal woman stepped forward. She stood tall and graceful, her head crowned with gold and wrapped in deep purple cloth. My son, she said, descending the stone steps toward Azuri. Her voice was warm but carried the steel of a queen. Mother, Azuri replied, clasping her hand and bowing his head. I have killed one of Tut's creatures. A flicker of emotion crossed her face, sorrow, then pride as she gently touched his cheek. Azuri turned to Max. This is the Green Lantern. He aided us in the battle. The Queen Mother's gaze shifted to Max, and her eyes widened. She froze for a second. The Green One. She whispered. Max narrowed his eyes. That's strange, he thought. Jade, did you? Her voice came softly in his mind. Yes. She's not surprised to see you. You were expected, it seems. Something's going on here. Max followed Azuri through the palace's inner halls, flanked by members of the Dora Milaje. The all-female special forces did not take kindly to his presence and kept glaring at him. The invasion began a year ago, Azuri explained as they walked, and now they control nearly 1/3 of Wakanda. Thousands have died. Max looked straight ahead but nodded solemnly. That woman during the battle, he said, recalling the pyrokinetic elite's wild, almost panicked attacks, she seemed desperate. She was, Azuri replied. After the Battle of Orikar, one of our worst defeats, my father changed tactics. We turned to the shadows, hit-and-run strikes, sabotage, assassinations. We made them bleed slowly. Now the enemy is growing frantic. Max glanced sideways. You mentioned your father. He's gone, Azuri said, voice steady. When one of the 3 lesser mounts fell, he led a force to retake it. He never returned. I'm sorry for your loss, Max said quietly. Azuri gave a curt nod. You asked about the other general, my father's killer. He hides in Urkani now, protected by Tut's metal men and his strange magic. He commands ice, not fire like his counterpart. Then that's where we go, Max said. Yes, Azuri agreed. With you, perhaps a full assault is possible. We could take back the mount. They entered the throne room, and Max slowed to take in the space. It was enormous. Towering columns of pure vibranium glinted with pale blue hues in the flickering firelight. The throne itself was carved from gold-veined black vibranium, flanked by 2 colossal panther statues that crouched like silent guardians. 3 men waited at the base of the throne. Minister Chaka, General Jadaka, Elder Mkiri, Azuri announced as he approached. My king, the 3 said in unison, bowing deeply. Max felt their eyes on him at once, curious, suspicious, cautious. Elder Mkiri narrowed his gaze. My king, who is this? Before Max could speak, Azuri stepped forward. An ally, counselors. The Green Lantern. He is here to help. General Jadaka straightened sharply. But my king. I have made my decision, Azuri said, firm. One of Ramatut's generals is dead, the fire wielder. We struck them a great blow. Minister Chaka's eyes widened. This is wonderful news, my king. Truly. He turned to Max, and what of him, your majesty? The Green Lantern was indispensable, Azuri replied. Without him, many more lives would have been lost. Max simply gave a respectful nod. Update me on Urkani Mount, Azuri said as he strode toward the throne. The Icy One still lingers inside, my king, Chaka replied. With the fire wielder dead, we believe the war can be ended swiftly if we collapse the mines. Not a bad idea, Max thought. But Azuri shook his head as he sat on the throne. No. We've discussed this already. We don't know how many of our people are still captive inside. Okay, Max corrected himself. Horrible idea. Jadaka stepped forward, his tone sharp. We have no choice. If he keeps his grip on Urkani, he'll turn it into a fortress. Collapse the tunnels, seal them, and that's the only way. You heard the king. Mkiri snapped, face flushed. Our people are inside, men, women, and children. We cannot sentence them to death. The war has taken much from us, Chaka said, his expression hardening. The people will understand. Azuri raised a hand. No. But, my king, Jadaka began. I said no. Azuri's voice cut through the chamber like a blade, and Jadaka fell silent. Chaka exhaled sharply. Then do you suggest we go in? We will lose more men than we save. I'll go, Max said. All 4 Wakandans turned toward him. You are not needed, Jadaka said at once, his voice laced with contempt. This is Wakanda's war, Outlander, not yours. Mkiri added sharply, the mount is sacred ground. We cannot allow a stranger to trespass on it. Max's eyes narrowed slightly. Strangers already occupy it. One more won't change anything. I can go in and end this with fewer casualties. Chaka folded his arms and looked to Azuri. My king, I do not trust the sorcerer. For all we know, he could be working for Ramatut. Ramatut is my enemy as well, Max said evenly. I've told your king as much. I didn't come here to take or conquer, I came to help, because we share a common enemy. The chamber fell silent. Azuri studied Max for a long moment, then turned to his council. Tut's forces occupy 1/3 of our realm, he said, his voice quiet but unwavering. Help me liberate it, and then we will turn our strength toward Arcani. I want you Green Lantern at our side. Max allowed himself a faint smile. Wise choice, Your Majesty. Jadaka looked away in frustration, Nkiri remained tense, and Chaka lowered his gaze silent but seething. Azuri stepped down from the throne and met Max's eyes. It is time to make my realm whole again. Chapter 24, The Avengers PT. Max hadn't expected the campaign to reclaim Wakanda to drag on this long. Ramatut's forces had gone to ground, employing the same guerrilla tactics the Wakandans themselves had been using. Worse still, they were hiding behind cloaking tech much like Ramatut's own. That, at least, turned out to be a mixed blessing. Working with Jade, Max was able to study the captured gear. Jade was certain Tut relied on a slightly more advanced version, and every scrap of data helped them spot the faint telltales sooner than before. As for Azuri, in the short time Max had known him, the Black Panther had proved himself honorable, brave, and remarkably sharp. But Max also knew when he was being used. It wasn't malicious. Azuri's hesitation was plain. Max suspected Bast herself had ordered the king to enlist outside aid and then, once victory was won, cut ties, take whatever was offered and give nothing in return. Typical divine pettiness, Max thought. Khonshu had said enough about how the Ennead loved their games, especially Bast. So Max placed his own pieces on the board. Whether Azuri noticed or not, Max was weaving a subtle thread of guilt into every conversation, every act of service, planting doubts that might tip the king's heart when the moment came. And if it didn't, Max would still help, though he'd be disappointed. He'd hold no ill will toward Azuri or Wakanda. He fired a precision blast into the treetops. A shimmer appeared, then a figure tumbled from the canopy, one of Tut's cloaked assassins, his tech flickering out before his lifeless body struck the dirt. More incoming, Jade warned. This is a trap, Azuri said, dropping into a stance behind him. Yeah, I can see that, Max muttered as the brush erupted. They came from all sides, Tut's robotic foot soldiers, drones, and more of those cloaked assassins, dozens of them spilling from the shadows with inhuman speed. Max summoned a towering suit of emerald armor around himself, 9 feet tall, and charged. His first swing sent 3 drones pinwheeling through the air, the second crushed a cloaked assassin beneath its weight. He plowed forward like a battering ram, soaking up incoming fire and hurling it back tenfold. Beside him, Azuri was a blur. Vibranium armor deflected blasts while his claws carved through mechanical limbs. Every strike was fast and brutal, sharpened by the heart-shaped herb and the suit's tech. The fight raged on, the last remnants of Tut's ambush pressing in. Max handled most of them with ease. His construct swatted robotic soldiers aside like toys while precise green beams sliced them apart. Then he turned just in time to see 5 of Tut's soldiers unleash concentrated plasma fire at Azuri. Too late to raise a shield. The blast slammed square into the Black Panther's chest, flaring against the vibranium weave in a blinding flash. For a heartbeat, Max thought Azuri was done for. But then, boom. A brilliant purple shockwave erupted from Azuri's armor, rippling through the air like thunder. Trees bent, ground cracked, and Tut's troops scattered like rag dolls. Whoa! Max exclaimed, hovering. Where the fuck did that come from? Azuri straightened, faint violet light glowing at the seams of his suit. The armor could always absorb energy, he said, just not on that scale. Max grinned behind his construct. Tut's tech is hitting harder than you're used to. He drifted closer. I want to see it again, would you mind if I? He said, pointing his glowing ring towards the king. Azuri tilted his head, then smiled. Sure, why not, just be careful. All right. Max raised his ring, summoned pure willpower, and fired. A focused, continuous beam of green light surged from Max's ring and struck Azuri square in the chest. The vibranium drank it in like parched earth drinks water, energy pulsed along every seam, glowing brighter and brighter. Azuri clenched his fists and let out a war cry. Boom. The shockwave he released was titanic, 10 times stronger than the first. It rolled through the forest like a tidal wave of kinetic force. Trees flattened. Camouflaged soldiers were exposed as their cloaks flickered out. Dozens of Tut's men flew through the air like leaves in a storm. Max stared at the destruction. Holy shit, he said with a satisfied nod. We make one hell of a team. Azuri laughed, matching Max's energy. On that, I agree. With Tut's ambush crushed, Max conjured a protective sphere and carried Azuri out of the ruined forest, flying toward the nearest liberated border tribe village. We must strike at Mount Arcani now, Azuri said as they touched down. Max nodded. Yeah. Last I checked, Tut's remaining forces were falling back. They're getting ready for a last stand. The damage from the occupation was immense. Azuri did what a king must, ensuring his people were safe. Max helped, 2 rebuilding shattered structures, pulling twisted metal from homes, and using his constructs to ferry water and supplies. In the week he'd been here, public opinion had begun to shift. Villagers who'd been wary at first now greeted him with gratitude, and the soldiers treated him with growing respect. And Azuri. The Black Panther had started to open up. Distrust still lingered, perhaps maintained by Bast, but Max could feel it fading. Through his actions, he'd shown the king he wasn't just another outsider looking to plunder Wakanda. As they returned to the capital, Max saw the city in a frenzy of preparation. The Dora Milaje and frontline warriors drilled in every courtyard. Messengers sprinted between towers with last-minute orders, men lugged crates of spears, shields, and armor. Wakanda was ready for the final assault. You know, Azuri said as they walked through the bustling streets, every outsider we've ever met has wanted just one thing, our sacred metal. He glanced at Max, his expression unreadable. And yet, you show no interest in it. It was the first time Azuri had spoken openly about vibranium. Max chuckled and raised his ring hand, its green glow pulsing faintly. Azuri, I'll be honest with you. This, he wiggled the ring, is the most powerful weapon in the universe. I don't need any sacred metal. Azuri's brow furrowed. No interest at all? None, Max replied. He lowered his voice as they passed beneath a stone archway. And to be even more honest, if I really wanted the metal, I know other places in the universe where I could get it. Other places? Azuri's eyes narrowed. Max remembered a trivia snippet he'd read. Vibranium did exist beyond Wakanda, though few knew where. I believe the Spartax Empire, Max said with a shrug. They have a planet with a huge amount of the metal. If I wanted the metal, I could buy it from them. Azuri stopped short. Spartax. But Bast, she. Max met his gaze and sighed. Bast's power, like the other gods here, doesn't extend far beyond this world, or maybe her own realm. Out there, he pointed toward the sky, she's a small fish in a very, very big ocean. Shock washed over Azuri's face, quickly followed by anger. That is blasphemy. No, Max replied softly. It's the truth. And I'm guessing Bast has already spoken to you about me. She, yes, Azuri admitted. I don't know what she told you, but I've been nothing but honest with you, Azuri. Guilt flickered behind the king's composed mask. I'll help you end this war, Max continued. Whatever you decide afterward, whether Wakanda joins my fight or not, is up to you. I'll still stand with you. A long silence hung between them. Finally, Azuri looked down. When he raised his eyes again, shame mingled with something new, respect. You truly are an honorable man, Lantern. Max smiled. It's what I do. Azuri drew a deep breath, straightened, and nodded. Then come. Let's end this. Max hovered high above Mount Erkani. Far below, carved into the jagged cliffs, lay the mine, ringed on all sides by the last of Ramatut's entrenched troops. He slowed, scanned the terrain, then descended beside Azuri and the assembled Wakandan generals. The moment his boots touched stone, he conjured a luminous emerald screen, and everyone gathered around it. The display flared to life. Real-time footage streamed from the tiny emerald drones he had deployed moments earlier, gliding silently down the mine shaft. There, Max said, pointing. The feed steadied as the drones entered a vast subterranean chamber, and the sight drew a chorus of gasps. Captured Wakandans, hundreds of them, were hacking at glowing veins of raw vibranium with bare hands and rusted tools. Even children toiled among them. No, Azuri whispered, his voice cracking. They're mining without protection. They'll get mining sickness. Then we go now, Max said, firm and steady. Jadaka clenched his fists. The enemy knows we're here. Why haven't they pulled out? Max studied the skin readouts. Is there another exit? Azuri shook his head grimly. No. One entrance, one exit. That shaft is the only way in or out. Max's eyes narrowed as he expanded the scan. No secondary tunnels, no hidden escape routes. Azuri was right. They're stalling, the Black Panther muttered. Trying to rip out as much metal as they can before we hit them. Or, Max added darkly, they may have already moved some of it. Maybe they're just buying time. Azuri wheeled on him. No. Bast would never allow it. Max met his gaze, voice flat. Bast isn't all-powerful. You dare. Jadaka snapped, stepping forward. Max raised a hand. We don't have time to argue about gods. We hit them now, hard. The king and I will go into the mine, just us. We move fast, clear the way, and secure the hostages before it's too late. My king, Nahata of the Dora Milaje began, that's too dangerous. Let us lead. The risk. No, Azuri said, voice firm. He looked at Max, then back to his generals and guards. You have your orders, finish the forces outside. The Lantern and I will enter the mine, end this, and I will kill the one who murdered my father. His eyes flashed. My mind is made up. I will not change it. The generals bowed reluctant but obedient and turned to rally their troops. Max glanced at Azuri. Ready. Azuri gave a single nod. Yes. Without another word, Max conjured a glowing emerald sphere around them. It lifted off and streaked toward the dark, gaping mouth of Mount Arcani. Inside, Max dropped the emerald sphere, and the two men slipped deeper into the mine. The narrow tunnel soon opened into a cavernous expanse, lit by the eerie purple-blue glow of raw vibranium veins that laced the stone. Azuri ran his hand along one glowing ridge. You know, Lantern, if the sacred metal has truly been taken from this mine into Ramatut's hands, I would have no choice but to hunt it down. He paused. Max glanced sideways at him, a faint grin playing on his lips. Oh. That would be very unfortunate, if it happened. Azuri gave a low hum. Even Lady Bast would have to bless such a quest. I would need to unite all of Wakanda's might against Ramatut. Then let's hope no vibranium has left this mine, Max said, chuckling under his breath. Yes, let us hope, Azuri murmured. Max had done it. The king of Wakanda, dutiful, devout, was now looking for a reason to defy the divine, and Max had no intention of stopping him. They reached the main chamber. It was vast. Hundreds of captured Wakandans were hacking at vibranium under the cold gaze of Tut's remaining soldiers. There, Azuri growled, pointing. At the far end of the cavern stood a tall figure, armored like the fallen pyrokinetic general but shot through with cold blue conduits of power. Frost shimmered across his plates, and the ground around his boots was slick with ice. Jade's voice crackled in Max's ear. Cryokinetic confirmed matches Ramatut's elite parameters. Max's eyes swept the chamber. How many? 73 active hostiles. Civilian workers, 212. He raised his ring hand and made a cluster of emerald projectiles, precision charges no larger than pebbles but strong enough to punch through armor. It was much more easier for him to make smaller constructs now that he had been practicing. He loosed them in silent waves, green sparks streaking through the cavern like fireflies. One by one, the guards fell. Each explosion was sharp and controlled focused blasts that dropped every soldier cleanly without harming the Wakandan captives. Shouts became screams, then silence. Max had been thinking of using small constructs for a while now, and it seems they were very potent. Azuri watched, impressed. You truly do wield the most powerful weapon in the universe. From the far end of the chamber, the cryokinetic general bellowed, "Come out, green ghost. I know you're here. I know you killed my sister." "I killed her," Azuri corrected, offended. "Well, I did most of the work," Max added. "I want to kill him myself," the king muttered, voice tight with rage. Max gave a short nod. "He's all yours." Together they strode into the heart of the mine toward the last of Tut's invading force. The icy general snarled as they approached. Blue energy crackled around his raised arms, aimed at a cluster of cowering Wakandan prisoners, men, women, and children dusted purple-blue from the vibranium ore. "I'll kill them all," he growled, his voice echoing coldly. "If I die, they die with me." Max didn't flinch. "No, you won't," he said calmly. With a thought, a shimmering emerald cage snapped shut around the general. He unleashed frigid blasts, ice spreading across the construct's walls, but it held. Max reinforced it. At the same time, he conjured two massive green hands, gently scooping the prisoners away and setting them safely beyond the battlefield. Azuri stepped forward, claws already bared. "Open it, Lantern." Max nodded, and the emerald cage dissolved. The cryokinetic lunged, a jagged spear of ice forming along his forearm, but Azuri was faster. Vibranium claws met the ice blade midair, the kinetic energy bled into his suit, which glowed faintly at the seams. The general swept a wave of frost toward him, trying to encase the king in ice. Azuri ducked, leaped, and slashed his claws, rending through the frosted plating on the general's shoulder. "Lantern," he barked. "Blast me." Max didn't hesitate. A beam of emerald energy struck Azuri square in the back. His armor absorbed the power at once, seams flaring violet. With a roar, the panther released it in a violent pulse. A purple shockwave ripped across the cavern, flattening stone and hurling the cryokinetic across the chamber like a rag doll. He smashed into the far wall, dazed. Azuri gave him no chance to recover. Pouncing, he drove both knees into the general's chest. Claws slashed once, twice, then found a weak seam. With fury, Azuri opened the armor and slit his throat. Max landed beside him. "It's done," Azuri said, chest heaving as the glow faded from his suit. "You fought well," Max replied. His gaze shifted to the exhausted prisoners nearby. "I'll get them out. Some are in rough shape. They must be taken to the capital," Azuri ordered. "Exposure to unrefined vibranium causes the sickness. They'll need treatment." Max nodded. He raised his hand, conjuring an emerald transport that unfurled like a hovering train. One by one, he lifted the Wakandans aboard. When the last survivor was settled, Max rose into the air, the glowing conveyance following effortlessly. Night air met them at the mouth of the mine as Max guided the construct toward the capital. The war for Wakanda was over. Max returned to Mount Urkani after delivering the rescued prisoners to the capital. Some were in critical condition and unlikely to survive, most could be treated, though they would suffer side effects for the rest of their lives. The moment he touched down, cheers erupted from the warriors outside the mine, their eyes shining with gratitude. Max smiled and landed lightly before Azuri, who stood tall at the entrance. The king returned the smile. "Thank you," Azuri said, his voice warm with genuine appreciation. "Happy to help, Your Majesty," Max replied. Without another word, Azuri motioned for him to follow. They slipped away from the crowd and into a quiet command tent. "I must confess something," Azuri began, facing Max squarely. "When you arrived, I was expecting you. Lady Bass told me you would come and ordered me to use you to win the war, then cast you aside afterward. She feared you would take our sacred metal, or worse, claim the kingdom." Max stood silently, letting him speak. "I believed she was infallible," Azuri continued. "But I was wrong. You have shown nothing but honor, and now I wish to aid you. Even if that means defying Bast." Max asked softly. Azuri nodded. "Yes." A sly smile touched the king's lips. "I had the mining guild inspect the vaults to be certain no vibranium had been taken." Max raised an eyebrow. "And?" "They reported none missing," Azuri said, "but I asked them to check again." Max tilted his head. "Let me guess, some are missing." "Indeed," Azuri confirmed, a conspiratorial grin spreading. "A theft, it seems. And as king of Wakanda, I am honor-bound to retrieve it." Max smirked knowingly. "Of course. You must." Azuri squared his shoulders. "My finest warriors will be ready within a week. Wakanda will join the struggle against the false pharaoh." Max extended his arm, and Azuri clasped the two warriors, locking forearms in a bond of mutual respect. As their grip tightened, Max leaned in and whispered, "Are you sure Bast won't be angry?" Azuri smiled faintly. "Let her be angry. I'll face her wrath. In my heart, I know this is the right path." Max stepped back, respect shining in his eyes. "You'll be a great king, Azuri." Then, with a grin, he added, "And welcome to the Avengers." "Revan, what?" You can read up to Chapter 25, Revengers Assemble. PT. Max flew over the island of Lanka as the sun began to rise. The ruins below stretched far across the jungle-draped land, a massive ancient city in crumbling splendor. A large palace loomed at its heart, its towers worn by time yet still standing proud. Its architecture was strange to Max, unlike anything he knew as an archaeologist. Maybe this is, what's his name, Max thought. Ravana. Yes. Ravana City. It was supposed to be in Lanka after all. Max knew some Hindu mythology, he wasn't completely familiar. It made sense. If the Ennead existed, then surely the Hindu pantheon and its epics held truth in this world too. His thoughts were broken by Jade's voice. "I've located Thena and Gilgamesh," she said. "They're resting in the ruins of the palace complex." Max touched down softly near the broken steps of the ruined palace. He made his way toward the flicker of firelight. Thena and Gilgamesh sat around a modest fire built within the shadow of the palace's outer wall. They were roasting meat, the scent wafting in the humid air. "Green Lantern," Gilgamesh greeted, his deep voice warm and booming. "Lantern," Thena said simply, giving a graceful nod. "Thena." "Gilgamesh." Max returned the greeting with a slight smile as he approached. "I take it you were successful." "We were," Thena said, brushing her hair aside. "The deviants here joined the emissaries' forces. It was a hard-fought victory." "It was quite easy for me," Max said, crouching near the fire. "I've got some bad news on Odin and Agamotto," he added, his expression turning grim. "They're in Mephisto's realm." Those words froze both Eternals. "In hell?" Gilgamesh asked, stunned. Thena narrowed her eyes. "How did that happen?" "No idea," Max replied, shaking his head. "But I'm not here because of that. I need your help." "You claim your friend is trapped by Mephisto," Thena said slowly, "and that's not why you're here." "No," Max said firmly. "That'll come later. Right now, I need your help taking down a time traveler." Thena leaned forward, curiosity sharpening her gaze. "Go on." Max explained everything. The Eternals listened intently, their faces grim as he laid out the scope of what was happening in Egypt. When he was done, Thena and Gilgamesh agreed to help without hesitation. Max flew them to where he and Odin had hidden their ship. Once aboard, he set a course for Khonshu's sanctuary. Everything had gone according to plan. The North was fully under rebel control now, thanks to En Sabah Nur, Kenmut, and the avatars of the gods, Amit, Thoth, Isis, and Tarit. Together, they had wrested half of Ramatut's dominion from him. Max and Azuri also helped speed things along after they arrived with the Wakandans. And yet, something did not feel right for Max. Ramatut hadn't reacted the way they'd expected. Max expected the man himself to show himself in one of the big battles, and yet he didn't. It felt too easy, just like before, when he had attacked the pyramid with the Fantastic Four. He must be setting another trap, Max thought as the ship began to descend. Max disembarked with Thena and Gilgamesh at his side and led them into the vast cave system. Inside, gathered beneath the domed ceiling, were the leaders of the rebellion. Kenmet. En-Sabah-Nur. Azuri. Alongside them stood the 4 avatars of the Ennead, Amit's, Thoth's, Isis's, and Tarit's chosen. Max raised his ring and created a massive circular table of emerald light in the center of the chamber. Around it, he formed chairs, each tailored to its occupant. He took a seat. "We're all here," Max said. The others followed, taking their places. They were a strange alliance: gods, mortals, mutants, monarchs. Max glanced around. "Are the gods not coming?" "We are already here," Concha's voice echoed through the chamber, not from any one place, but from everywhere at once. The air grew heavier with divine presence as the avatars and Azuri bowed their heads in reverence. Amit's voice was the first to break the silence. "Tut remains in Thebes. The plan required him to leave and face us in open battle." Max sat still for a moment, processing. Then, with a flick of his ring, a glowing green screen of light sprang up before everyone. It displayed real-time surveillance drone feeds. Meritef, the last of Tut's elites, was leading a sizable force northward. "Meritef is on the move, heading straight toward the unified rebel army," Max said. Thena leaned forward, her golden eyes narrowing. "So what now?" Concha's voice rang out once more. "We continue as planned. Meritef and the army must be stopped. With him gone, Tut has nothing left." Azuri crossed his arms, his tone certain. "Sounds simple enough. With the rebels and my own men combined, it will be easy." Kenmet interjected. "If we do not kill Tut, it will not matter. He can build another army, more metal men, more abominations like Meritef. Thebes is the head of the serpent." En-Sabah-Nur looked to Max. "You're silent, Lantern. What's on your mind?" Max's gaze sharpened as he stared into the construct display. Tut could have returned to his timeline at any moment. He's had multiple chances. But he hasn't. "Why?" Isis asked. "Why remain and risk defeat?" "Because he wants my ring," Max said, his voice hardening. "He believes he was close to claiming it. And now his pride won't let him leave without it." Max stood and dissipated the screen. "New plan," he said firmly, pacing around the emerald table. "The avatars of Isis, Thoth, Tarit, and Amit will lead the rebels against Meritef." He turned to Azuri. "Can you send the Wakandan forces with them?" Azuri nodded. Max continued, facing the core group. "While that happens in the north, the 6 of us, Kenmet, En-Sabah-Nur, Thena, Gilgamesh, Azuri, and me, will head into Thebes. A small team to infiltrate the pyramid. We cut off the serpent's head. We end Ramatut." "So your plan is to walk directly into the trap he set for us?" Thena asked. Max gave a crooked smile. "No. I'm going to walk straight into the trap, fully aware it's a trap. I've spent the last 2 months preparing for this. Even with all the tech Tut has, it won't be enough against our combined strength: 2 Eternals, the Black Panther, the Moon Knight, a mutant, and the power of a Green Lantern." Gilgamesh grinned. "I like this plan." "Well, Moon God," Max asked, "what do you think?" "Let's hope you don't fail, like last time," Concha said. "We agree Tut must fall. This cannot wait long," Amit said. Thoth nodded with solemn gravity. "A precision strike with a small team, it could work." To wear it, cheerful but firm, clasped her hands together. "But please be careful." Isis said nothing, but her silent, expectant gaze was enough. Max looked to the team. "Well," he asked, glancing at Kenmet, En-Sabah-Nur, Azuri, Thena, and Gilgamesh. "You with me?" "Yes," Thena said calmly. Azuri nodded. "For my father." Kenmet gave a quiet, confident nod. En-Sabah-Nur, arms crossed, smirked. "I've waited a long time for this." "Then we leave at night, Revengers." Nur made a face. "Still a bad name." Kenmet couldn't help but agree with a faint smile. "It really is." Max rolled his eyes. "It's a great name for a team, especially ours. Look, Azuri likes it." The Wakandan king gave a diplomatic shrug, his face composed but amused. "Yes. I like it. It's very straight to the point." Max pointed at him triumphantly. "See." They all shared a short laugh. The sun had nearly set when Max returned to Conch's sanctuary after bringing all 4 of the Ennead's avatars to the rebel camp. He touched down near Nsaba, who stood by the entrance to the caves. "Your generals say everything is in order," Max said, conveying Scorpion's message to Nur. The mutant had made Scorpion his second-in-command, advised by 4 of Nur's trusted generals. They would be attacking with the rebels and the Wakandans in the north. Nur nodded with a small smile, but his expression shifted quickly into something more serious. "Lantern, there is someone here who demands to see you." Max furrowed his brow. "Who?" "He claims to be the Oracle of Siwa," Nur replied, voice lowered. "The Oracle of Siwa?" Max repeated, confused. Nur gave a small nod. "Where is he?" Nur turned and led him down a stone path that wound past the entrances to the caves. Max could see about 10 people in a small camp. A hooded man stepped forward as they neared. The others in the camp were armed guards. "The Green Lantern," the man asked, voice calm. "That's me," Max answered. "We must speak in private," the man said. "Would you please fly us both to the top of the canyon?" Max glanced at Nur, who was already shaking his head. "I'll come too. This one I do not trust him." The hooded figure exhaled, mildly annoyed. "It would have been easier if it were just the 2 of us." "Yeah, well," Max muttered, creating a platform of glowing green light beneath them, "you don't get to make those decisions." The construct lifted all 3 into the sky and carried them swiftly to the top of the canyon. As the platform set down on solid rock, the man pulled back his hood. The man's skin was green, faintly glowing in the dusk light. His forehead bore 3 black dots arranged in a triangle. "The fuck?" Max said aloud. What are you?" Nur stepped forward, taking his sword in hand. "Speak. Now." The man placed his hands calmly at his sides. "I am a timekeeper." Max's eyes widened. "Oh, fuck the TVA. An exiled timekeeper, to be accurate," the now-revealed timekeeper added. Max narrowed his eyes. "So, is the TVA after me? Is that why you're here?" The timekeeper burst out laughing, a deep, unnerving sound. "Entities like you are far beyond the TVA." "Beyond the TVA?" Max blinked. That was not something he'd expected. He'd thought the TVA were the big cosmic dogs watching over time and causality. How was he beyond them? Was it because he'd transmigrated here? Or was it something else? Max remembered how from Mimir to Surtur and even Bor had reacted to him, claiming he was an elder of the universe. What the hell am I? Max wondered. He shook off the thought. "All right, if I'm beyond the TVA, then why are you here?" The timekeeper looked solemn, his tone suddenly heavier. "I was visited by someone and was asked to come talk to you." He paused, looking nervous. "Green Lantern, do not kill Ramatut." "Fuck off," Max and Nur said in unison. Nur stepped forward, his eyes alight with fury. "Ramatut will die. How dare you ask for mercy for that wretch?" The timekeeper didn't flinch. "I am not asking for mercy. I am asking for prudence. You, Lantern, you know what he is. Or more accurately what he will become." Max's jaw tightened. "Kong." The timekeeper nodded. "Yes. And if you kill him now at this moment, in this branch of time you could destabilize it, and there is a chance however small that someone worse may rise in his place. He has made himself too important to the timeline." Max's fists clenched. "Kong is an enemy of the TVA. You should be asking me to kill him, not fucking save him. But he is also important to the timeline." He looked at Max with strangely human eyes. "Don't kill him. Didn't Kong end up working for the TVA at one point?" Max thought, remembering bits of Kang's history. Is Kong himself trying to make sure he survives? Considering this one is an exiled timekeeper, could he be working with Kong? Max stared at him long and hard. "And I'm just supposed to trust you?" "You'll have to," the timekeeper said simply. Nur growled beside him. "Let me kill him, Lantern. Don't listen to this thing." Max turned away. "Let's go, Nur." The construct formed under their feet again and carried them away from the canyon peak, leaving the timekeeper there. "I hope you are not considering what that thing asked of you," Nur said. "No, my friend. Ramatut will die." Max looked Nur in the eyes. "You have my word." Chapter 26, Revengers Assemble PT. "Damn," Max muttered, his eyes scanning the chaos. From their high ground overlooking Thebes, the once glorious capital of Ramatut's empire looked more like a war zone. Fires burned in at least 4 places, thick smoke filled parts of the city. Screams echoed from every corner, men shouting in panic, women crying for help. The city was unraveling. Thebes had begun to devour itself. 2 months of rebellion had cut off the lifeblood of trade. Food no longer flowed in from the outlying farms or the fertile north. The north now stood united under rebel banners, thanks in large part to Ensabah-Nur and Kenmit's relentless campaign. The farmlands nearby had been scorched, silos emptied, the caravans raided or redirected by local rebels. Thebes had been built on the backs of farmers and traders. Now, abandoned by them, it was collapsing. Starving citizens rioted in the streets. Most of the guards and Tut's bots were marching north. Tut did not seem to care that his city was burning. Max's gaze locked on the pyramid, the seat of Ramatut's power. It loomed at the center of the city, a black silhouette against the firelit night sky. Inside, waiting for them, was Ramatut or Nathaniel Richards, his real name. Tut was dangerous, not as dangerous as the person he would become in the future, Khan the Conqueror, but dangerous all the same. Nathaniel's intelligence was on par with Reed, Doom, and Stark, so Max had to be very careful. He could not predict what awaited them inside, and Tut had had a few months to prepare. There was also the Timekeeper's plea to spare Tut, something that made Max think that perhaps a future version of Khan was trying to intervene here, and that made him doubly cautious. Max had considered the Timekeeper's words but decided to follow his original plan and fulfill his promise to Nur and to himself, to kill Ramatut. He turned to the five who stood behind him. "Shall we?" Kenmit, the Moon Knight. Ensabah-Nur, the first mutant, or the third, Max wasn't sure. Azuri, the Black Panther and King of Wakanda. Thena and Gilgamesh, the two Eternals. They all nodded. Max smiled. If they'd had Agamotto and Odin with them, it would have been overkill. He raised his hand, and a wide, gleaming emerald platform formed beneath them. With a gentle pulse of his will, it lifted them into the sky and carried them forward toward the pyramid at the heart of Thebes. They flew over the burning streets of Thebes in silence, the chaos below swallowed by the hiss of the wind blowing past them. Max kept his eyes locked on the massive arched entrance ahead, the mouth of the pyramid. He lowered the platform gently at the base of the staircase, and everyone stepped off. Max glanced around. "There are hidden guards," he said, looking at the darkened pillars Jade had alerted him to as they approached. "We can take them easily." The second the words left his mouth, the enemy moved. With a mechanical screech, Tut's hawk-headed enforcers emerged from everywhere, their eyes glowing orange and red. They came down the walls and dropped from above, dozens of them. Max raised his hand and fired. Twin blasts of green light blew the heads off the first two. Thena was already moving, her energy sword humming to life as she sliced through a charging bot. The cut was a clean diagonal from shoulder to hip, and then she decapitated another. Gilgamesh bellowed and met three head-on, fists slamming into metal with enough force to crack them open like eggs. Ensabah-Nur focused his newfound power on the bulk of them, ripping them apart, his energy and matter manipulation stronger than before. Kenmit spun through the chaos, her baton striking down bot after bot with precision. Azuri joined in, raking them with his sharp vibranium claws, then drew his spear and felled more. Max fired again, cutting down two more before one leapt toward him. They kept fighting. More came. Dozens dwindled to a dozen, then to none. The courtyard fell silent again, nothing left but the burning wreckage of the bots. "Ha! That's it," Gilgamesh said, wiping a dent from his arm bracer. Max glanced over at him, sighing. "You jinxed it, Gil, you jinxed it." Before Gilgamesh could respond, the massive stone doors ahead began to grind open. A golden glow spilled out from within. A voice echoed from the hall beyond. "Welcome, welcome," Ramatut said. "I expected 4. The two Eternals are a surprise." Ensabah-Nur stepped forward. "Finally decided to face us yourself, you coward." Tut chuckled. "Ah, Ensabah-Nur, you could have joined me. I would have given you everything. I would have made you a god. Shame. Such a shame." "Enough talk." Azuri growled. "Oh, I agree," Tut replied, still hidden in the glow beyond the doors. "You're exactly where I want you to be. I've prepared something for your arrival. Let's see how you fare." There was a pause. Then, thud. 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 The sound of massive footsteps. Something large moved in the golden light, casting a long shadow. It stepped into view. A 9-foot-tall humanoid made of sleek, glowing blue metal. Its chest pulsed with violet energy. The face was a cold, emotionless mask. It reminded Max of the Sentinels from the X-Men. Max's breath caught in his throat as he realized what the thing was made of. Vibranium. "Shit," Max muttered. "That thing's made of the sacred metal, but that's impossible. None of the sacred metal has left Wakanda." Azuri almost shouted. Max stared at the bot. "Well, it seems he got enough of it to make that thing." "Coward." Nur roared toward the pyramid's golden-lit interior. "Come face us yourself." Tut's mocking voice echoed back. "Oh, I will. In time." I just want to see how my sentinel does against you all first. A short laugh followed. Aha, so it is a sentinel. Tut must have plucked it from the future and made his own modifications, Max thought, studying it. Tut's voice returned. But I'm reasonable. I'll call it off. All I ask is the Green Lantern's ring. Give it to me, and I'll leave. I'll return to my own time. Peacefully. How about no, Nathaniel, Max said, voice steady. Your little sentinel is about to be destroyed. He turned his head slightly. Nur, would you? Nur didn't need to be told twice. With a battle cry, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing his power at the sentinel. Nothing happened. Nur stumbled back in shock. Tut's laugh echoed louder now. Oh, you're powerless against it, Nur. Your gifts are useless, these machines were made to hunt down your kind and I've made this one even more deadly. Tut's voice turned colder. Last chance. The ring, lantern. Max raised his hand. Last chance for you. He fired. A focused emerald blast shot from Max's ring, slamming into the sentinel's chest and shoving it backward with a screech. It staggered, caught itself then launched into the air, soaring straight at them. A violet beam surged from its palm. Max quickly raised a shield. A dome of emerald light snapped into place just as the blast hit. The energy struck hard, forcing the construct to ripple and crack under the pressure. Hairline fractures split across the surface. Move. Max ordered, and the others obeyed. He dropped the shield just as the beam intensified. It slammed into the ground near them and detonated on impact. Max raised a second layer just in time, redirecting the shockwave outward and sparing his allies from the brunt of the explosion. Dust rained down. The ground cracked beneath them. The others recovered then charged. Azuri leapt in first, claws glowing purple. He slashed at the sentinel's leg, but the armor barely dented. The machine swung a heavy backhand, sending Azuri flying into a stone pillar. Kenmit attacked next with her batons. She landed 3 quick strikes, targeting joints, but the sentinel twisted, grabbed her midair, and hurled her against the wall. Nur tried again, this time turning the rocks around him into razor shards and hurling them at the sentinel. They had no effect beyond stunning it for a second. Thena charged in, her energy blade slicing toward the sentinel's neck. The machine caught the weapon mid-swing, twisted it aside, and knocked her back with a shockwave from its chest. Gilgamesh roared and rushed in, fists blazing. He landed 2 clean punches hard enough to crack the floor on impact, but the sentinel didn't even stumble. It spun and drove a heavy foot into Gilgamesh's chest, sending him skidding across the stone. Its right arm shifted, metal plates folding in on themselves until a long blade extended with a hiss. The left palm pulsed with violet energy. A blade in one hand. A blaster in the other. It advanced. Max narrowed his eyes, summoned a massive, glowing green fist, and hurled it like a meteor at the sentinel's head. It hit. The sentinel barely flinched. Okay, what the fuck? The sentinel raised its blade and charged. Max shot straight into the air. In a flash, emerald armor snapped around him, thick plates forming over his chest, shoulders, and arms. A full combat rig, matching the sentinel's size. Even before it locked into place, the sentinel was already after him, flying upward with shocking speed. Max flew higher, forcing distance as he created missile launcher constructs on his armor and in the air around him. He fired. A barrage of emerald missiles dropped from his armor's shoulders and the orbiting launchers. They struck with precision. Explosions rippled across the machine's body, smoke obscuring its frame. The sentinel flinched midair. Staggered. Slowed for a second. Then it surged upward again, faster. What the? It closed the gap in a blink, caught Max by the leg, and yanked him downward with brute force. Before he could react, it hurled him toward the ground like a comet. He tumbled, fought to steady himself, then finally pulled up, barely stabilizing his flight. Just in time to see the sentinel's fist coming straight at him. Wham! Arg! Max cried as the punch slammed into his chest plate, snapping through the armor and sending him rocketing toward the pyramid. He hit the ground hard, a smoking crater tearing open on impact. Pain screamed through his ribs, but Max forced himself to move. He leapt from the crater just as the sentinel came down, its foot slamming into where he'd been a second earlier. Max spun in midair and launched another wave of missiles into the machine's flank. This time, he wasn't alone. Gilgamesh charged with a battle cry, tackling the sentinel's torso and slamming it into the pyramid wall with earth-shaking force. Thena followed, blade blazing. She slashed along the weakened plating at the shoulder, scoring a deep gash that sent sparks flying. Nur arrived next, unleashing his power as he trapped the sentinel within the pyramid walls, bending the stone around the metal monster. Azuri darted in low, claws charged with kinetic power, raking across its head. Kenmit vaulted off a fallen slab and smashed her baton into its skull as well. The sentinel staggered, now pinned in the walls and under relentless attack. Max focused his will and fired a concentrated emerald beam straight into its shoulder. The blast hit dead center right where the armor was cracked. It should have torn through. Instead. "Lantern, stop!" Azuri shouted. Too late. The beam hit and the sentinel absorbed it. The green energy funneled into its body and, just like before with Azuri's armor, the sentinel began to glow violet, then released the absorbed energy. A violet shockwave exploded outward. The air rippled with force. The entire team was flung back. Max, Gilgamesh, Thena, Nur, Azuri, and Kenmit sent flying like rag dolls across the broken courtyard. Max was the first to move, dragging himself up from the rubble. His emerald armor was broken. His head rang. But he stood. The sentinel was walking toward him now. Its eyes glowed with violet light. Max clenched his fists, ring flickering. Behind him, Gilgamesh and Thena were already back on their feet, blade flashing, fist swinging. Nur joined them, unleashing brutal force as the three launched into a fresh assault, locking the towering sentinel in relentless melee. Max turned and rushed to Azuri and Kenmit, helping them both to their feet. Azuri grunted, dusting himself off. "Lantern," he said quickly, "go. Find Ramatut. With his defeat, this monster may fall. But first. Jade, have you finished?" Her voice crackled through the ring. "I've completed the full scan. There's a vulnerability in its optical ports. The armor's thinnest around the eyes. You could inflict heavy damage using small, high-mass constructs." "Oh, fuck," Max muttered, narrowing his eyes as the sentinel roared again in the background. Smaller constructs, still figuring that out. He took a breath, calmed his mind, and focused. From his ring, a tiny emerald projectile formed, no larger than a pebble but with the mass of an elephant. Max stumbled as it snapped into being. He was still learning to compress that much weight into something so small he hadn't even mastered it with larger constructs. Max raised his ring, the projectile locking onto the sentinel's glowing eye. Down below, Gilgamesh and Nur surged forward, seizing the sentinel's arms and pinning them with brute strength. Thena climbed its back, slashing and stabbing near the head to keep it distracted. "Hold it steady," Max whispered. He fired. The projectile streaked forward like a bullet of light. It slammed into the sentinel's eye with a piercing crack, sending sparks flying. Max tightened his focus, commanding the construct lodged within to expand, splintering its internals, tearing wires, disrupting circuits. The sentinel began to spasm. Its limbs twitched erratically. It let out a deep, distorted screech. Smoke poured from its head. "It won't stay like that for long, but it's weakened," Jade said in his ear. "You can handle it now," Max said. Azuri nodded and stepped forward, claws humming. Kenmit joined him. "Go," she called. Max turned and rocketed upward, leaving the battlefield behind. He flew through the pyramid's corridors, weaving through halls until he reached the throne room. The space was enormous, absurdly lavish, lapis lazuli walls veined with gold, intricate murals of Ramatut himself. And at the center of it all, seated on a throne of gold, was Ramatut. He was watching a giant screen, displaying the Sentinel's POV as it fought against the rest of the Avengers. Tut slowly turned his head toward Max. Gone were the pharaonic headdress and ceremonial robes. Now he wore a sleek black suit, similar to Iron Man's armor. Yellow light pulsed from the arc-shaped core in his chest and spidered out in glowing veins across the suit's limbs. "I knew I'd have to get involved," Tut said calmly. He reached to his side and pulled a long, jagged spear free. A familiar yellow crystal glowed at its tip, gleaming with sickly yellow energy. Tut smirked and then he vanished. "Jade, where is he?" Max asked through gritted teeth, scanning the throne room. "Scanning, now." Jade's voice snapped in his ear. 73 degrees left, closing fast. Max reacted instantly, forming an emerald visor over his eyes, which highlighted the shimmer of distortion rushing toward him. "There you are," Max muttered. He raised a shield just in time. Ramatut's spear slammed into it with a violent clang, the crystal tip sparking against the emerald wall. Max countered with a blast from his ring, forcing Tut to dodge and roll to the side. Tut sprang up without pause, spear spinning in his hands, and charged again. Max narrowed his eyes and formed a weapon of his own, a long, sleek emerald spear, sharpened at both ends. They clashed in the center of the throne room. Yellow and green collided with a flash of light. Tut's fear-charged spear screeched against Max's construct, the impact sending tremors through the chamber. Sparks flew from each strike as they danced around the room, murals shattering from the force of their duel. Max was once again glad he'd taken those lessons from Odin over the last 3 years of their travels. He feinted left, then snapped right, driving his spear toward Tut's flank. Tut barely deflected, staggering as Max pressed the attack. The pharaoh's frustration began to show. His movements grew wilder, less controlled. The yellow energy at the core of his chest flared. With a snarl, Tut spread his arms wide. A blinding yellow beam burst from the glowing circle in his chest. Max raised both hands, forming a thick emerald shield just in time. The blast slammed into him like a cannon. The shield cracked, then shattered as the beam tore through. Max was thrown back, searing pain ripping through his shoulder as the beam burned past his armor and into flesh. He hit the floor hard, biting back a scream. The yellow energy slithered into the edges of his thoughts, whispering, pulling at doubt, amplifying fear. Max gritted his teeth, pushing against it. No, he muttered, forcing his will to hold steady. He had prepared for this. He had conquered his fear. Tut charged again, spear raised. Max summoned a fresh shield just in time to block another brutal strike. Again. And again. Tut attacked in a flurry, the yellow glow of fear flashing with each thrust and sweep. Max blocked each one, his defenses cracking, but holding. You could have just left, Max growled, steadying his breath. Tut screamed in response, wild-eyed. I will after I take your ring. He stopped, panting, shoulders heaving beneath his armor. With your ring, I will make more, Tut continued, his voice trembling with manic intensity. Not with your weak willpower, but with fear. With real power. His grin stretched too wide. The light in his chest pulsed erratically. Max's eyes narrowed. The fear energy, it was messing with his mind. Tut raised both arms and fired again, twin repulsor blasts from his gauntlets. Max stood firm and raised his own hands. Twin shields snapped into place. The blast struck home, rippling across the emerald walls, but this time, they didn't break. Max's feet slid back, gouging the cracked throne room floor, his arms trembling from the force, but his will held strong. Is that all you've got, Nathaniel? He said through clenched teeth as Tut stopped. Tut stood hunched, panting, his breath shallow and ragged. His armor pulsed erratically, the veins of energy along his chest flickering. For all your claims of being so smart, you still don't see what's happening, do you? Max said. Tut's head snapped up, a scowl forming on his face. That spear. That crystal. The yellow light of fear, you think it's giving you power, but it's feeding on you. The entity of fear is in your head, Nathaniel. It's using you. I bow to no one. Tut snarled, his voice cracking with fury. You are now, Max shot back. And you have been for a while. Tut's hands tightened on the spear. You could have left, Max continued. Nathaniel Richards would have left, you had nothing here. And yet you stayed because some voice kept whispering in your head, didn't it? No, Tut said, shaking his head, trying to deny it. No. It was my plan. My plan. I want your ring. With it, I'll make an army of lanterns, they'll conquer everything. I will conquer this universe. With a roar, Tut surged forward, spear raised. Max flew up and backward, forming a line of Roman legionaries, emerald-armored soldiers with modern rifles who instantly opened fire. Green blasts ricocheted off Tut's armor, staggering him, but he kept coming. Max gritted his teeth and summoned more mechs this time, towering constructs that opened fire with blazing, willpower-fueled cannons. Tut screamed and thrust the spear forward. A blast of yellow erupted in a furious pulse, tearing through every single construct in a flash. The explosion rocked the throne room. Max shot through the smoke, fists clenched, and drove one clean into Tut's jaw. Tut reeled from the blow but countered. The spear swung in a vicious arc. Max dodged the first strike, then the second, and quickly conjured a new spear to meet Tut's. The two clashed again, emerald and yellow streaks cutting through the air. Tut roared and brought his spear down with brute force. Max blocked, but this time the yellow-infused spear cracked his construct, then shattered it entirely. Tut lunged, slamming Max into the wall with his forearm, then pinned him there with the spear, pressing it slowly toward Max's chest. The crystal at the spear's tip burned, glowing brighter, hotter. It inched closer to Max's heart. Max held the spear's shaft back with both hands, struggling against the pressure. His muscles screamed. The yellow light poured over his face, and with it came the whispers. You're going to fail. They'll all die. You abandoned Odin, he could be dead. You'll lose this fight just like you did before. The voice inside was cold and insidious. It coiled around his thoughts. But he didn't listen. He had no fear left. He had faced it head-on. He kept repeating it in his head. Max clenched the spear harder, his ring glowing furiously. The yellow light lacing the weapon flickered as green energy surged into it. The spear shook in their hands as Max poured every ounce of willpower through it. The golden veins lining the shaft began to twist and ripple. The two spectrums clashed and Max suddenly found himself back in the void again. And he saw him once more. The serpent dragon coiled through the dark, its eyes burning with malice as it lunged toward him. Parallax. Its screech reverberated in his skull. But Max, just like last time, did not give in. The emerald glow around him became a radiant shield. He roared back in defiance, repelling the monster once more with sheer will, and then he was back in reality, still locked in a stalemate with Tut. Both men screamed as the spear's shaft cracked and pulsed between them. Max formed a construct around himself, faint at first, then solidifying into a towering, luminous shape, a humanoid figure of green energy, 20 feet tall, then 50, then 100, matching Max's form in every detail. A large lantern symbol blazed on its chest, and its eyes gleamed like twin emerald stars. The spear, now overtaken by green light, detonated in a thunderous explosion. The blast ripped through the throne room, tearing apart the golden walls and columns. An entire side of the pyramid blew outward as Ramatut's body was flung like a rag doll, crashing down near the others still locked in combat with the sentinel. Max, inside the towering construct, now 200 feet tall, stepped forward through the crumbling remains of the pyramid. Each stride shook the ground. The pyramid's top split and collapsed behind him. He looked down to see the sentinel holding off the others. Thena, Gilgamesh, and Nur pressed the attack, while Azuri and Kenmut, battered but unbeaten, had rejoined the fight. Max acted. The towering construct extended a massive hand, reached down, snatched the sentinel mid-charge, and hurled the machine straight toward the Sphinx. The sentinel smashed into the Sphinx that housed Tut's time ship with a titanic boom, erupting into a brilliant fireball that consumed the statue's base. Max turned slowly. Tut was crawling, barely conscious, his armor cracked and sparking. He raised a trembling hand. Max raised the construct's arm. A massive fist slammed down. 1, 2, 3, each blow pounding Tut deeper into the crater. The last strike shattered the construct's arm and sent cracks through the earth. The giant green construct began to flicker, then dissolved into hundreds of streams of emerald light that drifted upward like fireflies. Max floated down, his boots touching the cracked ground beside Tut's broken form. The pharaoh lay motionless in the crater, breathing shallowly. Max stood over him, panting, bruised, and smiling faintly through the pain. Dust swirled as the echo of the final blow faded. He looked up just in time to see the others rushing toward him, Azuri, Kenmut, Ensaba Nur, Thena, and Gilgamesh arriving in a ragged sprint. Before they could reach him, it happened. The Sphinx, the massive half-lion, half-human monument, began to rise. Tut, barely able to move, looked up with wide, bloodshot eyes. No, 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 and no, he rasped, coughing and spitting blood. Stop it. Stop. They all turned, stunned, as the Sphinx continued to ascend, glowing from deep within. Sparks showered from its underbelly as the sentinel punched through the smoke, its frame damaged but functional. Then, without warning, a blinding white flash. Everyone shielded their eyes. When they looked again, the Sphinx was gone. The sentinel was gone. No! Ramatut shrieked, his voice raw. He reached toward the sky, clawing at the air. No. 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 It can't. Max turned slowly, still catching his breath. Jade, he said, never taking his eyes off the spot where the ship had vanished, did that thing just time travel? Yes, Jade confirmed. The Sphinx which hid the time ship escaped into the time stream. So did the sentinel. Max exhaled and shook his head. Well, that was lucky. Tut collapsed back into the dirt, trembling. No. No. The others reached Max's side. Azuri placed a hand on his shoulder. You did it, he said simply. Tut kept shaking his head, staring up at Max in disbelief. This can't be how it ends. Not like this. Not by a green lantern. Just a green lantern. Max stepped forward and looked down at the broken pharaoh. Just a green lantern, he repeated. He crouched beside Tut. Nathaniel, there is no core. It doesn't exist yet. Tut blinked, confusion mingling with terror. That means. He whispered. Max's eyes glowed bright emerald. It means I'm not a green lantern. His voice deepened. I am the green lantern. Tut's defiance finally broke. He looked up, eyes wide, voice cracked. Please, don't kill me. You can't. You know you can't. I'm important, the timeline. Please. He coughed, struggling to breathe. You know, you must know. I was warned. My future self, yes. Immortus, he told me, never mess with the spectrum. But I didn't listen. I thought I could control it. I'm sorry. Please. Max stared down at him in silence. I'll go back, Tut begged. I'll never return. I swear it. Max tilted his head. You're not wrong, he said quietly. A timekeeper did ask me not to kill you. Tut's breath rattled in his throat. Then, you know I cannot die here. He whispered. Max looked at him, then turned his gaze to Ensaba Nur. The mutant's expression was unreadable. I'm not going to kill you, Max said calmly. Tut exhaled, his entire body slumping in relief. A broken smile began to form. Thank you. I'll leave, I swear, I'll nev. But he will, Max interrupted, stepping aside. Tut's smile faltered as Sabah stepped forward slowly, his hands already crackling with power. Tut's eyes widened in fear. No, wait. Nur raised a single hand, fingers splayed. Tut's body lifted violently into the air, suspended by invisible force. He screamed, thrashing, panic overtaking him. No. Please. With a guttural roar, Nur clenched his fist and unleashed the full force of his mutant power. Tut's scream echoed across the city as he was ripped apart and then turned to dust. A final gust of wind carried Ramatut away, scattering him across the sands of the land he once ruled. Silence. Only the distant sounds of the burning, rioting city remained. Sabah stood tall. It's over, he said simply. My father is avenged, Azuri added. Kenmit lowered her head. So are my mother, my brother, and my father. They stood in stillness for a moment, a comfortable silence after a long-fought battle. Then Max cleared his throat and looked up at the shattered remnants of the pyramid behind them. Well, he said, raising a brow, anyone want to help me destroy the rest of that monstrosity? Yeah. Sure, Nur responded. The others quickly agreed, the solemn stillness giving way to a lighter mood as the six walked toward the pyramid, tossing out ideas for how to bring it all down. You can read up to chapter 35 here. Chapter 27, A Short Goodbye. Quickly. Agamotto barked, his voice sharp as another swarm of snarling, armored demons surged toward them. He thrust out his hands, and bolts of golden magic tore through their ranks, blasting apart bodies that dissolved into ash mid-scream. The portal, glowing like a tear of sunlight in the suffocating gloom, was close now. They could see it. Freedom was only steps away. Behind him, Odin and the Ghost Rider were locked in the thick of the fight. Odin's voice roared across the field as Mjolnir swept in wide, brutal arcs, shattering crimson swords and crushing demonic skulls in showers of black ichor. Each strike sent shockwaves through the ashen ground. Beside him, the Ghost Rider sent an endless shower of hellfire from his mouth. Demons shrieked as fire washed over them, melting armor and searing flesh until they collapsed into smoldering husks. The ground was littered with bodies, but more kept coming, too many, too fast. From everywhere around them, Mephisto's laughter rolled like thunder, cold and mocking. The demon lord had made a game of their plight, keeping himself entertained by sending armies of demons their way. Agamotto's hands moved in complex sigils as words spilled from his lips. His eyes burned white. Odin turned his head just long enough to shout over the clash of battle. What are you doing, Simar? Agamotto didn't answer, too focused on the spell he was casting. The tide of demons surged harder, driving Odin and the Ghost Rider back. They fought like wolves with their backs to the wall, but they were being swallowed by sheer numbers. Then Agamotto's voice rose. He slammed his palms to the ground. Gia's reckoning. The world around them exploded. A titanic shockwave of green-gold light tore outward from Agamotto in every direction. The ground cracked and heaved, swallowing demons whole before incinerating them in a storm of earth and fury. When the dust settled, not a single demon stood. Odin lowered his hammer slowly. You could do that the whole time, he growled. Agamotto's mouth twitched in the faintest smirk. It is a one-time thing, sadly. Now come. We have no time to waste. They turned toward the portal only to freeze. A figure had appeared before them, Mephisto. He was tall and impossibly lean, his skin crimson, horns curled wickedly from his brow, his long black hair cascading over a high-collared mantle. His burning yellow eyes were slitted like a serpent's, and his fanged smile gleamed with cruel amusement. Slow, mocking applause echoed in the silence. Well done, Mephisto purred. Truly, I was entertained. You've put on quite the spectacle. His gaze shifted to the Ghost Rider. You two may leave, but you, he pointed a taloned finger at the rider. We have much to discuss. How about no, Odin snarled, hurling Mjolnir with all the force he could muster. Mephisto's hand shot out, catching the hammer midair with insulting ease. He turned it over in his grasp, smirking. Quite the weapon. I think I'll keep. He didn't finish. Agamotto's spell struck, a column of golden fire slammed into his chest. Mephisto staggered, his grip loosening. Mjolnir tumbled free. Odin's hand snapped forward, and the hammer ripped back into his grasp. Now. Agamotto roared. Agamotto, the Ghost Rider, and Odin came at Mephisto as one. Odin swung Mjolnir in a wide arc, the head of the hammer trailing lightning as it crashed toward Mephisto. At the same moment, the Ghost Rider bent down, snatching up one of the discarded crimson swords left by the fallen demons. His hellfire wrapped around the blade, reshaping it into a flaming sword. From behind, Agamotto unleashed a relentless volley of golden blasts, mandalas blooming in the air around him. Each beam hammered against Mephisto's guard while the sorcerer's other hand worked furiously, weaving a far greater spell in silence. Mephisto only laughed. Every attack, no matter how fierce, was met with an effortless counter. He parried Mjolnir's lightning with a wave of his clawed hand, slipped past the Ghost Rider's flaming strikes, and batted away Agamotto's bolts like they were nothing. In a flash, Mephisto's talons raked across Odin's chest, sending the Prince of Asgard staggering. But the Asgardian only growled, planted his feet, and charged again, Mjolnir whipping forward in a brutal, straight-line strike that caught Mephisto square in the face. The Lord of Hell stumbled back, his grin faltering for the first time. "You are one powerful Asgardian," he admitted. "You haven't seen anything yet," Odin growled. Raising Mjolnir high, he summoned a storm so massive it seemed to darken the Crimson Realm, lightning coiling in the heavens above, building into a single, world-shaking bolt. Mephisto smirked, beginning to weave an attack of his own only to be blindsided as the Ghost Rider heaved a fiery boulder down onto him. At the same time, Agamotto's spell reached its completion. The air split with a blinding surge of light as his magic shot toward Mephisto. Lightning from Odin and the golden beam from Agamotto struck together, engulfing Mephisto in a blast so intense the ground shook beneath their feet. The demon lord staggered, smoke curling from his form. "This is our chance," Agamotto shouted. Without hesitation, Odin grabbed the Ghost Rider by the shoulder and launched into the air, flying fast toward the portal as Agamotto followed closely behind. Behind them came the sound of laughter, low at first, then swelling into Mephisto's full, mocking cackle. They braced for another attack, but it never came. The portal swallowed them, and in an instant they were hurled into the icy expanse of the Arctic. They crashed hard into the snow, sending up clouds of frost. The Ghost Rider's flames died away as he reverted to his human form. Odin stood, brushing snow from his body. "We did it." "Ha!" Neither Agamotto nor the Ghost Rider shared his enthusiasm. "He let us go," the Ghost Rider said flatly. Agamotto gave a slow nod. "I believe so." Odin's grin faded, but he forced a shrug. "Still, we made it." "Yes," Agamotto allowed, his tone quieter now. Odin laughed again, shaking his head. "Grunler really took the easy one. He's not going to believe what we just did." But Agamotto didn't laugh. His eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the flow of the world around them. "Odin," he said at last, voice low. 3 moons have passed here." The prince froze. "What? So, what's next for you, Ensabah-Nur?" Max asked, his voice breaking the quiet as they stood before the shattered remains of Ramatut's Grand Pyramid. The once mighty structure lay in ruins, its golden apex long gone, massive stone blocks scattered across the sand. Nur's gaze lingered on the wreckage. "I don't know." Max raised an eyebrow. "You don't know?" "At first," Nur said, folding his arms, "when I began building the rebellion, my plan was simple: I would defeat Ramatut and take his place. The strong should rule, after all." He paused, his voice lowering slightly. "But now? I'm not sure." Max tilted his head. "What changed?" "You," Nur said bluntly. "You've given me a different perspective, Lantern. One that has forced me to rethink some things." Max didn't reply right away. He simply nodded, turning his eyes toward the ruins of Thebes around them. It had been nearly a week since Tut's defeat. The city was still smoldering in places, but the streets were no longer filled with the cries of starving and rioting citizens. Most were being resettled northward or to fertile lands. Max had personally chosen lands he knew would one day grow into great population centers. The gods had been less than helpful. Instead of aiding the people, they had descended into squabbling, debating punishments for humans who had served Tut. Amit was the loudest voice calling for retribution. Khonshu had assured Max that it would lead to nothing, but Max still felt the sting of disappointment. How quickly these so-called gods turned their attention away from protecting the mortals that worshipped them and toward their own petty arguments. Nur's voice pulled him from his thoughts. "I plan to settle most of the clans. Many have agreed already. It is the best course for my people." Max nodded. "If that's your decision and theirs, then it's the right one." They stood in silence for a moment, the hot wind carrying dust between them. "I'll be on Earth for a while," Max added. "If you ever need help, I will always be there." "The offer stands in return," Nur replied. They clasped forearms, their grips firm, a bond of warriors and, now, friends. Nur was just about to take his leave when he stopped, glancing back at Max. "What of the Sphinx, Lantern?" "It disappeared, along with that sentinel." Max rubbed his chin, thinking. "The Fantastic Four, the other time travelers I mentioned, came here after discovering the Sphinx in their own time nearby. If that's the case, maybe it'll return someday. Could be in a few years, or a few hundred. And if it does," his expression darkened, "the sentinel might come back with it." "So it will return," Nur said flatly. "Someday," Max replied. "And the sentinel as well." Nur nodded slowly. Then I will make sure my people are on the lookout for it now and always. The Eternals approached, Azuri and Kenmit walking beside them. We're leaving, Thena said simply. Gilgamesh gave a nod. We're going to meet with the others to update them on everything that's happened. Max smiled. I assume my presence will be a topic of discussion. Oh yes, Thena replied with a faint smile. It's going to be mostly about you, and the fact that the pharaoh of Chem was a time traveler. Truly, it's been one of the more thrilling events we've been part of in a millennium. My army and I are prepared to leave as well, friend Lantern, Azuri said. Max glanced at them all and smiled. Well. I guess the Avengers have served their purpose. They have, Kenmit agreed, a small chuckle escaping her. I'll be assisting Khonshu in restoring the worship of the gods, and handling some issues with Amit. Max looked at them all. It was an honor to fight with all of you, he said. And hey, if another threat rises, maybe we can assemble once more. You will always have my spear at your side, Lantern, Azuri said firmly. En-Sabah-Nur, the Eternals, and Kenmit all voiced their agreement. They parted ways soon after, each heading toward their own path. He had offered Azuri and his army a ride back to Wakanda, but the king had declined, wishing instead to march home in victory. Max stood alone among the ruins of the pyramid, watching them go. Max leaned back into the emerald couch construct he'd formed, the umbrella construct above him shading him from the sun near the ruins of the pyramid. His mind shifted toward other matters: Odin, Agamotto, and the power ring. He really needed to figure out what was going on with Parallax and the other entities he was sure existed in this universe. Parallax was after him for a simple reason: Max was the sole wielder of the green light of will in this universe. And will and fear, they didn't mix well. Not at all. If he was going to face something like Parallax, something that's strong, he needed to grow far stronger than he was now. He needed a deeper understanding of the ring and his power, become as strong as Hal Jordan in the comics, and also figure out how he was going to create the core, since that was something he was going to do in the future according to all the time travelers he'd just met. But first, he had to find his friends, Odin and Agamotto. He was just about to ask Jade about the satellite he had monitoring the Arctic, especially the area where the two had vanished when Jade's voice cut in before he could speak. Max, I've detected interdimensional energy signatures again. 3 life forms have appeared on site. Max straightened. They're back. It would seem so, Jade confirmed. Send a message to the ship in orbit. It's done, Jade replied. The ship will pick them up and bring them here. Max smiled faintly in relief. Wonder what the fuck they've been up to. Nothing as impressive as what you just did, I'm sure, Jade said. Of course, Max said, entirely in agreement. He leaned back again, settling into the couch, waiting for Odin and Agamotto to show up. But the calm didn't last. Max, Jade warned suddenly, sharper now. Someone is approaching behind you. Max shot up, spinning around only to freeze in shock. Standing there before him was Ramatut. No. Not Ramatut. His appearance was different now, far more regal, far older. His purple and green robes were layered with intricate golden trim, his high-collared cape flowing in the wind. A crown-like headpiece framed his face. Care for some company? The man asked with a smirk. Nathaniel, Max said slowly, eyes narrowing. I thought I just killed you. The man chuckled, the sound rich with arrogance. Ha! Nathaniel. That is a name I have not heard in a very long time. And yes. I know you killed Ramatut, a name I haven't used in ages as well. His eyes glinted. I go by Immortus now. Max's jaw tightened. You sent the timekeeper. Immortus inclined his head in a slow nod. Yes. I even warned Ramatut to leave, but sadly, he refused to listen. His mind was far too gone, his ambitions chained to the obsession of defeating you and the forces he was meddling with. Such a shame. So why are you here? Max asked sharply. And how are you here? Immortus clasped his hands behind his back, speaking with the calm of someone utterly sure of himself. Even with Ramatut dead, that does not erase the existence of Nathaniel Richards. I am a paradox unto myself. There will always be a version of me. His gaze sharpened. And now, with you, Green Lantern, killing Ramatut in this timeline, you may have invited a more powerful version of me to take his place, or perhaps something even worse. I'm sure I can handle him as well. Of course you will, Immortus said, almost amused. You are the Green Lantern, after all. His eyes drifted to Max's ring. Most of us who come into contact with the mysterious emotional spectrum eventually decide not to tamper with it. Too dangerous. Too volatile. And Ramatut, along with many other versions of myself, has fallen prey to its influence, and as you can see, it does not end well. Max folded his arms. So why are you really here? Immortus allowed a small smile. I simply wish to meet you. You are unique in the multiverse, Lantern. There is only one of you. And that, his tone lowered, intrigues me more than you could possibly imagine. Everything about you is fascinating. A multiversal constant, only a few beings in the multiverse can boast such a thing. Amazing. He straightened, the faintest glimmer of something unreadable in his expression. I have long since passed my conquering days, but mark this well, there will always be a Khan the Conqueror. Good luck with everything. This truly is a fascinating universe, fascinating indeed. Before Max could reply, Immortus vanished in a flash of blue light. Max stood there for a long moment, the silence of the ruins pressing in around him. Only one of me. He muttered to himself. It didn't take long for the ship to arrive, its engines cutting through the dusty air before setting down in the courtyard near the pyramid. Max stood waiting as the hatch opened and two very familiar figures emerged. Odin was first, grinning like a madman. His clothes were torn, his cloak shredded. Behind him, Agamotto stepped out, equally disheveled, robes torn, hair wild, his usually composed face lined with exhaustion. Well, 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 Max said, a smirk tugging at his mouth. Look who's back. Odin strode right up to him, his booming laugh carrying across the ruins. Grinler, he greeted warmly, gripping Max by the shoulders. How did you know where to find us? I came looking for you 2 months ago, Max replied, narrowing his eyes. What the hell happened? Odin's smile widened. It was a grand adventure, Grinler. The Simar and I were pulled into the realm of the demon god Mephisto. Max turned his gaze to Agamotto, who gave a slow, tired nod. I knew you were in another dimension, Max said. But Mephisto? Damn. Where's the other guy, the one with the flaming skull you were going to fight before you cut contact? Oh, Ghost. Odin asked. He left. Icy lands are his home, after all. He looked around at the shattered pyramid and smoking ruins. It seems you've been up to your own adventures as well. Yeah, Max said, much more interesting. And a lot more dangerous. Odin snorted. More dangerous than escaping the realm of Mephisto? I doubt it. But far more interesting, Max shot back. The prince grinned. Then tell me of yours. Then we'll compare which was greatest. Agamotto sighed, rubbing his temples. I hate to interrupt your competition, but what are your plans now? Odin shrugged. I don't know. I was going to leave Midgard, but I would like to stay especially to learn some of your magic, Agamotto. Agamotto glanced at Max and you. What's next for you? Max shrugged. I need some time to work on my powers and figure a few things out. So I'm planning to stay here for a while, preferably somewhere more peaceful. Agamotto nodded thoughtfully. Then come with me. My home is, more or less peaceful. And I have plans to safeguard Earth from threats like Mephisto. I could use help from both of you. Max looked to Odin, who met his gaze. After a brief silence, they both nodded in agreement. Then let's be off, Agamotto said, adjusting his robes. I'm tired of the heat, especially after Mephisto's realm. Odin chuckled as they began walking. So, Grinler, tell me your tale first. Max followed, but after a few steps, he stopped. What is it? Odin asked, glancing back. Forgot something, Max replied. He walked back a few paces, reached down, and picked up the spear Ramatut had wielded. Once infused with the yellow crystal of fear, it now glowed faintly green with willpower after Max had purged it. Odin's eyes lit with curiosity. Oh. Where did you get that? Max grinned. Spoils of war. He handed the weapon over. Odin turned it in his hands, inspecting the craftsmanship. His expression shifted from interest to recognition. This looks Asgardian. Max blinked. What? Not a design I've seen before, Odin admitted, but it's definitely made in Asgard. I'm sure of it. Before Max could press him further, Agamotto's voice called out again. Are you coming? Yes, yes, Simar, Odin bellowed back, tossing the spear to Max as he continued walking. Max followed, his mind now turning over his friend's words. Asgardian. 8 men moved through the tall grass under the pale light of the moon, their copper-tipped and stone-headed spears glinting faintly. Their leader, a scarred man with a jagged bone necklace, kept his voice low but firm. We are near the village of the Tainted Ones, he said. The others grunted in agreement, their eyes fixed on the distant flicker of firelight from a small village. They crept forward with the steady patience of hunters. Then, suddenly, howls erupted from everywhere. Long, low, and chilling, the sound rolled across the plain. The men froze, instinctively drawing closer together. The night seemed to thicken, shadows pressing in on every side. They moved into a tight circle, spears raised, breaths coming faster. From the darkness, glowing eyes emerged, 1 pair, then 3, then a dozen. Wolves stalked closer. But it wasn't just the wolves. A figure stepped into view, her presence drawing all their eyes. Moonlight spilled over her pale skin like carved ivory, hair the color of fire. She was beautiful, but there was something in her gaze that made the men's hands shake. She smiled faintly. "Now, my loves," she whispered. The wolves leapt. The night filled with screams, the tearing of flesh, and the snapping of bones. The leader's cry was the last to fade, swallowed by snarls and by the wind moving through the grass. Chapter 28, The Iron Fist. Fan Fei sat beneath a tree, its wide branches swaying gently in the morning breeze. The rising sun cast golden rays through the leaves. She had not moved in hours. Her body was still and upright, legs folded in deep lotus, hands resting lightly on her knees. Her breathing was shallow and calm. With each inhale and exhale, she felt her chi flow clean, precise, and balanced. Her meridians were open and aligned, her inner energy humming in a state of calm power. It was a flow she had trained for years to master, and now it wrapped around her like a second skin. Deeper and deeper she sank into the stillness, into the quiet clarity of perfect control until a voice broke the trance. "Lady Fan. Mistress Fan, Mistress Fan." Her eyes opened slowly, glowing faintly for a moment before returning to normal. The boy before her, short, nervous, out of breath, froze as her gaze fell on him. He took a clumsy step back and immediately dropped into a bow, stammering his apologies. "I'm sorry. Forgive me, mistress, I didn't mean to disturb you." Faye exhaled and stood gracefully, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "How many times have I told you, Jean," she said softly but firmly. "You don't need to be afraid." Of course, mistress." "My apologies," Jean said again, still bowing. "Stop it, you fool," Faye said with a roll of her eyes, though her tone held no real malice. "Now, is it time?" Jean straightened and nodded. "Yes, mistress. The chiefs are waiting." Faye looked toward the hills, where smoke from morning fires curled up from the valley floor. "Good," she said. "Let's get this over with." She led the way, her long robe brushing through the tall grass. Jean followed a few steps behind, head bowed and nervous. Ahead, nestled in a shallow basin between two hills, was a large makeshift camp. Dozens of tents, crafted from animal hide and reinforced with wood and bone, stood in organized clusters. At the center of the camp stood a larger tent, the meeting place of the 5 great tribal chiefs of Liangzhu. This land was not her home, not truly. Liangzhu had taken her in, yes, and she had protected it with her strength. But her soul belonged elsewhere. Kunlun. The thought struck her. It had been 8 years since her exile. A flicker of memory surfaced, but she pushed it down. Those memories were painful, and she did not like to revisit them. The 5 chiefs stood waiting for her: Jiangua, chief of the Stone River tribe; Bao Yun, chief of the Leopard Cloud tribe; Zhao Lin, chief of the Forest Fang tribe; Han Rong, chief of the Great Clay tribe; and finally Shenwu, chief of the Mountain Fang tribe. For 3 years now, Fan Fei had stood between them and annihilation. Her wandering path had brought her to Liangzhu, a fractured land besieged by chaos. Monsters roamed the valleys. Deviants prowled the forests from their underground cities. And worst of all, the Gorgillas, the savage, bestial hybrids of man and ape, descended in unstoppable raids. Fan Fei had made a vow to shield these people and protect them. "Varrock will be here soon, Mistress Fan," Han Rong said, stepping forward. Fei turned to him and gave a soft smile. "This is our best chance at peace," she said. "If the Deviants truly honor this pact, we can turn our blades away from each other, and toward the Gorgillas." Some of the chiefs nodded in agreement, others frowned, wary. The Deviants had long been enemies, and many in the tribes had lost kin to them. But Fan Fei's words held weight. Her presence alone was enough to keep most doubts at bay. This peace was necessary, for of all the foes she had fought for them, rogue spirits, beasts, monsters of the sea, the Gorgillas were the worst, brutes, senseless, remorseless. The Deviants could be reasoned with, but the Gorgillas were almost mindless. Jean touched her arm lightly. "They're here," he whispered. Fei turned toward the forest's edge. 50 figures emerged from the tree line, yellow and gray-skinned deviants, their forms twisted in varied ways, horned, taloned, scaled, but all armed and disciplined. At their head stood one who towered above them all, tall, powerfully built, with ember-like eyes and yellow skin that glowed faintly in the sun. "Varrock, the Ember-eyed." "Mistress Fan Fei," he said as he approached, his voice deep and smooth. "I'm glad to finally meet under more peaceful circumstances." Fei bowed slightly, her tone respectful. "King Varrock. The feeling is mutual." Varrock let out a low, amused laugh. "Let's get this over with," he said. "I've reviewed your terms. They are acceptable." Behind her, the chiefs murmured relief, hope, cautious approval. Fei inclined her head. "Thank you, King Varrock. You've made the right decision. There are some final demands." Fei's expression darkened, her shoulders straightening slightly. I thought you said you agreed to the terms. Yes, yes, Varrock said, waving his clawed hand. But I believe we can go further. Faye's brow arched. Further. Varrock nodded. An alliance. Faye paused for a moment, considering. Her initial irritation cooled into curiosity. I assume this is about the Gorgillas. Indeed. Varrock folded his arms. They've become quite the nuisance since they crawled up from the south, a mistake, he added, of my glorious ancestors. Faye narrowed her eyes. Your ancestors' mistake? Varrock's face showed no shame. Millennia ago, when our people ruled this world before the great cataclysm, my ancestors dabbled in many creations. The Gorgillas were one of them, men and ape, combined. For war. For sport. Even I do not know. Now they are a danger to us all. Faye folded her arms, lips pressing into a tight line. Well, that explains a few things. She turned to the 5 chiefs. Are we in agreement? Bao Yun scoffed and stepped forward. What choice do we have? I hate the deviants more than any man here. An alliance, it's necessary if we are to fight against the Gorgillas. The other chiefs nodded. Even Jiangua gave a solemn grunt of approval. Faye looked back to Varrock and extended her hand. Then it settled, peace, and an alliance. Varrock stepped forward and gripped her forearm in a warrior's clasp. Then it is done, he said. You've been a mighty foe, Mistress Fan Fei. Now I look forward to fighting beside you. She allowed herself a smile. I'm looking forward to it. Jiangua let out a deep, booming laugh. This calls for celebration. Cheers rang out from the camp, from the tribal warriors and even from some of the deviants. Fan Fei smiled, feeling a lightness. For the first time in years, the tribes would be stronger, safer. With the Gorgillas now in their sights, she knew peace was within reach. And once they were dealt with, once this land was stable, perhaps she could move on. To the north. To the distant south. Or even beyond the sea, to the islands she'd only heard of from the men of the sea. It took another month to finalize the peace treaty, but at last it was done, the terms were sealed, and the alliance was forged. Now the promised celebration was upon them. The gathering was held near the 5 Banners, a sacred place nestled among the grassy hills where 5 men made mounds, shaped by generations of tribal hands, stood in reverence to each tribe's origin. Today, they were adorned with colorful flowers, carved effigies, and long banners waving proudly in the warm breeze. Warriors danced with their weapons drawn in peaceful flourish. Drums and flutes echoed across the valley. Children ran and played. Even deviants mingled with humans. Faye had personally fought beside them a week ago, helping to repel a Gorgilla raid on Fong, the underground city the deviants called home. She sat alone high atop one of the earthen mounds, watching the celebration below with satisfaction. Her arms rested loosely around her knees, her hair caught in the wind. From the corner of her vision, she spotted Jean climbing the path up to her. Breathless and fidgeting, the young man approached and stood awkwardly at her side. So, she said without looking at him, will you finally ask that girl you like to marry you? Jean flushed bright red. And no. I'm too much of a coward. Faye finally turned, a hint of a smirk on her face. You're a fine boy, Jean, soon to be a man. Go talk to her. Who knows, maybe she has her eye on you, too. Jean shook his head. I'm not like the warriors of my tribe. I don't have their strength. Or their courage. He hesitated. Which is why. I have a request. Faye raised an eyebrow. What kind of request? Jean took a breath. I want you to teach me your martial arts. Faye's expression darkened instantly. She looked away. No. Jean blinked. Why? Her voice caught. Her left hand reached across and gently brushed the back of her right. A faint, dragon-shaped scar marked the skin there. Her fingers lingered on it. I can't. I'm sorry, Jean. But why? He asked again, softer this time. Faye stood abruptly, her eyes turning back to the celebration below. Go, Jean. Join the others. Celebrate. I need to be alone for a while. Jean lingered for a second, then nodded, head bowed. Yes, mistress. He turned and made his way back down the mound, disappearing into the celebration. Jin's request was innocent, but the memories it stirred were not. Not after what had happened. Not after what her teachings had once led to. It was the reason she was exiled from Kunlun, because she had taken pity on a handful of men and women. Fan Fei had been patrolling the snowy passes around the sacred peaks of Kunlun when she saw the men and women from the outer valleys, their clothing in tatters, their bodies thin from hunger, driven away by beasts. They were no threat to the great city. But they were defenseless. And so she broke the law. She taught them kung fu. Slowly, over months, they became her students. They learned discipline, defense, and honor. She grew to love them, each of them a reminder of why she had taken up the martial path in the first place. But nothing remained hidden in Kunlun for long. When the others found out, she was seized and dragged in chains before Lakung, the Thunderer himself. She was accused of the gravest crime possible, sharing the sacred martial secrets of the great city with outsiders. Lakung's judgment was absolute. She was declared a traitor, condemned as the worst criminal in the history of Kunlun. Her clan and family turned their backs on her. Her students, every one of them, were sentenced to die. She remembered that day well, it was burned into her. In the snowy courtyard, the guards brought them to the mouth of the sacred cave. The earth trembled, and from the shadows emerged Showdown, the holy dragon of Kunlun, keeper of the city's power and glory. No, please. Let them go. Faye screamed, struggling against the guards who held her. Only I need to die. Take me. The dragon's eyes burned like molten gold as it reared its head back. Then, with a roar that shook the mountain, it struck. She watched in horror as the sacred beast tore through her students, its fire and claws snuffing out every life she had sworn to protect. Their screams were brief. Their bodies fell still in the snow. Something broke inside her. "Nuu," she roared, strength she didn't know she had surging through her. She tore free from the guard's grip and charged straight at the beast, every thought of survival gone. She would die with them. Her fist connected with Showdown's jaw, and to her shock and horror, it didn't stop. She punched through flesh and bone, blasting out the back of the dragon's skull in a burst of fire and blood. She stood there, arm buried in the dragon's head, her skin burning as molten blood coated her. Showdown collapsed. She had killed the holy dragon. Faye looked at her hands as they glowed gold with power, the power that had come to her after she did the unthinkable. No, no. It was not a gift, she reminded herself. Lakung himself had named it not a gift but a curse, her shame, proof of her crime. Faye shook her head. The past was past, she told herself. She began walking down the slope of the sacred mound toward the sounds of laughter, drums, and the crackle of roasting meat. Quite the achievement, a voice said from behind her. She turned, eyes narrowing slightly, to see a man she didn't recognize, handsome, sharply dressed, his clothing far too fine for any of the tribes. It's quite the sight, the man continued, sweeping a hand toward the celebrations below. Humans and deviants, sharing food and fire without bloodshed. Remarkable. Are you from one of the tribes? She asked, tilting her head, already searching her memory for his face. The man's smile deepened. No. I am simply a traveler, like you. My name is Mara. It's nice to meet you, Mara, Faye replied evenly, already turning toward the festivities. I was just going to join the celebrations. You're welcome to. Oh, I will, he said lightly, stepping closer. But let us speak first. Fan Faye of Kunlun. Her muscles tensed, and her eyes locked on his. Who are you, truly? She asked, her voice low. As I said, Mara replied, unbothered, I am Mara. The traveler. His eyes gleamed faintly, like a predator amused by the prey's vigilance. And I have a proposition for you. Faye drew in a slow breath and let her senses reach for him, seeking the flow of chi that all living things carried. Nothing. Her brow furrowed. Impossible, there was always something. Even a corpse held remnants of life spark. Yet this man stood before her as if carved from absence. Her hands began to glow faintly with golden chi. I don't want anything to do with you, she said coldly. I think you should leave. Mara chuckled softly, as though she were a child turning down candy. Even if I offered you power. Power to take your revenge on Kunlun. Power to conquer this world and rule it as its goddess. She did not answer, but the silence between them sharpened. I am indeed offering you all that, Fan Faye, Mara said smoothly. And more. Faye narrowed her eyes. Oh, and I'm sure you'd want something in return, she said, playing along. Of course, Mara replied. It's only fair, after all. All I need you to do is hunt down a few enemies of mine. 3 of them now reside in the Great Mountains. Hunt these dangerous beings down for me and, in exchange, I will give you all the power you could ever desire. Faye simply laughed, dismissing the man's words. His easy smile faltered into annoyance. For the first time, his voice held a hint of darkness. I was hoping you would accept. I'll give you one chance to leave, Faye replied, her tone calm but unyielding. I don't want to disrupt the celebrations. Mara sighed, as though her refusal bored him. Oh, I don't want to disrupt anything. His lips curled into a dark chuckle that crawled under her skin. Then he was gone. She blinked, and the space where he had stood was empty. Faye stood in uneasy silence for a long moment before forcing herself to walk toward the great gathering. She would deal with whatever that was tomorrow. She mingled with people she knew, the chiefs, their families, and even Varrock, her former foe whom she had once fought and nearly killed, sparing him something she was now glad she had done. The roar of the celebrations was suddenly overshadowed by the roar of 1,000 beasts at once, a deep, ear-shaking bellow that cut through the music and joy, rattling the very air. Faye froze. She knew that sound. Across the clearing, Varrick's head snapped toward the tree line. "Gorgillas," he bellowed. "To arms." The celebration shattered into chaos. Deviant warriors stumbled to their feet, many sluggish and unsteady from drink. Human fighters grabbed for spears, axes, and bows. Women clutched their children and pulled them toward shelter, while the elderly limped as fast as they could toward the safety of the inner camp. Varrock took a step toward Faye. "Come, Mistress Fan, let." The rest of his words drowned in fire. A roaring wave of flame washed over the mound, engulfing tents, banners, and people in seconds. Faye braced, her chi flaring into a golden shield that kept the worst from touching her, but even she felt the blistering heat. Screams rose all around her, raw, desperate. Men, women, deviants, and warriors alike burned where they stood. The stench of scorched flesh hit her nostrils. Through the haze of smoke and the madness of flames, shapes emerged, hulking, broad-shouldered, their movements unnervingly fast for creatures so massive. Gorgillas. Dozens of them. And at their head, a monster even among monsters. Nearly twice the size of the others, his matted fur streaked with blackened soot, eyes burning red, and in his clawed hands, fire itself. He wielded it, casting sheets of flame into the crowd with every sweeping gesture, the inferno moving unnaturally, as though it were alive. The sacred mound became an open-air pyre, the fire leaping from tent to tent, clinging to flesh, refusing to die even when beaten or smothered. Faye's heart clenched with fury. She let out a piercing battle cry, her chi flaring brighter than the fire around her, and golden light swirled over her arms. She charged, a lone figure against the oncoming tide. Her golden fist struck like a thunderbolt, shattering bone and tearing through muscle. The Gorgilla split clean in half, a spray of steaming blood coating her face and chest. More came, 10, 20, 30 charging with inhuman snarls. Faye met them all, her fury guiding every strike. She wove through their massive bodies, fists and kicks landing with explosive force, bones snapping, skulls caving. Gorgillas fell like rice before the scythe. But still, it wasn't enough. Everywhere around her, the world burned. The leader, the Ape King, strode through the chaos, his claws commanding the unnatural fire. Wherever he gestured, flame leapt higher, chasing screaming men, women, and deviants into the open before devouring them. Faye struck down another beast, but a child's scream cut off by fire ripped through her. Her heart pounded, her fury boiling over. "Arrrrrhhhhhhh," she screamed, throwing herself into the horde. 50. 60. 100, she lost count. Her arms and legs burned from strain, her lungs tearing with every breath, but still she fought. And then, silence. The laughter, the screams gone. Only the crackle of flames and the guttural snarls of the remaining Gorgillas filled the air. The Ape King turned toward her. He was enormous, easily twice her size. Fire crawled over his body like armor. He raised his burning claws, his deep, gravelly voice broken but clear enough. "Fireman, make me strong. I burn, all." The words made her blood run cold. Something had given him this power. She struck, her chi igniting in a furious blaze. The Ape King took the hits, staggering but never falling. His claws raked across her arms, searing her skin, the unnatural fire burning past her defenses. Pain tore through her, but she refused to stop. Her eyes darted over the battlefield, burned bodies everywhere, men, women, children. The faces of the dead tribes blurred into those of her old students. Her fury peaked. With a scream that shook her chest, she drove forward, pouring her entire being into a single blow. Her fist tore through the Ape King's chest. The fire in his body flickered out, and his massive frame collapsed backward with a ground-shaking thud. She stood over him, panting, her fist still glowing. She looked around. Everywhere lay a field of ash and blood. She searched for survivors, moving among the blackened remains. There were none. Everyone was dead. She found Jean. The boy's lifeless body lay half-curled, as if he'd tried to shield someone. She sank to her knees beside him, her breath hitching, her hands trembling. She stared at the dead around her, the memory of her old students rose too, their faces blending with those she had failed today. Her hands closed into fists. Her chest ached. She had failed them all. Faye's breathing slowed, but the fire in her chest didn't fade. Her mind kept circling back to the stranger Mara. His voice. His smile. The lack of chi. And most of all, his parting words, "Oh, I don't want to disrupt anything." The phrase echoed in her skull, over and over. The unease she'd felt in his presence, the same gnawing wrongness had been there again in the Ape King's presence. Did Mara give this power to the king? Did he orchestrate all of this? What was he, some kind of demon? She needed answers. I will find you, she murmured to the wind, her voice low but steady. I swear it. On every man, woman, and child I failed. I will hunt you down. She already knew where to begin. Mara had named 3 enemies, 3 who dwelled somewhere deep within the great mountains. He had wanted them dead for his own reasons, but now they were a trail to follow. They would lead her to him. Her path would be long and dangerous. She would walk it alone. And when she reached its end, Mara would pay. Chapter 29, My Power is Maximum. Max studied the schematics on the glowing green screen before him, his eyes narrowing in focus. His enhanced mind was one of the many things he appreciated about the enhanced body he had awakened to in this universe. His mind had become something greater, ideas came faster, solutions clearer. He had always been intelligent. His mother, a scientist by profession, had urged him toward a more scholarly path in physics, engineering, biotech. But Max had taken a different road. He loved digging through history more than what his mom and dad did for a living, and that was why he had become an archaeologist. Still, his new mind was a gift. Concepts once difficult now came naturally. Languages, sciences, alien tech, he absorbed them with ease. It also made wielding the ring easier. He could recall every detail of something he'd seen years ago and recreate it. The mech constructs he used were drawn mostly from what he saw during his and Odin's travels in the Shi'ar Empire and from anime he'd watched as a kid. Even if he didn't know the exact specifications, the ring could extrapolate and make them work as he wanted, and so far, that had served him well. But he wanted more. He wanted to make his constructs even more powerful, and he had found a way. The screen faded as he dismissed the construct with a wave of his hand. Max stepped out of the room within the stone-carved monastery he and Odin had called home for the past 3 years, Agamotto's house, the place that would one day be called Kamartaj. The view from the house was something else. The Himalayas surrounded it, and the fresh, cool mountain air was invigorating. He could see Odin in deep meditation alongside Agamotto. The future king of Asgard had immersed himself in the arcane arts with a vigor that surprised even Agamotto, who in turn had begun learning a few Asgardian magics. Max had stayed out of that. Magic wasn't his domain. He had the ring, one of the most powerful weapons in existence, and his own path to walk. In the years following what happened in Egypt, Ramatut, the Avengers, and all the revelations from the time travelers, Max had grown more wary. That wariness had set him on this path, a quest to gain more power, a need to truly understand what he was now, and what he might yet become. He had some time to reflect on it all, especially the cryptic revelations from his encounters with Surtur, Mimir, and Bor. The way they had spoken of him, the way they identified him, as an elder of the universe. That still sat uneasily in his mind. There were only 2 possibilities that made any sense. Either someone long ago had already harnessed the green light of will in this universe before his arrival, becoming this so-called elder, or it was him. Somehow. Through time travel. He hated that possibility more than anything else. It meant time loops, paradoxes, everything Kong and the TVA deal with. He didn't want to complicate things. It gave him a headache every time he thought about it. Was there another him out there? An older version? Was he just repeating a cycle? Max shook the thoughts away. He wasn't ready to dwell on that matter yet. Instead, he focused on the now as he flew down toward the green valley below the mountain where Agamotto's home rested. The air was crisp, and the light of the morning sun bathed the trees in gold. He hadn't spent the full 3 years on Earth. He had left many times, sometimes with Odin, though only twice. Most journeys he made alone. He had traveled to the Kree homeworld Hala, sneaking into their hyper-advanced and large databanks and absorbing every scrap of historical and scientific knowledge he could. He'd visited Xander, which was not yet the vast star empire it would become, but a flourishing civilization on the rise. He wandered the edges of the known cosmos, uncovering dead worlds left behind by fallen empires. Each place had stories, technology, warnings, and he learned from them all of which Jade, his ever-efficient AI companion, was now sorting out in the ring's vast and almost infinite storage. There were still things he wanted to do. Top of the list was returning to Asgard to steal Mimir's head. It held a lot of knowledge, and Max always felt regret for not securing it. He would go for it, but not yet. It would bring too much heat down on Odin, and Max wouldn't risk putting his friend in that position. But one day, Max landed softly in a wide clearing nestled in the heart of the valley. The grass was still wet with dew. Birds chirped from the treetops, and for a fleeting moment, it all felt peaceful. But that wouldn't last. This clearing, this patch of earth had become Max's testing zone. And today, it would bear witness to something new. He raised his hand. The emerald light of his ring pulsed as he summoned the first construct, a towering mech, easily 200 feet tall, its form modeled loosely after Gypsy Danger from Pacific Rim, with dual reactor cores visible on its chest, thick armor-plated limbs, and a helmeted head. It came together fast. In seconds, the first mech stood tall and complete, forming like a memory poured into light. This was how Max had always done it: imagination, determination, and raw willpower, fast, flashy, functional enough. For the past 7 years, this method had served him well. But it was also flawed. The second mech was different. Max took a slow breath, and instead of summoning it all at once, he built it piece by piece. Where the first mech was fast, this one was slow to form. He started from the skeleton, an articulated spine made of interlocking joints and dampeners. Then came the servos, the hydraulic pistons, and energy-conductive channels like arteries and nerves. Each piece wasn't just willed into existence, it was designed with calculated precision. Max had spent years traveling, stealing tech specs from Kree databases, analyzing Spartax battlesuits, studying the modular warframes of the Nova Federation. He'd absorbed it all: the way torque distributed under pressure, how kinetic dampeners reduced joint strain, how adaptive armor could shift density in response to impact velocity. He had learned all of it, and now he was using that knowledge to create the construct. Constructs made this way down to the tiniest bolt weren't just harder to destroy, they were more efficient. They were also something Max could control more easily. The old method. It was like drawing a sword with your will. This was forging the blade yourself. Sharpening it. Balancing it. Designing it, piece by piece. "All right, Jade, let's run some tests," Max said, his arms crossed, eyes glinting with anticipation. Jade's voice came through the comms, crisp and clear. "Acknowledged, Max. All observation protocols are active." The two towering constructs, green titans of pure will, faced each other like gladiators. Max raised his hand. "And let's begin." The first mech charged forward, its steps quaking the ground. With an echoing clang, it threw a thunderous punch at the second. The blow landed solidly right on the chest, but the second mech barely moved. Its structure absorbed the impact. Max grinned. Good. The second mech retaliated. Its counterpunch came faster than expected. Streamlined components snapped forward with optimal force delivery, driving its fist into the side of the first mech. Armor plates buckled. The first construct reeled back, stumbling, already showing signs of structural weakness. "Impact analysis complete," Jade reported. "Second construct demonstrates 300% higher stability and 200% more efficient energy dissipation." "This is a vast improvement, Max. Congratulations." "Thanks," Max replied. "The big ones are coming together well." Still struggling with the smaller constructs, though. He remembered the fight in Thieves, how a smaller construct had played a big role in its defeat. "Jade, let's focus on microunits next. Dive deeper into the Kree and Xandarian tech archives. I remember seeing swarm drones, very clever stuff." "Affirmative," Jade responded. Meanwhile, the first mech attempted another lunge, trying to grapple the second. But the second construct shifted its weight, braced its frame, and drove an uppercut through the midsection of the first. Green light fractured like glass. The first mech broke apart completely, pieces dissolving into mist as the victor stood silent and unmoved. Max clapped slowly. "Bravo, bravo." He raised his ring and summoned 3 more constructs, each modeled after the first. They surrounded the second mech and attacked together, trying to overwhelm it. The second construct dismantled them one by one. In less than a minute, it stood alone once again. A voice echoed from behind him. "Well, finally come out of that room, then." Odin called with a smile as he descended from the sky, hammer in hand. He landed with a gentle thud beside Max. The Prince of Asgard was dressed in flowing blue and gold robes. Max wore his own green, trimmed and sleeveless. It was quite comfortable, and Max had Agamotto make more for him. "I felt the earth shake and figured only you could be the cause," Odin said, chuckling. Max gave a sideways smile. "Just doing some sparring with myself. Turns out I'm a hell of an opponent." Odin looked up at the still-standing construct. "From what I just saw, you're getting better, Grunler." Max grinned. "Oh, you've seen nothing yet. Here, check this out." He pointed his ring toward the earth. A new shape began forming on the ground. A deer emerged, its hooves daintily touching the grass, its head lifting as if sensing the morning breeze. It sniffed the air and flicked its ears, moving and reacting with startling realism. Odin raised an eyebrow. "It's just a deer." Max held up a finger. "Wait for it." As he concentrated, the glow around the deer shifted. Color bloomed across its surface, browns and grays and small black spots. The once purely green construct now took on the tones of a real deer, though it still shimmered faintly with a translucent emerald aura, betraying its true nature. Odin leaned in. "Well, that's new. Can we eat it?" Max sighed. "For the 1000th time, Odin, no, you can't eat my constructs." Odin shrugged. "Shame. It looks almost real now." "That's the point," Max replied. I've been studying structural coloration. Combine that with careful bending of light through the construct's surface, and you get this. Still a bit glowy, Odin pointed out. Max nodded. Not perfect yet. But it's getting there. Odin nodded, genuinely impressed. So, how about we spar, then? Perhaps with your new strength, you'll finally be able to defeat me. Max narrowed his eyes. Hey, last time I was distracted. I was testing something mid-fight. Odin chuckled. Ah, excuses, excuses. Max turned fully to him, cracking his knuckles with a grin. Odin, my friend. I don't think you're ready for the new and improved me. Odin's grin widened. And I, Grinler, have picked up some tricks of my own. Let's test them. Gladly, Max said, and without warning, he raised his ring and gave a command. The towering mech construct behind him raised its fist and slammed it down toward Odin. Wham! Odin leapt backward just in time, soaring into the air as a massive crater formed where he had been standing. The construct didn't stop. Controlled by Max, it stomped after Odin, launching another thunderous punch skyward. Not fair. Odin bellowed as he dodged. You didn't say we'd started. Max laughed, flying upward to join him. Look who's making excuses now. With a hiss of kinetic energy, the towering construct lunged and snatched Odin mid-flight. Massive mechanical fingers clenched around the prince's body before flinging him through the air like a missile. Odin twisted awkwardly, barely managing to slow his momentum. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned Mjolnir, swinging wide and anchoring his flight. He leveled out and braced himself midair. Golden mandalas sparked to life along his arms, runes glowing with mystic energy Odin had been learning from Agamotto, after all. He thrust both palms forward, sending a cascade of golden sigils and spells crashing into the Jaeger. Boom. The energy struck with precision, but to Odin's surprise, the mech barely flinched. Its armor rippled with green light, absorbing the hit with hardly a shudder. Max let out a wild laugh, half joy, half madness. Did you see that? It barely moved. All the work he had done over the last 3 years and seeing it pay off was a new kind of pleasure. Odin's eyes widened slightly. You weren't kidding when you said you'd grown in power. Oh, my friend, Max grinned, flying toward him, you haven't seen anything yet. The Jaeger surged upward again, its left arm reshaping into a gleaming energy blade. In its right hand, Max summoned a new construct, a shoulder-mounted weapon array bristling with rotating barrels and a high-energy emitter. It fired. Bolts of focused green energy blasted toward Odin, more potent than any of Max's prior constructs. One blast clipped Odin's shoulder, sending him tumbling, momentarily stunned. Recovering quickly, Odin raised Mjolnir high. Let's see how you handle this, he bellowed. Lightning danced across the sky as he wove a complex series of runes with his free hand. When he slammed Mjolnir into the glyph, golden thunder crashed from above, arcing directly toward Max. Max was ready. He extended his hand, forming a glowing prism orb, multi-sided and refractive, a construct inspired by technology he had seen on a Xandarian outpost orbiting a gas giant. That device redirected lightning storms to generate power. The golden bolt hit. Crash. The prism flashed, refracted, and then redirected the lightning cleanly back toward Odin. The prince barrel rolled away, narrowly dodging the reflected bolt. Well played, he bellowed, now genuinely impressed. But he wasn't finished. Now watch this, Odin roared. Dozens of arms burst from behind him. They wove sigils in the air and clapped together. A moment later, 24 perfect duplicates of Odin shimmered into view, flanking Max. Each one raised a glowing hand, and a Mjolnir. Now let's see how you get out of this, Grinler. With a roar, the Odins fired in unison. Magic. Lightning. The Jaeger took the full assault. It stumbled under the combined barrage, plating cracking, internal systems faltering. Max narrowed his eyes. He tried to stabilize it, but it was no use. Even his improved systems couldn't withstand that kind of attack. The Jaeger fractured, close to destruction. Max raised his hand and dismissed it before it exploded. Dozens of Odins turned their glowing gaze toward Max, hovering midair. Max met their eyes. All right, he said. Now you've got my attention. The Odins floated their hammers beside them and raised both hands in a swift, fluid motion. Runes lit the air, and from the weave of mystic energy came spiraling bands. The crimson bands of Sidorak. Max recognized them. Long, glowing tendrils of unbreakable red light lashed out, twisting through the air like serpents. Max felt a flicker of déjà vu as he remembered Strange using the same attack on Thanos. A shield construct formed in an instant, an emerald orb snapping into place just before the bands could constrict him. They wrapped around it instead, slithering over its glowing surface, tightening. Max smirked. Let's see, what to do, he muttered, pointing his ring downward. The green orb shimmered as he concentrated, instructing it to mimic the properties of vibranium. Remembering his time with Azuri, Max channeled a focused blast of pure willpower into the now vibranium mimicking construct. The construct drank it in. The surface rippled, glowed brighter, until... boom. A massive shockwave exploded outward. The crimson band shattered, disintegrating into flecks of scarlet mist. The force swept across the field, obliterating every single Odin duplicate in a flash of light. Odin shielded his eyes. What in the 9 realms was that, he blurted, blinking in disbelief. In a blink, Max pointed his ring again, this time encasing Odin himself inside a construct orb. Wait, what? Odin began. Before he could finish, Max raised his hand, and a towering construct materialized behind him, an absurdly massive version of himself, cartoonishly grinning, surrounded by flashing neon lights and standing before a giant pinball machine. Grinler, what are you doing? Max's grin widened. Let's play a game, Odin. With that, he slammed his construct-sized hand down on the plunger, launching the orb that contained Odin into the glowing, oversized pinball machine. Wah, NOOO. Ding ding. The orb ricocheted off glowing bumpers, rang bells, and smashed into ramps. Energy barrier sparked and lit up with each impact. The machine flashed a score, 500 points. Max's huge construct self worked the paddles with glee. Give up any time, my friend. Max called, laughing as the orb smashed into another glowing spinner and shot up a ramp. Never. Odin shouted from inside, his voice muffled by the spinning chaos. Then came the jackpot shot. Slam, the paddles launched him into a final bumper cluster that made the entire machine vibrate. All right, I surrender. I yield, damn you. Max chuckled, clapped once, and the construct vanished. The orb cracked open midair, releasing a very dizzy and nauseated Odin, who dropped out and landed hard on the ground. He groaned, rolled to the side, and threw up. Max landed beside Odin with a smug grin. Odin, still catching his breath and wiping his mouth, glared at him weakly. You. Max chuckled, enjoying himself immensely. I'm just that good. Before Odin could retort, a new voice, dry and unimpressed, joined them. You know, Agamotto said as he descended from above, this valley used to be quite peaceful. Animals would frolic, birds would call it home. Max turned to him with a playful shrug. They still do. Agamotto raised an eyebrow. Not if you two continue battling like this. Odin, still recovering but smiling again, said proudly, it was a grand battle. He glanced at Max, his tone turning more serious. You are now as strong as me, Grinler. Max smiled. I think I have surpassed you, my friend. I don't think so. It was a spar, I let you win. Max laughed, excuses. Odin's expression sharpened, his competitiveness returning. You want to go again? Agamotto stepped closer, clapping his hands once. If your egos are quite finished clashing, I have something that requires our attention. I've located another artifact I need for the project. Both Max and Odin turned toward him. The project Agamotto spoke of was something the sorcerer had been working on for years, his plan to safeguard Earth from interdimensional threats, beings like Dormammu, Mephisto, and Shimogorth, and it required 3 specific artifacts. They had found the first one a year ago. Now, it seemed, Agamotto had a lead on the second. If it's anything like the last one, I don't think all of us need to go. Agamotto folded his arms. The divas were very accommodating, yes. Max snorted. Ha! Accommodating. You said we might have to fight our way into their dimension to get the artifact. I was wrong, Agamotto admitted. A rare occurrence, but it does happen. Agamotto was more than wrong. They had arrived in Dvarka, the resplendent, thriving city ruled by Krishna, an avatar of Vishnu. Agamotto had expected resistance, perhaps even a trial of worth to reach their goal, the hidden dimensional gate to the Diva's divine realm, the Hindu pantheon, as they would come to be called in the future. Instead, it turned into a vacation for them. Max had floated the idea of simply asking for access, and to everyone's surprise, it worked. Krishna welcomed them with open arms. The dimensional portal was opened, and they were led directly into the realm of the Divas. The realm was paradise, and part of Max didn't want to leave. They met Vishnu without any trouble, asked for the artifact, and the god simply gave it to them, no demands, no fight. He asked for nothing in return. They stayed in the dimension for days, maybe weeks, time moved differently there. They attended large feasts, Agamotto and Odin learned some magic, and Max, well, he spent time with the Apsaras. Good times. Good times. It was great, and he was very sad to leave. So where is it? Odin asked, breaking Max out of his thoughts. I felt its presence on the southernmost continent. There lies a hidden realm, a land lost to time. Max blinked. Southernmost continent, land lost to time. Oh. Realization dawned. The Savage Land. I totally forgot that place even existed. He remembered reading about it on a Marvel wiki years ago, a hidden prehistoric world preserved beneath Antarctica, where dinosaurs still existed. A childlike grin spread across Max's face. Let's not wait, then. I want to ride AT, Rex. Odin squinted. What's AT, Rex? Max chuckled. Oh, you'll see. Without further delay, Max raised his ring. Emerald light shimmered and gathered, condensing into the sleek form of a glowing green sports car. He opened the gull-wing doors with a flourish and gestured casually. Get in, gentlemen. Odin and Agamotto exchanged a glance, then shrugged in unison and climbed into the construct without protest. Max slid into the driver's seat, grinning as the doors hissed shut and sealed with a soft click. A burst of green energy flared beneath the car as it lifted off the ground, and then, with a roar like a sonic boom, the vehicle surged skyward. Emerald streaks blurred the clouds around them as they shot toward the southernmost point of the earth. Toward the Savage Land. Chapter 30, A Land Lost to Time. Max guided the emerald car construct smoothly across the skies above the tranquil, endless blue of the Indian Ocean. Sunlight glittered across the rolling waves below, the scene serene and undisturbed, at least on the outside. Inside the glowing vehicle, peace was harder to come by. And that, Odin finished with a huff of finality, is why I was weaker. My father stripped a portion of my strength when he cast me out. It is the truth, I swear it by the Norns. Max glanced over his shoulder, one brow raised. So you're saying you lost because you're less powerful now? Because Bor took away a piece of your strength when he banished you? Yes. Odin exclaimed. By the Norns, it's true. Ask Agamotto if you don't believe me. Agamotto sighed, rubbing his temples. The most disappointing part of that spar was watching you flail around with my spells. I told you not to use them so bluntly, you need to have. Agamotto couldn't finish before Odin pointed a triumphant finger. Aha. That's it. I relied too much on Midgardian magic. That is how Grimler gained the upper hand. Max shook his head, amused. He could tell Odin was rattled from their sparring match. The prince had been undeniably stronger when they first met. It was Odin's strength and Mjolnir that had helped them survive battles against Mimir and Surtur. Back then, Max was still figuring things out, barely keeping his construct stable in the heat of battle. Comparing that to now, he had improved by a considerable amount. In hindsight, he was surprised he had even survived those battles. But Odin would only grow from here, Max knew it. Once the day came when his friend ascended the throne and inherited the full might of the Odin force, he'd reach levels of power Max wasn't sure even he could match, or perhaps he would, who knew? As his thoughts lingered on Odin and the future, there was something else still gnawing at him. The spear Kong had used. It was Asgardian. He couldn't shake the thought. Whether it was made by an Asgardian in the future or worse, Odin himself. Its very existence unsettled him. He shook the thought away and angled the construct car higher. So, Max asked, breaking the silence, what exactly are we looking for? Agamotto's gaze was fixed on the horizon. What we are searching for, he began, his tone more solemn than before, is far more dangerous than the mirror of Lotus we found in the realm of the Diavas. This. He paused, eyes narrowing as though he could already sense it. This is an artifact of considerable power, one that will allow me to sustain the great shield I plan to erect. A barrier that will safeguard this world from the touch of interdimensional terrors. Forever. Odin leaned forward from the back seat. So this savage land, as Grunner called it, what is this place? Agamotto folded his hands. By my understanding, it is a land lost to time. A place created by visitors to this world millions of years ago. It's a preserve of sorts. A sanctuary holding onto life that's long extinct from every age of Earth. Max said. Agamotto nodded thoughtfully. Yes, that would make sense as well. Max leaned back in his seat, excitement practically humming through him. He knew only scraps about the savage land, skimmed from a wiki in his life before all this, caveman tribes, dinosaurs, even sentient dinosaurs. His heart beat a little faster at the thought. From behind, Odin chuckled. Let us hope this venture proves more fruitful than the last time you led us on a pointless chase, Agamotto. A great threat to the world, you said, and all we found were empty forests, weeks wasted. Max snorted. He remembered that one well. Agamotto had dragged them deep into northern Europe, swearing he'd felt some malevolent presence waiting to breach their world. The only things they found were snow and a tribe that started to worship Odin after he saved them from a pack of wild animals. Agamotto frowned, his voice hardening. I was not wrong. That day I felt a psychic scream ripple across the earth. It was filled with sorrow and hate, and then something manifested in this realm, I know it. For a moment, I touched its presence. It was terrifying. Max's humor dimmed at that. He glanced at his ring, remembering. Even Jade picked up on something that day. So, yeah, there was something. Whatever it was, though, it's gone. Agamotto shook his head. Let us hope so. Then he turned to Odin. And no, Prince of Asgard, this is no wild goose chase. The artifact I seek is there in the savage land. I am sure of it. It didn't take long for the temperature to drop as the icy peaks of Antarctica came into view. Agamotto extended his hands, whispering an incantation under his breath. A faint shimmer spread across them, a magical barrier that kept the cold at bay. Temperature stabilized, Jade said through Max's ring, her voice calm and clinical. They flew farther in and, following Agamotto's directions, arrived near what looked like a massive storm. It churned in slow spirals, monstrous and silent. Towering walls of snow and wind curved skyward. Max narrowed his eyes. Look at that. That doesn't look natural. Agamotto's eyes opened, sharp and focused. It isn't. But it's not magical either. Odin straightened up, Mjolnir already in hand. Let me deal with it. He raised the hammer, summoning the winds, but when he hurled it toward the storm, nothing changed. The swirling mass of snow barely acknowledged his presence. What? Odin muttered, trying again. What is this? Jade, Max said, scan the region. As he spoke, he created drone constructs. They burst out in every direction, dispersing toward the storm's edges. Max slowed the car, hovering just outside the storm wall while Agamotto began muttering his own incantations. Then, simultaneously. I have found something, Agamotto said. I have found something, Jade said. Max chuckled. All right, Jade, go ahead. The storm is artificially generated, she explained. Origin, subterranean. There's an entry point at the eye of the storm. Agamotto nodded. The oracle is correct. Max grinned. Into the storm it is. He pushed the construct forward, and the car rocketed toward the spiraling maw of snow. Sorry, folks, Max said, adopting a pilot's voice. We are experiencing some mild turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts. A green visor flickered into place over his face, scanning for the opening Jade had identified. He spotted it and angled the car downward. Odin whooped from the back, arms raised. Drop us in, Grunler. The construct dove. Wind howled and snow battered the car, but it held firm. Max maneuvered with ease, dipping through the swirling chaos. Lightning flickered in the clouds, illuminating jagged ice peaks far below. And then suddenly silence. They passed through the eye of the storm and emerged into a vast subterranean tunnel. Walls of black stone shimmered with faint bioluminescence, and glowing moss coated the edges. Max piloted the car downward, weaving through tight caverns and echoing chambers. After several winding turns, the tunnel opened up. The car burst through, and Max's jaw dropped. Before them stretched a jungle unlike anything he had seen before, lush, untamed, and brimming with life. Gigantic trees towered above mist-filled canyons. Waterfalls cascaded from red rock cliffs. Herds of dinosaurs grazed in the distance, while pterosaurs and other flying creatures soared overhead. The savage land. Max slowed the car to a hover and let them take it all in. This is, wow, he said, eyes wide. Max glided the car gently over the prehistoric canopy, the rich green of the savage land stretching endlessly in all directions. Below, in the distance, he could hear the thunderous, rhythmic groans of enormous creatures echoing through the valley, followed by chirps, low growls, and the deep bellow of something truly massive. He leaned forward, eyes wide. For a brief moment he was a little kid again, a short period when he was obsessed with dinosaurs, wide-eyed and full of wonder. Midgard continues to surprise me, Odin said from the back seat, craning his neck to get a better look at the flying reptiles above. Agamotto sat straight, his hands folded calmly. The presence of the artifact is growing stronger. Further south. Yeah, Max waved dismissively, already dropping altitude. But first let's look around. He dipped the car construct into a clearing where towering, long-necked dinosaurs grazed in serene stillness, Brachiosaurus, their massive bodies moving slowly as they pulled leaves from the high treetops. Max touched the ground lightly. The car settled into the grass, and the transparent roof dissolved away. He stood on the seat and pulled off his visor, eyes wide, a huge smile on his face. You did it, he whispered with pure joy, quoting Jurassic Park. You crazy son of a bitch, you did it. Agamotto blinked. Who did what? Max waved it off. You wouldn't get it. The theme from Jurassic Park swelled in his mind as he looked around, naming the peaceful giants. Brachiosaurus. Parasaurolophus, maybe a hadrosaur. Oh man, that might be an Edmontosaurus. Holy crap, I forgot how big these guys were. He lifted off the ground, flying toward the massive herd. Odin and Agamotto followed behind. Look at that one. Max shouted as he soared over the back of a lumbering ankylosaurus, its clubbed tail swinging slowly. He rattled off names to himself. Camarasaurus, maybe. Oh, that's a Stegosaurus, is that a Triceratops? He landed a bit too fast near a grazing herd of smaller hadrosaurs. They scattered in panic, stomping away with frightened cries. Max threw up his hands. I didn't mean to spook you, sorry, ha ha ha. Odin touched down beside him, eyeing the dinosaurs. Let's kill one for dinner tonight. Max spun on him, horrified. Absolutely not. Why? Odin gestured broadly. They look like Myton from Zernonia. You remember how delicious those were? These, Max said firmly, are majestic, ancient creatures. Jade's voice suddenly rang in Max's ear. Warning. Large predator approaching from the west. And then they heard it. Roar. Trees shattered in the distance. A towering shadow moved through the jungle brush, then broke into the clearing. A Tyrannosaurus Rex, easily over 40 feet long, bellowed as it charged after a terrified iguanodon, crashing through foliage like a living tank. But the beast's nostrils flared. Its yellow eyes locked onto them. The iguanodon escaped, and now the T-Rex had new prey. Now that one, Odin said with a grin, holding up Mjolnir, we can kill. The Tyrannosaurus Rex thundered toward them, jaws wide. Odin sprinted to meet it, the Asgardian prince charging straight at the beast. He raised Mjolnir high. You will make a fine meal for us, beast. Nope. No no no. Max shouted, lifting his ring. A shimmering green construct snapped into existence around the massive predator, an enormous containment pod reinforced with thick struts and energy locks. Before the T-Rex could reach Odin, it was hoisted up, roaring and thrashing inside the construct. Max flicked his wrist and launched the entire capsule skyward, sending it arcing far across the forest. The construct disappeared over the trees, its occupant still roaring in protest. Odin skidded to a stop, turning with a scowl. Why did you do that? Max's eyes glowed faintly, his voice stern. We're not killing dinosaurs, Odin. You're no fun. Ignoring the Asgardian's grumbling, Max turned to Agamotto. Where's this thing again? Agamotto raised a hand, a golden rune spinning in his palm. South by southwest. All right, all aboard, Max said, summoning a broad, flat platform construct beneath them. It lifted all three into the air, sailing smoothly over the thick canopy of prehistoric jungle. It didn't take long for something enormous to break the horizon. Agamotto pointed toward a stone structure rising above the treetops. There it is. The structure was colossal, a ziggurat-like temple formed of pale gray stone. Moss and vines clung to its sides, and strange glyphs ran across its surface. Jade, Max said, narrowing his eyes, scan the structure. Jade's voice responded in his mind, according to records retrieved from the planet Perska. Dead World Number 5, which we explored on the third expedition last year, this architecture matches known patterns of Sagittarian architecture. Sagittarians. Max repeated. Anything else? Only that the Perskians cursed their name. They labeled them most evil and traitorous. Max frowned. That's not comforting. Agamotto's expression darkened. If what your oracle says is true, we should proceed cautiously. They touched down at the base of the temple. The ancient steps loomed before them, half swallowed by vines. Max stepped forward, rolling his shoulders. All right. I'll take the lead. Max was an archaeologist, after all. This had been his dream, well, maybe not exactly this, but it was the kind of work he'd wanted when he was growing up and studying for it. As the three of them took their first steps toward the stairway, a deep, earth-shaking roar shattered the silence. It was raw. Primal. The sky above the savage land trembled with a sound that split the still air in two. Odin whirled, scanning the jungle. What in the 9 realms was that? Max raised his hand and flicked several greenlit drones into the air. Jade, I need a full sweep. Where did that come from? Before the AI could respond, the roar came again, closer this time. Jade spoke, louder than he had ever heard her, alert. Unknown biosignature approaching. Energy levels, extreme. Rising rapidly. Max's brow furrowed. Define, extreme, Jade. Unknown. This entity's power output is fluctuating, but massive. Agamotto stepped forward and conjured golden mandalas in his palms. Whatever it is, prepare yourselves. Odin raised Mjolnir, lightning cracking around his frame. Let it come. Max clenched his fist. Green energy surged around him and, with practiced focus, he built a suit of power armor around his body, sleek, angular, and inspired by the Mark 33 Iron Man design, his favorite. He created it piece by piece, every component tuned to properties he knew by heart. It was one of the few armors he kept memorized for instant assembly, something he'd refined over the last 2 years. Jade's voice rang in again, Max, the temple. Something inside it has activated. What? Max turned toward the ziggurat just as it began to move. Massive arms tore free from the temple's sides. Blocks shifted and groaned as the top twisted, revealing a monstrous stone face. Two glowing eyes snapped open atop the structure. Odin and Agamotto stared, stunned with him. And then, it spoke. I am Umbu. Intruders shall perish for defiling my master's treasure. The voice was deep, mechanical, vibrating the very earth. Lasers lanced from the awakened temple's eyes. Twin beams of scorching red light ripped across the clearing, searing toward the trio. Agamotto raised his hands in an instant, golden sigils blooming around him in intricate, concentric patterns. Shield of the Vishanti, he called, just as the blast struck. At the same moment, Max brought up a circular construct of shimmering green energy in front of them. The beams collided with both shields, sending crackling energy arcing in all directions. Behind the barrier, Odin scowled. Have it thee, he bellowed, spinning Mjolnir and launching himself forward. Lightning split the sky above, summoned by the prince, and he hurled it down toward the ziggurat-turned monster. Thunder exploded across the jungle as bolts crashed into the temple's stone surface. Chunks of ancient masonry cracked and smoked, but the creature barely flinched. Agamotto followed. Spear of Seraphim, strike true, he intoned, hurling a lance of golden mystic energy that streaked through the air and slammed into Umbu's midsection with a thunderous boom. Jade, give me a read. What is that thing? Exterior composition, stone. Interior, advanced synthetic alloy. Internal power source registering as semi-organic. Max narrowed his eyes. All right, let's. He never finished the sentence. Ray-a-a-a-a-hururga. The roar tore through the forest like an avalanche. Louder. Closer. Ray-a-a-a-a-hururga. Trees snapped in the distance. The ground trembled. Max. It's near. Take flight now. Jade shouted. Max didn't hesitate. He leapt into the air, a shield construct blooming beneath him just as an enormous fist of Umbu's came crashing down and smashed into it with a deafening crack. Then the other roaring creature finally broke through the tree-line. Towering above the shattered canopy stood a red-skinned colossus, at least 9 feet tall, muscles bulging across every inch of his frame. On his chest, burning like a living sun, glowed a star-shaped brand inside a radiant circle. Max hovered, stunned. Holy hell. He whispered. The thing let out another guttural scream that rippled the air itself. Ray-a-a-a-a-hururga. Odin yelled as he dodged another swipe from Umbu. What in the fuck is that? Max didn't look away from the glowing giant. You two deal with Umbu, he said sharply. I'll handle glowing Hulk over here. Without waiting for a response, Max rocketed forward and, to his surprise, the creature leapt to meet him. They collided midair, fists connecting with a force that shattered the sky. A concussive shockwave blasted out in all directions, flattening trees and whipping up a cyclone of dirt and wind. Everything around them shook. The battle had begun. Chapter 31, The Rumble in the Jungle. A continuous stream of emerald plasma blazed from Max's construct, hammering the red-skinned giant into the forest floor. The jungle sizzled beneath the blast, the earth under the behemoth cracked and gave way. Max hovered above, eyes narrowed, his right arm transformed into a massive plasma gun construct still glowing hot with residual discharge. He gritted his teeth, forcing the energy harder. Stay down, he muttered. But then to his disbelief the creature moved. The giant began to stand even as the blast tore at him, dirt and smoke swirling around his massive form. Max's brows furrowed. The energy should have vaporized anything short of an Asgardian. But this thing, this glowing Hulk stood tall, chest heaving, the star on its chest burning brighter. What the fuck are you? Max breathed, lowering his cannon as the red titan lifted its head and locked eyes with him, fury etched across its face. Ray-a-a-a-hururga. The ground quaked with the sound. Then it launched. Max barely jetted backward in time, a green contrail streaking behind him. The monster came on like a missile, fists swinging in relentless, almost animalistic fury. He threw up a hard light shield just in time to catch the first blow. Boom. The shield cracked. Another. Boom. Fractures spidered across the surface. Another. 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 By the 6th hit, the construct shattered, sending Max tumbling through the air. Jade, are you done scanning this thing yet? He barked, reforming another barrier between them. I have something, Jade replied quickly. Its energy signature is growing exponentially. Based on construct resistance and energy readings, its power output has increased 16% since initial contact. Max wove through the trees, trying to gain distance. And what is it? I am uncertain. However, a similar power has been recorded in 2 separate databases, one from the Shi'ar Empire and one from the Kree. Max's eyes narrowed. Doesn't exactly tell me what it is, Jade. No designation was given, but the star-shaped emblem was noted in both. There are also mentions of a race called the Builders. Well, this guy might actually be a real test. The match with Odin was okay, but this was something else entirely. He didn't remember reading about anything like this in any Marvel content he'd consumed. Then again, there was a lot he didn't know. He raised his arms and fired. Missile pods flared into existence around him. Dozens of emerald constructs shaped like sleek projectiles launched toward the glowing giant, sending it crashing down. The jungle lit up as one explosion after another rocked the clearing, a firestorm of light and sound consuming the red behemoth. The shockwave toppled trees for miles. Max hovered in the smoke, watching carefully. For a moment, silence. Then something moved. The creature emerged, smoke rolling off its skin, body scorched but still intact. Its breathing was heavier now. It was winded. But its eyes burned brighter, more focused. The emblem on its chest pulsed with power. Max blinked. Okay. Not dead. Not even close. The monster raised its head. Max narrowed his eyes at the glowing red giant now stomping forward from the scorched crater. So we basically have a Hulk whose punches are like nukes, and he can fly, and his power keeps increasing by the second. That is a broadly accurate assessment, Jade replied flatly. Max rolled his shoulders and took a slow breath. All right. It flew toward him, launching another series of attacks. Max reacted, forming another emerald shield just in time. Bam. 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 The creature struck with maddening fury. On the seventh hit, the shield shattered, its pieces dissolving into light as Max flew backward to gain distance. He wasn't just defending, he was buying time. All around him, emerald light churned and shimmered as 6 towering constructs took shape, each one modeled after the Decepticon leader, Megatron. He raised his hand and fired a concentrated plasma beam straight into the creature's chest, knocking the red titan off its feet and into a rock face below. The 6 Megatrons, now fully formed, descended on the monster. Boom. One tackled it across the clearing. Another grabbed its legs and slammed it into a cliffside. 2 more opened fire green blasts ripping through trees and earth. Max hovered above, watching. For the moment it was working. The giant roared and flailed, but the Megatrons were too coordinated, throwing him back and forth, pinning him, blasting him with relentless energy strikes. Max joined the fray, raining missile construct salvos from above. The jungle around them turned into a hellstorm, flames erupted, the ground cracked, and shockwaves pulsed from every impact. Then the creature let loose a deafening howl. Alert, massive power spike detected. Energy readings have increased 400% in the last 3.2 seconds. Brace for. Boom. A cataclysmic blast of raw energy surged outward from the Titan's body, an explosion so vast it leveled the entire clearing. Trees vaporized. Earth turned to ash. Max was thrown back midair as all 6 Megatrons were obliterated in a split second. He groaned, regained his position in the sky, and muttered, "Jade, what the fuck is this thing?" "Working theories continue to develop," she replied, uncharacteristically serious. "If my scans are correct, this being's strength is no longer static, it's reactive. It grows with conflict. Rapidly." Max's mind flashed back to what he'd read about the Savage Land. He remembered now, there weren't just dinosaurs here, there were cavemen, and even sapient dinosaur species. His eyes widened. Shit, if we keep going like this, we're going to level this entire place. He clenched his fists, emerald energy swirling around him. Time to take this fight somewhere else. Max shot into the air. Behind him, the glowing Titan pursued faster than before, the brand on its chest larger and pulsing. Its entire body radiated heat and energy that warped the air. Max glanced up toward the cavern ceiling. With a flick of his wrist, a massive laser drill formed at the tip of his ring. It spun violently, emerald light slicing through the dense rock above like a scalpel. Debris fell in chunks as Max burrowed upward, the glowing beast screaming in rage behind him. The moment Max burst through the top of the cavern, freezing air slammed into him, Antarctica's icy winds, a stark contrast to the heat below. Snow whipped around his glowing silhouette. The creature emerged just behind him, unfazed by the cold. Max began forming more constructs as they flew toward him, locking onto the armor he already wore. Armor plates snapped into place, legs first, then torso, shoulders, and arms matching the glowing Hulk's immense size. Jade, combat protocols. Combat protocols active. What followed was nothing short of a slugfest that broke everything around them. They clashed fist against fist. The air shook. Each blow Max landed was precise, aimed at joints, nerves, and pressure points. The glowing Hulk strikes were wild, brutal, and blunt, fueled by raw, instinctual rage. Yet Max was winning. He caught its punches midair, twisted them, flipped the monster into the snow, then slammed a green hammer into its ribs. He hurled it into the mountainside with a double fist strike that shattered ice and stone. But it kept coming. Max floated in place, watching as the glowing titan roared and charged again. Good thing I've got infinite power, looks like I'm facing someone who might have the same. They slammed together again, the shockwave flattening nearby cliffs and sending snow up like a mushroom cloud. Lightning cracked across the sky above the entrance to the savage land. Below them, fissures raced across the frozen plateau. I have a theory, Jade said, her voice urgent. Let's hear it. This being's power is vast, potentially limitless. But its body may not be. The energy surging through it is building without restraint. If we keep forcing it to burn through more and more energy, it could reach a point of overload. Max narrowed his eyes. How much more are we talking? A pause. A lot. Then came the roar again, louder, more focused. Energy pulsed from the creature's body as massive blasts fired from its chest and back, blinding beams that cracked the icy earth beneath them. Max crossed his forearms and took the full force of the blast. The explosion rocked the snowfield, blowing apart glaciers and toppling cliffs. When the light cleared, Max was still standing, his armor steaming, chest plate cracked but intact. The red titan let out another primal scream as the glowing star on its chest flared violently, its arms thrusting wide as torrents of golden red energy exploded in every direction. Blasts tore through the snowy wasteland, igniting firestorms and carving craters deep into the ice and stone. The sheer intensity turned the battlefield into a storm of raw, unchecked power. Good thing we brought this fight out here. Max muttered as he rocketed into the skies, scanning the chaos below as an idea began forming in his mind. Max raised both arms. 7 points of emerald light shot out, forming 7 prism constructs floating, multifaceted orbs. They were based on the same design he'd used against Odin during their recent sparring session, only now they were larger, sharper, with more geometric edges. Positioning now, Jade confirmed, as the prisms shifted into place surrounding the glowing hulk in a wide, circular lattice, each prism angled precisely to redirect any output. The moment the creature screamed again. Another eruption of energy blasted out. But this time, the prisms caught it. The beams refracted inside the constructs, bouncing and redirecting like mirrors within a laser chamber until they blasted straight back at the source. The creature grunted as the redirected attack slammed into it. Then it happened again. And again. Each burst it unleashed, the prisms captured, twisted, and reflected, trapping it in a relentless feedback loop. To make it worse for the Titan, Max began firing his own powerful blasts into the prisms, enhancing the attacks with his will-powered strikes and merging them into the loop. It's working, Jade said, her voice calm. Its movements are slowing. The power output is decreasing, incrementally. The glowing hulk began to stagger, its attacks weakening, its roars growing more ragged. Max circled high above, ready to adjust or reinforce the prism net at any moment. But just as the battle seemed won, the creature stood tall again. The star on its chest burned brighter than ever, veins of light webbing across its body. Warning. Sudden energy spike over 500% increase. Another scream tore through the air as the red titan unleashed one final, colossal burst of power. But the prisms held, capturing, folding, and returning the blast to its source in 7 simultaneously converging beams. The beast howled as the reflected energy knocked it off its feet, drove it to its knees, and forced the star on its chest to dim then go dark. He's fading, Jade said. Energy levels dropping. 70%, 40, 20, 5. One by one, Max deactivated the prisms, watching the creature slump onto the ruined field, motionless. Max descended slowly. The giant was shrinking, muscle mass relaxing, skin paling, the glow vanishing. In seconds, the monstrous figure was gone. In its place lay a broad-shouldered, olive-skinned man. Jade, scan him. Power signature is gone. Or more accurately, dormant. His vitals are stable. Max frowned. This had been a caveman the entire time. With a flick of his hand, he summoned a construct blanket, wrapped it gently around the man, then sealed him in a protective, breathable stasis pod. Well, Jade, we've done it again. I need a full report by the time we get back. Acknowledged. Now let's go back. Grunler. We are coming. Odin's voice boomed like thunder across the snow-blanketed horizon. Max turned and saw Odin and Agamotto approaching fast, Odin flying with Mjolnir in hand, Agamotto gliding beside him, a large radiant orb floating at his side, bound in swirling threads of magic. As they neared, Odin huffed with mock disappointment. Oh, you already defeated it. Max gave a casual shrug, snow swirling around his armored form. Wasn't that hard, he said, smirking. But it could have been if I'd let the fight drag on any longer. Odin's gaze shifted to the unconscious man encased in Max's protective shell. He blinked in disbelief. A Midgardian. Max nodded. Yes. A man who seems able to transform into what I just fought. Odin narrowed his eyes, stepping closer. But how? What power was that? Max looked to Agamotto. His strength kept growing. Constantly. The energy wasn't stable, it was escalating, exponentially. And on his chest, a symbol, a glowing star inside a circle. I think it was the source. Agamotto studied the men, his expression turning grave. I'll need to consult the ancient texts, I have some inklings of what this might be. He trailed off, his face grave. Max gave a slow nod, then turned to the orb still pulsing faintly beside Agamotto. Well, looks like we got what we came for. Odin lifted Mjolnir and swung it over his shoulder. That Umbu creature shattered beneath my Mjolnir. I nearly felt bad for the poor thing. Agamotto shot him a sharp look. And nearly caused a catastrophe. That seed, he said, motioning to the orb, had it gone off this entire planet might have been erased. Odin simply smiled. It worked out, didn't it? Max created a large emerald green construct truck and placed them and still secured in the stasis pod inside it, then sealed the compartment. Let's get out of here, Max said, climbing in. Agamotto followed, keeping the orb suspended in magic beside him. Odin leapt into the back with a grin, resting Mjolnir against his shoulder. The truck lifted into the sky, cutting through the snowfall as they soared north, back toward Camartage. You can read up to chapter 40 here. Chapter 32, The Council of Red. Mephisto sat slouched upon his throne, the jagged stone and twisted steel of his infernal seat echoing the foul weight of his mood. His clawed fingers drummed against the armrest, each tap sharp and impatient, his crimson face twisted into a scowl as his eyes bored into the glowing orb hovering before him. Through the swirling, smoky depths of the orb he gazed into the mortal realm. His focus was on one figure, the rider, the human who bore the spirit of vengeance. The spirit of vengeance was a great and powerful force, created directly by the one above all himself. It should have been his. He wanted the spirit to serve him, to be bent to his will. So when he learned that it had come to possess a mortal, simple human, he leapt at the chance to finally get his hands on it. He approached the human and offered him many things if he would kneel and serve, so that Mephisto could shape and mold the spirit into his servant for eternity. Yet the human resisted and defied him. The men did not bend. So Mephisto dragged him to his domain, intent on breaking him by force. But two others came with him. One was a thorn in his side he had wrestled with before, the sorcerer who dared oppose his schemes upon earth. Alongside him stood an Asgardian, their prince, no less. At first, Mephisto did not care. He thought to amuse himself by letting the three struggle, by dangling hope before them as one toys with prey before the kill. But then, they proved far more dangerous than he had expected. Scores of his demons fell, legions ripped apart, their bodies cast into fire and ash. The humiliation burned worse still, for in the end he had been forced to take the field himself. He still felt the sting where the sorcerer's conjured light and the Asgardian's thunder had struck him in unison. His claw drifted to his chest, fingers curling as the memory replayed. His rage deepened. They had scarred him. They had dared to scar Mephisto. Since then, his thoughts had been only of vengeance, revenge carefully sharpened, like the edge of a blade dipped in venom. He reached into the mortal world, tempting and corrupting, seeking champions he could shape into weapons to strike back. Some bent. Most broke. Only one had seemed worthy, one named Fan Fei. But when she rejected him, he made her pay the price of defiance. His lip curled into a sneer. The orb shimmered again, and with a flick of his claw he shifted its gaze elsewhere. The image of the rider vanished. Now before him loomed blue-skinned mortals who called themselves the Kree. Mephisto's grin widened. The image revealed the Kree at work upon Earth. They had crept quietly into his favorite domain, seeding their experiments within humanity. At first, he had not cared. Another faction meddling with mortals was of no consequence to him. But now the results of their efforts drew his attention. The humans were being reshaped. Their potential was being unlocked. Mephisto's eyes glimmered like smoldering coals as a cruel smile spread across his face. Perhaps, he whispered to himself, voice low and venomous, I can use these Kree. Yes, perhaps their little games may serve my designs. The orb swirled, shifting scenes again. First, it showed a gray-skinned man leading men and women as they built houses and planted crops. Then, a pale-skinned woman with fiery red hair, sitting in deep meditation within a cave. And then, finally, the two mortals who had wounded his pride, the sorcerer and the Asgardian trudging through an icy land. But it was not they who captured his hunger now. The Green One. Mephisto leaned closer, pupils narrowing into slits as the orb magnified the figure, the mortal who wielded that mysterious spectrum. For eons, many had tried to grasp it. Countless beings had scoured realms seeking to master the vast ocean of power that lay within the spectrum. All had failed. It remained unknowable, untouchable. In other universes, he knew of only a select few who had gained some part of its strength, they were very powerful beings in their respective universes. Until now. In his universe, only this green mortal wielded it with true mastery, bending the impossible power to his will. Mephisto's lips peeled back, revealing his fangs. His thirst for revenge upon the sorcerer and the Asgardian dulled, replaced by a deeper intrigue. His clawed hand drifted over the orb, and he chuckled darkly. The Kree will do nicely. Their ambition only needs a nudge. Let them think it their plan. Let them challenge his green curiosity, and bleed for him. The orb dimmed suddenly as the air in the throne room rippled. A portal tore open before him. From it stepped a figure. A being that mirrored Mephisto's own infernal visage, horns curling, skin crimson, eyes like burning embers. But unlike him, this one was clad in black armor, runes carved across its plates, shadows clinging to its form. Mephisto rose from his throne, his smile replaced with a snarl. "What," he spat, his voice echoing across the Hell's Cape, "are you doing here? Is that how you treat a guest, brother?" the armored one said. Mephisto spat the word back, mocking. "Brother. Speak quickly before I throw you out." The armored Mephisto's eyes blazed. "Come with me. The others are waiting." "I have no patience for another folly," Mephisto growled, stalking down from his throne. "The last time we gathered was for the Pandemonium Cube affair, a waste of my power and my time." The armored fiend stepped closer, his voice low and sharp. "We will do this with or without you. But trust me, brother, you will regret saying no." Mephisto's clawed hands flexed, sparks dancing from his fingers, and then, with annoyance on his face, he followed his counterpart into the portal. The portal spilled them into a colossal chamber lit by endless fire pits. Waiting there were 7 more reflections of himself, each different by their universe's design. One was fat and squat, rolls of infernal flesh jiggling beneath a crown of tiny horns. Another was female, her beauty razor-sharp, eyes glowing like molten gold. A third was skeletal thin, dressed in a slick black suit, smiling with shark-like teeth. One was a massive serpent, coils shifting, scales reflecting crimson light. Another was a great dragon, wings folded against the chamber walls, its breath smoking fire. One wore a thick beard and an eye patch, scars scoring his face. And another was child-sized, short and squat, his eyes too large and gleaming with mischief. Mephisto's lips curled. "Only 9 of us, then?" "Yes," the armored one confirmed, stepping onto a raised obsidian platform. The chamber fell silent as the armored Mephisto raised his clawed gauntlet. His voice thundered across the chamber. "My fellow Mephistos. I have gathered you here because our universes each hold something that will help us gain power unimaginable, even to us. Power over everything. Hell across every reality. One endless Mephisto multiverse." The female Mephisto hissed. "The last time we convened the council, 616 of us conspired to do the same. We failed. What can 9 of us do now that so many could not?" Nods and growls echoed in agreement. Mephisto himself sneered. "Yes, 12. Tell us your grand plan." The armored Mephisto's grin split his face. "We 9, we have the means to enter the god quarry." The chamber froze in silence. Not even Mephisto's usual sarcasm slipped free. "Yes," 12 continued, his voice dropping to a reverent snarl. "We will enter it and then delve into it, find the first firmament itself, and tear the marrow of creation from its bones. Power over all. Dominion over every realm. To challenge the one above all himself." The armored one's gaze fixed on Mephisto. "And your universe," he said, "holds the most important key of all." Mephisto's grin widened, his fangs glinting. He spread his arms wide, mock theatrics dripping from his every word. "Well, it seems I was wrong, brother, to hesitate to come." He laughed. "Let it be known the Council of Red is once again in session." Their laughter echoed through the chamber, shaking the realm of hell itself. Max guided the glowing green construct truck steadily through the mountain passes of the Himalayas, toward Agamotto's home. He could have simply flown there in seconds, but that would have bored him. He preferred to take the long, scenic route. High ridges and valleys stretched beneath him, wrapped in mist. They had stopped a few minutes earlier to hunt a deer. Thankfully, Agamotto knew spells to imbue the cooked meat with mind-blowing flavor. If Max was going to learn any magic, it was going to be that. Max took a bite of the venison, savoring it, smiling to himself. Enjoying the little things, he thought. His gaze drifted to the rear of the construct. Inside lay the caveman, the one who could transform into a towering titan with a glowing star-shaped brand on his chest. Max couldn't stop replaying that battle in his mind. That thing was power incarnate, and if Jade was right, its strength would have kept climbing without end. "That's dangerous," Max admitted silently. He prided himself on knowing much about this universe, but he had no memory of reading about a being quite like this. He had a lot of gaps in his knowledge, and this was one of them. "Max," Jade's voice came, sharp in his mind. "Yes," he answered, shaking off his thoughts. I've uncovered something interesting. More weapon specs. Max asked. He had told her to prioritize data like that when she sorted through all the databases they had stolen or recovered in their travels. No, Jade replied firmly. I've been analyzing some top-secret information from the Kree Empire's networks. There's something tied to Earth. That got Max's attention. He sat straighter in his seat. Now that is interesting. Go on. One of the reports mentions a rogue faction that splintered from the Empire. They call themselves the Genesis. And according to this, their focus is Earth. Max's expression darkened. What are they doing? They're experimenting, Jade said. On humans. Max's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly where this was going. In humans, he muttered. In the last report, the Kree mentioned that the Genesis faction may be planning to subjugate the entire planet. Of course they are. Guess we'll have to deal with that sooner rather than later. Should I add it to the list of things to do? Jade asked. Yes, Max muttered. Top of the list, Jade. We'll begin tomorrow. For now, he yawned again. I need sleep. Been up too damn long. Good. You have not slept for 56 hours, Jade said softly. The Himalayas loomed ever larger as the construct neared Agamotto's home. Suddenly, the sorcerer who had been meditating stirred beside him. Lantern, Agamotto said. I've told you, you can call me Max, Motto. But the sorcerer didn't smile. His voice hardened. Stop. Max halted the construct instantly, eyes narrowing. Agamotto's hand rose, fingers weaving through the air as if feeling invisible threads. His expression grew grim. There is someone inside my home, he whispered. An uninvited guest. Max's brow furrowed. Who? One, very powerful. Max flexed his hands, green light curling around his knuckles. We can handle whoever they are. He turned. Wake Odin. Agamotto nodded, and with a flick of his spell, the future Allfather stirred. Odin blinked blearily, clutching Mjolnir. Is there a fight? He asked, half a growl, half eager. Maybe, Max answered. Let's find out. The construct set down in the courtyard of Agamotto's house. Max quickly reinforced the pod holding the unconscious caveman, layering on more construct plating. He wasn't about to risk that thing waking up. The three stepped inside. We know you are here, Agamotto called. Come out and face us, intruder. Max tensed, scanning the house with the ring. Then he spotted movement from the room he'd been staying in. A silhouette emerged shaped like a woman but still hidden in the dim. Slowly, she stepped forward, and her hands lit with a golden-yellow glow, illuminating her features. Who are you? Odin demanded, raising Mjolnir. The woman's voice rang out. My name is Fan Fei. I have come seeking help. Max blinked. Oh, okay. Iron Fist is here. Cool. Chapter 33, Some assembly required PT, he called himself Mara, Max heard their unexpected guest say as he walked out of the room where he'd secured the unconscious caveman. The open courtyard of the house was calm. Odin, Fan Fei, and Agamotto sat together, sipping the tea the sorcerer had brewed. Agamotto's brow furrowed. Mara. I do not recognize the name. Max's eyes narrowed. Mara. He'd heard that name before in Buddhist cosmology. It was the name of an Asura king, the great tempter who once tried to derail Siddhartha, the man who became the Buddha. Mara sought to break his pursuit of enlightenment with illusions of power, fear, and desire. Fan Fei continued, hands folded tightly in her lap. He offered me power, power to conquer and rule the world as a god. In return, he demanded I kill you three. But most of all, she looked directly at Agamotto, then Odin. He wanted your heads. The realization struck them all at the same time. Mephisto, Max, Odin, and Agamotto said together. Fan Fei blinked. Mephisto. You believe it is him? I have only heard the name in old tales from Quinlan, a lord of hell. Agamotto nodded grimly. It has to be him. The beasts that attacked you, you said they carried fire that burned hotter than ordinary flame, fire that scarred even you, a master of chi. Only a lord of hell could grant such power. Fan Fei inclined her head. I see. Max sat down, taking a slow sip from the cup made for him. Oh, it's Mephisto, all right. And it makes sense. He has plenty of reasons to come after you too. You both escaped his realm 2 years ago. His eyes flicked toward Odin. Guess that must have bruised his fragile ego. Bah. Odin bellowed, laughing. We struck him down, didn't we, Agamotto? Shattered his pride and outsmarted him as well. Agamotto gave a small, cautious smile. We did. He is not the sort to forgive humiliation. I knew he would come for us eventually. And the time has come, it seems. Fan Fei's expression hardened. Then when he does, I will be here. I will fight alongside you. Max smiled faintly. We'll take all the help we can get, Lady Fei. Fan Fei set her cup down and looked at Max. Please, no need for honorifics. She glanced toward the room where Max had put the pod. That man you brought, the one you imprisoned, who is he? Max rose, motioning for them to follow. That's the thing we don't know. And we should find out before he wakes up. He led them inside, where the construct pod shimmered and vanished, leaving the men lying unconscious on the bed. Agamotto stepped forward, weaving his hands into intricate sigils. Golden sparks crawled over the man's body like fireflies. Yes. I can sense it. Something resides in him, a force far older than this age. Max folded his arms. Whatever it is, it's powerful. Very powerful. He was growing stronger by the minute when I fought him. If I hadn't ended it quickly, I don't know if I could have any of us would have. Fan Fei moved closer, her fingers glowing with golden chi as she pressed lightly over his sternum. She closed her eyes. His chi. It is unlike anything I have felt. It is vast, unruly, like a storm with no center. His dantian burns with energy, but here, she touched her own chest over her heart, in his xin, his heart center, I feel something else, a brand forcing his life energy into constant expansion. Odin stroked his beard. That brand on his chest. I have seen it before somewhere in the sagas of old, though I cannot place it. Agamotto lowered his hands, frowning. I, too, have glimpsed it in ancient texts, but the knowledge is incomplete. I must consult my archives to be certain. Jade, Max said aloud. Anything from your scans from before? Jade spoke. Yes. I cross-referenced what I recorded across all acquired databases. There are fragmented mentions of something strikingly similar. In ancient Shi'ar archives, it is named the Starbrand. According to them, it was created by a race known as the Builders, who claimed to be the first sentient beings in the universe. What little the archives understood is this: the Starbrand functions as a planetary defense system, a safeguard granting overwhelming might to a chosen bearer whenever the survival of a world is at stake. Max's eyes widened slightly. A planetary defense system, huh? Odin's expression brightened with sudden recognition. The Starbrand. Now I remember. My ancestor, Tiwaz the Wise, once fought a being who bore that mark. Did he win? Max asked. Odin hesitated, then scoffed. The records are incomplete. Max leaned on the bed frame, grinning. So he lost. Of course not. Odin barked, indignant. Tiwaz was the greatest warrior of Asgard. No foe could ever defeat him. Max turned back to the unconscious man, his tone sobering. Whatever the case, we need to make sure he doesn't go berserk again when he wakes up. Agamotto raised his hands once more, intoning a series of complex words. Sigils formed over the man's chest and brow, pulsing gently before fading into his skin. There. I have reinforced his slumber. He will not wake for some time yet, and when he does, he will be calmer. Good. That gives us time to figure out just what the hell we're dealing with. Max stretched his arms above his head as he yawned. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to get some sleep. We can continue this doom and gloom talk tomorrow. Without waiting for a reply, he left the room. He slipped into one of the side rooms, made a soft bed construct, and collapsed onto it. Sleep claimed him almost instantly. Max was pulled from a pleasant dream by the sounds of shouting and crashing outside. His eyes snapped open. He rubbed his face and groaned. He walked out into the courtyard and stopped at the sight. Fan Fei's fist glowed with brilliant golden chi as she lunged at Odin. The prince, bare-chested, sidestepped her strike and countered with his own meaty fist. Fan Fei bent low, spinning gracefully to avoid the blow, her movements sharp and precise. Max conjured a toothbrush construct in his hand already with toothpaste and casually began brushing his teeth as though this duel were nothing unusual. He leaned against the railing, humming through the bristles as he watched. Odin pressed his advantage with sheer strength, forcing Fan Fei back, while she answered with fluid precision and strikes aimed at his weak points. By the time Max spat into a construct bowl, Odin had caught her by the wrist, twisting her arm and forcing her back. With a sharp motion, he swept her legs and pinned her momentum. Fan Fei disengaged, breathing evenly, and inclined her head. Their spar was over. Max rinsed his mouth with water from a nearby jug, spat into the bowl again, then casually tossed the construct bowl off the side of the mountain, where it shattered into glowing shards of light. He splashed some water on his face, rubbing his cheeks awake, and finally wandered closer. He clapped slowly. Not bad. You handle yourself well, Fan. She smiled faintly. Thank you. Odin rumbled approvingly. Your strikes were deadly. Do all in your homeland wield such power? Fan Fei shook her head, her expression shadowed. No. I am the only one. She looked down at her glowing fists, mournful. Max noticed the change in Fan Fei's expression and was about to ask what was wrong when Odin spoke. Grinler. I have been thinking on all of this. Mephisto, his schemes, and what he might be planning. I believe we should bring Ghost here. Max blinked. Ghost. Then it clicked. Ah, the Ghost Rider. He remembered what Odin and Agamotto had told him about their ill-fated adventure into hell, and the human bound to the spirit of vengeance. From what they'd told him, he had gleaned that Mephisto had not yet twisted that spirit into his thrall. The men now bonded with the spirit of vengeance. Ghost was still free of the taint Mephisto would force upon it later. Ghost was the one he was truly after when all three of you were taken into his realm. He's still in danger. Odin's expression hardened. Aye. Then we should bring him here where he'll be safer and, considering how things are progressing, a powerful ally as well. Max nodded firmly. Then let's go get him. Before they could plan further, Jade's voice chimed in. Max, I have detected the anomalous energy once more, the same one from a year ago. Max raised a brow. You mean the one Agamotto sensed? The very same. Almost as if on cue, Agamotto rushed in, his usually calm face taut with urgency. I have felt it again. We know, Odin said. Max's oracle has already told us. Agamotto shook his head. No, you don't understand. It is the same pulse as before, but this time it felt more controlled. More focused. Max conjured a glowing globe construct, holding it before them. Show me where. Agamotto closed his eyes, weaving spells in murmured tones. His hand pressed against the construct's surface, and glowing lines formed into a map. At last, he touched a point in northern Germany. Here. That is where I felt it. His gaze was stern. We must go at once. Max shook his head. No, you stay here with Fan. Keep an eye on our sleeping beauty, he said, gesturing toward the room where the men slept. Then he looked to Odin. You go find Ghost. Bring him here before Mephisto makes another move on him. Yes. Bringing Ghost here is a wise plan, said Agamotto. And I'll go chase down this anomaly. Probably nothing again, but with everything going on, it could be world-ending for all we know. They all agreed. After having a large breakfast, Max and Odin were ready to depart. Why don't we travel by longship, as we did before? Odin asked, looking at the looming mountains around them. Max smiled at the memory, their voyages to Vanaheim and Muspelheim, and their departure from Asgard, all aboard a ship construct. He snapped his fingers, and emerald light swirled into form, shaping a glowing Viking longship. Ah, it looks more beautiful than before, Odin said as he climbed in. Max followed, and with a thought the construct longship lifted from the mountainside, its sails catching phantom winds as it sailed westward into the sky. The green light of Max's construct boat glided over the dark forests of Germania. It was dead of night now, they had left the morning sun of the Himalayas behind and flown west into Europe's midnight. All right, Max said as he eased the craft to a stop. He floated off the construct, leaving Odin aboard. This will take you close to where Agamotto believes Ghost is. From here, you're on your own. Odin grunted, straightening his cloak. I will find him. It should not be hard to track a man with a flaming skull who rides a beast into battle. Max smiled. Fair point. Good luck, my friend. Odin gave a final nod before the construct began to fly again. Max hovered a moment longer, then dropped into the dark expanse of forest below. The trees swallowed him whole. Central Europe's woodlands stretched ancient and deep, their boughs so thick they devoured the moonlight. His ring cast a faint green halo, the only illumination against the oppressive black. Jade, Max whispered. Any leads for me to follow? Nothing direct, she answered in his mind. The energy hasn't spiked again. But I can feel faint traces. Everywhere. Not helpful, Max muttered. He landed beside a shallow stream, boots crunching on moss and wet earth. The silence was suffocating. With a thought, he conjured a hovering orb of light to push the darkness back. It drifted beside him as he walked, green reflections dancing on the rippling water. Well, Max sighed, we could just sit tight for an hour, then link up with Odin. No sense wandering in circles. He created a handful of drones and sent them whirring into the trees. If anything twitches out here, I want to know. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a glowing bed formed beneath him. Max stretched out lazily, hands behind his head, staring up at the full moon that peeked through gaps in the canopy. Peace lasted all of 15 minutes. Max, Jade's voice chimed suddenly, urgent. I found something. A settlement. The inhabitants are all dead. Max's eyes snapped open. Shit. Where? She fed him the coordinates. Max vaulted off the bed, letting it vanish as he rocketed skyward. It took only minutes before he descended into the ruins of what looked like a typical Bronze Age-style settlement, usually no more than 30 or 40 people at most. Max landed softly on the dirt path, emerald light spilling across the grisly scene. Bodies were everywhere, men, women, even children strewn across the village. The smell of blood hung heavy in the air. His eyes widened, his stomach sinking. What the fuck happened here? Max, none of them have any blood left in them. Max frowned, enlarging the orb of green light. The construct flared, flooding the village in emerald glow. Every detail was visible now, the bodies, pale and hollow. Many bore gashes across their stomachs, deep tears in their chests, and, most of all, jagged wounds across their throats. All their blood gone. Max muttered. Yes, Jade confirmed grimly. Before Max could say more, something latched onto his leg. He looked down. A woman, her face lifeless moments ago, stared up at him with eyes glowing blood red. Son of a... Max barked, blasting her head clean off with a burst of emerald light as he leapt backward. Around him, one by one, the corpses began to stir. Men, women, even children, all rising from the ground with jerking motions, eyes glowing crimson, mouths curling back to reveal fangs. They hissed and snarled as they advanced. Vampires, Max said aloud. Fucking vampires. He raised his hand and formed a massive flamethrower construct, preparing to sweep the horde in flame. But then he hesitated. A boy, no older than 5, stood ahead, snarling at him. Max. Jade's voice was sudden, sharp with alarm. The anomalous energy. Above you. Shield yourself. Max whipped his head up just as the sky tore open. A blinding, white-hot radiance seared the forest, heat rolling down. He threw up a dome of emerald light just in time. The wave struck. The villagers, every vampire, screamed in agony before they were consumed utterly, their bodies reduced to ash by the rain of fire. Max squinted against the brilliance, watching as the inferno condensed into a blazing, majestic image. A bird. Wings spanning the horizon. A phoenix. The fiery avatar descended, its brilliance almost too much to bear. Max squeezed his eyes shut against the intensity. When he opened them again, the figure had shifted, the blazing inferno condensing into the silhouette of a woman. She touched down lightly, flames wreathing her like a second skin. Her beauty was otherworldly, pale skin glowing in the firelight, long red hair. She was clad in garments of stitched animal hide. Her eyes blazed white gold. Around them, nothing was left of the village. Only ash. She looked at him and smiled. Max stood rooted to the spot, speechless as he let the shield down. He knew exactly what stood before him. Chapter 34, Some assembly required. PT. Max's first thought as he stared at the figure before him was simple and impossible to ignore. Why is Jean Grey here? The woman standing amidst the fading fire was unmistakably bonded to the Phoenix Force. Flames still curled faintly around her body, her control over them was absolute. She radiated power, terrifying and magnificent, and yet her eyes carried a calm steadiness that was almost disarming. The fires around them continued to burn low, crackling softly as they died down, leaving the ruined village in silence. For a long moment, neither Max nor the woman spoke. They simply regarded one another, he, encased in emerald light, she, wrapped in celestial fire. At last, Max broke the silence. Please don't tell me you're here to destroy the planet. The red-haired woman tilted her head slightly, an amused smile touching her lips. Why would you think that? Max folded his arms, his emerald aura brightening defensively. Because you're bonded with the Phoenix Force. And it's well known for its destructive tendencies. Her laugh rang out, clear and melodic, carried strangely by the still night. You're not wrong. But you have nothing to fear from me, Green Lantern. I have quelled its destructive tendencies, as you called it. Good, Max said, relieved by her response. Because I'm not sure I could fight you and win. She stepped closer, her fiery aura dimming further until only faint motes of light shimmered around her. Her eyes, once blazing white gold, softened into a glow that pulsed gently. You have nothing to fear from me, Lantern, she said. I'm hunting a beast, the one responsible for turning these innocents into monsters. Vampires, Max said grimly. She nodded, her expression curious. Is that what they're called? Max glanced around at the ashen remains of the village. The orb of light he'd made still illuminated the burned settlement. He turned back to her and realized she knew who he was. Wait, how do you know who I am? Her smile grew faint. The Phoenix knows much. I see. Well, I'm at a disadvantage here. You already know who I am, but I don't know who you are. The woman lowered her gaze, her voice soft but clear. My name is Firehair. Max studied her for a beat before smiling again. A fitting name, he said honestly. The corner of her mouth twitched upward, though she gave no reply, only fixed him with those burning, watchful eyes. Max cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Do you know what's happening here? What happened to the villagers? Firehair's expression darkened. I do. I've been hunting the creature that caused this misery and more in these lands. What is it? Max asked, his tone sharpening. I don't know yet, she admitted, her fists clenching faintly. It hides. But I know this, it is one of many beings that threaten this world, beings that prey upon the innocent. She lifted her chin, her aura of fire flaring again with quiet resolve. I have vowed to protect this world. Then we're in the same business. Protection. Earth needs all it can get. Her eyes softened slightly. I know. In fact, I was planning to seek you out, Lantern, to gather you and others I've sensed, those with power enough to stand against what is coming. Max raised an eyebrow. Something, coming. Yes, Firehair said simply. Something even I, with the full strength of the Phoenix, cannot overcome alone. Max let out a slow sigh, rubbing his forehead. Figures. I guess that's another world-ending threat for the list. How many was it again? Mephisto, Kree, and now this mysterious threat as well. So will you join me, Green Lantern, and help me gather the others? Her words shook Max from his thoughts. Oh. Yeah, sure, and you don't have to go searching that much. There's already a small group of us gathered to fight a threat posed by some interdimensional beings, so you can join us. She gave a small nod, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Then that makes things easier. After we hunt this beast down, I shall join you. Fine by me, Max said, straightening and cracking his knuckles. I can go get Nur, Kenmet, and Azuri as well, since Odin will be coming back with Ghost. Fuck, this team is going to be so overpowered. You've been at this longer than me, so lead the way, said Max with a gesture. Firehair nodded once, then launched into the air, trailing embers behind her. Max grinned and kicked off the ground, emerald light flaring as he rose to follow. They flew low over the forest. The moon had vanished behind thick clouds, plunging the woods into near-total darkness, their light the only thing breaking the pitch-black night. Firehair burned like a comet, Max's emerald glow shone steady beside her. Strange shift in the weather, Max thought, narrowing his eyes. Too sudden, too unnatural. Max, Jade chimed in his mind, her tone clipped. I'm detecting energy signatures similar in nature to sorcery. It's very faint, but present. Yeah, Max said grimly. Get some countermeasures ready, just in case. Acknowledged. Firehair dropped suddenly, landing in a crouch on the forest floor. Max descended behind her. To his surprise, Firehair immediately sank lower, her fingers brushing the dirt. She moved like a predator. In the eerie half-light, she could have been mistaken for a wolf preparing to spring. Max blinked, watching her prowl around. Ah, okay. It's been here, Firehair said, certainty lacing her voice. Did you find any tracks? Max asked, scanning the ground. She tilted her head, nostrils flaring slightly. Faint. Almost erased. But I can feel its presence. It hides well, too well. Rising, she pointed north into the blackness. That way. Max sighed, lifting his ring. Let me try something else. With a thought, hundreds of tiny drones burst forth from his ring, emerald sparks fanning out into the woods like fireflies, drifting between the trees in every direction. He and Firehair pressed onward, the only sound was the crunch of branches beneath their feet. Jade's voice returned after several minutes of silence. Scans reveal nothing unusual. No life forms beyond the expected fauna. Really? Max frowned. Nothing at all. Firehair shook her head. Like I told you, this beast cloaks itself. It's as though it becomes one with the night itself. She froze mid-sentence as if she felt the presence of something. Max felt it too, a ripple of killing intent crawling up his spine. Max. Jade's warned. Behind you. Max's reflexes surged. He willed a shield into existence, snapping it wide around both himself and Firehair just as something slammed against it with bone-raking claws. A shape, blacker than shadow, writhed against the green barrier, then dissolved into mist, hissing, snarling, and vanishing back into the forest's suffocating dark. What was that? Max muttered, eyes narrowing at the shifting dark around them. The prey we hunt, Firehair answered calmly, her white-hot eyes never leaving the tree line. Max exhaled sharply. Yeah, well, I'm starting to feel like we're the prey here. His gaze swept the pitch-black forest as he called out in his mind, Jade, where is it? Jade's voice was tight. I only felt its presence at the last second. It's cloaked using some form of magic. Max scowled. It's always fucking cloaking. Every single time. The forest responded as if mocking him. The light around them dimmed unnaturally, the shadows thickening into something almost physical. The night swallowed the world. Whole branches overhead turned into jagged silhouettes, and from every direction came sounds, whispers like rustling leaves, guttural snarls, an unseen predator circling, closing in. But Max and Firehair stood unfazed. As the weight in the air pressed down like a suffocating blanket, what he felt was not fear. It was irritation. And Max sensed the fiery redhead beside him felt the same. Then it struck. A pressure slammed into Max's skull like claws dragging across his mind. He hissed, clutching his head as Jade's voice cut in, sharp and mechanical. Max groaned, rubbing his temple. Great. Did someone just try to fuck with my head? Yes. Telepathic assault. Successfully neutralized. Beside him, Firehair said nothing. She remained perfectly still, shoulders taut, eyes glowing hotter. Her gaze pierced the blackness. Then, in a low voice, she said, "It comes once more." The darkness rippled as another attack came for them. Max's patience snapped. With a thought, his ring flared, forming a glowing emerald hilt in his hand. A lightsaber hissed into existence. He swung once, and the dark presence shrieked, recoiling as if wounded, before melting back into the tree line. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Max growled, lowering the saber but not dismissing it. His eyes swept the dark. "I swear, I've got half a mind to tell you to burn this entire forest down, Firehair. Solve the problem in one big bonfire. I will not allow needless loss of life, Lantern." Suddenly, laughter rang out, echoing from everywhere and nowhere at once. The shadows thickened, the forest air turned heavy, and a voice slithered into their ears. "It seems we are at a stalemate, so why don't we simply part ways? You leave me to my dominion, and I shall let you live." Max snorted, tightening his grip on the emerald lightsaber. "A stalemate? Buddy, I don't think you know what that word means. Pretty sure I've got the upper hand here." He smirked. "Why don't you stop hiding like a coward and come talk to us face to face?" Max's voice turned mocking. "Or are you too scared to do that?" The laughter turned into a guttural growl. "You dare mock me?" The voice rose like thunder, the shadows pulsing with it. "Blustering worm. I am Varney. I watched and snickered as your savage ancestors gnawed their civilization from the bones of the old gods. To one who has survived the death of continents, you are less than an amusement. And perhaps, a snack." The blackness rippled, and Max swore he could see a pale, distorted face flicker in the dark. "I am the greatest sorcerer of Atlantis, tamer of the Darkhold. Chosen of Thon, the first of the undead. I wonder how you will taste, Green One. Or perhaps I should taste the firebird beside you. Her flame would warm me for an eternity." "Thon, great. Another one for the interdimensional assholes list," Max muttered. Firehair's eyes locked on the darkness, her aura flaring as she growled low in her throat. "You shall be judged for your crimes by the Phoenix's flames, beast." Max's annoyance grew as Varney's shadowy form darted around them once more. "Okay, that's it. I've had enough of this shit," Max said. Raising his fist, he sent his emerald orb of light rocketing skyward. The sphere swelled, growing brighter and higher, until it radiated across the tree line like a miniature sun. Beside him, Firehair's lips curled into a knowing smile. "I shall join as well, Lantern." She raised her hands, summoning a blazing orb of fire golden red and white hot and cast it upward. "Let us join together," she said. Max nodded. They combined their spheres of light. The two spheres of flame and will merged, intertwining into one radiant star. The forest was bathed in brilliance. Shadows fled. The night was driven back, replaced with the scorching clarity of midday. Max's eyes instantly locked onto movement, Varney, no longer hidden, skulking at the edge of the light. The creature's true form was grotesque, half ape, half bat, its twisted frame hunched forward, fangs bared, eyes burning with malice. With a snarl, it hissed and lunged. Max responded first, firing emerald blasts, but Varney whipped up dark shields of sorcery, scattering the energy. His body twisted, wings tearing free from his back as he rose into the air, monstrous and hideous. Firehair stepped forward, taking the lead, and Max powered down, wanting to see what she could do. Firehair's voice rang out like a vow, "The Phoenix's flame has no equal. And you, beast, are no match for it." She unleashed a torrent of white gold fire. Varney shrieked as the flames pierced his defenses, clinging to his body, devouring his flesh. His bat-like frame withered and crumbled, collapsing into burning ash. It was not over, a black mist surged upward from the remains, desperate to escape, shrieking wordless fury as it scattered on the wind. Firehair would not allow it. She raised her hand, eyes blazing, and loosed one final burst of phoenix fire. The celestial flame struck the mist and, in an instant, vaporized it, leaving nothing behind, not even the echo of his presence. Max whistled low, hands resting on his hips. Well, that was amazing. Firehair turned her glowing gaze toward him, her expression softening just enough for the faintest trace of satisfaction to show. Thank you. The false sun they made faded. Firehair looked to Max, her white gold eyes still glowing faintly. We should search for more of his thralls, she said. Or, vampires, as you call them. Max gave a sharp nod. Yeah. No point leaving any of them crawling out of the dark later. Let's meet back by that big hill to the north. She inclined her head once, then, in a rush of flame, took to the sky. Max followed her a moment with his eyes, then banked south, emerald light cutting through the forest below. The forest gave way to crags and ravines until Max's scans pulled him toward a vast cave system hidden in the mountainside. Even before he entered, he had jade scanned it and found dozens of vampires inside. Inside, the cavern was unervingly lived in, furniture made from bone and stone, crude banners stained black, and alcoves where vampires nested like bats. 50, maybe more. Their red eyes lit one by one as they hissed, shrieking with hunger. This must have been Varney's home. Max raised both hands. Twin streams of emerald fire burst forth, consuming them in sheets of light. Some tried to swarm him, but more constructs formed large flamethrowers as he burned them all. Within minutes, it was over. Max sealed the cave and collapsed the roof. Stone thundered down, burying the lair forever. When he returned to the northern hill, Firehair was already there, waiting as the first rays of dawn spilled over the horizon. Her flaming aura was faint now, just a whisper of light around her. Max landed beside her. Found their lair. They've been dealt with. Firehair's expression softened with approval. Good. I found none. Then our efforts tonight have made this land safe. Max exhaled slowly. For now. Yes, she agreed, gazing toward the horizon. More will always come. He studied her carefully. Earlier you mentioned a threat. Something big. What did you mean? Firehair's expression changed to one of wariness. When I bonded with the Phoenix, I saw visions. Endless visions. Many threats to this world. But one so vast I saw the earth itself being destroyed. Even with the power of the Phoenix, I do not know if I can overcome it. What could it be? Is it Mephisto? Is that what she saw? Or is something worse and more powerful coming for Earth? Max wondered. Well, good thing there are others like us. People who can be protectors of this world. He extended a hand. Like I said before, there are already some gathered together, and I know 3 more who can join us. So will you join us? Firehair did not hesitate. She took his hand firmly. I will join you. Egypt. En Sabanur. The crop yields have been more than expected, my lord, one of his most trusted lieutenants reported with pride. En Sabanur sat upon his stone seat, listening, nodding only once with a trace of a smile. Good, he said at last, his voice deep and commanding. Then we will hold the harvest festival next moon. A grand gathering of the clans shall be organized. His council murmured approval. The thought of overflowing granaries and celebrations lit their eyes. Nur dismissed them with a wave of his hand, and the men bowed low before departing. He sat a while longer before deciding to head out as well. He stepped outside into the light of the desert sun. What lay before him was not the nomad encampment he had grown up with. Nearly 3 years ago, when he expressed his desire to settle his clan, the lantern had led him to lands fertile beyond measure where the rivers kissed the earth and the soil gave more than it took. Now, 1,000 of his people thrived here. Mud brick houses lined orderly paths, smoke rose from communal hearths, children's laughter carried on the air. People looked up as he passed, bowing their heads in reverence, some calling his name in devotion. En Sabanur. En Sabanur. He did not smile, but the iron in his heart softened as he walked. Seeking solitude, he left the settlement behind and made his way to the riverbank. The water glimmered in the sun, clear and calm, a mirror to the sky above. Nur stretched out his hand, and massive boulders nearby shuddered, lifting into the air as if weightless. They hung there for a time, then settled gently into a pattern he deemed fitting. He sat on one, listening to the water's song. Peace, yes. His people were thriving. And yet, his heart still yearned for battle. Baal had made him for it, or was the forge of strength, the crucible of destiny. But if he had truly followed Baal's teachings, he would not have made this heaven for his clan. No, the path he had chosen was not Baal's. It was the lantern's. Max. The Green Lantern, or Ta-Ketu as his people, and many in Kam had begun to call him, some had even started to worship him. The one who had shown him there was another way. Perhaps. Nur thought, perhaps I should seek him again. Grow stronger still. His generals could rule in his stead. The alliances he had built with nearby settled clans meant no raiders dared approach. He was weighing what to do when he saw it, a point of green light streaking across the sky, descending, growing brighter. Nur rose to his feet as he watched the sky. It was one of Max's emerald constructs. It was of strange design, long and sleek, with 4 wheels at the front and back. To his eyes, it looked like a roofless, strangely shaped chariot. As it descended, Nur saw more clearly. Seated at its front was Max, hands gripping some strange handle that bent the chariot to his will. Beside him was a beautiful woman with skin pale as ivory and hair burning red like the sun at dusk. She sat at ease, the wind flowing through her flame-colored locks. The emerald construct came to rest before him, its light bathing the earth around it. Max turned to look at Nur, grinning as he leaned out of the construct. "Get in, Nur. We've got a world to save." Chapter 35, The Exiles. Zadra Dervek stared hard at the flickering hollow screen before her. Its glow washed over her scarred face as the footage looped again and again, a solitary house, buried deep in the spine of one of planet C-53's largest mountain ranges, a world that had become her reluctant home. Once, she had been Accuser Zadra, voice and hammer of the Kree Empire, proud in her service and unquestioning in her loyalty. Once, she had believed in the flawless judgment of the Supreme Intelligence. But that was before. Before the betrayal. Before the day the Empire signed peace with the Skrulls, an unthinkable surrender after millennia of blood, death, and sacrifice. Zadra's jaw tightened at the memory. Victory had been close. She knew it. Her project, her soldiers, her experiments all had been on the cusp of breaking the Skrulls. The work of Kree science, fused with her relentless will, would have been enough to end the war. To win. And then she was discarded. Abandoned. Betrayed by the machine mind she had once called God. That was when she joined the Exodus, the hundreds of thousands of Kree who broke from the Empire to forge their own destiny, free of decrees from a cowardly Supreme Intelligence. They had found this world, C-53. Here they continued their work. Here they would prove their vision had not been in vain. And they had done it. They had results proof, to many, that the Empire had thrown away its victory. Their experiments had forged perfect, powerful soldiers from the species that called C-53 home, some strong enough to destroy the Skrull Empire on their own. After years of success, some among them wanted to bring these perfected soldiers back to Hala to show the Empire its mistake and reclaim their place in the great hierarchy. Others whispered of building something new, a power not merely equal to the Empire, but greater. Zadra had long kept herself neutral, her iron hand keeping both sides from tearing each other apart. Lately, though, her heart stirred at the thought of conquest. At the thought of war. She found herself dreaming of armies, of fire, of the Skrulls burning once and for all. She dreamed of something greater, something born here. She dreamed of a hidden power buried within planet C-53, something far beyond their experiments. Zadra's thoughts were shattered by the sharp chime of an alert. The comm screen on her wall flickered to life, and the voice of her subordinate, Archon Vale, crackled through. "My lady," he said, bowing his head low, "we have an update." Zadra rose from her chair and swept from her chamber. The corridors of the moon base pulsed faintly with blue light. Their fortress had been carved into the habitable band of this moon, a fragment sustained only because a watcher had chosen to make his home here. The watcher never interfered, that was his way so long as they left him alone. But his presence was always felt. She entered the command center. Technicians saluted and bowed as she approached the central dais. Archon Vale stepped forward. "My lady," he began, "the Asgardian, the human, and the anomaly have returned from their journey to the planet's southern poles." Zadra narrowed her eyes. And the screen flickered, images appearing. 3 figures, the Asgardian, the human sorcerer, and the one they had classified as the anomaly, the bearer of strange emerald constructs that defied every law of physics she knew. She watched them flying above the sea on an emerald construct the anomaly had made. "What did they retrieve?" she asked. Archon hesitated before speaking. "My lady, we believe it to be one of the works of the builders." Zadra's eyes widened, her heart thundering. She took a step forward. "Which one?" "The Starbrand, my lady." For a moment, silence hung heavy. Then her lips curved into a hungry smile. "Prepare the transporter. I wish to visit the garden." The officer looked up, uncertain. "My lady, are we enacting the protocol?" "Yes," Zadra said without hesitation. "And prepare the fleet as well." "I want everything prepared." "Everything, my lady?" he asked, unsure. "You yourself have seen what these 3 are capable of. Our fleet and the experiments from the garden will be needed to defeat them and retrieve the Starbrand." The subordinate bowed and rushed to carry out her orders. The command center stirred into frantic motion. Zadra turned on her heel, her armor gleaming under the cold lights, and walked to the transporter chamber at the far end of the hall. The device, a circle of humming crystalline pylons, thrummed with energy as she stepped onto its platform. With a flash of blue-white light, she vanished, her form whisked instantly across space, bound for the laboratories they called the Garden on planet C-53. Zadra stepped off the transporter platform. The air here was damp, heavy with salt. The garden was hidden on a remote island in the western hemisphere of planet C-53. Waiting at the edge of the path was Sarah Moore, lead scientist of the facility. Her eyes were sharp, her grin too wide, the eagerness in her expression almost unsettling. She bowed to Zadra. "Welcome, accuser." "I am no longer an accuser, Sarah," Zadra replied curtly. "It matters not to me," Sarah said, her voice thick with excitement. "Have you come to?" "Yes. It's time we use them in battle," Zadra cut her off. "Show me." Sarah's grin widened dark and eager as she led her commander deeper into the facility. They entered the main chamber, where walls of glass observation tanks glowed faintly blue. Inside, 10 humans writhed as mist swirled around them, the Terrigen mist. Their screams filled the room, a sound that made even Zadra's hardened stomach twist. Half of them collapsed lifeless within minutes, bodies blackened and brittle as if burned from within. The other half survived, but survival came at a cost. Their forms twisted grotesquely, limbs warped, bones bent at impossible angles, skin marred with glowing fissures. Sarah watched with clinical detachment. The newer batches show promise. Do not trouble yourself with the failures. What matters is what survives. Zadra's eyes narrowed. And what has survived for me to use, Sarah? Come, the scientist said, motioning her forward. Let me show you our army. They moved into a vast adjoining chamber lined with containment cells. Behind reinforced barriers, more than 100 of the malformed stood slack-jawed, their eyes empty of reason. They shifted and twitched, awaiting only the commands of their masters. Zadra frowned. They look mindless. How will these wretches serve in battle? Sarah's tone turned proud, like a parent describing her children. They are not without use, my lady. We have classified them. The large ones we call bruisers, thick-skinned, their brute strength unmatched. By our last estimates, the strongest lifted 50 tons. The ones with elongated limbs we call leapers, able to cover 200 feet in a single bound. Perfect for ambushes. Then there are the screamers. They emit sonic vibrations strong enough to shatter stone. The spitters produce corrosive bile, their saliva can burn through almost anything. And the best of them, the mind whispers, fragile bodies, yes, but their telepathy lets them pierce into minds. Zadra remained unimpressed. These are scraps, just fodder. The enemies we face could defeat them with some effort. Sarah's grin never wavered. Then perhaps, my lady, it is time to see the cream of the crop. She guided Zadra through heavy, sealed doors into a chamber vast and lit. There they stood, 10 humans, upright and disciplined, not mindless like the others. Each radiated power in a different way. One towered at 10 feet, muscles layered with armor like skin. Another pulsed with a steady crimson glow, his veins lit from within like molten fire. One melted into the shadows around him, visible only by the faint shimmer of his eyes. Others bore stranger talents: energy manipulation, hardened bone plating, reflexes beyond natural limits. Sarah's voice dropped into reverence. These, my lady, are our finest, the Genesis elite. Soldiers worthy of your conquest. Show me what they can do, Zadra commanded. The 10 warriors displayed their powers in a controlled demonstration. Zadra found herself nodding in approval. They were formidable, easily strong enough to challenge the Asgardian, the sorcerer, and even the anomaly who wielded green light. She turned to Sarah with satisfaction. These 10 will suffice. With them, the Starbrand's protectors will fall. You've done well, Sarah. Sarah basked in the praise, then hesitated. Her lips parted, but no words came at first. Finally, she lowered her voice. My lady, there is something else. Zadra's eyes narrowed. What is it? There is one more. Then why is that one not here? Because, under the old protocols, we purged experiments deemed too dangerous, too uncontrollable. But after your decree to cease all purging, we allowed one such subject to live. We keep him contained. One too powerful, could be very useful, Zadra thought. Show me, Zadra ordered. Sarah led her deeper into the garden, down reinforced corridors lined with armored bulkheads and guarded by silent Kree soldiers. They reached a fortified chamber, its doors layered with thick metal and etched with glyphs of warning. Zadra stepped off the transporter platform. Before her stood what looked like a massive suit of armor, its metallic sheen reinforced with energy conduits that pulsed faintly. Sarah gestured toward it with reverence. Designation, Valak. The apex of our work. Zadra's brow furrowed. Why is he sealed inside a suit? Observe, Sarah said with a dark smile. She motioned to 3 Kree scientists at the consoles. They entered a sequence, and the chamber answered with a metallic groan. A block of reinforced metal, 3 meters thick, descended into the room with a heavy clang. 1A, Sarah said simply. The armored figure within stirred. Slowly, Valak raised an arm. The air seemed to ripple. the metal slab groaned. Its surface warped, buckled, and then without any visible strain collapsed inward, shrieking. In seconds, it was compressed into a sphere no larger than a coin. It hit the floor with a heavy bang, the plating cratering around it. Xadra's eyes widened. She understood instantly. Gravity, she whispered. Sirrah nodded. Yes. He can bend the fundamental force itself. When we last measured, his radius of influence was 3 kilometers at full exertion. Within that range, he can generate fields up to 50,000 G, enough to immobilize enhanced combatants, liquefy unshielded organics. She leaned closer, voice dropping with excitement. And his control is precise. He can scale the force down to individual targets or to the molecular level. Xadra's lips curled into a smile. Such a being, and you thought to purge it. Her tone hovered between admiration and scorn. That would have been the greatest mistake of your life, Sirrah. Sirrah's dark eyes flickered uneasily. My lady, you do not understand. Subjects like this always lose control. If Valak's restraints fail, the entire system could be in danger. He could tear planets from orbit. Even we. I care not, Xadra cut her off. With him, our victory is assured. That is all that matters. You may purge him after I have what I need. Prepare them all for transport. Sirrah inclined her head, bowing slightly. As you command, my lady. Xadra's mind was already racing with visions, fleets burning through Skrull armadas, Kree traders kneeling as she wielded the Starbrand, Valak and others like him at her side, and the Empire itself humbled by what it had abandoned. Her eyes lingered once more on the armored figure of Valak, and she smiled, gleeful of what was about to happen. Chapter 36, Avengers Assemble PT. Yes, I will come with you, Azuri said, his deep voice calm as he sat on his throne. Max blinked, more than a little surprised. He had expected a polite refusal when he broached the topic of accompanying him, Firehair and Nur back to Agamotto's home. Instead, the king of Wakanda had agreed almost instantly. Max and Firehair had taken a detour before returning to Agamotto's mountain sanctuary. Egypt had been their first stop, where they found Sabah Nur. The young mutant greeted Max warmly, almost with relief, and accepted the offer without hesitation. Nur's people were thriving, his leadership strong, but his restless spirit longed for new battles and growth. The chance to test his power and to learn more of it was too tempting to refuse. They also attempted to find and recruit Kenmut, but Nur warned them that the Ennead were deep in quarrels, and Khonshu especially would likely bar her from such a venture. With that, Max reluctantly struck her name from the list, marking her as a reserve for the future. From there, the trio traveled to Wakanda. Azuri greeted them with open arms, offering warmth and hospitality. Once, the Wakandans had looked at him with suspicion, an outsider. Now they bowed, cheered, and respected him. He had, of course, helped their nation and king against the great invader, after all. Well, I'm surprised, Azuri. I thought you'd. The Panther raised a hand. You said the world itself is in danger, Lantern. Tell me, what kind of king would I be if I did not rise to protect it? Wakanda may not want anything to do with the rest of the world, but it is still of this earth. If the world falls, so do we. His tone carried quiet amusement. Firehair's lips curved faintly upward. A noble and wise leader indeed. Max chuckled, scratching the back of his neck. Honestly, I was expecting trouble with Bast. At the mention of the Panther goddess, Nur scoffed quietly. His contempt for gods was well known, but he held his tongue out of respect for Azuri. Azuri leaned back in his throne, his golden necklace glinting faintly in the morning light. The goddess and I have had our disagreements, he admitted, his tone steady. I have come to realize that even gods have faults, and I have learned to work around hers. Bast guides Wakanda, but Wakanda bows to its king. Max grinned. Well, let's go then. Not yet, Azuri replied with a wry smile. This is only a meeting of great warriors, yes. I should be able to return by sundown. Max nodded. Yes, just a meeting. We're not going to fight some great evil right now. Azuri smiled. Then give me half an hour to prepare. Sure thing, Your Majesty, Max said with a half-bow, exaggerated enough to earn himself a raised eyebrow from the Panther. He turned to Firehair once Azuri left. 2 out of 3's not bad. Not bad, she agreed, her voice soft but approving. Nur crossed his arms, watching the exchange. You still haven't told us what this threat is. Max's expression hardened. It's best explained back at Agamotto's house. Does it have to do with the demon? Nur asked. The one who took your friends. Yes, Max admitted grimly. That and more. Nur smirked faintly, his gray features darkening with excitement. Never fought a demon before. I look forward to it. When Azuri returned, he was armored in the full regalia of the Panther, his helm tucked beneath his arm. His mother, 2 brothers, a sister, his counselors, and the Dora Milaje all stood behind him, their faces tight with disapproval. The Panther's departure left them uneasy, but no one dared to speak against it. The Panther's word was law, his decision, final. Max created his construct, a gleaming emerald lowrider, roofless, its chrome-like frame glowing faintly green. Azuri, Firehair, and Nur stepped inside. Max lifted his hand in farewell, giving the Wakandans below a cheerful wave. The Dora Milaje stood like stone statues, unmoving. Azuri's family and counselors looked worried. The car hummed, lifted, and then soared skyward, cutting a green trail across the skies as they began their journey toward the Himalayas. The journey reached its final stretch as the mountains of the Himalayas drew closer. Max sat behind the wheel of the Emerald Lowrider Construct, Nur and Azuri in the back, Firehair riding shotgun, all of them mid-conversation. Nur was describing the growing conflict among the Ennead, his tone sharp with disdain, while Azuri listened intently. Firehair looked back, listening to the tale, fascinated by gods quarreling over mortals. Jade's voice hummed into Max's mind. Max, I've finished the Elders of the Universe project. I've sifted through everything Kree archives, Shi'ar records, and the remains of those lost and dead civilizations we discovered. The results are compelling. Finally. All right, tell me what you've got. There are countless references scattered across history, but only 2 figures appear consistently, the Grandmaster and the Collector. In the Kree records, the Grandmaster appears often, tales of entire battlefields rewritten for his amusement. The Shi'ar call him the Eternal Strategist. They view him less as evil, more as chaos incarnate. The lost civilizations have their own names for him. Many claim he tested them, forcing contests of survival. His threat level is consistently marked as extremely high. And the Collector? Max knew all about the Collector but wanted to hear what Jade had to say. Even more disturbing. The Kree feared him because entire species' whole settlements simply vanished, taken into his collection. The Shi'ar archives call him the Archivist of Ruin. In the databanks of the Lost Worlds, he's remembered as a harbinger, a shadow that arrives just before collapse. Again, threat level, extremely high. The Kree and Shi'ar alike feared entanglement. Their policy every time, against all elders, has been, avoid at all costs. And the others? Anyone even remotely like me. That had been the heart of this search all along. Ever since Mimir, Surtur, and even Bor had thrown that word at him, Elder, it had been gnawing at him. Was he one due to some time travel shenanigans? Or was there someone else out there with the same kind of power, wielding the Emerald Spectrum long before he ever crash-landed into this universe? Yes. The rest are lesser known, but they do exist in the records. The champion referenced in passing. A giant who demanded trial by combat. Some accounts claim he destroyed entire fleets single-handedly when denied. The gardener, very little on him, save for Shi'ar logs of world seeding and gardens of impossible beauty. The runner, almost entirely myth, a golden being who could cross the universe in days. The Judicator Kree records describe him as mediating conflicts among their colonies more than 1,000,000 years ago. A great peacebringer. Other names appear as well: astronomer, profiteer, trader. All warned of, all treated with honor or fear. Some civilizations even worship the champion outright. Max frowned. That's nice, but none of them sound like me. Except one small scrap I was able to retrieve. Max sat up straighter. Go on. From one of the oldest civilizations we uncovered, the Caliph Dominion. Max blinked. You mean the one we found near that black hole? Yes, the very same. Their ruins date back millions of years. In one of their surviving records, they described uncovering an even older archaeological site, remnants of a civilization erased long before them, billions of years old. Within those fragments was mention of an elder known as the Guardian. The Emerald Guardian. Max's throat went dry. Emerald. Yes. The record claims this Guardian intervened during a great cataclysm, shielded them from a cosmic predator, using his great emerald light. For a moment Max said nothing, his gaze fixed on the mountains ahead. Finally, he muttered, well, fuck. So there was indeed an elder of the universe who possessed the power of the Green Lantern. Probably me, if that time travel theory proves true. Fuck. What troubles you, Lantern? Firehair's voice cut through his panicked thoughts, calm and steady. Max blinked, realizing he'd been staring off, not responding to Firehair's question. It's nothing. Just thinking. Her eyes lingered on him. The Phoenix is quite interested in you. Max looked at her, their eyes meeting. Really? Does it speak to you? Sometimes, she admitted. Whispers, suggestions. Most of the time, it is silent. But when it speaks, I listen. I've heard the stories: the Phoenix Force destroying entire worlds, burning them to ash. That is its purpose. Destruction is not the end, it is the beginning. The phoenix burns away decay, corruption, rot, so that rebirth can follow. That is the truth and its purpose, she said. So when it came to you, that's what it wanted. To burn this world to ashes. Yes, she said simply. But I convinced it otherwise. I am glad you did, he said. Their eyes locked for a moment longer than either intended before they both turned away. Damn, it's cold, Nur muttered, rubbing his arms. Don't worry, Max said, pointing forward. We're here. Azuri leaned forward, eyes widening as the mountain sanctuary came into view. By the goddess, it is beautiful. Firehair smiled. It is. They descended, Max landing the car near the house. As he did so, a sound reverberated through the air, an elephant's trumpet. Max's grin widened as he recognized it. Was that an elephant? Nur asked. Max shook his head, already hurrying out. No, something better. He found the source of the sound just a few feet away, near the house, a woolly mammoth, towering and majestic, its tusks gleaming ivory white, its fur thick and shaggy. Beside it stood a man of Native American descent, shirtless despite the chill, dark hair bound back, a necklace of bones resting against his chest. He turned and smiled as they approached. You must be the Grinler, the man said. Max barely heard him. His eyes were locked on the mammoth, a childlike grin spreading across his face. Yes, that's me, and you must be Ghost. His grin widened as he pointed. And that is a mammoth. The man smiled. Yes. His name is Taisai. He is gentle. Max raised both hands. Can I? Of course. You may approach, he is quite friendly, Ghost said. Max stepped forward, placing his hand against the mammoth's shaggy flank. The fur was warm, softer than he expected, and the creature gave a low rumble of approval. Max laughed and patted its side with glee. Firehair stepped up beside him, her gaze bright with wonder. It is a beautiful animal. Azuri and Nur came next, both eyeing the mammoth with awe. I have never seen such a beast, Azuri said reverently. Nur tilted his head. A furred elephant, curious. Ghost gave Max a look. Odin and the others are inside. They've been waiting for you. His eyes drifted to Firehair, Nur, and Azuri. Though, they only told me to expect you. Max grinned. Yeah, I'll explain. Come on, let's head inside. Max led them in, and they stepped into the open courtyard of Agamotto's home. The scent of roasting meat filled the air immediately. Odin was crouched by a large fire pit, a whole deer skewered and turning over the flames. The Asgardian prince looked up, grinning. Aha. Grinler, you've returned. Odin boomed, wiping grease from his fingers. His eyes landed on the newcomers, and a wolfish grin spread across his face. And not just you. You bring company, and such fair company at that. His gaze lingered a moment on Firehair before Max cut him off. We're a fan and Agamotto. Odin jabbed a thumb toward a side chamber. With our mystery men. The Starbrand. As if on cue, Agamotto and Fan Fei stepped into the courtyard. It seems, Agamotto said smoothly, that we have more guests than expected. They stood facing one another in a circle. Max, the Green Lantern. Odin, Prince of Asgard. Agamotto, the Sorcerer Supreme. Fan Fei, the Iron Fist. Firehair, Lady Phoenix. Ghost, Rider of Taisai and the Spirit of Vengeance. Azuri, the Black Panther and King of Wakanda. And Nur, the Young Mutant. All right, Max said, snapping his fingers. A circular emerald construct formed between them, spreading into a wide, round table with chairs. Let's sit and talk. They all sat. Max gestured to Agamotto. Make sure we're all on the same page, don't want any language problems, he added, realizing that Nur, Azuri, and Ghost might have issues. Agamotto nodded, weaving a spell that shimmered briefly in the air before vanishing. Done. You will all understand one another clearly. Good. So. About that mysterious presence you sensed, Agamotto. I found it. He pointed toward Firehair. Meet the host of the Phoenix Force. Agamotto's eyes widened. Odin nearly dropped the spit he was turning. Are you? Agamotto began. I am not a danger to anyone, Firehair interrupted calmly. My only wish is to protect. Agamotto exhaled slowly, relief flickering across his features. Then we are fortunate. Very fortunate. With all else that is coming, it eases my mind to know the Phoenix is not another threat. And what is this threat? Azuri asked, his deep voice cutting into the silence. Wheel. Max said, drumming his fingers on the glowing table. Agamotto spoke first. He laid out Mephisto's schemes, the Hell Lord's endless attempts to infiltrate Earth, to twist it into his domain and the other interdimensional threats he had fought to hold back, such as Thawne and Dormammu. He explained his plan to construct a barrier to shield the planet, to keep such beings from slipping through. Firehair followed, revealing that the Phoenix had shown her many threats Earth would face. She spoke of one so great that even the Phoenix would find it too powerful to stop. Max added what he'd learned about a Kree faction already on the planet, experimenting on humans. And if Jade's right, they may be preparing to conquer this world outright. Odin barked in disbelief. By what in Surtur's deepest pits is Midgard that every evil in the 9 realms and beyond comes crawling here? Max smirked faintly. It's a special planet, isn't it? Agamotto sighed, his expression dark. I would have preferred it to be the most boring in the universe. Azuri shook his head slowly, the weight of it dawning on him. This is too much. I did not think, he faltered, words failing him. Ghost's voice cut in. Then what do we do? What can any of us do against all that? Fan-Fei straightened, her tone sharp as steel. Is it not why we are here? Why fate has brought us together? Nur said nothing, but his eyes slid toward Max, waiting, expecting. Max rose to his feet. His emerald aura flared faintly as he looked at each of them in turn. Yes. Fan is right. That's why we are assembled here. This world is in danger, and it needs protectors. It needs mighty warriors. No. He paused, letting the weight settle. It needs heroes. And we are its mightiest. The world needs us. Odin stood suddenly, striking his chest. I will stand with you, Grunler. Midgard has my protection. Firehair rose next, flames glimmering at her shoulders. And mine as well. Agamotto inclined his head gravely. Then let it be so. I welcome the aid. Fan-Fei followed, her fists glowing faintly. I, too, will fight. Azuri pushed back his chair, his kingly bearing unwavering. A king protects his people. I will join you for Wakanda, for the world. Ghost rose silently, chains rattling faintly, and gave a firm nod. Nur stepped forward as well, arms crossed, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Max's voice rang with conviction. Then we are united. If we can protect the Earth, we will. And if we can't, he smiled faintly, eyes narrowing, then you can be damn sure we'll avenge it. We will be its Avengers. Nur grinned broadly. Avengers. Now that is a name far better than the one from before. Huzzah. Odin bellowed, raising Mjolnir high. I like it. We shall be the Avengers, Midgard's mightiest heroes. Holy shit. This is awesome, Max thought, internally fanboying at the moment. He had just assembled the first Avengers. Chapter 37, Avengers Assemble Point. Make the helm more winged, like my father's, Odin said as he stood in front of Max, armored head to toe in will-forged constructs. It no longer bore the emerald hue, Max had changed it to Odin's liking. He had recently figured it out, though it wasn't perfect, a faint green glow still lingered. Max raised a brow at the request but complied, creating the helm. With some concentration, he bled the color out, transmuting the helm from glowing emerald into metallic chrome still shimmering faintly with green light. He tossed it toward Odin. The Asgardian prince caught it and placed it upon his head. He stood resplendent now in full Asgardian armor, crimson cape flowing. Odin grinned, lifted Mjolnir high, and, with a crack of thunder, hurled himself into the sky. Aha! Odin laughed, circling above, savoring every moment in the armor he claimed he had seen in his dreams. Max folded his arms, watching with a small smirk. A few hours had passed since the 8 of them himself, Odin, Agamotto, Fan-Fei, Firehair, Ghost Rider, Azuri, and Nur had made their decision. Together, they would stand as Earth's first line of defense against the countless threats looming on the horizon. Together they had become the Avengers. Agamotto and Fan-Fei were working patiently to find a way to awaken the Starbrand without violence. He could be our Hulk, Max mused. His eyes drifted to where Firehair and Azuri stood near Taisai the mammoth, their faces soft with wonder at the creature's gentle presence. Crash! Max turned sharply to see Ghost Rider and Nur locked in combat. Ghost blazed with fire, his skull fully revealed, while Nur's frame surged larger, his body swelling until he towered nearly 9 feet tall. The fuck? Max muttered, astonished. The two grappled, Ghost burning fists colliding with Nur's augmented strength. Nur lifted Ghost clear off the ground, their struggle shattering stone beneath their feet. When the hell did you learn that? Max called out, wide-eyed. Nur turned, still holding Ghost in a grapple, and flashed Max a sharp smile. I told you I've been learning. His voice carried a note of pride, almost boyish. Then, eager as a child showing off a trick, he asked, well, what do you think? Max chuckled, shaking his head. I think it's great, kid. Nur was raw potential made flesh energy manipulation, matter shaping, biocontrol, telepathy, telekinesis, even molecular adaptation. His physiology was already beyond human, yet he had barely begun to unlock what lay within him. Max didn't want this young mutant to grow into the nightmare that would one day be known as Apocalypse, the X-Men's greatest foe. No, he wanted to guide Nur toward something else, something greater, a protector of his kind. Perhaps an immortal mentor who, when mutants begin to rise in number, could help unify them. Not a tyrant. A shepherd. Someone who could blend Xavier's dream with Magneto's fire. A rush of wind and a crackle of thunder drew his gaze upward. Odin descended, landing near him once more. His eyes lingered on Nur, who still grappled with Ghost. This Ensabah Nur, Odin said, his voice low with curiosity, seems very powerful. He has the strength of 10 Jotnar. Max nodded. Yes. He's just scratching the surface of what he can do. Perhaps I should spar with him. Max held Odin's gaze. Not yet, Odin. The Prince of Asgard arched a brow. You think I would harm him? I would not. I only wish to measure him. I know you wouldn't hurt him, Max said evenly. But give him time. Let him grow into it at his own pace. He's just starting to unlock what he can do. If you push him now, before he's ready. He shook his head. Look, if you do fight, don't take it too far. Odin's eyes softened for a moment, his pride tempered by Max's words. Then he gave a slow nod. Very well, Grunler, he murmured, then turned his gaze toward where Azuri and Firehair stood beside Taysai. The mammoth's breath steamed in the cold air as Firehair stroked its fur. Now that is a beautiful sight. Oh yeah, Max said, following his gaze. Odin's lips curled into a grin. A Midgardian more beautiful than any Asgardian. Max's eyes fell on Firehair and then on Azuri. He smirked, seizing the chance. Didn't know you swung that way, my friend. I'm glad you told me. Odin's brow furrowed. What? Yeah, Max continued with a straight face, then pointed toward Azuri. I mean, he is very handsome. I get why you'd be attracted, but I don't think he likes men, Odin. Odin blinked, confused, as Max burst into loud, uncontrollable laughter. The Asgardian finally realized the jest and let out a booming laugh of his own, though he shook his head. You make fun of me, Grunler. But watch as I charm the fiery bird. Oh please, Max said, still chuckling. I've seen you charm plenty of women. None of them have ended well. Odin straightened his shoulders in mock offense, then lifted Mjolnir slightly. Watch me. With a swagger in his step, he began walking toward Firehair and Azuri. Max watched as Odin neared the duo. Something came over him, he did not know what. He grinned mischievously, creating a green rope construct at Odin's ankle. As Odin strutted towards Firehair, his foot snagged, he stumbled forward and crashed into the snowy ground with a grunt. Max laughed so hard he nearly fell himself. Firehair covered her mouth with a hand, her shoulders shaking with quiet amusement. Even the stoic Azuri chuckled. Odin rose slowly, brushing snow from his cape, his eye fixed on Max with fiery indignation. Grunler. Then he charged at him. Max was preparing to fly when Fan Fei appeared, stopping Odin's charge with a look. We are ready. It is time to awaken our sleeping guest. Agamotto floated the bed into the courtyard, the olive-skinned, broad-shouldered man lying motionless upon it. The Starbrand. Power of a sun caged in human flesh. Agamotto's hands glimmered with runes as he guided the bed down. He has slept since the day you struck him down, Lantern, he said quietly. I have woven spells to still hunger, to dull thirst. But even without my aid, I suspect the brand would have kept him. Max stepped forward, hands on his hips, eyes studying the man. So what did you and Fan learn? His mind is scarred. I felt sorrow. Deep sorrow. He has lost someone he loved, not long ago, Fan said, her eyes on the men on the bed. Max frowned. So, when he wakes, is he going to stay calm, or are we about to have a round two? Agamotto looked at them all, his expression grave. He will not wake wild, I am certain of it. But power like this, one cannot be too cautious. Odin rested Mjolnir on his shoulder. Then let us wake him. Enough waiting. If the power is as you described, perhaps this new pack of ours could use such a man, Azuri said. Let's see if he can control it. Max turned to Agamotto and gave him a nod to proceed. The Sorcerer Supreme hesitated, his hand lingering above the sleeper's brow. His voice dropped low, it's best we are prepared for the worst. And they were. Fan Fei's fists ignited, burning with golden chi. Firehair rose from the ground, her body half engulfed in flame, her eyes glowing molten white. Azuri fell into a stance, every muscle coiled to strike. Ensabah Nur's body began to swell, his height doubling. Ghost Rider's skull flared with fire, flames spilling from his jaw as he took the chain made of bones in his hand. Odin adjusted his construct armor, Mjolnir in hand, ready to hurl it if the worst happened. Agamotto's hands glowed as he wove the spell, runes circling in delicate, careful patterns before settling across the man's brow. Awake. For a long, tense moment, nothing happened. Then the man stirred. His chest rose, his fingers twitched, and his eyes fluttered open. Every warrior in the courtyard braced. Odin's grip on Mjolnir tightened. Firehair's flames flared higher. Azuri bent his knees, ready to pounce. Nur loomed, increasing his size once more. Fan Fei's fists glowed bright with chi, and Ghost Rider's chains rattled as he shifted. Even Max felt his fingers twitch, emerald energy already pooling at his knuckles. The man's gaze wandered, unfocused. His skin kept its natural olive tone. He made no move to rise. For a moment, the tension eased. Odin even let out a laugh. Ha! It worked, he bellowed. But then it happened. The mark blazed across the man's chest, the Starbrand erupting in searing light. His veins darkened, his skin flushing crimson as if fire itself ran through his blood. Shit, put him back to sleep. Max barked, raising a shield. Agamotto's eyes went wide. He reached out, runes spilling from his fingertips. Fan Fei rushed forward, placing her glowing palms against the man's sternum, chi flooding into him. Together, their power pressed down, smothering the awakening. The man convulsed, let out a sound halfway between a groan and a roar, then slumped. The glow dimmed. His chest rose and fell again, steady. Agamotto lowered his hands, shoulders sagging. He gave a sheepish cough. All right, that did not work. Every pair of eyes turned to him at once, their expressions flat with annoyance. All is not for naught, Fan Fei said. Why's that? Max asked. I was able to establish a mental link stronger than before, she said firmly. Before, I could only look at the surface. But now I've formed a bond. I can use my chi to speak with him, truly speak. Perhaps I can guide him, calm him. Max exhaled, relief softening his features. Good. Do that. Max would rather not go another 10 rounds with the Starbrand. Yes, he could win faster with the others here, especially Firehair and Odin, but a fight like that might have killed the men for good. Agamotto inclined his head and raised the bed once more, levitating the slumbering man back toward the room. Fan Fei followed, now planning to take the lead. As Fan Fei and Agamotto continued their work on the Starbrand, Max and the others decided to do some friendly sparring. They had nothing better to do, after all. He was in the midst of a battle with Firehair, holding his shield high, emerald light bracing against the torrent of flame she hurled at him. The cosmic fire licked and bent, but the shield held. Max knew if she pushed harder, she could break it and overpower him. He darted forward, his constructs shifting and striking, always pressing the advantage. Firehair was strong, yes, but Max was more versatile. He could adapt faster than raw power could overwhelm him. Below, Nur, Azuri, Ghost, and Odin watched the clash. Odin cupped his hands around his mouth and roared up at the sky, "My lady. Show that fool Grimmer the true fire of the phoenix." Max caught Firehair's smile at the request as she unleashed a barrage of cosmic flames toward him. His mind reeled as a sudden telepathic push pressed against his thoughts. For a moment, his vision wavered. But Jade had already countered it, and he shook it off, flying through the wall of fire with armor forming around him. He was about to close the distance when Jade's voice rang in his mind. Max. A large fleet of ships just entered the atmosphere. Max froze mid-strike. Firehair blinked, puzzled, lowering her stance as Max hovered still. Kree, he asked. Yes, Jade confirmed. Most of them are coming from the moon. Wait, her tone sharpened. More signatures detected, from North America, and another group from Australia. Max cursed under his breath. Emerald energy flared around him as he created thousands of small drones, scattering them like fireflies into the sky. Jade, track them. I want to know where every single one of those ships is headed. Firehair descended toward him. What is it, Lantern? Trouble, Max said grimly. Tell the others to get back to the house. We may be about to be invaded by the Kree. Her eyes widened, then hardened. She tilted her head skyward, eyes flaring gold-white. I can feel them, she murmured, voice edged with fire. Then, with a rush of flame, she turned and streaked downward toward the others. Max stayed aloft for a beat longer before he wheeled back toward Agamotto's home. The newly formed Avengers stood before the screen construct created by Max. On it were a world map and 6 glowing points pulsing in different regions. 6 major population centers, Indraprastha, Dvarka, Gandhara, Lianju, Tausi, Uruk, and Ebla. Max had visited most of the population centers on the planet over the last 3 years, and he knew these were the largest. Drone footage streamed in ships descending. From them came blue-skinned warriors, and something else, figures that looked human but with empty eyes and feral movements. Some were bloated and towering, others twisted with elongated limbs, still others deceptively normal. They dare. Odin bellowed, his voice shaking the stone walls. The Kree dare lay siege to Midgard. Firehair's eyes blazed gold as she rose slightly into the air. Let us not linger. We must go now. Max didn't hesitate to take the lead. Yes, we need to split up. The screen flared brighter, highlighting each city as he spoke. Agamotto, Azuri, you go to Indraprastham, it's the largest. The Sorcerer Supreme inclined his head gravely, while the Panther gave a sharp nod. Firehair, Odin, Gandhara and Tausi are yours. They exchanged a glance and, without a word, took to the air. Fan Fei, you go to Lianju. Her hands glowed faintly as she bowed. Ghost, Ebla. The rider adjusted the chains at his side, fire smoldering faintly in his sockets. Nur, Dvarka. The city is already protected by its ruler, the avatar of Vishnu. You will provide support. On the emerald screen, they could see Krishna holding the line against the attack. Nur's lips curled into a grin. I'll be more than happy to join him. Max raised his hand and created longship constructs. These will take you to the cities. Agamotto, Azuri, Fan Fei, Ghost, and Nur climbed aboard, and Max willed them away to their destinations. He turned back to the screen, eyes falling on Uruk. Emerald aura surged around him as he launched into the sky to stop the invasion. Max streaked down from the upper atmosphere. Space fell away behind him as he dove toward the land between the rivers, the cradle of civilization. Jade, he said, eyes narrowing, any ships in orbit? Her voice was calm and efficient in his mind. Yes, Max. One large vessel parked in the moon's orbit, making its way toward the planet. Heavy shielding. Max grinned. Good. When we're done here, we're paying it a visit. The city of Uruk sprawled below him. Smoke curled into the air. Screams rose from the streets. Strange shapes darted through the alleys, twisted proto-inhumans, their bodies warped into monstrous forms rampaging through the populace. Max's eyes narrowed. Not on my watch. He extended a hand. Emerald light streaked outward, forming a storm of missile constructs that screamed toward the ground. The first salvo struck the Kree ships clustered outside the gates, they exploded, rocking the surroundings. The second wave rained down on the advancing Kree infantry and their proto-inhuman horde. The blast tore through ranks of blue soldiers, and the warped humans were caught in it as well, destroyed. Max descended, his landing sending a shockwave across the stones of Uruk's wall. The proto-inhumans turned toward him, shrieking, their eyes empty, their bodies jerking unnaturally. They rushed him in a wave acid spitters, leapers with grotesque limbs, clawed brutes frothing with mindless rage. Max only raised his hands. A pulse of emerald light detonated outward, blasting the swarm in every direction. Bodies flew like rag dolls, slammed against walls, torn apart midair, reduced to smears of ash and bone under the raw force of the blast. Without a pause, Max strode into the city. Within the streets, the horror was worse. Families huddled in fear, homes ablaze, more proto-inhumans killing mindlessly. Max thought quickly as dozens of hoplite constructs formed around the civilians, shields raised in tight formation to protect them from the monsters. The Emerald soldiers moved as one, their phalanx impenetrable. Kree soldiers opened fire with rifles, but Max casually waved a hand. Emerald barriers soaked up the energy blasts before snapping back to send the volleys exploding in their faces. One twisted proto-inhuman leapt at him, limbs stretching unnaturally to drag him down. Max flexed, the air around him hardening into blades of light that severed the limbs mid-swing. Another spat acid. Max conjured a dome to catch it, then redirected the sizzling liquid back at the creature, dissolving it into sludge. A third tried to claw into his mind with a telepathic shriek, but Jade swatted the mental intrusion aside like an insect. Too easy, he muttered. He raised his hand again, emerald light shaping into a massive cannon. He fired, the beam struck only the Kree and the nearby proto-inhumans, turning them to ash. The Kree had vastly underestimated their chances, Max thought as he crushed the last proto-inhuman with a giant fist construct, its body breaking apart under the pressure. Alert, Kree vessel en route to the sanctuary. Estimated arrival, 30 seconds. Max froze. What? His mind raced. Wait, this was a diversion. He looked around at the carnage, the proto-inhumans, the Kree. All of this. Just to split us up and... Then it hit him. Oh no. Max whispered. They want the Starbrand. The Kree were after the Starbrand. Max cursed under his breath. He thought about warning the others, but then it dawned on him, they hadn't even set up any means of communication yet. His stomach twisted. That's some piss-poor leadership, Max, he told himself bitterly. First thing after this, we fix that. There was no more time. Max launched into the sky, the rivers and desert blurring below him. He could not let the Kree take the Starbrand. Zadra stood inside the mountain home of the sorcerer, her eyes fixed on the flickering hollow screens stretched before her. They showed nothing but disaster. Her warriors, her soldiers, the human experiments she had been so proud of, all of them were being cut down, burned, shattered, and ripped apart. She was glad she had changed her original plan from a full assault to a feint meant to lure them away. She had done this because she believed the Starbrand would become active if she attacked its location directly. The new plan had worked in only one respect: they had lured away most of the enemy, scattering them across the globe. But killing them, crushing them, that part was failing spectacularly. Zadra's jaw clenched as the screen cycled her soldiers screaming as a pale woman cloaked in flames incinerated them in waves. A human woman, with this much power. She hadn't expected that. And there were others, 8 of them now, not 3. 8 who fought like armies unto themselves. She had chosen carefully when assembling this force. She hadn't brought her 10 most prized experiments. Those she had left behind, ordered to be moved from the garden to their main base on this planet's moon. She had brought only one, the strongest Valak, with her. Enough, she had thought, if only one of them stayed behind. And now, watching the hollow screens, she realized with cold certainty, even Valak might not be enough. Get the Starbrand aboard. Now, she commanded her men. They hurried to obey, sealing the unconscious olive-skinned human in a pod and taking him inside. She boarded the ship after they loaded the pod. But before she reached the command deck, an alert rang out. My lady. The anomaly, the green one, is closing in. 20 seconds. Her blood ran cold. On the screen, she saw it, a streak of emerald light cutting through the horizon, growing larger with every moment. The damned anomaly. Her pulse hammered in her chest. Fear clawed at her throat. She almost faltered, almost let it show until she remembered who she was. She had been an accuser once. Kree High Justice. She was no trembling coward. She turned and sprinted toward the aft pod bay doors. Valak followed. She stopped at the still open doors as the ship began to lift off. How long for the cannon to prime? She asked. Her flagship was in orbit, and it carried one of the most powerful orbital cannons in the Kree Empire. 30 seconds, my lady, came the response. Use your power, Zadra commanded. Slow him down. Valak raised both hands. The very air warped around him as he unleashed a crushing force of gravity at the emerald men hurtling toward them. The hull groaned under the pressure. Her officers stared at the displays in disbelief. My lady, he isn't slowing, one cried. Valak has hit him with 30,000 gravs. Increase it, she snapped. 80,000, the officer stammered. Still coming. More. 120, 200, 500,000. Sweat dripped down the Kree's blue skin as the numbers climbed. He's slowing, but only a fraction. Zadra's throat tightened. The emerald glow was closer, now larger. Too large. Full power, she screamed. Shut off the regulators. Release everything. My lady, that might, another warned. I said do it. Zadra heard locks disengage on Valak's suit as he roared, his body contorting as he channeled raw, unrestrained gravity. The reading spiked wildly. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million gravs, the officer shouted, his voice breaking. It's climbing. And still, on the forward view screen, the emerald streak pressed closer, slowed, yes, but never stopped. The green lantern pushed against the crushing weight of a collapsing star. What in the name of Hala are you? Valak, everything you have, she screamed. Her officers' faces were pale as they watched the reading spike. 100 million gravs, one shouted. She watched as the emerald streak faltered. He stopped dead in the sky, then his body began tumbling downward. Zadra's lips curled into a snarl. The cannon, is it primed? Yes, my lady. Fire it now. From orbit, her flagship obeyed. The void split open as a spear of blinding white light lanced down toward the planet. The mountain range below vanished in brilliance, the sky itself igniting. KRRAAASHHHHHBOOOOOOOM. The shockwave rattled her ship even as they climbed higher into the atmosphere. Zadra leaned over the railing, chest heaving, eyes alight with triumph. Scan for life signs, she hissed. I want confirmation. There was no response from the officers. Well. Answer me, she roared. At last, one stammered, my lady, there are still signs of life. The blood drained from Zadra's face. What? The anomaly, it endures, he said, voice trembling. He still lives. Zadra's nails dug into her palms. Fear, a foreign, hated sensation crept into her chest. She shoved it down with fury. Then I need it, she whispered, eyes wild. The Starbrand. With its power I'll kill him, no, it. All of them. Her voice rose to a scream. Set a course back to the base. Zadra had a sinking feeling in her stomach. She felt she had made enemies of forces beyond her comprehension. A part of her feared even the Starbrand wouldn't be enough. You can read up to chapter 45 here. Chapter 38, Avengers Assemble. PT Max groaned, pain still rippling through him as he lay in the snow. All around, emerald shards rained down from the shattered shield he had raised over the valley to protect it from the blast. The valley, thankfully, was intact, and when he turned his head he saw the far peaks in the distance once coated in millennia of snow, now showed black stone. The ice had been boiled away. The air itself still shimmered with the heat of the orbital blast. Jade. Max rasped. Yes, Max, her voice answered in his mind, calm, steady, almost soothing. That, gravity attack. Was that Kree tech? Some kind of weapon. There was a pause, then Jade spoke with a grim tone. No. From the readings, it wasn't technological at all. It came from a biological source. Fuck. Max muttered, pushing himself onto his elbows, his ring glowing faintly as he pulled strength back into his limbs. Jade continued, clinical as ever, the entity generates gravity wells. The strike that forced you down was the equivalent of the gravitational pull of a neutron star. It should have turned the ground beneath you into molten glass, yet it did not. My analysis suggests it was tightly focused on you alone. Max staggered to his feet, brushing off snow and grit. I thought the ring could handle any gravitational conditions. Hell, we even neared a black hole once. But that final wave. I felt like I was swatted from the sky. You could have stabilized if the waves were consistent, Jade said softly. The increase was too sudden for you to even register. If not for the orbital cannon strike, you would have stabilized to the increase in gravity and could have continued the chase. Max looked up, eyes narrowing. That ship with the cannon still in orbit? No, Jade replied. They've already retreated to the moon. His gaze shifted back toward Agamotto's sanctuary, perched against the cliff face. Then his heart skipped a beat. Taisai. He flew toward the sanctuary, panic clawing at his gut until he saw it, the great mammoth massive and shaggy calmly grazing on frosted shrubs as if nothing in the world had changed. Relief flooded him, and he landed hard beside the beautiful creature. Thank God, Max muttered, placing both hands against the mammoth's fur, the warmth beneath its coat grounding him. Glad you're all right, Taisai. Don't know how Ghost would have taken it if you... The mammoth trumpeted, swinging its trunk and nearly bowling Max over. Max laughed, burying his face against the giant's fur. Yeah. I get it. You're tougher than I thought. Right, the Kree. Max's eyes locked on the pale curve of the moon gleaming in the evening sky. They took Starbrand there. He muttered under his breath. Max, Jade's voice cut in. Odin and Firehair are approaching. Max turned west. Two bright streaks carved through the dusk, one silvery, wreathed in lightning, the other a comet of fire and red-gold flame. He didn't waste time. Raising his ring, he crafted emerald constructs and sent them streaking across the mountains to gather the others and bring them here. Odin landed first, Mjolnir spinning to a halt, his red cape snapping behind him. He strode forward, face flushed with both worry and battle readiness. Grunler. What happened? Are you well? Odin bellowed, nearly running to him. Firehair descended more softly, though her aura of flame shimmered with unease. Her glowing eyes searched Max, concern in every step. I'm fine, Max said, voice steady but his expression was grim. But we've got a huge problem. They all stood gathered near Taisai, its steady presence a strange comfort after the battles they'd fought only moments ago. Ghost, Nur, Azuri, and Fan Fei had returned from their battles defending the cities. The Kree's diversion had cost many lives, but thanks to them the great cities had not fallen, and more lives were saved. I doubt the Kree can remove the Starbrand, Fan Fei said with certainty. Ghost tilted his flaming skull toward her. And how can you be so sure? His voice carried like embers rolling through gravel. I can answer that, came another voice. All heads turned upward as Agamotto descended from the sky, above him hovered the construct Max had sent to call him back. Finally, you're here, Max said. I lingered to heal the wounded, Agamotto explained. That's fine, Motto, Max said. But tell me straight, can they strip the Starbrand out of him? Agamotto's eyes hardened, his words sharp. No. I am certain they cannot. It matters little, Firehair said, her voice edged with fury. We should leave now. The Kree are to be burned from this world, never to return. What they've done to innocents is cruelty beyond forgiveness. Azuri nodded grimly. Yes. Those creatures we fought, they were once human. What did these Kree do to them, to take their humanity and turn them into those monsters? Do you think they carried the X gene? Like me? Nur asked. Max shook his head firmly. No, Nur. These weren't mutants. They were something else, Kree experiments. They took humans and twisted them into weapons. He spat the last word, jaw tight. They turned them into Inhumans. Fan Fei nodded thoughtfully. In humans, yes, that is how I would describe them as well. Max exhaled, rubbing his temples. Before we go after them, we need to make sure we can communicate properly. Throwing ourselves into battle the way we just did, that was sloppy. Azuri inclined his head. Agreed. Coordination without communication is folly. It was Agamotto who came up with the solution. I can help with that. If you will allow me, I can weave a spell that links our minds. We will hear one another's thoughts as clearly as spoken words. His eyes moved across the group, seeking consent. Nur frowned. You would crawl into my head? His tone was sharp, suspicious. Ghost tightened his grip on his chain, equally hesitant. Even Azuri, who had just agreed, looked uncertain. But one by one, they gave their assent, first Firehair with a firm nod, then Fan Fei. Odin laughed and said, "Aye, let the wizard poke about if it helps us fight better." Finally, even Nur, Azuri, and Ghost relented, though not without mistrust lingering in their eyes. Agamotto smiled faintly. This will only take a minute. He drew sigils in the air, mandalas swirling golden and intricate. One by one, glowing symbols settled onto their foreheads, pulsing briefly before vanishing. Lantern, Agamotto said, turning to Max, you will serve as the anchor. The spell will flow through you. Think of yourself as the master of this connection. So basically, I'm the group chat admin, Max thought. He focused, sending out a thought. Hello. Haha, Grinler, I can hear you, Odin's voice rang in his head. Good thing I have experience with voices in my head, said Firehair. The others tried it out, and Max felt like they were having a group chat in their heads. Firehair's voice cut through the link. We should leave now. Max looked around. They were all staring at him waiting for his word, his approval. The realization sank in, they saw him as the leader. The realization added a bit of pressure. He understood why they would look to him, he had brought them together as a team after all. He raised his chin. All right, then. Let's go. We. By Vishanti. Agamotto's cry tore the moment apart. His expression went pale, horror flashing across his features. Without another word, he rushed into his home. What is it? Max demanded, already moving after him. The others followed quickly. Agamotto burst back out moments later, his hands trembling. It's gone. What's gone? Everyone blurted at the same time. Jinx, Max thought with a mental smirk, though the gravity of the situation immediately cut through his humor. The power source, Agamotto said, panic edging his voice. The one we recovered from the savage land. They took it. Max felt his anger rise but forced calm into his voice. Don't worry, we'll get it back. Agamotto shook his head. You don't understand. That artifact can wipe out entire worlds if unleashed. Worse, it seeks a wielder. If the Kree discover what it is. His eyes burned with worry. It could be catastrophic. Well, shit, Max thought, and he didn't waste another second. He raised his hand, emerald light flaring. A massive construct ship formed around them. Seats molded beneath them as they took their places. Then let's go, Max said as he slid into the front seat. The others arranged themselves in the rows behind him. The ship's design was the same as his and Odin's Shi'ar ship. The construct roared upward, cutting through the night sky. In less than a minute, the Earth was behind them, and soon the barren gray surface of the moon stretched beneath. Max steered the emerald construct ship toward the wide scar of the Luthor crater as it would be called in the future, his eyes narrowing as he recalled a bit of Marvel trivia he'd read. The Kree should be there, Max thought. Where would they be, Lantern? Azuri asked. Max raised a hand and pointed as the crater came into view. The ship glided lower, revealing a strange glimmer of green and blue nestled within the otherwise gray landscape. See that patch down there? That little oasis of color in the gray. That's where. It's one of the only breathable places on the moon, a pocket of life on a dead rock. Perfect spot to build a base. Ghost looked at Max with confusion. You're saying you can't breathe on the moon? There's no air. I thought. Max chuckled, shaking his head. No, Ghost. Only Earth's got breathable air in this system. The moon is a bone-dry vacuum, no atmosphere at all, except here. Azuri narrowed his eyes. Then why only this place? Max shrugged. Could have been altered by visiting aliens long before, or maybe it's because of the Watcher. He made his home here. At that, Odin's eyes widened in shock. A Watcher. Here on Midgard's moon. Agamotto's expression grew grave as he nodded. Yes. I have glimpsed him once, from afar. A being of incomprehensible knowledge, bound by oath to silence and observation. His kind does not meddle, but he sees all. The Phoenix knows of him as well, Firehair said quietly. There are legends from Kunlun of such beings, said Fan Fei. Nur scowled. His voice rumbled low, suspicious. And this watcher, will he be trouble for us? Max shook his head firmly. No. That's the thing about watchers. They live up to the name. They only watch. Doesn't matter what happens, good or bad, they won't step in. Go get M, Max said as he shifted the construct around her seat, forming a translucent bubble of emerald light. It peeled open, letting her slip free into the void without risking decompression for the others. Fire hair burst from the ship like a star igniting. Her form blazed brighter and brighter until the shape of a vast, flaming bird stretched its wings across the darkness. She dove straight into the oncoming fighters. Her flames tore through them like paper, dozens were incinerated in moments. Then she arrowed upward straight at the flagship. By the goddess, Azuri whispered as the sight filled the viewport. With a cry that shook through the void, Fire hair plunged into the flagship's hull. Phoenix fire exploded outward, brighter than any sun. Metal and stone ripped apart, consumed in celestial flame. In seconds, the great ship was reduced to a drifting carcass of molten debris. Inside, Max and the Avengers erupted into cheers. Fuck yeah, Max thought. Damn, the Phoenix is crazy. As the wreckage drifted away, Fire hair turned in the void, her aura dimming slightly. She raised a single hand and pointed downward. Max followed her gesture and saw it. At the far edge of the blue area away from the green gardens and the citadel where the Watcher lived stood a large structure built into a hill. Max guided the ship down toward Luther Crater, the blue area of the moon. Fire hair descended in a blaze beside them, her feet touching down on the ash-gray dust. Max let the emerald ship shimmer away, landing them all on the surface. He smirked to himself. He had been here before, after his adventures in Egypt. By landing on the moon then, he'd beaten Neil Armstrong by about 6,000 years. Not bad for an archaeologist. Wait. The Kree could have brought in humans here. Wouldn't that make them the first people on the moon? Max thought. Nah. Can they be considered human anymore? They're Inhumans now, after all. Jade's dry voice cut across his thoughts. Now you're just moving the goalposts, Max. Yeah, he muttered, then turned to the group. There will be more Inhumans inside, along with a lot of Kree. One of the Inhumans we're about to face is extremely powerful, Max explained, his tone sharp and serious. His power is gravity manipulation. He hit me with the force of a neutron star enough to reduce an average human to nothing. Literally nothing. He looked to each of them in turn. Agamotto, Fan Fei, Azuri, Nur, you four are the most vulnerable against him. Strength, chi, sorcery, I don't think your bodies can withstand the force he'll throw at you. Odin, Firehair, Ghost, and me. We can take as much as we need and survive. So here's the plan. Emerald light flared around his hands, and pieces of armor assembled over them. The constructs wrapped around Agamotto, Fan Fei, Azuri, and Nur suits designed for their survival. They were pressure suits designs he'd asked Jade to pull from the many alien databases they'd collected and she had found the best to replicate. You'll be able to fight inside them, Max continued, but if a large enough force hits, they'll lock down and protect you. Agamotto murmured words of power, layering golden glyphs across the armor. There. More reinforcements, and a counterspell. It increases the lantern's protection. Max gave a curt nod. Good. One more thing, there could be innocents inside that base. Kree families. Children. So we shouldn't cause much collateral damage. We go in, kill combatants only, get Starbrand back. He was cut off by a thunderous grinding sound. The great metal doors of the Kree base cracked open. Green-blue light poured into the crater as squads of Kree soldiers marched out. At their front came 9 figures, Inhumans. 4 women and 5 men, each bearing strange mutations. Odin narrowed his gaze, lips curling into a grin. By Ymir's beard, look at the size of that one. At the center of the group lumbered a giant, easily over 9 feet tall. His shadow stretched long across the gray dust, his body built like a titan. The Inhumans and Kree continued their march toward them, with no intent of stopping. The Avengers formed a line, Max at the center. Ahead of them, one of the Inhumans, a woman, raised her arms, pulling chunks of moon rock into orbit around her. Another opened her mouth in a scream so sharp it shattered stone, propelling her forward in a sonic leap toward the Avengers. Odin leaned closer, lightning flashing along Mjolnir's head. Say the word, my friend. Firehair floated in the air beside him, her body half-wreathed in golden fire, her eyes burning like 2 suns. Azuri bared his claws. Fan Fei settled into a perfect stance, hands glowing with golden chi. Agamotto's hands blossomed with golden mandalas, spells forming behind him like a halo. Nur grew taller, his form swelling until he matched the size of the giant, the emerald armor Max had made growing with him. Ghost snapped his flaming bone chain to life and bellowed a scream that shook the crater. By your lead, Lantern, Firehair said from his side. Max rose above them, emerald aura blazing brighter. I am really about to say it. Avengers. His voice echoed across the crater and also through their minds through the spell link Agamotto had placed on them. He raised his fist, his eyes shining green. Assemble. Their battle cries rose as one as they charged. The two forces colliding in the middle of the crater. Max went straight for the earthbending inhuman. She threw a large rock at him, but Max punched through it and hit her in the stomach. The force of the blow hurled her skyward, straight into the black void. She didn't even have time to scream before the vacuum tore her apart. Max froze for a moment. Holy shit. I really should have held back. Max looked down and saw the Avengers carving through the enemy with terrifying efficiency. Odin and Nur met the giant inhuman, their combined strength too much for the brute. Nur grew even taller, grappling him, while Odin slammed Mjolnir into his chest. Together they brought him crashing down. Firehair became a living inferno, sweeping her arms wide and engulfing two enemies in cosmic fire. Their screams echoed through the crater before they disintegrated into ash. Ghost's chain wrapped around a woman with a metallic body. She snarled and tried to pull free, but his flames of vengeance burned through her armor. With a guttural roar, he hauled her down, just as Agamotto unleashed a glyph of binding that shattered her into fragments of molten steel. Fanfei and Azuri worked as one. The woman with the sonic scream launched herself high, mouth open in a killing shriek. Fanfei moved like water, redirecting her momentum with a chi strike, while Azuri leaped, claws flashing, and slashed her throat mid-scream. She collapsed in silence. In seconds, it was over. The crater was littered with lifeless bodies. Damn, Max thought as he landed, scanning the field. The Kree soldiers who had been standing behind the Inhumans had already fled back inside, terror painted on their faces after witnessing how easily their champions had been annihilated. The Avengers regrouped with Max. Odin looked almost disappointed. That was easy. I expected a proper battle. The others murmured in agreement, their blood still hot from battle but with no real sense of challenge. Nur puffed his chest out proudly, still towering over them. If that was all, then I don't know why you worried so much, Max. Max, however, shook his head. No, no. It's not over. We haven't seen the dangerous one yet. Agamotto, eyes narrowing, gestured toward the bodies. Perhaps he was among those we felled. Azuri nodded, claws still slick with inhuman blood. Yes. Perhaps you overestimated this one, Lantern. But Max's voice hardened. No. It can't be this easy. Just as the words left his mouth, Jade's urgent tone rang in his mind. Max, large gravitational disturbance incoming. The moon itself seemed to groan as an invisible wave slammed into them. All 8 Avengers were thrown back, their bodies skidding across the lunar ground, dust plumes rising in every direction. Max forced himself upright, emerald light blazing as he steadied the others. Out of the haze, a massive armored figure emerged, flying forward. The suit was bulky and angular, its presence oppressive. Around it, shards of moon rock whirled in orbit like a miniature planetary system. Yeah, Max muttered, jaw tightening. That guy. Odin sneered. He doesn't look so tough. He hurled Mjolnir with all his strength. The hammer streaked forward, lightning trailing in its wake. The armored figure raised one hand, twisted his wrist, and casually deflected Mjolnir away. Odin's eyes went wide as he snapped his hand out to call it back. Jade's voice cut in, sharp. Max, the gravitational force he just used was higher than the level that knocked you down earlier. That's just great, Max growled. The armored inhuman raised both hands and unleashed another wave of crushing force. The ground split. Nur, Fanfei, Agamotto, and Azuri were slammed down instantly, pinned into the ground, their bodies immobilized. Only the suits Max had made and Agamotto's enchantments kept them from being crushed to a pulp. Max, Firehair, Odin, and Ghost Rider stood firm, their power flaring against the tide. Max began to stabilize against the pressure, he could see Firehair was as well, but Odin and Ghost Rider were struggling. We have to kill him before he destroys the moon, Firehair said, as Max noticed the ground beneath them shaking. Let's go, Max said, and the 4 of them surged forward, bearing down on the armored titan as the true fight began. Chapter 39, Avengers Assemble. PT Fanfei the Iron Fist. Fanfei gritted her teeth as she tried to push against the crushing pressure pinning her to the lunar surface. The weight was suffocating, every breath drawn with effort, as if mountains pressed down upon her. She drew on her chi, forcing it to flow through her limbs, golden light radiating faintly around her. For a moment, she rose, her knees trembling, her stance widening, but the invisible hand of gravity doubled its push, and she was slammed back down. To her left, Nur fought as well. His body twisted unnaturally, skin stretching and contracting, bones audibly cracking as his physiology attempted to adapt to the force smothering them. He snarled, defiance burning in his young eyes, his warrior nature refusing to submit. Azuri was the weakest of them, so he took it the worst, unable even to move, surviving only because of the protections Max and Agamotto had given them before the battle began. Agamotto, though strained, remained the most composed. His hands traced sigils in the air, mandalas blooming before him. A shimmer rolled over the group, glyphs weaving around their bodies. "Done," he announced, and suddenly the crushing weight lifted, the spell acting as a bulwark. Fan rose to her feet, gasping in relief. Nur staggered upright, rolling his shoulders, still grinning despite the strain. "Took you long enough," he spat with a smirk. Agamotto turned sharply, a front clear in his glowing eyes. "I just crafted a spell to withstand the very collapse of stars. Would you rather I? Oh, should I bow down and worship you now, then?" Nur interrupted, his tone cutting, half-mocking. Agamotto's jaw tightened, a flicker of anger sparking. But before their spat could grow, Azuri stepped between them, raising a calming hand. "Now is not the time. En Sabah Nur, temper your tongue. Sorcerer, you did well, we stand thanks to you." Fan turned her gaze forward, where the true battle raged. Max, Firehair, Odin, and Ghost were locked against the Inhuman. The Green Lantern hurled construct after construct, massive hammers, spiked chains, energy blasts, but each shattered like glass the moment they neared the armored figure. Firehair unleashed the flames of the Phoenix, torrents of cosmic fire that could reduce even the strongest metal to ash, but the inferno curved unnaturally around the Inhuman, it did not touch him. Odin roared as lightning cascaded from Mjolnir, yet the arcs warped mid-flight, skirting away from the armored giant and dissipating harmlessly against the lunar dust. Ghost was the only one to break through. His flaming bone chain snapped forward, searing and binding itself around the Inhuman's torso. For a moment, victory was in reach. Ghost yanked, and the giant staggered. But then the air screamed, and an overwhelming pulse of force erupted outward. The chain shattered, and Ghost was hurled back, tumbling across the gray landscape, fire trailing in his wake. The Inhuman floated there, haloed by orbiting stones, even fragments of Firehair's fire and the lantern's emerald constructs. His faceless helm tilted toward Max and the others, as if daring them to come closer. "This guy is insane," Max said through the mind link. The gravity fields around his body, they're approaching black hole levels. "Fan, Agamotto, Azuri, Nur, how are you holding up?" Azuri was the first to answer, his tone steady despite the situation. "We are fine. We can move again thanks to Agamotto's ingenious spell." Firehair's thoughts cut in. "I can strike at his mind. He won't stand a chance." Nur growled his agreement, as did Agamotto, Azuri, Odin, Ghost, and even Fan Fei herself. But Max's voice snapped back, firmer this time. "No." A collective ripple of protest passed through the link. "Why?" Fan Fei asked, her golden aura trembling as she readied her chi. "Because we cannot risk it," Max answered. "Right now he's controlling his gravity wells, targeting us with precision. If you pierce his mind and he loses control, the entire system is gone. Moon, Earth, the sun, everything. Do you want to gamble with that?" Odin grunted. "You cannot be certain, Grunler." "No," Max admitted, "I cannot. But I won't take that chance. We need another way. I'm going to create a null-gravity engine. It'll counter his field, but it'll take time. While I build it, the 7 of you must keep him occupied." "I still believe my mind can break him," Firehair said. "If all else fails, then yes," Max conceded. "But not until we've exhausted everything else." Fan Fei exhaled, feeling his conviction settle into her own chest. "Very well. I'll trust your plan." One by one, the others agreed. Max flew back, shaping the beginnings of his construct. The others, including Fan Fei, charged. Firehair soared ahead first, her body wreathed in phoenix flame, taking the brunt of the Inhuman's gravitational crush. Odin hurled Mjolnir again and again, each throw sparking storms across the lunar sky. Ghost's chain of bone, wrapped in hellfire, lashed out, striking sparks against the armor. Behind them, Nur raised his hands. Energy surged through his arms, crackling in hues of red and yellow before he blasted it forward in a furious storm. The beam slammed into the Inhuman, who staggered only slightly, his gravity attacks flickering. Agamotto layered spell upon spell, mandalas blooming in rapid succession. Bolts of mystic energy hammered at the gravity wielder, carving glowing scars across the swirling field around him. Then came Azuri. He glanced at Fan Fei. "Use your chi on me," he said. Fan Fei's eyes widened. "On you?" "Yes. Let us see if he can withstand the might of Wakanda and Kunlun together." She placed her glowing palms against his panther suit. Golden chi flowed into the vibranium weave, threads of energy racing through its lattice-like veins of living fire. The suit pulsed, humming with unnatural resonance. Azuri roared and unleashed it. A violet shock wave burst from him, crashing forward like a tidal wave. The Inhuman raised a hand to shield himself, but for the first time his field cracked fractures appeared in the armor, glowing fissures racing across its surface. Fan Fei gasped. It's working. For the first time, the Inhuman faltered. They pressed their attack, but the Inhuman refused to simply stand and endure it. With a sudden motion, he turned toward Odin and unleashed a crushing wave of gravity. The prince was hurled into space like a rag doll, spinning helplessly before he righted himself with Mjolnir. He came back with fury, hurling his hammer, but the weapon struck the Inhuman and bounced away as if it were nothing. The monster moved on, turning his crushing power against Firehair. She gritted her teeth and dug in, flames blazing brighter as she resisted the wave that had swept Odin aside. For a moment she held it back, the surface of the moon cracking under her feet. But the Inhuman roared, and his field expanded in a shattering burst. The explosion of force sent Firehair flying, her fiery aura dimming as she tumbled across the lunar surface straight into Max, who was still shaping his great construct. Both of them crashed down in a tangle. Ghost and Nur tried to flank him, Nur warping lunar stone around the Inhuman while Ghost's flaming bone chain lashed out, searing against the armor. But the Inhuman screamed again, the gravity blast so intense that both were torn away and scattered like dust. Fan, Azuri, and Agamotto were thrown flat, pinned once more by the overwhelming pressure. Even Max was crushed down, Firehair sprawled across him as his half-formed null-gravity engine spun feebly in the distance. Fan Fei struggled, her voice ragged through the mental link. I think, it's time to use Firehair's plan. I agree, Firehair said, her voice burning with frustration. One by one, the others chimed in. Yes. Lantern, you've been quiet. Do you object? Azuri asked. Max's reply came, I just need a few more seconds. The pressure grew heavier still. Fan could feel her bones ache, her lungs tighten. Even with Max's constructs and Agamotto's wards, they were near their limit. One more surge and they'd all be finished. We don't have seconds, Fan cried. Then Max's voice cut across the link, sharp and commanding. Agamotto, wake up the Starbrand. Shock rippled through them all. What? They shouted in unison. Do it. Fan Fei's heart raced, but she knew he was right. He's right. Agamotto, it's our only chance. Do it. Agamotto's eyes burned with reluctance, but he raised his hands. So be it. Even with his arms pinned, the sorcerer traced sigils. The ground shuddered. The base groaned and shook as alarms blared from within. Then came the roar. Ray-a-a-a-a-hurrgha. The roar shook the moon itself. The walls of the Kree citadel cracked and burst apart as the Starbrand erupted outward. The Inhuman faltered, his focus shattered, his crushing field stuttering. The unbearable weight pressing down on them eased at last. Fan watched with wide eyes as the Inhuman turned from them and raised his hands against the blazing giant. The Starbrand unleashed a blinding crimson blast, the energy ripping forward, concentrated into a spear. The Inhuman staggered, caught off guard. His armor cracked under the sheer force, then shattered completely. She thought that was it, that the Starbrand had done what they all couldn't, but then something emerged from the suit, something unexpected. Inside the suit was a broken husk of a man, thin, almost skeletal, his brown skin stretched tightly over bone, long unkempt hair spilling down, a ragged beard clinging to his gaunt face. His sunken eyes darted wildly, filled not with rage but with confusion and despair. For a moment, Fan felt a stab of pity. What have they done to that poor soul? Agamotto said through their link, his voice filled with sorrow. This is monstrous, said Azuri. The Starbrand roared again and surged forward, but the Inhuman raised his hands and caught him. To Fan's shock, the skeletal figure held the blazing titan in place. The Starbrand strained, muscles burning red with power, but could not advance an inch. Yet the struggle had bought them time. It's done, announced Max suddenly, the crushing weight that had pinned them before was gone. Fan blinked as her body lifted from the ground. She was floating. All of them were. Max's device had worked, it had nulled the gravity. Then, just as abruptly, gravity slammed back only for the Inhuman as the device focused its effect on him. He stopped flaring and collapsed onto the ground, trembling. Fan felt him in that instant. She used her chi to sense what the man was feeling: confusion, fear, a sliver of humanity that had somehow endured the Kree's torment. A broken man forced into a weapon. Max's voice cut sharp through the silence. Now. Attack. Now. The Avengers struck as one. Firehair ignited, hurling streams of phoenix fire that wrapped the Inhuman in a cage of cosmic flame. Odin raised Mjolnir, bolts of lightning crashing down in blinding fury as he hurled the hammer like a comet. Ghost charged, his flaming bone chain whipping around the man's limbs, holding him long enough for Nur to unleash colossal blasts of raw energy from his arms. Agamotto's spells flared from mandalas around him, each strike hammering the Inhuman. Azuri, his suit infused with energy from Fan's chi, fired a focused burst of violet power that tore through the man's chest. Fan herself gathered her strength, channeling every drop of chi she had into a single blast. And the Starbrand burning like a newborn star brought his fists down in a cataclysmic strike that shook the lunar surface. The combined assault incinerated the Inhuman utterly, his body erased in light. The moon itself quaked. Craters split. Dust and stone rose in plumes. The fragile vegetation of the blue zone was annihilated, torn away as if it had never been. When the blaze cleared, nothing remained of the Kree's monstrous creation but ashes scattered across the void. "Good job, team," Max said through the link, his voice carrying satisfaction. Odin laughed. Now that was a battle. The others added their voices in celebration. But Fan's eyes were fixed not on victory, but on the Starbrand. The blazing figure had turned, and its burning gaze fell squarely on Max. "Max," she warned. "The Starbrand." Max blinked, then grimaced. "Oh shit. I think he remembers the beating I gave him." Odin hefted Mjolnir, eager. "Another fight, then." "So it would seem," Ghost said, flames dripping from his skeletal visage. Nur's grin widened, his body still giant. "Then come. Let us defeat this beast as well." "No," Azuri said firmly. "He did us no harm. We should try to calm him first." "I agree," Firehair's voice echoed through the link. Agamotto lifted his hands, mandalas shimmering around his fingers. "Then I shall put him to sleep once more." Max held up his hand. "Yes, do that. Before he—" But Fan Fei cut him off, stepping forward. "No. Let me try something." Max turned to her, frowning. "Are you sure?" "Yes," she said without hesitation. She broke into a run, sprinting across the lunar rock toward the Starbrand. Her chi flared golden as she pushed her mind outward, trying to rebuild the fragile connection she had formed before. She planted herself in his path, raising both hands. "Stop." The Starbrand didn't stop. Its massive, glowing body loomed closer, its power flickering erratically, waves of heat and light rippling from it like a dying sun. Fen closed her eyes. She pushed deeper, forcing the connection open, her chi flowing through the bond. And then she felt it. A name. A fragment of humanity buried beneath the cosmic power. VNN. Her breath caught. "Your name is VNN," she whispered, louder now, pouring her voice into the link. The blazing titan hesitated, power stuttering like a fire about to go out. "VNN, please." "We are not your enemies," Fan Fei whispered through the connection. The Starbrand froze. Fan broadened the link. The flood of his memory struck her, his life, his sorrow. She saw VNN cast out from his tribe for his sexuality. She saw how he had found happiness afterward with another, a kind soul named Brrkk. From friendship had blossomed love, and for a time they had been happy. Then came the lizard beasts. She felt his anguish as Brrkk fell, his last breath leaving in VNN's arms. The Starbrand had chosen him then. But since that moment, all VNN had felt was shame. Not me. Not strong VNN, weak VNN. Should have been Brrkk. The words echoed through the connection, VNN weak. Fan's heart clenched. "You are not weak, VNN. You are like us, you are a protector, a hero. You helped defeat great evil. You saved our world. VNN, protect." "Yes," Fan said gently. "VNN kill Greenman." "Greenman hurt VNN." Fan's lips twitched. She glanced back at Max, who was watching tensely in the distance with Firehair. "I'm sure the Greenman will apologize," she said quickly. "Please, VNN, calm yourself. You don't have to be alone anymore. You can join us. We can be your tribe." The energy around him flickered. "VNN, new tribe?" "Yes," Fan affirmed, her voice warm. Max's voice crackled in the link, uncertain. "What's happening, Fan?" "Shut up, Max," Fan snapped. "I almost have him." She could feel the energy around VNN subsiding, his towering form shrinking slightly. He wasn't in human form again, but he wasn't a raging force of destruction, either. "Grr, grr," he growled. To the others, it was nothing but a guttural noise, but Fan heard the truth through their bond. "VNN will join new tribe." Fan's lips curved into a soft smile. "Welcome, friend." Max the Green Lantern. Max walked side by side with Firehair, the two of them moving toward where Fan Fei stood with the Starbrand. The others were converging there as well. He turned to Firehair. Her presence had carried them through the battle. The Inhuman had unleashed most of his gravitational might against her, and she had taken it all. Jade's readings, before he told her to stop, had been staggering. Firehair had been tanking pressure equivalent to what two black holes colliding could generate. Yes, Max and Odin might have survived it too maybe. But Firehair had proven she could take a lot more. "You did well, Firehair. The Phoenix power is unmatched," Max said, his voice filled with respect. Firehair glanced at him. You are no slouch either, Lantern. It was your tactic that won us the day. Max chuckled faintly. Your plan would have worked too. But. Yes, Firehair interrupted softly, it was dangerous. Perhaps too dangerous. But as the leader, you made the choice. And it worked. That is all that matters. Max tilted his head, studying her. Do you have any issue with me as the leader, then? Firehair shook her head, the faintest smile touching her lips. When I first thought of gathering powerful beings to protect this world, I imagined myself as the leader. But, you make a better one than I. You hold us together. That's a rarer gift than all the gifts we possess. Thank you, Max said sincerely. She gave him a sly glance. Did I hurt you when I slammed into you earlier? Max smirked. Hurt? Not at all. I wouldn't mind if it happened again. Oh. Firehair arched a brow, her tone teasing. You don't mind at all. Not at all, pretty bird. Not at all. Pretty bird, she asked, her eyes narrowing. An apt name for you, don't you think, he replied with a grin. Her lips curved again, but she gave no answer. They reached the Starbrand. The towering red giant glared at Max, heat still rolling off his frame. So, he's okay now? Max asked cautiously. Fan nodded. Yes. His name is VNN. And he will join us. VNN, Max repeated, testing the name. His name, Fan confirmed. Odin strode forward, nodding with approval. A strong name. A warrior's name. They all gathered together now, forming a loose circle on the lunar surface. Fan stepped forward, gently introducing VNN to the others. The Starbrand's eyes were fixed solely on Max, growling. VNN rumbled, his tone low and hostile. Jade's voice echoed in Max's mind, translation, VNN wants to fight. No, VNN, Fan said firmly, stepping between them. Yes, listen to her, VNN, Max added. Fan turned her head, surprised. You can understand him. Yes, Max answered simply. Odin frowned. Even with the Allspeak, I cannot. Nor I, Firehair added, her eyes glowing faintly as if trying to pierce the language barrier. Let me try something, Agamotto offered, raising his hands to weave a spell. But before he could begin, VNN stiffened. Grr. His energy flared dangerously. Max and Fan spoke in unison. He doesn't want it, Agamotto. The sorcerer lowered his hands reluctantly. Very well. This isn't over yet. The Kree still have the artifact, said Max. At the mention, VNN growled louder. Growling, grrrrr. You took it from home. Yes, VNN, Max admitted carefully. We did. But it was for a greater purpose. Agamotto cut in sharply. Then let us not tarry. We need to retrieve it before. A sudden explosion ripped through the silence, a plume of blue flame and shattered rock bursting from the base. Azuri shielded his eyes. What now? Ghost stepped forward. I see your artifact. He pointed toward the breach. Out of the smoke, a tall armored figure strode forth, a woman wielding a colossal hammer. Embedded in its head was a glowing orb, pulsing with unstable energy. Agamotto's face drained of color. You fools, what have you done? Jade's voice rang in Max's head, that is accuser Zadra. According to Kree databases, she's the leader of the Genesis faction. Quickly. Agamotto snapped. We must take it from her before. None of you will leave here alive, Zadra began, but her words twisted into a choked scream. She convulsed violently, the orb blazing brighter and brighter, arcs of destructive power sparking from her hammer into the ground. What is happening? Firehair demanded, flames rising instinctively around her. The artifact. Agamotto cried. It's too much for her. It has awakened, it will unleash its purpose, destruction. Shit, Max muttered, his ring flaring. Then let me handle it. He shot into the air toward Zadra. Beams of raw energy burst from her hammer, scything through the void, but Max weaved between them. Clear me a path. Max barked through the mental link. And they did. Firehair and Odin soared ahead, unleashing firestorms and lightning to intercept the blasts. Ghost attacked, flames spewing from his skull. Nur roared, slamming his massive fists into the ground to tear up lunar rock and block the energy waves. Agamotto deflected the stray arcs away from Max. Starbrand tanked a few bursts with his own body, as did Azuri. As he flew, he created a Jaeger construct above him. The giant construct bent low as they neared, and its hand closed around Zadra before she lost complete control. Got you, Max muttered. With a thought, the construct shifted, folding in on itself and morphing around Zadra into a containment unit made of the prisms Max had used to subdue the Starbrand. The artifact screamed against its prison, blasts of unstable energy rattling the cage. Max shot into the void, dragging the containment device behind him as he accelerated away from the moon. He pushed harder, faster, the construct vibrating as the artifact's instability spiked. The energy built with every passing second, tearing at the edges of the emerald shell. Max strained, sweat slicking his forehead. Hold together, just a little longer. Then the sun loomed before him, an ocean of fire filling his vision. With a final heave, Max hurled the containment unit forward. Zadra screamed inside as the artifact erupted, and both tumbled into the star's raging heart. For a moment, there was silence. Then the sun rippled, an impossible flare of power burst outward, a gigantic explosion blooming on its surface. The shockwave hammered into Max, forcing him to throw up a layered shield. He exhaled hard, chest heaving. Well, that's that, he thought grimly. He began his flight back, and by the time he returned, the others had regrouped near the now-destroyed base. Max landed lightly. Well done, my friend, Odin bellowed as he landed. Now, we must find another power source for my barrier, said Agamotto, a bit irritated. The cosmos is vast, my friend. We will find one, said Odin. Firehair nodded. He's right. Somewhere out there, another exists. Perhaps even one of the same kind. Max shrugged, still catching his breath. We'll hunt for it. One way or another, Motto will find what you need. Ghost tilted his head, his skull still aglow. What next? Azuri's claws slid free with a metallic hiss. We drive the Kree from our world. Every abomination they've unleashed must be destroyed. Max's expression hardened. Yes. I agree. First, we talk to whoever's left in the space. Then we strike their outposts on Earth. They all nodded, turning toward the half-destroyed Kree citadel carved into the lunar stone. Max glanced at the jagged silhouette as they advanced. Maybe this time, the Inhumans won't exist at all. Chapter 40, The Devil's Plans. Whoa, Sprite said as she and the other Eternals lounged together in the vast marble and gold Grand Hall of Olympia, the hidden city that once teemed with thousands of their kind. Now, only a few remained. Their eyes were fixed on the large hollow screen before them. On the display, the battle on the moon played out. The Inhuman, the Kree experiment who could control gravity, was torn apart by the combined attack of 9 beings, a cataclysmic strike that cracked the lunar surface and reduced the Inhuman to ash. Phastos broke the silence first, his deep voice calm but tinged with awe. They are quite powerful. Quite powerful, he says, Cersei replied, her eyes fixed on the figures now gathering after their victory. I see an Asgardian who could give even Gil a hard time. A sorcerer, a king, one who bears the Starbrand, powerful warriors with strange abilities. And the Phoenix Force itself. And that green one. She tilted her head. What even is he? Sprite's eyes darted to Thena and Gilgamesh. Thena, Gil, is this him? The one you fought with? Thena inclined her head. Yes. That is Max. The Green Lantern. Green Lantern. Kingo repeated, brows raised. Is that his title? It seems to be, Gilgamesh rumbled. Thena's voice softened just a fraction. Max. I don't know what he truly is. But I know this: the power comes from the ring on his finger. Phastos narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the hollow expanded, zooming in until the image of the emerald ring was clear. Every Eternal present leaned forward, their faces illuminated by its emerald light, curiosity and unease crossing their features. Ikaris finally spoke, his voice firm but questioning. Phastos, what is it? All eyes turned to the Eternal of Invention. For once, Phastos looked sheepish. He rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. The hall fell into silence. Even Thena blinked, surprised. You don't know? Yes. Phastos exhaled, clearly uncomfortable under the stares of his kin. I don't know. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the gathered Eternals. For Phastos, the one who could name every scrap of technology across worlds, who could disassemble alien engines at a glance, to admit ignorance was almost unthinkable. Sprite snorted, her voice dripping with mischief. Well, the great Phastos doesn't know something. Do we not have access to the archives of the gods themselves? Cersei folded her arms. Sprite's right. We should have something in our records. Phastos gave an exaggerated sigh, raising his hands. If it's there, then the gods don't want us to know. That's the truth of it. And that makes me want to uncover it even more. He pointed at the screen, where Max floated among the Avengers. That ring of his, it's a mystery worth unraveling. Sprite leaned forward, eyes gleaming. And the Phoenix? What do we do about that? Nothing, Ikari said firmly, his voice cutting through the chamber. Kingo frowned. Nothing. Everything I've ever read about the Phoenix says it's dangerous. We should at least. No, Ikari's interrupted, his tone hard. From the looks of things, it and its host are bent on protecting the Earth. And this group they've formed seems to have good intentions. Thena's voice carried across the room. I agree. Max is a good man. A selfless warrior. A hero. Gilgamesh nodded with a grunt. I trust him. After fighting side by side against that time traveler, I know what he's made of. In fact, I'd say we should consider allying with them, take the fight to the deviants together. Ikari's turned sharply toward him. No. That is our fight and ours alone. We do not need their help. The room quieted. All eyes returned to the screen as the hollow shifted, showing the Avengers standing over the shattered battlefield of the moon. Phastos broke the silence. Seems they're calling themselves Avengers. Gilgamesh barked out a laugh. Much better than the Revengers. Thena's lips twitched into a rare smile at that, while the others looked on in confusion. Phastos waved it off. As I was saying, these Avengers did the world a great boon driving out the uninvited Kree. And from the looks of things. He zoomed in on the Inhumans before they were defeated by the Avengers. They were experimenting on humans. Sprite whistled low, eyes wide. Yes, Phastos. We saw the human who nearly pulled the moon out of orbit. Phastos continued, they handled the Kree well. They fought with honor, even allowing the non-combatants to leave peacefully. And they've been busy since then. Many battles have been fought against interdimensional incursions, which have increased in the last 2 years. Thena tilted her head slightly, her golden eyes narrowing. I believe the sorcerer, Agamotto, is planning to construct a barrier to keep those beings out of our world. That must be why more and more of these incursions are happening, a desperate attempt to stop him. Gilgamesh chuckled. Maybe we should join them then, Thena. Max must have thought of us for his team, I'm sure. He didn't call because he couldn't find us. Thena considered this, nodding slowly. Sprite piped up with her usual sharp mischief. Question. Could the Avengers defeat us? Gilgamesh and Ikari's both immediately shook their heads. No. But Thena, Circe, and Kingo exchanged uncertain glances before saying, maybe. Gilgamesh scoffed and leaned back, grinning. Come now, Thena. We can surely take on the Avengers. And mind you, I didn't even fight at full power during our adventure in Chem. His eyes flicked to Sprite with mock irritation. All because of that ridiculous bet you made me take. Thena's lips curved faintly. Even the host of the Phoenix. Gilgamesh opened his mouth, ready to boast again, but faltered. Well, that's. He didn't finish. The chamber doors opened, cutting off all conversation. Every eternal present rose to their feet in respect upon seeing who entered. 2 figures entered, Zuras, the Prime Eternal, and Ajak, the priestess to the gods. Ajak lifted her hands, her expression serene but filled with excitement. My friends, I bring joyous news. One of our gods will soon grace us with his presence. A collective gasp echoed through the grand hall. Gilgamesh took a step forward, eyes widening. Truly. Ajak nodded, her tone reverent. Yes. Not since the second host has one of the Celestials graced us with a visit. The hall fell into a stunned silence. Even the normally unshakable Thena looked shaken, while Phastos' mind already raced with what this meant for their kind, and for Earth. Phastos frowned, his voice sharp with unease. Wait, this cannot be the third host already. So soon. Ajak shook her head. No. I do not think this is the third host. Only one shall come. For what reason, we do not yet know. Thena turned toward Zuras, her father, noticing the grim shadow that crossed his usually unshakable face. Father, you are silent. You look. But Zuras cut her off. I am the most joyous of all, daughter, with one of our gods descending to us. But. His jaw tightened. They ask too much of us. Ajak's serene expression hardened as she stepped toward him. Careful, Zuras. You speak as if you would refuse the command of a god. I speak of no such thing, Zuras replied quickly, though his eyes betrayed the storm swirling within. Circe, who had rarely seen the Prime Eternal so shaken, asked, What is it, then? I have never seen you like this before. Zuras exhaled slowly, his voice grave. The god commands us to release Uranos from the exclusion. Phastos' face drained of all color, as did everyone else's in the room. What? No. Not him. His words were a whisper filled with terror. Even the most battle-hardened of the Eternals, Thena, Gilgamesh, Ikari stiffened at the name. I do not know why. But the command is clear. We must do it, Zuras continued. Ajak lifted her hands, as if to calm the rising storm among them. Then we must prepare. We must all make the journey south. Not yet, Zuras interrupted. Did you forget? We need my brother's key as well, to open the prison within the exclusion. Without it, Uranos cannot be freed. But to free him. He is a monster. You know what he will do, Thena protested, even though it was her god's command. Zuras's eyes hardened. Do not worry, my dear. We will do as the gods command. I will go to Titan. I will speak to my brother, Allers. Soon the others left the room. Left alone, Zuras's gaze shifted toward the still glowing screen, where the Avengers stood victorious on the moon. His expression darkened at the thought of releasing Uranos. Why now? Especially now. So this is who you have chosen, Mephisto heard his female counterpart's voice purr from behind him. Before him, the scrying orb shimmered with visions of a place known as the Exclusion. The hidden pocket dimension was cold and stark. It was where Eternals went when they died, resurrected in an endless cycle, but it was also a prison, a place where those who had broken faith with their gods, those too dangerous to roam free, were confined. The orb swirled, focusing on a single figure. He was lean, almost skeletal, with gray-blue skin and burning red eyes. Seated upon a throne of stone, the Eternal was still, but it was the stillness of a coiled blade waiting to be drawn. Yes, Mephisto said at last, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Uranos the Undying. The Mephisto in the black dress circled closer, her voice silken with doubt. He doesn't look like much. Mephisto chuckled. That's what 500,000 years of imprisonment does to a being. Do not be fooled. He is the most powerful of the Eternals. And the perfect tool for our purposes. Uranos was no mere Eternal. He had been one of the Prime Three, alongside his brothers Kronos and Oceanus. But unlike them, he rejected the Celestials' edict of non-interference. When his kin obeyed their gods and swore never to rule over or destroy the other two races, humans and deviants, Uranos called it weakness. He did not want balance. He wanted purity. His vision was simple, terrible, and absolute: purge all non-eternal life from existence. Not only on Earth, but across the entire cosmos. Uranos even dared to plot against his creators, believing the Eternals' purpose of protecting their gods could be fulfilled only by caging them, that the Celestials would be safer if imprisoned. A war followed. Many Eternals sided with him, intoxicated by his creed of dominance. The war was cataclysmic, many died, were reborn, and died again. But at last Kronos and Oceanus prevailed, defeating their brother. Uranos was cast into the prison inside the Exclusion, which was meant to hold him forever. He was easy to manipulate. Mephisto had promised him freedom, and the promise of freedom was enough to make him pliable enough to make him a servant. Mephisto excelled at such things, he was the greatest schemer of all, after all. This scheme was among his finest, not merely the corruption of mortals, but the deception of the so-called gods of the multiverse. He had even managed to manipulate a celestial, convincing the all-powerful being that only Uranos could guide it toward the answers it sought. Their plan for multiversal conquest was vast. Each had chosen a servant, their champion, a piece on the board. Together, those servants would scour the multiverse, butchering any who stood in their way, slaughtering the mortals who called themselves Avengers. For in every universe, the Avengers rose. They were the rallying point of mortal defiance, and they had always been the enemies of the Mephistos. Their champions would kill as many as they could and destabilize the multiverse, and when the time came, the Council of Red would converge on this universe, his universe, where the key to the God Quarry existed. From the God Quarry, they could reach the first firmament itself and rewrite the multiverse to suit their needs. The fact that the key was in his universe made him the most valuable of the other 8 in the Council. It also made his universe the most unique, so much so that he had started calling himself Mephisto Prime, much to the annoyance of his lesser counterparts. I need your servant to free Uranos and bring him to me when the time comes, Mephisto said. She laughed, her eyes flaring with cruel delight as the void itself peeled open behind her. From the darkness stepped a man. Middle-aged, impeccably dressed, his suit pressed to perfection. His mustache was neatly trimmed, his hair slicked back. He looked like nothing more than a sharp-eyed politician or a cunning merchant. His eyes, however, gleamed with something more: a predator's intellect masked in civility. For all his power, for all his infernal cunning, Mephisto could not hide his surprise. The others had chosen monsters, warriors, gods of their own making. But this was simply a man. This is your servant. Mephisto sneered, contempt unmistakable. His red eyes narrowed at the sight of the immaculately dressed human kneeling before him. This is your chosen servant for our great task. A simple mortal. Yes, his counterpart said, her voice dripping with pride. She lifted her hand ever so slightly, beckoning. Come, Howard. Her voice softened, her lips curling with amusement as she bit them lightly. The man stepped forward without hesitation, lowering his head in a gesture of practiced humility. My lady, he said, his tone rich with false warmth, your beauty only increases each time I lay eyes upon you. She smiled wickedly, brushing a finger across his jawline. "Oh, he's quite the charmer, you know," she said to Mephisto. "This is Howard Stark, my most loyal and trusted servant." Mephisto's brow furrowed, his lip curling with disdain. Howard Stark. He let the name hang in the air, tasting the mortal syllables. What good is he? She smirked, her nails grazing the line of Howard's cheek before trailing down to his shoulder. Howard is the most devious and intelligent mortal I've ever encountered. A true master of manipulation. He killed his own son to prove his loyalty to me. A small price to pay, Howard Stark said, his tone utterly devoid of remorse. For eternal life. Suddenly, the darkness behind them tore open once more. Another portal formed. From it stepped a towering figure encased in a monstrous suit of armor. The plating was dark silver and iron black, every edge honed like a blade. The helm resembled the skull of an apex predator. From within its slitted visor, 4 red eyes glowed like coals from the depths of the abyss. A pulsing hellfire core burned in its chest. Its gauntlets were colossal, each finger ending in clawed talons engraved with ancient glyphs that shimmered in fiery runes. She turned to Howard, her voice almost loving. "It's time, my dear Howard, for you to become the Iron Inquisitor once more." Howard grinned, madness sparking in his eyes. He stepped toward the looming armor without hesitation. The suit unfolded, plates shifting, screaming with hunger as they wrapped themselves around him. One piece after another fused into place, sealing Howard Stark inside. When the last seam closed with a hiss of black fire, the Iron Inquisitor stood in full form. His presence was overwhelming. She turned back to Mephisto, her lips curling. "Will that do?" Mephisto's grin widened. No, he was wrong, he mused, this one was not the weakest among them. That honor belonged elsewhere, to the feral mortal his other self from Universe 99 had chosen, a human with metal claws. Yes, that one would be the weakest. But this one would serve his needs for now. "Yes," Mephisto said at last. "Yes, it will do just fine."